The action takes place in a prison in the city of Xi'an. In the prisoner visiting room, on opposite sides of the glass, are a father and son. Rick asks his father to tell him the whole truth about why the monsters destroyed the city of Donghae, because he wants to know the whole truth and achieve freedom for his father. 8 years ago, the city of Tonhei was rocked by a monster invasion, which became the biggest tragedy in Chinese history. Only his father, Chris, managed to survive this tragedy. The investigation showed that Chris had left the city before the monster invasion, since unauthorized absence is a serious crime. Chris was called a traitor to the motherland. He was sentenced to death, with a 10-year reprieve, taking into account his past merits. His father's conviction left a mark on Rick for the next 8 years of his life, expelling him from school, denying him employment and medical care for being the son of a traitor. But Rick believed that someday he would be able to clear his father's name of that stigma. Looking down, the father told Rick that there was no need for him to stir up the past, after which, he looked into Rick's eyes, and with despair in his voice suggested that he leave the city and renounce his father, because the burden of being the son of a traitor to the homeland is very heavy. Hearing this, Rick jumped up and slammed his fist on the table because his father is not the person everyone thinks he is. After finishing his conversation with his father, Rick left the room. 2 police officers were waiting for him at the exit. Calling Rick the son of a traitor, they informed him that he would now have to pay 3 times more for visiting his father than before. With a mocking look on their faces, they tell Rick that it is already a big indulgence that he is visiting him, since his father betrayed his homeland. Rick is furious. He does not understand how his father, a man who risked his life for his country, could be accused of treason. After leaving the station, Rick makes a promise to himself that he will definitely reveal the whole truth and free his father from prison. He also understands that the only one who can tell it is his father. But in order to see him again, he needs to pay 9,000, which is simply a huge amount for him. All this time, Rick earned money by working and risking his life as a mercenary for the reserve ranks of Meteorite Fighters, a special organization engaged in the fight against monsters. Each citizen has a special watch on his wrist that shows his basic characteristics, such as health, strength, agility, intelligence. For an ordinary person, all indicators are equal to 1, and for an official Meteorite Fighter, they are not less than 10. Rick thinks about how he can get more money, because working as a small mercenary in this organization brings him a maximum of 3,000. He even thinks about selling his only expensive thing, a pendant given to him by his mother for his birthday. According to her, this pendant is made from a fragment of a star that fell at night, so this gift is very valuable and has a high value on the market. Rick slaps himself on the cheek, pushing away thoughts of selling the pendant, since it is the last thing left from his mother, and realizes that the only option left is to find a high-class mission in the Union. To do this, he comes to an organization for mercenaries, where mostly the same newcomers as him live, some of them looking for the glory of a fighter, and some come here only for material benefits. Seeing Rick, the mercenaries throw taunts at him. They don't understand why he came here again, because he is the weakest in the reserve team. But Rick doesn't even pay attention to them, because he only needs an E-class mission. To do this, he turns to his boss, a small bald man whom he jokingly calls Uncle Todd. Rick asks Todd for a suitable E-class assignment, explaining that he urgently needs a large sum of money. Lighting a cigar, Todd replies that going on such a mission with such training would be suicide for a fighter of his level. Continuing his speech, he added that Rick was very lucky to still be alive, because even on F-class missions Rick was just cannon fodder. Todd reminds Rick that he is only a reserve fighter and nothing more. With despair in his eyes, Rick explained the whole situation to his uncle, and that he had nothing left to lose. After lighting another cigarette and thinking over Rick's situation, Todd finally fulfilled his request. He handed him an E-class quest, the goal of which would be to clear a dungeon with monsters of the appropriate level. When Rick saw the contract, he was stunned, because the amount written there was much more than he needed. As they parted, Todd warned Rick that the squad he was going to join was not an easy one, and he would need to be on his guard at all times. Rick equips himself with all the available gear. He is excited because the mission will involve fighters from beginners and stronger. But he reassures himself that despite the fact that he is a reservist, the only thing that is required of him is to perform well as a scout, which he has already done more than once. Arriving at the gathering place, Rick sees his new squad for the first time. The first person he saw was a girl with pink hair, about his age, and what made her stand out among everyone was her youth and expensive equipment. Noticing Rick, she looked at him with a distrustful look and introduced herself. Her name was Rose, and she was the commander of this squad. Seeing her, Rick froze in a mixture of amazement and fear. Looking at her equipment, he realized that Rose was at least a mid-level fighter, and Rick's attention was drawn to her sword. in the center of which Rick noticed a beast's core sparkling with different colors. The beast core is an extremely unique item, as it can only be generated in 1 out of 1,000 monsters. Such cores are used to create special equipment for a fighter. Such equipment significantly increases the strength of the one who uses it. Having assessed the situation and calmed down a little, Rick extends his hand to Rose to introduce himself. But his hand is suddenly intercepted by a boy with purple hair. With a sneer on his face, he explains to Rick that the only purpose he came here for was to be cannon fodder, bait for monsters. After which he squeezes his hand with such force that Rick's body starts to tremble. An old man of stately appearance intervenes in the matter. He orders the boy to let go of Rick's hand, mentioning that oppressing a reserve fighter is unworthy of their squad. To which the guy replies that he was just joking, and with a smirk on his face asks Rick not to take everything to heart. And at that very moment, he quickly throws Rick his contract, which flies with such speed as if he had thrown not a piece of paper, but a stone. But Rick's reaction was enough to easily stop this throw, with just 2 fingers of his outstretched hand. The team is amazed by his reflexes, and they come to the conclusion that Rick, although a reservist, is suitable for the role of a scout. Having secured his contract, Rick began looking around for new members of his team. The team consists of 6 people. Most of them are beginner fighters, but all are equipped in the best possible way, and with natural intuition, the main character feels as if they are all connected to each other by more than just a squad. Rick's attention is drawn to 2 mid-level fighters who use equipment with beast cores, a stately old man and Rose. Considering all these factors, Rick realizes that he has nothing to worry about and signs the contract. After which, with his new team, they head out to the monster's lair. After the world was shaken by huge changes, monsters began to dominate uninhabited places. Such places were called forbidden zones. Firearms were no match for these monsters, and even strengthened some of the specimens, causing them to mutate as they absorbed the poisonous gas. However, weapons made from the monsters themselves could damage them. So weapons made from high-level monsters cost a lot of money, and are a luxury item for some, as they are extremely difficult to obtain. Meanwhile, our heroes reach the lair of the monsters, which was once a bustling center of a large city, but is now a dangerous habitat for the creatures. Hiding behind a wall, Rick notices vile creatures making strange sounds. He sees creatures in front of him that look like mutated amphibians. These are E-class monsters, which are popularly called fish lizards. Their scales are almost impenetrable to any weapon, and their fangs can bite through even metal. Suddenly, one of the creatures notices Rick and turns its fierce gaze on him. Without losing his composure, Rick loads his bow and shoots at the monster. His projectile hits the monster right in the eye, but the arrow immediately ricochets off of him, which only angers the monster even more. With a furious and hungry roar, all the creatures rush towards Rick at once, but his reaction is enough to jump back. Rick understands that the only chance to defeat them is to lure the monsters to the team outside. While running away from the creatures, Rick thinks that if he had not studied the area in advance, he would not have had a chance to survive. These creatures are incredibly fast and strong. Their scales are impervious to any weapon in his arsenal, and their claws can cut through sheet metal. But he also understands that all creatures must have weak points. And in that moment, dodging the amphibian's long tongue, an interesting idea came to Rick's head. Turning to face the monsters, he loaded his bow with 3 arrows and fired them straight at the creature's tongue flying towards him. But all his projectiles did not cause any damage to the monster, but only bounced off the slippery tongue. The small wounds from the blow immediately healed. Rick understands that he is not able to resist these creatures in any way, and the only solution is to quickly run to the exit. Surrounded by a horde of monsters and gathering all his remaining strength, he runs as fast as he can towards the exit without looking back. Seeing Rick running through the cave and calling for help, his team immediately jumps into action. The enraged creature breaks the stone wall with one blow and rushes towards the squad. The monster, with all its fury and enormous swing, directs its blow towards the squad, but it is steadfastly blocked by Hank with the help of his shield. Hank is an old man with a powerful build, a mustache on his face that suggests he is of noble blood, and he is also a mid-tier meteorite fighter who wields a shield with a beast core. At the same moment, Rose cuts the monster into 2 parts with her sharp blade, leaving him no chance. The main character is glad about the strong allies he got into the team with, because with such comrades, it will not be difficult to completely clear the lair. The squad unanimously praises Rose, saying that her blow has no equal and that anyone who feels it is unlucky. But at that moment, the monster, cut in half, rushes at the squad with its last breath, directing its mouth at the boy with purple hair. Being a meter away from the monster's mouth, the heroes were stunned by surprise. With a characteristic smirk, The purple-haired man shoves Rick right into the amphibian's mouth, telling him that it's his time to do his part. Looking into the huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, the main character thinks that he is about to die. But thanks to his reaction, at the moment of the bite, he pushes off the monster with his foot, jumping away from it to a safe distance. And again he sends an arrow to the creature, to a place that is already familiar to it, to the eye. The wounded creature, screaming in pain, is furiously finished off by Rose at the same moment. The monster's hot blood washes over Rick's body in multiple drops. At that moment, the pendant hanging around Rick's neck began to make strange sounds. Rick's eyes lit up blue, and in his mind he heard that killing the E-class monster had activated the system's launch and adaptation to the owner. Rose orders Jack to inspect the monster's corpse for beast cores and other useful equipment, to which Jack is indignant, because this job is not for him. They have a new reservist for this. But seeing the furious look of his captain, Jack nevertheless began to examine the corpse, because Rose saw how he pushed Rick. After a tough battle, the squad decided to rest a little by the fire to gain strength for the further journey. Enjoying the warmth of the fire, Rose suggested that Rick try a new type of food for the squad. It restores strength faster. Holding the provisions in front of Rick's face, she smiled and said with a small amount of pride in the new recruit that he had made a good scout. These words confused Rick a little. At that moment he thought that she was not as indifferent as she seemed at first glance. Looking at them, Jack noted that Rick had done a good job of being the bait, and then added that being the whipping boy suited him very well. In response to this joke, the squad burst into loud laughter, and it seemed that the sound of laughter reached the center of the city. Old Hank slapped Rick on the shoulder and told him not to be offended, because these were just harmless jokes. Jack always loved to make fun of others. During their cheerful conversation, the new acquaintances did not notice how quickly night fell. Since Rick was the weakest of the squad, it was decided to leave him on guard to give the more important fighters of his squad a rest. So when Rick saw Rose approaching him, he was very surprised. Approaching Rick, Rose told him that she was only fulfilling one of the conditions of the agreement, according to which 2 people were to be on guard. As they talked under the moonlight, Rick noted that Rose had an unusual accent, not like the local ones, and he asked her why she was doing this mission, being so far from home. In a heavy voice, Rose said that she was originally from the northern city of Chin, where the ferocious monsters first appeared, and then added that every member of her family, upon reaching adulthood, had to undergo such a dungeon-clearing quest. After answering Rick's question, Rose asked him in return, why such a weak fighter as he came to such a dangerous place full of monsters. The main character was about to tell how much he wanted to bring his father back and find out the whole truth about the fall of the city of Donghae, when suddenly he felt a strange rustling at his feet. Looking down, the heroes were horrified by what they saw. In the place where they were standing, a huge chasm suddenly formed, leading straight to the subway, and our heroes began to rapidly fall down. Rick tried to grab onto any nearby fragment, but his attempts were unsuccessful, and they fell into the abyss at great speed. The last thing they saw was the mysterious silhouette of a man standing on the edge of the cliff. When the heroes woke up, they saw an underground path in front of them. Strange rustling sounds were coming from the distance of the tunnel, as if someone was scraping their claws on the stones. After coming to his senses a little, Rick put on his night vision goggles to better understand the situation and the surroundings. Looking around, Rick wonders what caused the ground to collapse from under their feet. He also notices that the nearest exit from this subway is blocked by huge stones. The heroes try to figure out what happened and come to the conclusion that most likely it was all about the soil of the surface on which they were standing. Putting his palms on the boulder and looking up, Rick noted that the depth here was at least 20 meters. Realizing that they couldn't get through the barrier of stones, the heroes decided to look for another way out of the tunnel. Thanks to the special glasses worn by the main character, he was able to find the route to the opposite exit. Looking into the darkness of the subway, it seemed as if it covered the entire city. After walking a short distance, Rose became a little wary, because her sword began to vibrate and make noise, which only appears when there are monsters of at least E-class nearby. Rick was surprised by this, because he had never heard before that meteorite weapons were able to sense monsters from a distance. Unsheathing her sword, Rose explained to Rick that this phenomenon was called sword sense. A meteorite fighter with sword sense is able to quickly master any type of meteorite-bladed weapon, and can even rely on it to detect monsters. This kind of skill is a top-class skill. The blade of Rose did not deceive from the darkness of the abyss. The bloody gazes of dozens of hungry creatures were directed at the heroes. With a furious rage, the creatures rushed towards Rose and Rick, getting closer and closer to the heroes. Despite Rose wielding the meteorite blade, the number of monsters terrified the heroes, and it seemed as if there was no end to them. Leaving Rick behind, Rose, with a graceful dash, cuts down the creature that attacked them with a sweeping blow. Rick asks Rose for permission to join the fight because he sees that Rose alone cannot cope with such a huge number of monsters. To which Rose refuses, calling him just a weak scout whose job it is to observe the situation. Surrounded by a horde of creatures, Rose shows the newcomer a special sword sense skill, immersion. After using this ability, the tunnel glowed golden, and her blade began to shine with many different colors. Rose's eyes turned the same golden color. Her speed and strength seemed to increase tenfold. Standing behind Rose and watching her gut the monsters one by one, Rick is amazed at such enormous power. Her capabilities seem to him higher than those of a simple mid-level fighter. Despite the strength of the monster's scales, Rose cuts off their heads one by one, leaving behind mountains of corpses. Another severed mouth flew towards Rick, and in its death throes it grabbed his arm with a furious grip. Rick didn't lose his composure and hit the monster's already dying mouth with all his might, thus finishing it off. After killing the monster, his eyes lit up blue again, and a notification appeared in front of his face that the system's adaptation speed had increased. Rick is confused. He does not understand what this message means and why it appeared in front of his face again, but decides to figure it out later, because there is a battle going on now. Having finished the fierce battle, Rose's sword was stained crimson with the blood of amphibians. It seemed that she had killed every single creature in this underground. Shaking the blood off her sword, Rose ordered Rick to continue looking for a way out, since they were already delayed here. Having reached the opposite exit, the heroes are surprised by what they see, because their path is again blocked by a shaft of huge stones. Finding himself locked in on all sides, Rick peers into the passage, feeling as if he's been locked in from the outside. Before she can think about the situation, Rose sternly raises her golden blade to Rick's throat. Looking at Rose with a surprised look, Rick asks her why she put her sword to his throat, because he also doesn't understand what's going on here. But Rose just continues to hold the blade to his neck, enveloping Rick with her cold gaze. Rick is outraged by Rose's behavior. He tells her that they are allies and must stick together. This is the only way they can get out of here. The recent comrades look intently into each other's eyes, and seeing the sincerity in Rick's gaze, Rose understands that he is not lying. After this, she puts her blade back into its sheath and explains her actions by saying that she was checking on Rick, since too many strange coincidences have happened lately. Looking at Rose with a surprised look, Rick suddenly realizes that someone deliberately arranged this collapse, wanting to lock them here. Rose apologizes to Rick for her actions, and adds that everything that happens here most likely concerns only her, and he is just a pawn in the hands of those who forced them to get here. After what was said, Rick thoughtfully lowered his gaze. He realized that most likely, the whole thing was that there was an internal struggle for power in Rose's family. Since the emergence of the meteorite fighters, there have been families from which a huge percentage of the Union's members came. Such families have been nicknamed meteorite families. Their iron law repeats the words of the inhuman dogma that only the strongest survives, and the weak only face death. If someone from the family wants to distinguish themselves, they will have to complete a special task of hunting in the lair of monsters, as well as stand up in battle against their rival relative. After thinking about it, Rick realizes that they need to get out of this place quickly. Rick is completely focused on finding at least some exit. Thanks to his intelligence skills, dozens of underground points intersect in his head at the same time, and mentally he tries to get into any crevice of this place. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into Rick's head. In a hurry, afraid of losing his train of thought, he shouted to Rose to follow him, for he remembered that on the way here he had seen a place with wide cracks through which they would probably be able to get out. Rose smiled, and with a slight trepidation in her voice, told Rick thank you, and that she was very lucky to be on the same team with him. Hearing this, Rick replied with slight embarrassment that there was something he had wanted to tell her for a long time. Rose looked at him with a surprised look in her blue eyes. Rick said that he could no longer run because the air here was very stuffy, and his stamina was not enough for such frequent movements. The fighters stopped to rest a little, and a conversation began between them. Rose asked Rick why he, an ordinary reserve fighter with no real combat experience, dared to undertake an E-rank mission, and added whether he really wanted the money that badly. Taking the pendant given to him by his mother, Rick replies that he needs this money more than anyone else in the squad, saying to himself that his father only has 2 years left before his sentence is passed. The protagonist's mind is filled with happy memories of his life when he lived with his parents. With their hands against the glass, Rick's parents watch the city where monsters are raging, and Chris swears to Rick's mother that he will definitely exterminate them all so that he can finally show her the sea and live a quiet family life. That year, Rick's mother left this world. She died in a small monster attack when she tried to save someone, clutching the pendant even tighter in his hand. Rick recalls that at that moment he didn't even realize that his mother was gone, but only saw Laura's name among the soldiers who died in the battle. Staring at the blue of the pendant, Rick cannot understand how his father, a man who lost his love in a battle with monsters, could run away from the battlefield. He convinces himself that there must be some other reason that is being hidden from him. Looking at Rick's dejected expression, Rose apologizes to him, saying that she shouldn't have asked such personal questions. After resting a little, the heroes continued on their way, and so, having found those very cracks in the mountain, climbing over the fragments of the rock with great difficulty, they still managed to get out. But before she could catch her breath, Rose's attention was drawn to the sounds of a bowstring being pulled. Looking up, Rose saw a hail of dozens of arrows flying with pinpoint accuracy straight at them. Under a hail of arrows, she deftly jumps back and pushes the exhausted Rick away with all her might, covering him from the projectiles with her body. Rose hugs Rick, and with a loud sound they fall to the ground. It seems like she was able to dodge all the arrows. However, Rose suddenly feels a bright flash of pain in her shoulder blade, spreading throughout her body, causing her to scream. Quickly throwing off Rose's body, Rick sees an arrow sticking out of her back. Looking at its tip, Rick realizes that this projectile is poisoned. In order to avoid the poison's rapid action, the protagonist quickly pulls the arrow out of Rose's body and immediately remembers that he took the antidote with him on the mission. After which he leans her body against a stone barrier that protects them from arrows and holds out his hand with an antidote, telling her to drink it quickly. Weakened by the effects of the poison and intense pain, Rose, barely focusing her tired gaze with a heaviness in her chest, looks up. Seeing the silhouettes of people on the mountain, the main characters froze in surprise, because they did not expect to see these people here. Standing proudly on the mountainside was Hank and the rest of their meteor squad. Hank with a smirk on his face, calling Rose his niece, surprised that she was able to dodge the hail of arrows and admitting the fact that she is not in vain considered the most genius of the current generation of their family. Observing the situation, Rick realizes that this mission was originally designed as a trap for Rose, and her entire squad are members of her meteorite family. In the hopes of bringing her uncle to his senses, Rose reminds him how much her father did for Hank, because he saved his family's life and came to his aid more than once. But her words had no effect on Hank. He doesn't care about honor and duty, because the only thing that has value in this world is material wealth and power. Not wanting to continue the conversation any longer, Hank takes out a device from his pocket that looks like an activation remote for explosives and activates it without thinking at the same time. Pressing the button activated the explosives. A powerful explosion thundered, and the entire nearby area was surrounded by bright tongues of flame, and massive stone mountains were scattered into small fragments. Looking at Jack with a piercing gaze, Hank asked him if he had dealt with the creatures in the area, since a loud sound could attract a large number of monsters here. But Jack, with his characteristic grin, assures Hank that he has nothing to worry about, because he has everything under control. Enjoying the view of the burning earth and the stones flying into pieces, Hank and his squad revel in their victory. The old man, with a grin on his face, says how immensely sorry he is that his beloved niece died at the hands of the son of a traitor to the motherland, because no one expected that he would end up in their squad. Meanwhile, a bright flash and noise from the explosion attracted the attention of the monsters gathered at the reservoir, which Jack had to deal with. The heroes managed to escape the explosion at the last moment by jumping back into the tunnel, but Rose's condition worsened with each passing minute. Looking around, they noticed dozens of creatures deep in the passage, staring with bloody eyes at Rose's wound. The heroes suddenly realized that the amphibians were attracted here by a special smell coming from Rose's wound. They realized that the arrow was saturated not only with poison, but also with a special bait drug. Rick is surprised by how thoroughly Rose's squad thought out the plan to kill her. Moreover, Rose adds that Hank wanted to place all the blame for her death on him. Stunned by this answer, Rick realizes that if their plan works, his father's sentence will be carried out without any delays. Gritting his teeth in anger and clenching his fist, Rick assures himself that they will definitely survive and get out of here. At that very moment, the vile tongues of the reptiles rush towards the heroes. But despite her wound, Rose deftly cuts them down with one blow, showing Rick that she can still fight. Realizing the situation they are in, Rick focuses on trying to find another way out of the subway. After some thought, Rick tells Rose that there might be another way out. The heroes quickly set off there, fighting off a huge number of hungry amphibians along the way. Watching Rose fight off the monsters, Rick remembers that the exit they are heading for is blocked, but he realizes that they might be able to get out through it. Rick noticed that from prolonged active actions, Rose's hand began to darken from toxicosis. He thinks that if she continues to fight, then the antidote clearly will not help her. The heroes stopped, feeling a light gust of cold wind on their faces. Rick happily points his finger up at the crevice, because now they have another chance to get out of here. However, at that very moment, Rick's joy turned to horror. After all, the smell coming from Rose's wound attracted even more scaly monsters here. Leaving Rick behind her again, Rose orders him to run away, because he shouldn't die here for her. And at the same moment, he makes a grand dash towards the creatures, cutting their bodies one after another with quick blows. Realizing that they have no other choice, Rick begins to clear a passage. Barely noticeable glimmers of moonlight begin to break through the pile of stones. Finally, he managed to clear the way out. Realizing that they cannot cope with all the monsters, Rick sets a special trap for them, after which he shouts at Rose to run to him faster. Having gathered her last strength, Rose, running away from a pack of creatures, deftly slips under Rick's trap. The crowd of mindless amphibians continues to rush forward, but they run into an obstacle that they cannot overcome. Once outside, the heroes watch as the passage they just came through collapses. Rose praises Rick for his ingenuity in fighting the fish lizards, and adds that if it weren't for his trap, they would most likely have died. But before she could rejoice, she felt a special noise coming from the handle of her blade. Looking around, the heroes see in front of them a multitude of monsters, attracted here by the loud sound of the explosion. Realizing that a battle is inevitable, Rose tries to join the fight, but she barely has enough strength to hold her sword. Feeling a sudden weakness, Rose collapses from exhaustion, and with her last breath tells Rick to run away. Rick catches Rose with one hand and picks up the meteorite blade that has fallen to the ground with the other. Looking the monsters in the eye, Rick shows with his whole appearance that he is ready to fight to the death. Sensing the sweet scent emanating from Rose's wound, the furious creature attacks the protagonist with furious speed. However, thanks to his reflexes, Riku manages to cut off her head with one powerful blow from the meteorite blade. But this was not enough to kill a monster of this level from the severed mouth of the monster. A sharp, knife-like amphibian tongue rushes towards Rick's body. Not having time to dodge the blow, Rick suddenly feels a sharp pain in the chest area. Lowering his head down, he sees that his body is pierced through and through. Realizing that he will not survive such an injury, Rick mentally asks his father for forgiveness for not being able to save him. After which, Rick's lifeless body falls to the ground, showing no signs of life. On the brink of death, Rick's pendant suddenly floated above his body, and its color changed to gold. His body fights for life in agony, and Rick himself again sees a strange notification in front of him. It says that he killed 3 fish lizards. The accumulation of energy is complete. The God of War system has been activated. After activating the God of War system, the stats on Rick's bracelet began to increase rapidly. Rick doesn't understand what's happening to his body. It seems to him as if he is sleeping and floating in a stream of endless power and wisdom. He again sees in front of him a notification that the distribution of the main attributes is complete. After which, Rick comes to his senses. His heart in his chest was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to jump out, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. Looking down, Rick saw that the wound on his chest had completely healed, leaving not even a scar on the skin. Having come to his senses a little, the main character sees that the monster's gaze is directed towards Rose. Without a second's hesitation, Rick immediately grabs his sword, attracting the attention of the nearby creatures. The monsters attack Rick furiously, destroying everything in their path, but he easily parries their attack, noticing their every move. At this point, Rick realizes that his agility has increased significantly, and his reflexes have become much faster. Moreover, while holding the meteorite blade in his hands, Rick feels how enormous power permeates his body. Rose's sword was inlaid with a high-quality E-class beast core, which was why she was able to cut down the fish lizards so easily. Surprised by Rick's new strength, he looks at the monsters without a drop of fear. The enraged creatures try to pierce Rick with their tongues again, but the main character easily parries the attack, after which he quickly takes out his knife with a fishing line attached to it from behind his back and accurately throws it towards the monsters. With the strength of one hand, Rick knocks the creatures off their feet, just slightly pulling the line to the side. And at that very moment, he instantly appears before their vile mouths. With cold calculation, he simultaneously cuts off the heads of 2 fish lizards, bathing himself in their icy blood. It seems that even creatures incapable of experiencing emotions have a beastly fear in their eyes. Confident Rick encourages the creatures to continue attacking him in order to avenge their relatives. Hearing this, the creatures rush towards the main character in a crowd, their ominous roar permeating the entire battlefield. Several of the creatures manage to latch onto Rick's body, squeezing his flesh tightly with their sharp teeth. But despite this, The main character cuts the amphibians' bodies in half with just one sweeping blow. Thanks to his excellent reflexes, Rick can easily see all the blows coming his way. The agility and speed of his movements leave no chance for the creatures to inflict any damage on him. And the force of his sword strike has increased so much that he can easily cut through the tough scales of fish lizards. Having defeated his opponents, Rick realizes what enormous power he now possesses. The main character promises himself that he will never hide behind Rose's back again. Opening his wrist, Rick decided to check how much his characteristics had changed and saw that all the indicators had increased at least fourfold. Overjoyed at his new abilities, Rick remembers that he has more important things to do. Since the sound of the tunnel collapsing caused many fish lizards to gather outside, Rick decides that it is safest to hide Rose's body inside. Rick sees that Rose's condition is worsening. Her pulse is slowing down and her body is starting to break out in a cold sweat. Laying Rose's body in front of him, Rick realizes that he needs to treat her wounds. With an embarrassed look on his face, he apologizes to Rose for what he is about to do. By removing the white collar from Rose's collarbone, Rick exposes her wound. Seeing her, Rick thinks that bandaging and treating the wound will not be difficult for him, but the smell may attract unfriendly guests to her. The bait for fish lizards is a liquid with a specific smell that can cause them to go crazy. Such drugs are made in special laboratories from mutated plants. To mask the smell of this drug, Rick takes out a yellowish flask with a strong, pungent odor. This medicine is made from the excrement of a monster skunk. Most monsters try to avoid the source of this smell. After apologizing to Rose, Rick treats her wounds with the medicine and bandages them. After finishing treating his wounds, Rick decides to rest a bit to get a better understanding of the events that happened to him. Putting his hand to his chest, Rick notices that the pendant around his neck is missing. It turned out that the pendant with a meteorite fragment became a full-fledged system for controlling the characteristics of a meteorite fighter, the so-called God of War system. A table with his main characteristics opened in front of the main character. Rick is amazed at how quickly he managed to develop to the rank of a rookie, because until recently he was only a reservist. Moreover, at the bottom of the table he notices points that are free to be distributed. Not understanding how it all works, Rick asks the system to explain how it works, but in response he heard only a slight rustling sound. Enraged, Rick starts poking around in all the visible places, hoping to figure out the functionality. Thinking that he wanted to add these points to his strength, the addition icons lit up on the screen. Rick realized that the War God system worked from thought. By adding just 3 points to his strength, Rick felt how much easier it became to hold his sword. Deciding to test his new powers, Rick sets a trap for the fish lizard. He places Rose's collar, soaked in poison from the arrow, on a dead rat, which immediately attracts the creature's attention. Instantly appearing behind her, Rick quickly points his blade towards the monster, and with incredible power, despite the strong scales, he easily pierces the creature's skull. For killing the E-class monster, the God of War system rewarded Rick with 3 ability points. Rick is surprised by this, because he was able to defeat the monster with incredible ease. At such a rate, if he kills all the creatures in this lair, he will be able to get the rank of a top-class fighter and free his father on his own. By adding unallocated ability points to the main attributes, Rick's fighter status is changed to average. The protagonist feels the power filling his body, and his sword sense has become even better. With a menacing look, turning to face the vast darkness of the cave, Rick declares the hunt for monsters open. The main character wanders through the cave, leaving behind mountains of mutilated fish lizard corpses. Wanting to gather all the nearby creatures in one place, Rick scrapes his blade against the stone wall, which makes a loud noise. The trick worked, and the fish lizards in the area rush towards Rick in droves, immediately attacking him with their tongues. The main character's new abilities allow him to easily dodge attacks, getting closer and closer to the enemy. Getting close, Rick comes face to face with the enraged monsters. Deftly parrying their attack, he finds himself behind the amphibians and with just one swing of his blade cuts off their heads. Rick disembowels the monsters' bodies in search of the beast's cores, and also keeps valuable parts of their bodies, such as scales and claws, for himself, as they are valuable on the market. After finishing the battle, Rick checks the system of the God of War and realizes that, having reached the middle level, the reward system for kills has changed. Now for killing a monster of this level, he gets only 1 point. After finishing the job, Rick realizes that with such strength, it won't be difficult for them to get out of the tunnel. Continuing on his way, Rick's attention was drawn to a loud roar coming from one of the tunnel's caves. Rick looks around the corner of the cave and is surprised by what he sees. He sees before him a mutated creature of enormous size with 2 heads, one of which resembles a fish lizard, and the second is an alligator's mouth. He understands that the strength of such an individual is no less than E-level. Mutated monsters are a symbiosis of two types of monsters. Their combat power is much higher, which makes them much more dangerous. The mutant notices several fish lizards hiding in the corner of the cave. Turning his fierce gaze on them, the monster throws out his sharp tongue in their direction. The mutant easily pierces their tough scales, piercing the fish lizards one after another, impaling them on his tongue like a fork. After which, with merciless greed and hunger, he devours their bodies. Rick was horrified by what he saw. He understands that he is not able to cope with a monster of this level, and decides to return to the cave to Rose to think over the next plan. Returning back, Rick again begins to treat her wounds. He understands that in this state they will not defeat the mutant monster. Rose's condition has improved somewhat, and she finally opens her eyes. Seeing Rick touching her body, Rose instantly puts a knife to Rick's throat. But after understanding the situation, she immediately removes it. Rick told Rose about everything that happened to him. Rose is surprised by such a transformation of Rick. The thought arises in her head that he was hiding his real strength. Continuing the conversation, Rick confesses to Rose that he is the son of a traitor to his homeland, who is now in prison in the city of Xi'an. Surprised by this confession, Rose understands Rick's motives and asks him for forgiveness, because Rick ended up in this situation because of strife in her family. Rick replies that it doesn't matter now, because the only way out of here is blocked by an E-level mutant monster, adding that they need to return home as soon as possible to sort out the problems in their families. The heroes set off on their further journey. Arriving at the place, Rick shows Rose that very monster. Looking at it, Rose understands that this individual represents a danger much greater than an ordinary E-level creature. Looking over the creature, she notices that the fish lizard's long tongue is used for long-range attacks, while the alligator's powerful tail and mouth full of sharp teeth are used in close and medium combat. The monster's skin is as tough as armor, almost impenetrable, and a meteorite sword would not be enough to hurt it. Understanding all these factors, Rose explains to Rick that he can only hurt this creature by using the full potential of the meteorite sword by activating it. In the fight against monsters, people rely on meteorite weapons, the main power of which is contained in the core of the beast. Rose explains to Rick that under normal conditions, his sword's sharpness would be enough to pierce the monster's scales. But for a mutated specimen, this is not enough. Having first folded the fish lizard's skin into 3 layers, Rose activates her blade and cuts through it with a light movement. Rick is surprised by the great power of the activated blade. Now he understands how Rose managed to fight the monsters so easily. Rose explains to Rick that the activating sword must cause the beast's core to respond. In response to this, the blade will begin to shimmer, and its power will increase several times. But this ability has a side effect. After several uses, the core of the beast will begin to crumble. Therefore, such power should be used only in critical moments that threaten the hero's life. Given Rose's condition, she will not be able to fully activate the blade, and Rick will be forced to fight the monster. In order to master this new ability, Rose gives Rick 3 days. In order for the core of the beast in the weapon to respond, it is necessary to spend a long time in battles with monsters, coming to an understanding of it. A gifted fighter can cope with this in 6 months, but for the vast majority, even a lifetime will not be enough. But seeing how fiercely Rick fights, Rose believes that he will succeed. After half a day of fighting, Rick still feels no response from his sword. Rose is not surprised by this, because even she, with her innate gift for feeling the sword, needed 2 whole days to feel a response. But she also adds that their time here is limited, because if they don't make it, Hank will take part in the ceremony of her family's inheritance. After spending a few more hours fighting monsters, Rick decides to test his God of War system. He sees a notification in front of him that the beast core in his blade is not activated. To activate it, you need to spend 10 points and also be a mid-level fighter. After completing all these points, Rick activates his blade. The meteorite sword gains a new property. It is increased sharpness, and the sword itself shines with bright colors, illuminating the entire darkness of the cave. Rose is amazed by Rick's amazing talent, as it only took him half a day to activate the blade. After using his first meteor blade activation, Rick falls to the ground from exhaustion. Rose gives Rick the medicine, explaining that in addition to the bonuses, the core greatly overloads the user by absorbing their life energy. After resting a bit, the heroes went to the cave to see the monster. Arriving at the location, Rick, without a second's hesitation, quickly rushes towards the monster's mouth. Upon seeing Rick, the enraged creature lets out a powerful roar, after which it points its tongue towards the protagonist. Rick deftly parries the mutant's attacks, step by step approaching the mutant's mouth. Approaching the attack radius, Rick decides to first cut off the fish lizard's head in order to weaken the mutant. After a slight hesitation, Rick sees a huge mutant tail flying quickly towards him. Rick tries to block the blow with his blade, having an incredible amount of difficulty against the weight of the monster's tail. But the force of the blow is so great that from the pressure, Rick starts bleeding from his mouth, and he feels wild pain in his muscles. With a sharp blow, the mutant throws Rick straight into the wall with a loud sound. The force of the collision is so great that it shatters into small stones. Shocked by the blow, Rick rises heavily from his knees, using his blade as support. Horror at what is happening can be seen in his eyes. Seeing that the protagonist is still alive, the creature lets out a loud roar, the echo of which resounds throughout the cave. After which the creature quickly attacks the main character, trying to bite him with its powerful alligator mouth. But at the last moment, Rick managed to dodge the bite by jumping up. Without giving Rick a chance to catch his breath, the creature immediately attacks him with its long tongue, directing it towards vital points. The protagonist jumps back, trying to parry multiple attacks. But the creature's tongue is long enough to wound Rick again, this time leaving a mark on his face. Hiding behind a wall, the main character reflects on the fact that he cannot cope with such a strong mutant, because he cannot find his weak side. Mutant monsters have strengths and weaknesses, which mainly depend on the type of mutation. But this mutant can attack from any distance. Plus, he has thick scales that protect him from any type of attack. The main character understands that he has no right to lose, and memories from his childhood begin to emerge in his head. The action moves to the moment of the funeral of Laura, Rick's mother, when he and his father Chris stand at her grave. At the time when the city was attacked by monsters, his mother was helping with the evacuation, after which she went missing. But little Rick, wiping tears from his face, does not believe in Laura's death, because her body was never found. With a grim expression, Chris swears at Laura's grave that he will exterminate every single creature and give their son a chance to live a normal life. The action shifts back to the moment of the battle. The hungry creature looks towards Rick, after which he attacks him again with his powerful tail, destroying the wall behind which he was standing with a blow. Small stones fly around the area, but Rick reacts to the attack and manages to dodge it by jumping to the other side. Rick gripped his sword tightly with both palms, showing the creature that he was ready for a deadly fight. Rick's blade lit up with a bright light, the colors of which illuminated the entire cave. A new notification has appeared in the God of War's system, indicating that Rick's innate perception skill has been activated. Now the main character is able to sense all changes within a radius of 10 meters. With the new ability, Rick's field of view increased to 360 degrees, and his reflex speed with the ability activated doubled. The monster's movements have slowed down significantly for him, and now he can easily notice every rustle the monster makes. Parrying another attack, Rick activates his sword and directs it straight towards the monster's neck. After which, without much effort, with a powerful sweeping blow, he cuts off both of his heads at once, and the monster's vile mouth falls to the ground. Rose looks at Rick with a stunned look, surprised that he managed to defeat a monster of such a level. Standing over the creature's corpse, Rick grimly tells her that they have to go, because they are waiting at home. After searching the mutant's corpse, Rick discovers 2 E-level beast cores, and the protagonist places them in his luggage. Having finished examining the corpse, the heroes set out on their journey. With Rose on his back, Rick runs along the monster-ravaged streets, feeling some peace for the first time in days. Holding Rose by the hips, the protagonist feels the warmth of her body, which makes him embarrassed. With a trepidation in her voice, Rose thanks Rick for saving her again, adding that if it weren't for him, she would have probably died. To which Rick replies that she has nothing to thank him for. They have walked this path together, helping each other in difficult situations. The heroes enjoy the carefree atmosphere. A smile appears on their faces for the first time in a long time, and the wounds from long battles seem to hurt a little less. But their pleasure is interrupted by a hail of arrows flying straight at them. After dodging the arrows, Rick and Rose see Jack walking towards them, along with his new subordinates. Jack calls Rick a whipping boy and wonders how he managed to survive since he is a complete weakling. Still holding Rose on his back, Rick looks angrily in their direction. Jack adds that it was Hank who sent him here to make sure that Rose definitely did not survive. To which Rose replies that as soon as she returns home, they will all face trial as rebels, and Hank will answer personally to her father. After hearing this, Jack smirks and calls Rose a naive fool, and also adds that he has been eyeing her for a long time and has been waiting for a convenient opportunity. Jack orders his men to attack, adding that whoever kills Rick first will get to have some fun with Rose. Jack's henchmen rush towards the heroes with malicious laughter and lust in their eyes. But Rick defeats each of the bandits in an instant, leaving them no chance. Jack is stunned by Rick's strength, as he remembers him as a weak reservist who served as cannon fodder. Having let Rose off his back, the protagonist offers Jack to settle scores for old deeds. Jack is furious at Rick's self-confidence and doesn't understand where he gets his strength from. Deciding that it was his blade that was the problem, Jack orders his men to use firearms to keep him from getting close to them. Without moving, Rick activates his new perception ability, sensing every bullet flying towards them. After which, with a quick movement, he cuts through all the projectiles directed at him. In the blink of an eye, Rick finds himself face to face with his enemies. None of them can even notice Rick's movements. He quickly destroys them one by one, leaving them no chance to win. Having defeated all the henchmen, Rick quickly finds himself in front of Jack, telling him that it is now his turn. Jack froze at what he saw. His body was covered in cold sweat, and his mind was taken over by animal fear. Realizing that he has no other chance, Jack tries to escape, pushing Rick aside. To which Rick says that he doesn't mind playing cat and mouse with him if he entertains him for at least a couple of minutes. Rick's movements are so fast that to Jack they seem like flashes of black lightning spreading across the entire perimeter. At one point, Jack thought he had managed to move away to a safe distance, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Seeing that she was no longer there, Jack roared in intense pain. After which, exhausted and mutilated, he falls to his knees before Rick, begging him for mercy. To which Rick replied that if he apologized to Rose, and also promised that they would never see him again, he would let him go. Unable to accept defeat, Jack grabs the tip of one of the arrows lying nearby and tries to attack Rick. But this attempt was doomed to failure. Without a shred of regret, the main character counterattacks Jack with a strong blow. Dealing fatal damage, Jack's lifeless body falls to the ground. After finishing the fight, Rick puts Rose on his back again, and she once again thanks him for saving her, and also adds that a squad from her family should come for them soon. Rose didn't lie. After resting a bit, they heard the sound of a roaring engine approaching them, after which they saw several cars heading in their direction. People belonging to Rose's family came out of the green jeeps. The first of them was a gray-haired man, loudly rejoicing that they had finally managed to find her. This gray-haired man was Mr. Henri. He looked a bit like Hank, only his idiotic beard distinguished Henri from him. This man served as a butler in Rose's house. Realizing that it was time for them to part ways, Rose hands Rick a piece of paper with her address, making him promise to visit her as soon as he gets to Chin City. While watching the young people's conversation, Henri notices that his mistress gave her sword to Riku, which greatly worries him, since he is the son of a traitor. Saying goodbye, Rose once again reminds Rick to be sure to find her, because she still wants to tell him so much, and the main character calmly watches her go. Getting behind the wheel, Henri makes a remark to Rose, because a person of her blood and status cannot be with a person like Rick. He explains to her that he is the son of a traitor, and if the people find out, it will greatly affect her reputation. To which Rose, with her gaze lowered in embarrassment, timidly replies that they are just teammates, and together they risked their lives to get out of here. Henri believes that his mistress is simple-minded, and that Rick himself is trying to fool her, after which he mentally apologizes to her for her subsequent discourtesy towards Rick. Meanwhile, Hank's squad reach the battlefield, strewn with corpses after a fierce battle. Hank looks at Jack's mutilated body with tears in his eyes. He cannot believe his eyes. Sadness and anger pierce his heart. Taking Jack's lifeless body in his arms, Hank furiously screams that he will definitely avenge him and that no one will be able to escape from his divine punishment. Meanwhile, the action moves to the prison where Rick's father is being held, and we are shown a helicopter approaching the landing pad. This is a special officer helicopter, designed for people of special rank, as well as for transporting especially dangerous criminals. A man in an officer's uniform and sky blue hair emerges from the helicopter. Next to him, a woman in yellow glasses and with the same hair color is visible, looking around. They notice that the prisoners here are in quite comfortable conditions. The officers working in this prison report to the commander that special attention is paid to the rights of the individual and that all criminals are treated properly. Looking at the officer with an enraged look, the commander asks him about the conditions of the traitor's detention, to which he receives the answer that his conditions are the worst in the entire prison. Indeed, life in Chris's cell could hardly be called comfortable, since there was practically nothing there except dirty walls, a bed, and bars. But Chris steadfastly served his sentence. This day was no exception. Chris, as always, was staring blankly at one of the cracks on the wall of the cell, when suddenly he heard the sound of voices that were already familiar to him. Introducing themselves as old acquaintances, Commander Louis, with a sinister grin on his face, asks Chris for permission to take him to a new, more suitable place of detention. Meanwhile, a taxi pulls up to the prison. Rick gets out of the car. After long battles, he was able to save up the amount necessary for the meeting, and he is glad that he will finally meet his father, because he wants to tell him so much. While looking forward to the conversation, Rick suddenly hears a loud engine noise coming straight from the sky. Looking up, Rick sees a huge installation hovering in the air, the size of which is comparable to a large building, and powerful turbines allow it to stay in the air. While emitting a powerful hum, this installation is called an air prison. The air prison is the harshest place to serve a sentence no prisoner has ever left it alive. Only the most hardened maniacs are kept there, and recently traitors to the motherland have also been sent there. Realizing that this giant is here for his father's soul, Rick quickly moves to his aid. Meanwhile, the helicopter needed to transport Chris to this prison has already arrived on the roof, and he himself is being slowly led straight to it. Hearing the roar of the helicopter, Rick rushes as fast as he can to help his father, deftly making his way through the police barrier. Finally reaching the helipad, Rick, surrounded by a squad of police officers, loudly shouts his father's name with rage in his voice. Hearing this, Chris stopped with horror on his face. Commander Louis and his assistant carefully examine the unexpected guest who suddenly arrived. They are surprised by his presence here. The police, seeing a stranger on the roof, try to detain Rick, but the first of them falls to the ground from a powerful punch to the face. Looking at this, Louis tells Chris that he has a very interesting son, worthy of his traitor father. Knocking out one after another the police officers trying to detain him, Rick gets closer and closer to his father. Coming within 5 meters, Rick grabs his sword, hoping to overcome the last barrier separating him from Chris. But at that very moment he feels a quick gust of wind near his cheek, as if a train had just flown past him. Realizing that he won't be able to dodge the blow, overwhelmed by such speed, Rick intuitively activates his new perception skill. Thanks to this, he blocks Suzanne's quick strike aimed at him. The sharp blow makes a loud sound, and Rick firmly squeezes her hand with his hand. Looking through the yellow lenses of her eyepieces, Suzanne assesses her opponent, surprised that he managed to stop his attack. After which, in the blink of an eye, she jumps back, easily freeing her hand from Rick's strong grip. Realizing that a fight is inevitable, Suzanne assumes her signature fighting stance, putting her hands forward and telling Rick that she won't let him get any further. Rick grimly asks her to move away, because he just wants to say goodbye to his father. Otherwise he will be forced to force his way to him. Hearing this, Suzanne instantly appears behind Rick and directs a swift blow with a flat brush towards his neck. But thanks to his perception skill, Riku manages to block her quick strike at the last moment, the force of which passes through his entire body as a loud vibration. Watching Rick's movements, Suzanne is surprised that he managed to parry her attack again. She begins to understand that this cannot be just an accident. A fierce fight ensues between them. The loud noise from their collision spreads throughout the area, and the battlefield sparkles with multicolored paints. While fighting Suzanne, Rick is horrified by her strength and speed. He realizes that she is at least a high-class fighter, and, if not for the skill of perception, he would have been in the grave long ago. Putting his hand on Chris's shoulder, Louis asks him if Rick is really his son, because if so, then they both do a great job of hiding their true abilities. But Chris himself is very surprised at how strong Rick has become, because when they last saw each other, he was just a reservist fighter. Meanwhile, Suzanne increasingly takes the initiative in the fight, leaving multiple injuries on Rick's body. Cornered and exhausted from the long battle, Rick realizes his only chance of victory is to activate the meteor blade. He charges the sword with his energy, after which the blade glows blue. Lunging towards Suzanne, Rick shouts at her that if she values her hand, she should retreat immediately. The loud sound of their collision echoed throughout the city, and the entire surface of the prison roof was covered in a cloud of dust. After the dust clears, the protagonist sees Suzanne in front of him, with not a single scratch on her body, and a beast core visible on each of her gloves. Breathing heavily after the powerful clash, Rick grips his sword tightly with both palms, awaiting the next attack. And at that moment he hears a cracking sound coming from the handle of his blade. The core of the beast, inlaid into the blade, crumbled into small pieces. The battle is interrupted by Louis, who loudly claps his hands and admits to Rick that he has extraordinary strength for his age, and considering all his efforts, he will give him a minute to say goodbye to his father. Finally, Rick was able to approach his father, who was bound in huge chains. For the first time in a long time, Chris smiles, happy that his son has managed to become so strong, adding that his mother would be proud of him. Rick's eyes filled with tears when he heard this. Considering Rick's new strength, Chris tells him in a serious voice that he can now finally tell him the whole truth about the fall of Donghae City. Putting his hand on Rick's shoulder, Chris tells his son that he can find all the evidence he needs on this case in a safe located at the Chin City military base, after which he whispers the password to this safe. Rick is very surprised when he hears the word used for the password to the safe. After the time given to them for conversation has ended, Chris nevertheless gets into the helicopter sent for him, and together with Louis and Suzanne flies off towards the air prison. Standing on the roof, under the light of the full moon, Rick watches the helicopter, and once again promises himself that he will definitely find out the whole truth and free his father. After some time, the action moves to Rick's apartment. The main character sleeps peacefully and carefree in his bed, despite the loud sounds emitted by his alarm clock. Disheveled from the sudden awakening, Rick hits the alarm clock, wanting to turn it off, causing it to shatter into tiny pieces. Seeing this, Rick realizes that he is not yet fully accustomed to his new power, and in some moments he needs to control himself. Getting out of bed, he went to the wide window of his apartment, looking out at the life of the city. It seemed to him as if nothing had happened. While admiring the views of the city, Rick suddenly hears the sound of his phone ringing. In the receiver, he heard the voice of Uncle Todd, who, with a dissatisfied tone, asked the protagonist how long he would have to wait for Rick to come to him for the necessary things for the trip to Chin City. After these words, Rick realized the purpose of setting the alarm clock and quickly went to Uncle Todd's office, promising him that as an apology, he would take a Diet Coke with him. Arriving at the office, Rick, rubbing the back of his head, tells Todd that he was late because he was helping an old monster cross the road, which amused the gloomy fat man a little. Sipping a cola Rick brought as an apology, Todd reflects on how, in just a few days, this kid has gone from being a reserve fighter to a real fighting unit. Rick, with a grin on his face, tells Uncle Todd that he promised not to let him down, so he had to become a little stronger. After this, Todd hands the protagonist a backpack with all the necessary things for the trip to Chin City, including a certificate of a fighter of the initial category, adding that 3 months must pass for certification to the middle category. Todd also warns Rick to be extra vigilant on his part, as the military base in Chin City is a very dangerous place, full of guards. Looking at the care of the funny fat man Todd, Rick thanks him for worrying about such a weakling like him all these years. In response, Todd simply turned to the window and grumbled to Rick that he only cared about him so much because his father had helped him so much in his youth. Rick thanked the grumpy fat man again and headed for the exit, promising Todd that he wouldn't let him down again. Watching the main character go, Todd is surprised at how quickly children grow up, because not long ago Rick bragged to him about being a reserve fighter, and now he is a real warrior, capable of fiercely fighting monsters. Looking at the train ticket that Todd booked for him, Rick realizes that he is leaving in 5 days, and in the remaining time he decides to get new equipment, including melting down his sword with 2 beast cores, because the old one burst during the battle. He understands that in addition to new equipment, he will also need to hone his fighting skills, because the military base of Chin City is full of high-class masters. While thinking about this, Rick heard his phone ring again. This time, he heard the voice of his old friend Peter on the phone. Rick was glad to hear this call, because it seemed to him that they had not seen each other for 1,000 years. Having learned that Rick was now in town, Peter suggested that they meet at their old place. Rick agreed to this adventure, adding that he was now a rich man and would set the table for everyone. Peter is a blonde boy Rick's age, although he is not a meteor fighter and does not have any unique skills. But he was the only one who did not turn his back on Rick when his father was put behind bars. After finishing his phone call, Rick decides to stop by the mall to pick up some gear before the meeting. On the way there, he recalls various incidents from his childhood associated with Peter. There were many such cases, but the one that stuck in Rick's memory most was how Peter protected him from the hail of stones that were thrown at him, calling him the son of a traitor. How on his birthday, the only one who congratulated him was his best friend Peter, who secretly brought him a gift, despite the censure in society. And even the apartment where Rick now lives was rented for him by Peter, because everyone refused him, citing whose son he was. Remembering this, Rick did not even notice how quickly he got to the place he needed on a warm summer evening. The shopping center was filled with many people. As Rick passes by the passers-by, he feels 2 entry-level fighters standing next to him. Rick realizes that his new perception ability can determine the strength of an enemy near him. The protagonist realizes that during the fight with Suzanne, he could not feel even a drop of her power, which means that they are on completely different levels. In today's society, the status of a fighter is valued more and more, and strong fighters are chosen more often than others as life partners. After all, if your chosen one is a fighter, you will feel safe when monsters attack. There were even more people inside the mall than outside, so Rick decided to sell all the equipment he had collected from the fish lizard corpses first. Arriving at the trading floor, the main character sees a gallery of monster cores. It presents various examples of E-level monsters, the minimum price of which is estimated at 2 million. Looking at them, Rick understands that his core is worth much more. But unfortunately, the demand for such cores is small due to the huge price, so the only way to earn money is to sell cheap equipment collected from monsters. However, the main character managed to earn 200,000 on this. After finishing selling the arsenal, Rick notices a girl he knows working at the mall. Looking at her, Rick, with the help of his new ability, realizes that she is an entry-level meteorite fighter, which surprises him because they have never discussed it before. This girl was Monica, Peter's friend, who had once brought her into his and Rick's company, and since then they had become close friends. She was always friendly and kind to everyone, and she always exuded tenderness and kindness. So Rick is even more surprised that she joined the meteorite fighters. Thinking about it, Rick thinks that perhaps she learned from Peter about his situation with his father and financial problems, which is why she decided to take such a serious step. In any case, Rick decides that now is not the time to distract her from work, and he will ask all the questions that interest him in the evening when they meet. After which the main character heads to the workshop to melt down his sword. There he was met by a woman in a business suit, who explained to him that in their small town there was no foundryman of the level necessary to smelt such a powerful weapon. A little upset by this answer, Rick decides that he will melt down his weapons upon arrival in Chin City. In such a large place there will definitely be top-class craftsmen. Looking with displeased eyes at the main character's back, the sellers are surprised where a fighter with a certificate of the initial category got such a rare material. They come to the conclusion that Rick is most likely an errand boy for some strong fighter, because he himself does not look like someone who could defeat a mutant monster. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette of a woman appeared behind them. In a sweet voice, she asked the sellers if this person had really come in to smelt the E-level beast core. Seeing this woman, beads of cold sweat ran down the faces of the workshop workers. They did not expect to see their mentor here today. After a short conversation, the woman in the suit hurriedly went to catch up with Rick, explaining to him that a top-class craftsman had suddenly arrived to see them. The main character is happy about this news, because if he manages to melt down the sword earlier, he will be able to master it faster. Rick was taken to a special room for working with elite clients, after which the same master entered. The main character looked at her with a distrustful look. He had doubts whether this master would be able to do such a difficult job. The master introduced herself. Her name was Alice. She looked no older than Rick, which greatly surprised the main character. He even thought that most likely she was the assistant of that very top-class foundryman. After this, the girl extended her hand towards Rick, telling him that she wanted to see the beast's egg. To which Rick disagrees, saying that it is rude of the foundryman not to be there in person, and he will entrust the beast's egg only to him. An awkward pause hung between the heroes. After which, Alice gave Rick her certificate of a top-class foundryman. The main character was surprised by what he saw, because the local foundrymen are 2 or 3 times older than her, and are only beginning craftsmen. Looking at Rick, Alice again asked to show him the required material, adding that if there were no flaws on it, then her work would be free, and he would only need to pay the cost of the raw materials. Realizing that this offer is very profitable, Rick decides to trust Alice, after which he shows her the stone. The core itself was a yellowish stone with many different shades, in the center of which was the silhouette of a defeated monster. Taking the core of the beast in her hands, Alice froze in delight, because the stone was perfectly preserved, and colossal energy was emitted from it, which means that it was obtained in a fierce battle, and not obtained by third-party means. After closing the box with the stone, Alice tells Rick that the stone suits her and he will take on this job. But before that, she wants to meet the owner of the stone in person to discuss all the necessary details with him. To which Rick replies with confidence in his voice that he is the owner of this stone. These words made Alice laugh very hard, and the sound of her cheerful laughter echoed throughout the entire workshop. After which, her laughter suddenly changed to a serious tone. She slammed her palm on the table, telling Rick not to joke with her like that. To which Rick replied that there was nothing special about it, because at first he also did not believe that she was a top-level master. Although he was young, he had enough strength to obtain such a core. Alice looked at Rick intently, her gaze showing doubt in what Rick had said. But still, she told the protagonist to follow her to the workshop, adding that she would now show him how to prepare a real weapon. With the advent of meteorite equipment, the foundry craft began to flourish, and the status of the mentors of this craft grew more and more. However, not everyone can be called a casting mentor, but only those masters who are able to make meteorite equipment. If you have enough materials, recasting the sword will be very simple, but when you need to insert the core of the beast, it's a completely different story. Rick watches Alice work hard with a keen eye, and as he watches her, he has no doubt that she is a master of her craft. After some time, holding the red-hot blade in her hands, Alice tells Rick that his sword is almost ready, but the next stage will be very difficult, depending only on him. Alice still believes that Rick does not own the stone, so when he agreed to continue the process, she was somewhat surprised. She explained to Rick that the moment the beast's core and the weapon merged, all the frantic energy contained within them would burst forth. It will take a strong fighter who can immediately suppress it. If it turns out to be a fighter who defeated the monster, then success is doomed. But if not, then the fighter himself can die from the colossal power. After which Alice suggested Rick to call his parents here, the real owners of this core. But Rick just smirked back at her, telling her not to worry because he could handle it all. Alice is outraged by Rick's behavior. She considers him a stubborn boy, but still decides to encrust the beast's core into a weapon. Having finished the process of installing the stone, Rick's blade began to glow with different colors, and an ominous aura began to emanate from the blade itself. At this moment, the spirit of the monster defeated by Rick in a fierce battle is released from the core of the beast with a furious roar. Looking at his terrifying aura, Alice asks Rick to suppress his power immediately. Otherwise this creature could be reborn, and then there will be trouble. Rick looks confidently at the remains of the soul of the defeated monster. There is not a drop of fear of the creature in this look. The protagonist imagines their scene of fighting the monster, after which he accumulates all his physical and emotional strength in his hand, directed towards the spirit. It only took Rick a couple of seconds to fully concentrate his energy into his fist, and he easily sealed the beast. Seeing how quickly Rick sealed the monster, Alice realizes that he is indeed the one who defeated it in battle. Only a true killer can make the monster's remnant soul in the core feel fear to instantly pacify it. With another person, the remnant soul would continue to fight fiercely. Looking at Rick, Alice wonders if it is even possible to become such a strong fighter at such a young age, because she has never met such amazing people before. Afterwards, Alice apologizes to Rick for her manners, saying that she shouldn't have doubted his strength based on his age alone. Rick does not hold a grudge against her, because he also did not believe at first that she was a master of the highest category, and he is also grateful to her for his new blade, asking her permission to use it. Gripping his new sword tightly in his palm, Rick feels the power pulsing inside his palm even more than before, while the weight of the blade seems to have been halved. After opening the God of War system, Rick sees that the blade's characteristics have changed significantly. It has two new properties, increased sharpness and a special E-class strike. And also, the blade now significantly increases the agility and strength of the user. Seeing that the protagonist liked his new sword, Alice offers to become his older sister and always help in this kind of work. To which Rick turned his nose up, mumbling that she was only one rank higher than him, and that she didn't believe that he could defeat the monster on his own. After which, Alice added that if he agreed, he could always get a good discount from her on the reworking of any meteorite weapon. Hearing this, Rick immediately agreed to this proposal. Calling Rick her new little brother, Alice laughed her bright laughter. She is glad that they will now be friends, because he will always supply her with various interesting arsenal for practice, which will help her master the skill of a foundryman faster. To cement their new friendship, Alice tosses Rick a VIP card. With its help, Rick will be able to receive benefits in all the country's trade centers, as well as access special places that are inaccessible to most ordinary people. After saying goodbye to his new little sister, Rick decides to head to the testing training area to try out his new sword in combat. Testing areas are places where fighters can test their weapons with the help of special fighter trainers. To become a trainer for meteorite fighters, you need to be a strong meteorite warrior, and also own a weapon with a stone of at least F rank. The salary for such people is high, so this place is a tasty one. Basically, all the trainers here train entry-level fighters with weak cores of the beast. But if a truly strong fighter, of at least average rank, comes to the arena, then for such cases there is a special trainer on the training ground. In this training arena, that guy was Jim. He is an advanced category fighter and owns an E-rank core. Having learned that a visitor with a black VIP card had come to the training base, Jim was very happy, because he was already bored with weak fighters. In view of the approaching large-scale battle, the passage to the arena was blocked off so that no casual visitors would be harmed. Entering the arena, Rick holds his blade in his hands, anticipating the upcoming fight with his trainer, after which he heard a voice behind him and turned around. In front of him he saw Jim and a smiling Alice. Jim looked like a very formidable opponent, and in his hands was a huge two-handed axe, the size of a small man. Looking at Rick, Jim is surprised that he is so young and already has such a level of weaponry. Jim greeted Rick, then added that he had a very good blade, but it was no use if a brat like him was using it. Jim seemed to embody a fierce bear, just as huge and strong. He himself was a head taller than Rick, and also surpassed him in the level of a fighter, because he is an advanced warrior of the meteorite. The heroes dispersed to different sides of the arena, preparing for the upcoming fight. Silence reigned over the entire training ground, and everyone present was afraid to make the slightest rustle. Rick had heard about Jim, because they live in a small town, Once upon a time, when he was still a mid-level fighter, he was able to defeat 100 E-level monsters on his own. From himself, Rick feels an aura similar to the one he felt during the fight with Suzanne. Rick realizes that the only way to somehow equalize their difference in strength is to use his sword, because it significantly increases his agility and strength. Realizing that Jim is using a heavy two-handed axe, Rick makes a swift lunge towards him, relying on his high agility. He then quickly throws a series of precise punches, aiming for Jim's body. Jim somehow notices these blows. The speed and agility of the main character surprise him greatly. Jim then assumes a defensive stance and swings his massive two-handed axe with just one hand, completely blocking all of Rick's attacks. As he blocks the blow, Rick sees an opportunity to attack again before Jim regains his balance and activates his perception ability. And at the same second, he tries to attack again, directing his blade towards Jim's body. But Jim, calling Rick a naive boy, makes a powerful attack with his second palm, throwing the main character back several meters. Rick is knocked off his feet by the force of the blow, and is surprised at how much power his axe gives him. If he didn't have a sword that increased his strength and agility, Rick might not have gotten up at all from that blow. Watching their battle, Alice doubts that Rick will be able to defeat Jim, but she still does not lose hope in him, wanting him to give it his all. Jim reminds Rick that they are in a weapons testing arena, not a sparring match, so he should show off the full power of his activated blade. He then activates his axe, creating a vortex of powerful red-gold aura around himself. Activating his axe, Jim says it's Rick's turn to show the true power of his sword. Rick accepts Jim's offer and also activates his blade, after which he assumes an attack stance and concentrates entirely on his weapon. In a split second, Rick covers the distance between his opponents with a quick dash, after which he attacks Jim, but he also attacks him back. After the clash of the blade and the battle axe, a loud noise was heard, echoing throughout the area, and the bright light of the activated weapon colored the entire arena. Rick struggles to hold the full weight of Jim's axe, realizing that he won't be able to hold it for long. But at that moment, the protagonist remembers the new ability of his blade. Continuing to hold off Jim's onslaught, Rick activates the God of War system and uses his new move called Penetration. After which, his blade deftly slipped past Jim's axe and passed tangentially near his face, thereby leaving a wound on his right cheek. Seeing his blood, Jim is overcome with a furious rage and uses his axe's ability called Mountain Destroyer. After activating it, Jim begins to spin in a furious whirlwind, destroying everything in his path. Feeling the force of this attack, Rick barely manages to jump back. After his attack, Jim sees that the entire training field within the blast radius has been destroyed, and the floor has turned into a pile of rubble. Looking at his hand, Jim is surprised that such a young fighter would force him to activate his E-rank ability. On that note, the battle was decided to end, and the arena was once again open to the public. One of his subordinates immediately ran up to Jim, trying to encourage his captain. He says that Rick was just lucky to block his blow, and all his strength depends only on the sword and nothing more. In response to this, Jim looks at him sideways, calling him an uneducated sycophant. After all, even if the weapon itself is good, in order to fully reveal its power, it must have a suitable owner, especially for a weapon with a mutated core. After which, Jim approaches Rick, who has just left the arena, calling him by name for the first time. He apologizes to him for accidentally using his E-level ability, which could have left injuries on his body, and also adds that if he somehow injured him, he will pay for all his medical treatment. Rick is surprised by Jim's kindness, because he seemed to him to be a more severe person. Rubbing the back of his head, he answers him that he is fine. As he leaves, Jim tells Rick that his sword is extremely powerful, but his skills with it are still raw, so to become even stronger, he needs to train his E-level skills. Watching Rick and his trainer have a friendly conversation, Alice suggests that the protagonist give his new blade a name. Rick agrees with this, as a great sword needs a great name, and so he calls his blade Bone Crusher. Arriving home, Jim feels a sharp pain coming from the wound in his shoulder. Looking at her, he understands that if he had not used his E-level skill, he could have lost his arm. Jim is surprised by such great power of the protagonist's blade. To pass the time while waiting for his scheduled meeting with Peter and Monica, Rick strolls around the mall in search of equipment or skills that would suit him. Suddenly he hears a noise coming from a nearby crowd, forming something like a circle. In the crowd, he hears a guy in a loud voice trying to negotiate with some people that he will return their money for their stone. Rick realizes that the voice belongs to Peter. After which, we are shown Peter and Monica, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, and opposite them stand 3 fighters of the initial category, showing with their whole appearance what scum they are. A group of 3 elementary-level fighters claim that Monica stole the F-rank beast core from them, and what's more, the core was mutated. Already somewhat beaten, Peter tries to reason with the bandits, telling them that if Monica stole something from them, then he is ready to fully pay all their expenses. The buddies look at Peter with disdain, telling him that he apparently doesn't understand who he's dealing with, because they are meteorite fighters and they clearly don't need money. After which, one of the bandits points his finger towards Monica, saying that this beauty stole the stone from them, and now she must pay for it herself. To which Monica refuses, because she did not take any stone from them, and they are just ordinary bandits. Hearing this, one of the members of this group says that she does not need to pay money, because they will simply search her with their own hands, and if they do not find anything, they will immediately leave. Peter covers Monica's body, calling them bastards. He says that the first one who touches her will deeply regret it. But these words did not frighten the bandits at all. And at that very second, Peter sees a fist flying rapidly towards his face. But the bandit's fist hits some kind of barrier, and he himself cannot understand what is happening. After which he sees Rick standing confidently in front of him, covering his friends with his back and easily holding the bandit's fist with one hand. Rick tells the scum that they will be very sorry for deciding to make fun of his friends. And at that very moment, with one light blow of his hand, he knocks out one of the bandits. Looking at this power, Peter and Monica are perplexed, because the last time they saw each other, Rick was no stronger than an ordinary person. Rick looks demonically at the bastards who attacked his friends, telling them to attack and show him the very power that they used to get the beast's core. Seeing Rick knock their brother out, the remaining gang members rub their fists, discussing how he's going to pay for that blow now. After which, they attack Rick with a scream, telling him that first they will deal with him, and then they will have fun with the girl behind him. But Rick doesn't even try to dodge their attack, but immediately counterattacks them with quick blows all over his body, after which he throws their bodies to the side like a basketball. Having come to their senses a little, the bandits try to attract attention to themselves, saying that a thief appeared in the shopping center, stole the core of the beast from them, and then beat them up. But suddenly they felt a strong aura behind them, which sent shivers down their entire bodies, making them fall silent. Behind them stood Jim, looking even bigger than they had last seen him. The spectators watching the fight were surprised to see Jim there, because he should now be heading to his new guild. But Jim didn't pay any attention to the onlookers, and only asked Rick if he needed any help. He then wrote down the names of the group's fighters in his notebook, assuring them that they would spend the next 2 years in a not very pleasant place. After which he turned to Rick, telling him that usually in such a calm place such incidents do not happen. But upon learning that Jim was going to the guild, the hooligans went crazy. Looking at Rick, Peter and Monica cannot believe their eyes, because he speaks calmly to Jim, as if he were an equal fighter. Having said goodbye to Jim, the friends got into Peter's car. At the end, Jim asked Rick not to get lost, and if he found himself in trouble, he would always help. Looking at the car driving away, Jim thinks that upon arrival at the guild, he will definitely give recommendations on Rick, because his skills are unique for such a young age. Finally, the friends were able to get to their favorite local cafe. The aroma of the local dishes whetted the appetite of even the most true gourmets. As promised, Rick orders a full table of food and drinks for his friends, after which Peter raises his glass and proposes a toast to old friendship. After drinking his glass, Rick looks at his friends with joy in his eyes. It seems to him that they have not changed at all since their last meeting, but still he does not want to tell them where he got his power from. A tipsy Peter waves his hand, saying that it is his personal business, because when he wants, he will share it with them himself. Rick thanks Peter for everything he does for him. The entire evening passed in such a cozy atmosphere. The heroes chatted cheerfully and drank, recalling various incidents from childhood, until it was time to say goodbye. After seeing their friends off to the car, Peter and Monica ask Rick to be careful and wish him success in his upcoming mission. After saying goodbye to his friends, Rick feels warmth in his soul. He is glad that he found time to communicate with them, but it is also time for the main character to go on his new journey to the city of Qin. The city of Qin is located at the foot of the huge mountain of ghostly rain. The city itself is many times larger in scale than Rick's hometown. All the monster lairs in this city are located inside the Ghost Rain Mountain, and this place is also considered to be the largest concentration of monsters in all of China. In the southern part of this mountain, near the city, there is the very military base that the main character's father told us about. Rick watches the movement on it through his binoculars, and the base itself is covered with a protective barrier, protecting it from monsters. While observing the facility, Rick sees many guards patrolling all the entrances and exits of the base, understanding that with his current strength he would never get there, because he would be arrested before he even reached the gate. In addition, this is a restricted area, and if a stranger appears there, it will cause a major reaction from the authorities. Rick has been in this city for 10 days now. During his stay, he realized that due to the large concentration of monsters on the mountain, Chin City has become the strongest city in the south. In the center of the city is the headquarters, which is hundreds of times larger than the headquarters of the city of Xi'an. The strength of the guards outside the building is equal to the strength of the meteorite's reserve fighters. And on each floor of the building, there are squads consisting of beginner-level fighters. The captains of these squads are mid-level fighters. Elite squads are led by advanced meteorite fighters. They are stationed in important sections of the guild, and some sections are guarded by people of the highest level. Upon entering the headquarters, Rick places his VIP card on a special chip, after which the doors to the building open. He enters the guest room, which is represented by a bar with many seats where fighters of different levels discuss the latest news, as well as boast about their achievements, while having a few glasses of beer. Rick calls over a blue-haired bartender named Kat. Kat has been working here for a long time. Despite being a mid-level fighter, she was the first person Rick befriended when he arrived here. After pouring Rick a glass of his favorite drink, Kat says that several squads should soon return from missions, and she will definitely recommend him to them. As Rick sips his drink, he realizes that with his strength, he can easily get into any team. But his purpose for coming here is different. However, in 10 days of being here, he was still unable to find any useful information for himself. Suddenly, he sees that the bar's patrons have begun to gather around the local television, which has begun to broadcast an emergency message. It stated that the army was inviting all willing mercenaries, as well as the families of the meteorite, to join a joint operation to clear out the monsters. The rewards for participating in it are very high, and the 10 best fighters of this operation will get the opportunity to work at the Ghost Rain base as a security consultant. After the meteorite fell to Earth and the monsters appeared, 3 structures were organized to protect against them, the first of which was a state structure, represented by the army. The second, which includes Rick, is represented by hired fighters who fight monsters for money. And finally, the third, which is represented by the families of the meteorite, who, for the most part, fight against monsters for the glory of their kind. Every year the number of mutations increases, which means the population of monsters grows, so all 3 of these structures regularly carry out a joint hunt for them. This year, the rewards for cooperative hunting are much higher than in previous years, and the top 10 will have the opportunity to learn special D-class skills based on the Ghost Rain. Rick realizes that with his strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 fighters, but he is serious, because if he succeeds, access to the safe that his father told him about will be open to him. At this moment, a voice from the loudspeaker rang out throughout the room. All participants in the joint operation must go up to the registration room. Arriving there, Rick sees a lot of people wanting to take part in the clearing of monsters, because this year, you can get very valuable rewards for it. In the corner of the room, he sees the bartender Kat, who we already know, standing, and next to her a short, fat man with blonde hair. Kat is surprised to see Rick here, because according to the documents he is a fighter of the initial category. This mission is too dangerous for him. After which, she turns her head to the blonde boy and asks him to look after Rick on the battlefield. This kid's name is Morty. He belongs to the Pooh meteorite family. Despite being only 15 years old, Morty is already a mid-level fighter, and he also has the talent of innate godly power, and his father, Hughes, is the president of the Mercenary Association. Morty is upset by Kat's request. He believes that she has fallen in love with Rick, although she promised him to be together when he grows up, to which Kat replied that she would introduce him to her younger sister, who was even more beautiful than her. After this statement, Morty agrees to look after Rick if her sister is really as beautiful as she says. Kat thanks Morty for his generosity, but in reality, she is the only one in the family. After which a train arrives for the new detachment, which is supposed to take them to the gathering place of the fighters, where they will be shown their further goals. After the meteorite fell, all transport systems were destroyed. Only the railway was restored. Nowadays, train tickets are sky-high in price, due to the danger of the deserts outside the cities. And the wilderness between Chin City and Ghost Rain Mountain is 100 times more dangerous, due to the powerful monsters that inhabit it. One of them, a D-rank eagle-eyed fox monster, watches the train the squad is riding on. But the intelligence of these creatures is well developed enough to understand when not to attack. So the train calmly continues on its way. Finally, after some time, the train arrives at the Ghost Rain camp. As they exited the train, the fighters formed 3 groups in a chaotic manner. The most noticeable of all the fighters were the 2 standing in front of the first and second groups. At the front of the first column stood a fighter named Gray. He is an advanced level fighter and also a member of the Lai meteorite family. In front of the second column stood the already familiar to us boy Morty. eating another chicken leg with great appetite. From the window of the Ghost Rain headquarters, the main organizers of this cleansing operation watched the arriving detachment. One of them was Brooke. He is the chief instructor at the Ghost Rain military base, and is also the curator of this operation. Next to him, on a luxurious sofa and with a cigar in his hands, sits Hughes, Morty's father, and the president of the Mercenary Association. He slowly smokes his cigar, saying that his son will definitely get into the top 10. The only one who can stop him is Gray from the Lee family. In the room with them, there is also an old man named One. He is the patriarch of the Lee family. His whole appearance resembles a cunning old fox, and at every opportunity he tries to sweeten the pot for Hughes. Looking at the way they flatter each other, Brooke thinks that they both look more like clowns than cunning manipulators. The action moves to the operation area, which is the outer area of the mountain. It consists of many mixed layers of monsters, the strongest of which are D rank. The rewards in the competition are graded depending on the level of the monster layer cleared by the fighter. 1 point for F-level monsters, 10 points for E-level monsters, and 100 points for D-level monsters. 3 days are allocated for the entire operation last year. The worst of the best scored 500 points. Rick realizes that if he wants to make it into the top 10, he needs to score at least 600 points. He finally reaches his destination, surrounded by only ruined buildings and suspicious silence. And on the way here, he didn't encounter a single monster. Suddenly, using his perception skill, Rick senses a multitude of solid objects flying towards him. He manages to jump back, deftly parrying all attacks directed at him. After which, he sees in front of him a multitude of vile arthropod monsters covered with a hard rocky shell. They are called rock spiders. Rock spiders are F-rank monsters common to the outer area of Ghost Rain Mountain. Their web and fangs are poisonous, and the most terrible thing is that they live in flocks. One nest can contain hundreds or even thousands of individuals. Looking at the arthropod monsters, Rick understands that this abandoned city is nothing more than a lair of stone spiders. But this does not frighten the main character at all, because this is an excellent opportunity to earn the necessary points. At this moment, a swarm of arthropod stone creatures attacks Rick with their entire huge flock, pointing their poisonous fangs in his direction. But the main character immediately counterattacks the spiders. With a swift impulse, like lightning, he rushes through them, cutting everyone in his path. All that remained of an entire family of poisonous stone spiders were small stone corpses covered in green slime. Rick realizes that with his current strength, F-rank monsters pose no threat to him. However, spiders have a herd and territorial instinct, and once they gather, they will begin to capture all organisms within the radius of their zone. That's why Rick never encountered a single monster on his way here, which seriously ruins his original plan, which consisted of killing as many E-class monsters as possible, since he could get more points for them, as well as improve his characteristics, thanks to the God of War system. Looking into it, Rick sees that for killing such low-level monsters, he gets practically nothing. At this moment, he notices that another family of stone spiders begins to crawl out from another abandoned building in this city. Rick decides that this is a great opportunity to try out his new maneuvering ability that he recently learned. Rick then creates a powerful current and pushes his foot off the ground with such force that the rocks beneath him are shattered into pieces. When using this ability, Rick's body begins to move at incredible speed, changing its trajectory in a split second, allowing him to quickly move between multiple opponents with ease. Even though the technique was only at the initial rank, the spiders couldn't even touch Rick's body. Now the hero already has several unique abilities in his arsenal, but to strengthen them, constant practice and training are required. Having dealt with all the monsters in this location, Rick moves on further. The action moves to a forest located on a mountainside. We are shown a huge crowd of fighters trying to fiercely catch someone. Their target was Morty, and he managed to break away from them and climb a tree. Seeing the fighters run past him, a weight was lifted from Morty's soul, because if they had caught him, he most likely would not have survived. After jumping out of the tree, Morty feels pain in his shin, after which he notices that his leg is injured. He is furious that someone dared to get rid of him. Exit the forest, Morty walks along an unknown road, focusing on the nearest visible buildings. After which, he comes to an abandoned city and notices that there is not a single soul here, and there is complete silence all around. Suddenly, from the darkness of one of the buildings, he notices many hungry glances directed in his direction. Seeing a multitude of stone spiders in front of him, Morty realizes that he has fallen into their nest, and his body is overcome with animal fear. Morty is so afraid he can't move. All he can do now is cover his face with his hands so he doesn't see the spiders eating him. But at that moment, a flash of blue light flew past the cowardly fat man, and monsters that fall within the radius of the flash are divided into heads and abdomens. painting the battlefield with green slime. It was Rick, holding his blade in his hands, asking Morty how such a kid got here, and how he got approved by the military. Looking at Rick, Morty realizes that this is the same guy that Kat asked him to look after. Rick helps Morty get to the nearest safe room from the monsters and also treats his wounds. Looking at the piles of dead arthropods, Morty realizes that Rick is clearly not the weak fighter that Kat thinks he is, because he dealt with the spiders with extraordinary ease. After finishing treating the wounds, Rick calls Morty a tadpole and tells him that with such injuries he will not be able to continue the operation, so he must sit here and wait for reinforcements. The yellow-haired fat man is not happy with Rick's tone and tells him whose son he is, to which Rick replies that he doesn't care at all. After which, Morty remembers that Kat told him that Rick has only been here for a month. Most likely he hasn't had time to hear enough about his successes and status. He also understands that if he stays here alone, the people who were hunting him will definitely find him, and then they will definitely kill him. He must somehow force Rick to guard him, at least until his wounds heal. After which, Morty tells Rick that the maneuvering technique he used was complete garbage, but it just so happens that he has an E-level maneuvering technique that he is willing to kindly share with him. This proposal interested Rick because for his main goal, he needs to master as many skills as possible. Rick, with a distrustful look and a slight smirk on his face, asks Morty if he is really telling the truth, to which he replies that he would not lie and extends his hand in order to conclude the agreement. After which Rick can't stand it and bursts into laughter, because where would an ordinary fat guy get E-level maneuvering technique? To which Morty replies that he and the Pooh family, the son of Hughes, and a renowned genius of various techniques. For him, this is a simple trifle. Rick looks at Morty with a surprised look, because the name Hughes from the Pooh family is familiar to him. He knows that he is the president of the Mercenary Association. Morty adds that while they are chatting here, the mercenaries are looking for him, so they need to hurry up. After which, to prove his words, he gives Rick the E-level maneuvering skill, and when the operation is over, he will give him all the instructions on how to use it. A notification has appeared in the War God Rick system about receiving a new skill that has not yet been activated. Reveling in his abilities, Morty thinks that Rick must be shocked by the acquired skill. Because it is worth at least $1 million, now he will definitely agree to help him. Rick agrees to help the fat man, saying that once he clears out the spider's lair, he will lead him deep into the Ghost Rain Mountain, where it is much safer. The heroes shake hands to sign the contract. Rick tells the fat man his name, to which he replies that he has known it for a long time. After which, they hear the loud noise of glass shattering into pieces. The heroes notice that 2 razor-sharp hooks are flying towards them from the broken window at high speed, aiming at Morty's body. Rick covers the fat man's body. With a quick movement of his blade, he deflects the hooks flying at them. 3 attackers appeared from the darkness of the building. These people were the ones who were initially chasing Morty. They are surprised that he was able to get away from them with such an injury. Morty calls them bastards who are only good at fighting wounded heroes, and once his dad finds out about this, they are definitely not going to live. To which the 3 masked men respond that his father will never know about this, because they will now kill both him and Rick. Morty tells the protagonist that Kat asked him to look after him. Therefore, he must get out of here so as not to upset her, because she's very beautiful, and also tell everything about what happened here to his father. Rick is surprised that Kat asked this funny fat guy to look after him, and also his courage, because being left alone against 3 mid-level fighters is certain death. To which the leader of the masked men says that he will not let anyone escape from here, because they do not need extra witnesses. Morty looks at them with a disdainful look, then says that these masks do not help them hide their true identities. He can smell that they are from the Lee family from a mile away. The 3 masked fighters are surprised by the young master's insight. They don't understand how he figured them out. Hearing the surname Lee, childhood memories flash through the protagonist's mind. Once upon a time, his father Chris saved the Lee family from monsters, for which they swore that they would follow him for the rest of their lives. Old Man One himself often pleased Rick in his childhood, calling him a special child, and if he ever needed something, he would definitely help him. But when his father's trial came, One was the main witness in the case, calling Chris a traitor to the motherland and the reason for the fall of Donghae City. Rick asks Morty if Vaughn is the head of this Lee family, to which he replies that this bald old man Wong is still at the helm and often ruins his father's plans. Hearing this, Rick is overcome with rage and takes a fighting stance, showing with his appearance that he will not run away from his father's traitors. With a desperate look, Morty gathers all his strength to attack the traitors, shouting at Rick to run quickly, and he will try to delay them. But 2 masked fighters immediately counterattack him, performing an attack with their sickles. Morty barely manages to block the blows with his shield. and the third number attacks Rick from behind, telling him that he is unlucky to be next to Morty. But Rick suddenly turns his fierce gaze on him, replying that it was their bad luck that he was here. After which he attacks him with a quick blow of his blade, leaving a deep wound on his body. Due to the injury he received, number 3 jumps back to the nearest safe distance, while Morty holds off the attacks of the 2 remaining fighters. Rick quickly moves towards number 1 and number 2, and helps Morty fend off their attacks. The fat man is once again surprised by the strength and speed of the main character. Regrouping, the masked fighters analyze Rick's movements, thinking over a plan to continue the battle with him. Looking at them, Rick realizes that they are not to be underestimated, as each of them is a mid-level fighter, and they also use F-level weapons. It will not be possible to achieve an easy victory. Besides, if the battle drags on, then more allies may come to their aid. The battle must be ended quickly. After which, Rick activates the perception skill. Now he can read all the enemy's movements and also has a 360-degree view. And at the same time, he also activates the maneuvering skill and performs a quick dash towards the masked fighters. Understanding that the main character is about to attack, the first number orders the others to hit him with a joint attack, while he himself activates his sword. After this, the second and third numbers simultaneously attack Rick with their hooks, directing them straight towards his body. Thanks to his perception skill, Rick clearly sees the sickles flying and manages to parry their attacks with his weapon. However, at that very moment, the first number suddenly appears in front of the hero, swinging his activated blade. Number 1 attacks the protagonist powerfully, but Rick manages to dodge the blow despite the fact that the weapon is F rank. It has enormous destructive power. A long, furious fight ensues between Rick and the number 1. The fighters are in no way inferior to each other. After which, Rick jumps back to think about his further battle strategy. He understands that they can't stay here for long, because they still need to get the points needed to get into the top 10, and if the fight drags on, then he definitely won't be able to do that. The only option left is to use the full power of the Bone Crusher by activating it. Seeing his stance, the masked fighters call Rick a fool because they won't let him activate his weapon, and then point their crossbows in their direction. With a powerful volley, they release a hail of shells towards Morty and the main character. Rick, using his maneuvering skill, deflects all the projectiles, barely keeping up with each of them. He realizes that his maneuvering skill is not strong enough to protect both himself and Morty at the same time. Before he could think about it, one of the shells hit Rick's hand, leaving a deep mark on it. With difficulty, Rick still manages to cut through the remaining shells, but the wound on his shoulder is bleeding heavily. Seeing how hard it is for the main character to fight, Morty is annoyed by his helplessness, because due to his leg injury, he is forced to hold on to Rick's back. Analyzing the fight, Rick realizes that the teamwork of the 3 is impeccable. Their long-range and close-range attacks perfectly offset each other. In order to win, he needs to somehow disrupt their teamwork, and after thinking about it, he comes up with a plan for Morty. Hearing what Rick told him, the fat man smiled, because the plan really wasn't bad. And at that moment, Morty suddenly starts running in the opposite direction from the main character, simultaneously provoking the trio of fighters with barbed words. Seeing their target running away, number 1 orders the others to stop him from getting away. After which, all 3 of them rush towards Morty at once, trying to catch up with him. This was Rick's plan. As soon as they were distracted, the protagonist immediately appears in front of one of them. After which, with great speed, he attacks fighter number 2 with a powerful blow from his blade, inflicting a mortal wound on him. Seeing this, number 1 and number 3 instantly turn around and fire their crossbows towards Rick. One of the arrows did hit the target, flying straight through Rick's shoulder, causing him a deep wound. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, Rick jumps back to catch his breath before the next attack. As Rick ponders a new plan, he realizes that even when left alone, these fighters are still dangerous, especially the number 1. Seeing that Rick is wounded, the opponents immediately attack him, wanting to avenge the death of their brother. At this moment, Morty shouts at the main character to save himself. He has already done a lot for him and should not die here, because Cat is waiting for him. Suddenly, the God of War's system, having discovered his critical condition, offers the protagonist to activate the E-level maneuvering ability given to Morty, spending 10 points on it. Tilting his body down, Rick barely avoids the attack of the first number's blade. After which, gritting his teeth in rage, he says that he agrees to spend the points he earned on a new ability. The God of War's system activated a new skill, after which Rick's gaze changed, showing complete confidence in his victory. The main character feels that his legs have become much lighter, and his whole body is filled with enormous energy. He then pushes off the ground with force, making a swift dash towards the third number, leaving behind only a cloud of turquoise wind. Just before being in front of the fighters, Rick literally disappears from their sight, which left one of them confused. Watching them fight, Morty realizes that the protagonist has just activated the E-level ability he gave him without any instructions, the first person he can remember who has ever done this. At the same second, Rick instantly appears in front of number 3, and just as quickly cuts off his hand with a sliding blow. The fighter roared in intense pain. Realizing that the main character was about to finish him off, he begged his brother to help him. At this moment, number 1 immediately appears behind Rick, trying to deal him a dirty blow. But thanks to the wide view from the perception skill, the protagonist easily notices this attack. Number 1 put all his strength into his blow, but he still failed to touch Rick, and he himself disappeared from his sight, leaving behind the same turquoise cloud. Rick, with all his speed and the power of his activated weapon, attacks the third number. A powerful blow leaves him no chance of survival, and the part of the room that fell into the attack area is destroyed to pieces, raising a high cloud of dust. From the shockwave, all the glass in the room shattered like crystal, and multiple cracks formed on the walls of the room. Being in a cloud of dust, the first number cannot see what is happening. He tries to call out to his brother, hoping that he is still alive. But Rick appears from behind him out of a cloud of dust, pointing his blade at his neck, saying that all 3 of them will soon meet in hell. Then, with a merciless sweeping blow of the Bone Crusher, he deals him a fatal attack. The lifeless body of the first number fell to the ground, and Rick, with a cold look, shook his sword from the blood of traitors. There was nothing left of the room where the battle took place, and it seemed as if it was about to collapse. Despite this, the main character searches the corpses of this trio, obtaining good equipment, and also takes all the points they earned for himself. Seeing the terrifying power of the protagonist, Morty tells him that he can easily take first place. The only one who can stop him is Gray from the Lee family, who sent thugs after him. The action moves to the other side of the Ghost Rain Mountain. We are shown how a huge 2-headed snake, drenched in its own blood, tries to carry out an attack with its last breath. But from just one swing of Gray's blade, he falls to the ground like a dead weight. After sheathing one of his blades, Gray learns that contact with the squad hunting Morty has been lost. One of his men reports to him that although they have lost contact with that squad, he has reliable information that Morty is seriously wounded. This information made Gray happy, because a wounded fat man would definitely not be able to get into the top 10. Moreover, thanks to the actions of 2 allied teams, Gray managed to earn 300 points in just one day. Reveling in his victories, Gray's laughter echoes throughout the area, because now no one can stop him from setting a record for the operation and becoming genius number 1. Meanwhile, the protagonist carries Morty on his back through the mountain forest. Due to severe pain, Morty is not yet able to move on his own. Rick suddenly stopped, because the surrounding environment seemed suspicious to him. Rick's instincts were right. At that moment, a 2-headed snake monster attacks them, aiming its sharp fangs at the heroes' bodies. It was a great python, an E-rank monster with impressive size and deadly poisonous fangs. The monster tries to attack the heroes, but Rick rushes past its mouth like the wind, leaving behind only a cloud of turquoise dust. After which, the main character, with multiple quick attacks, chops the snake into small pieces, like cabbage. After searching the corpse, Rick leaves valuable materials for his arsenal, such as poison glands, which are a powerful medicine, as well as fangs, as proof of defeating the monster. After fighting the monster, Rick doesn't feel any fatigue. He understands that now E-rank monsters are no obstacle for him. Morty is glad that he has such a friend, because even with such a wound, they can still take first place. Rick is surprised that the fat man constantly talks about first place, because the main thing is just to get into the top 10, to which Morty replies that there is a secret special reward for first place, which his father told him about. After which, he asks Rick if he has ever heard of so-called alien artifacts. Rick is surprised by this question, because he has never heard of their existence before. Morty explained to the protagonist that this was not surprising, since they were discovered only a couple of years ago. After the night of the meteorite fall, animals began to mutate first. Monsters began to appear everywhere and destroy the usual foundations of life. Next, people began to mutate, and this is how the first warriors of the meteorite appeared. Plants began to mutate later. There were no significant changes in their structure, so people did not pay attention to them. However, 2 years ago, 10 years after the meteorite fell, something special was discovered in the plants, which was called an alien artifact. With their help, you can significantly increase the strength of the user, and the artifact itself is an extremely rare loot. It is also a secret reward for first place. Rick realizes that if they want to take first place, they need to get at least 1,000 points, and to do that, they need a whole bunch of monsters. To which Morty replied that it was no problem, since they were almost to the place he had been leading him to all this time. A beautiful landscape with a view of the mountain slopes and the rivers washing them opened up before the heroes. While at the foot of the mountain, Rick's attention is drawn to the strong smell of blood. Looking down, he notices that there are many E-level monsters there, which are wolves with a sharp horn on their forehead. Rick understands that there are at least 100 of them here, and if he kills them all, he will receive at least 1,000 points. And with the help of his unique system, he will reach an advanced level. Morty brags to the protagonist that this location is a secret place discovered by his association. Rick is delighted with such a sudden find. Grabbing his sword, he declares a hunt for a wild animal. Since the fat man can't move fast, he offers to be Rick's shield while he destroys the monsters. Rick agrees to this proposal and follows Morty into battle. The main character easily guts the wolf-like creatures one after another, earning more and more points. Since wolves are herd animals, upon hearing the howl of their fellow wolves whining in pain, they flock to it more and more. It seems that all the creatures from this location have gathered on the mountain slopes to take revenge on Rick, surrounding the heroes in a semicircle. The battle with a huge pack of wolves lasted until the evening. Despite their numbers, the creatures did not even manage to wound the heroes. Meanwhile, the action moves to the other side of the Ghost Rain Mountain, where Gray is resting under one of the trees after the battle. He is informed that the two teams managed to earn more than 900 points in total at this rate. They will be able to break all the records of previous years. Gray is happy about this news, because he really wants to see Morty's face when he finds out that he took first place and also broke last year's record. Night fell. After a long battle, the heroes decided to make a stop and rest a little before continuing on their way. During the entire battle, they managed to earn more than 1,000 points. Sitting down at the foot of the mountain, they made a fire there, on which Morty cooks food from the monsters he just killed. While greedily eating a wolf's leg, Morty tells the protagonist that they have already broken last year's record and first place is already in their pocket. Reflecting on this, Rick notes that Gray uses two teams to earn points, so the points they get may not be enough. Morty tells him that he doubts it, because if the military finds out, the Lee family will receive serious punishment. As Rick continues to sit by the fire, he suddenly feels like they are being watched. However, turning back, he sees in front of him only stone cliffs and a starry night sky. Rick realizes that the ability to perceive was activated for a reason, so he becomes a little wary. Meanwhile, Morty has already prepared another leg, and with drooling at his mouth, offers Rick to try his dish. The juicy, tender meat soaks into Rick's taste buds, and he notes that Morty's cooking is out of this world. Looking at Morty's huge appetite, the protagonist is not surprised that he is so fat, to which the fat man replies that his main dream in life is to taste what every type of monster on the planet tastes like. Hearing this, Rick realizes that all he can think about is food. Suddenly, the heroes heard the powerful roar of a beast echoing throughout the area. In front of them, they saw a huge wolf with eyes red with rage and a golden fiery mane, standing over the corpses of his relatives. Looking at it, Morty informs the protagonist that in front of them is a D-rank royal beast that has evolved from an ordinary wolf. And judging by his golden mane, he is still evolving. This wolf is the king of D-rank monsters. The king of monsters is a monster that has climbed to the top of its rank and is preparing to break through to the next level. Morty tells the protagonist that they can't handle such a creature, because not even all commanders-in-chief can overcome D-level monster kings. And judging by the wolf, he is not in the best mood right now. Rick replies that this is natural because they destroyed all his children, and he will not let them leave here just like that. The Wolf King leaps furiously at the heroes, destroying the fire that Morty had so carefully built. After dodging the blow, Rick tells the fat man to forget about the damn meat, since he was the one who jinxed them when he said he wanted to taste the D-level monster. The ferocious wolf keeps up with the heroes. It is at least twice as fast as normal wolves, and its size allows it to quickly close the distance. Having approached the heroes, the wolf again tries to attack Rick, directing its ferocious mouth at him, but thanks to the maneuvering skill, the main character manages to dodge. After which, he attacks him with a bone crusher, accurately hitting his body. But the blow from his blade did not leave even a small scratch on the body of the king of monsters. Rick realizes how powerful this creature is, because even the activated weapon could not harm it. After a slight hesitation after the attack, Rick sees a huge horn in front of him, which is trying to pierce his body at a furious speed. Faced with death, Rick decides to use some of the points he's earned to level up his maneuvering skill, which allows him to deftly dodge at the very last moment of the attack. After which, the creature, with all its fury and furious speed, crashes its horn into one of the rocks, breaking it into many small stones. Looking at the destructive power of this blow, Rick understands that he cannot withstand a single such attack. One hit from the horn, and he is dead. And in order to somehow resist the monster, he must somehow strengthen his abilities again. After which, he spends all the earned attribute points to pump up his agility to the highest possible level. But when the skill level reached 99, the system stopped pumping it further. Because to improve further, you need to become a commander-in-chief. Morty's body can't withstand such strong overloads. He asks the main character to run away as quickly as possible. But now Rick is in no mood to run away, because he has just been strengthened to the level of an advanced fighter. Meanwhile, the Wolf King runs towards the heroes again, each time he touches the ground, leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. This time, the wolf tries to attack Rick with his sharp claws, but the protagonist again manages to dodge the attack. After which, he selects a convenient position to strike the monster's vulnerable point, its legs. He charges his blade and also activates the E-rank Beast Core's ability, Penetration. After which, with a sweeping and powerful blow of his blade, he strikes the beast's leg, leaving a wound on its body. However, this wound healed in the same second as the previous one. Rick is upset by this turn of events, because he didn't have a more powerful attack in his arsenal. And at this moment, the wolf still manages to hit the main character with a sweeping blow of his sharp claws, leaving a deep wound on his body. After being injured, Rick is horrified by how strong D-rank monsters are, because even as an advanced warrior, he cannot resist them in any way. After which, the main character decides to listen to Morty's advice and escape from the battlefield. Thanks to his high agility and maneuvering skills, Rick manages to escape from the monster. Once at a safe distance, Morty takes out a piece of meat left over from dinner and offers the protagonist a snack. Rick is outraged by the fat man's behavior, because the smell of wolf meat could attract the creature here again. While sorting things out, the heroes suddenly see a group of 5 bandits in front of them, who look at them with hostility. The gang leader notes that the heroes are wounded, and that they most likely have extra items lying around in their arsenal. Looking at Morty, the main character notices that this fat man is a real magnet for trouble. The group begins to move closer and closer to the heroes, surrounding them in a semicircle. Using his perception skill, Rick analyzes the fighters and realizes that there are 2 advanced level fighters and 3 intermediate level fighters in front of him. Taking out his knife, the leader of the group offers the heroes to give them all the equipment, otherwise they will take it by force. The rest of the gang members mock the heroes, suggesting that the leader not stand on ceremony with them, but kill them immediately. Fatso and Rick didn't like the tone in which the gang members spoke to them, and a displeased grimace appeared on their faces. Seeing that the heroes are in no hurry to give them their inventory, the gang leader takes an attacking stance, telling them that they wasted their chance. After which, the entire group of bandits simultaneously attacks the heroes, directing their entire arsenal of weapons in their direction. However, by activating the maneuvering ability, Rick instantly parries all attacks and immediately counterattacks his opponents. Those fighters who managed to stay on their feet were surprised by such enormous strength, and horror could be seen in their eyes. They see before them a merciless, ferocious warrior, whom even 3 squads like theirs cannot cope with. Morty puts an end to this battle by delivering a powerful shield blow to the leader, who is petrified with horror. The sound of Morty's furious punch echoed throughout the area. They shouldn't have called him fat. All the gang members knelt before the heroes, begging for mercy from each of them. However, our heroes are not the most compassionate people, and the vindictive Morty will not forget the words about his excess weight for a long time. After which, they again beat up the unfortunate gang of bandits, despite their requests for mercy. After finishing the fight, they completely stripped the gang naked and appropriate all their equipment and earned points for themselves. After examining the bodies of the enemies they defeated, the heroes realize that this group managed to collect only 150 points. They are surprised by this, because among them there are advanced level fighters. The protagonist asks Morty if it's normal that such strong fighters earned so few points, since there is little time left until the end. Morty replies that this is a common practice, since if you don't know the area, finding monsters can be a difficult task, so some groups organize secret teams. Secret teams are busy collecting points from other teams. Although this is prohibited by the organizers, the current reward is worth it. Continuing on his way, Rick suddenly sees many silhouettes lying on the ground. In front of them, the heroes saw a bloody battlefield, strewn with many corpses of soldiers who had died in a fierce battle. Rick begins searching the corpses, hoping to find something valuable, but he realizes that their entire arsenal has already been emptied by someone before them. At this point, Morty notices someone and then yells to Rick that it's a trap. 2 shockwaves of green and purple colors almost injured the heroes, but they managed to parry these attacks. Following the wave, the attackers attack them again, trying to quickly deal with the heroes. Seeing those behind this, fear appeared in Morty's eyes, because he had known these 2 fighters for a long time. In front of them stood 2 advanced level assassin fighters, popularly known as the Lee family's snake twins. Looking at them, Rick realizes that it will not be easy to deal with two advanced-level fighters. However, the fact that they are from the Lee family makes Rick angry. At the same moment, a hail of arrows flies towards the heroes from another zone at breakneck speed. Using his maneuvering ability, Riku manages to dodge all the projectiles flying at him. Looking up, he sees that there are not two opponents here at all, because there are also several archers at the top of the tree, no less than average level. Rick realizes that in order to win this fight, he and Morty will have to give it their all. Morty is furious that the Lee family created several such vile teams in order to win the operation, all for the sake of first place. Looking at him, the twin brothers say that weak nothings like them are not worthy of being in the top 10. After which, the twin in the green suit attacks Rick, shouting at him that now he will learn the true power of the Lee family. Rick manages to block this blow, at which point he sees that the fighter's blade has an E-level core embedded in it. The main character barely manages to hold back the enemy's onslaught. He is surprised by such great power. As Rick continues to block the green twin's attacks, he senses through his perception that the red twin is sneaking up behind him. And at that very moment, from the heights of the trees, the remaining fighters attack Rick with a hail of arrows, putting the main character in a dead-end position. With a sweeping, massive movement of his blade, the protagonist parries a flying volley of arrows, as well as a blow from the green twin. The main character's rear was covered by Morty, who blocked the purple twin's blow with his shield. But before Rick could deflect the hail of arrows, a second batch of shells flew towards them. Seeing the massive attack, Rick realizes that he won't be able to dodge it this time, so he activates his perception skill, after which he grabs Morty under the bosom, and with the help of the maneuvering skill disappears from the sight of opponents, leaving behind a turquoise cloud. The twins who had just attacked the protagonist clashed their sickle-shaped blades against each other, and the hail of arrows flying at them strewed the battlefield with a multitude of projectiles. Having managed to dodge all attacks, the heroes hid behind a tree, thinking about further battle tactics. While discussing how Rick was able to dodge the attack while carrying such a fat pig, the twins come to the conclusion that he was hired by Morty's father as a bodyguard. Standing behind the tree, Rick realizes how desperate they are. Fighting against 5 strong warriors will not be easy. Suddenly, Rick remembers the huge wolf that was chasing them, and an idea occurs to him. Meanwhile, one of the twins suggests that the main character hand over the fat man to them, and then they will let him leave alive. Desperate Morty once again suggests that Rick leave him and save himself, because he should not die because of him. However, Rick had no intention of running away, because he still had unfinished business with the Lee family. He suggests a very interesting plan of action to Morty, after which Morty freezes in surprise, because he is not sure that it will work. After which, standing behind a tree, the main character calls the twins jesters dancing to someone else's tune, just like the rest of the Lee family. These statements made the twins very angry. They declined their offer for Rick, saying that now he would share the fate of the fat man. After which they simultaneously attack the hidden heroes, swiftly attacking with their sickle-shaped blades. Using his maneuvering skill, Riku manages to dodge the attack, dragging the fat man along with him. However, the twin assassin duo also has high speed, and they immediately appear in front of the heroes, after which one of them attacks Rick. The protagonist covers his left side with Morty, using him as a shield, while he himself, at the same time, shoots sticky projectiles towards the archers with the help of a device on his hand. However, archers of this level easily dodge the attack, and the projectiles themselves stick to the trees behind them. The purple twin immediately attacks Rick with a frontal attack, but the protagonist steadfastly blocks his blow, not giving in to his opponent. The aura of his blade is so powerful that even while blocking, he manages to leave a scratch on the opponent's hand. After parrying the attacks, Rick activates his maneuvering skill again and disappears from the attacker's line of sight. Seeing what a powerful weapon the main character wields, one of the twins has a greedy smile on his face, because a weapon with a mutated core is a very valuable find. The heroes try to escape from their pursuers in a fast flow, jumping from one tree to another. The Lee family squad tries to catch up with them, but the speed of the protagonist, even with Fat Morty on his shoulders, surpasses them. The squad leader is furious, because if they continue to run after them, they won't make it in time for the votes to be counted, and then Master Gray will be very disappointed. The heroes notice that they have already broken away from their pursuers to a fairly safe distance. Realizing this, Rick turns around and pulls back the sticky projectile he sent, which was his original plan. Seeing the hidden weapon, the Lee family squad became somewhat wary and assumed a fighting stance, expecting a strong attack. However, only a jar of greenish liquid of thick consistency flew past them, which, having reached the center of the entire detachment's concentration, bursts, and a thick, foul-smelling liquid pours over the entire detachment. leaving a characteristic smell on the body and clothes. The twins are furious at such humiliation from the fat man. Now they are definitely obliged to catch up with them, despite the quick calculation of points. The Lai family squad is furiously trying to catch up with the heroes, the power of the foul smell apparently giving them greater strength and speed of maneuver. Looking at Morty, the protagonist asks what kind of liquid he used, but he replies that this liquid is nothing more than bait for a wild animal. The heroes continue to run forward rapidly, climbing closer and closer to the mountain crevice. However, the opponents who are catching up with them are not lagging behind and, it seems, are about to reach the heroes. The twins realize that there is a dead end ahead of this path, so they will manage to catch up with the fat man to finally get rid of him and take the mutated weapon for themselves. Almost having caught up with the heroes, the twins feel a fierce gaze directed at them from the side of the mountain crevice. Wary, the twins decide not to pursue the heroes any further, as the aura emanating from the creature standing in front of them has caused them to fear. The very same king of D-level monsters emerged from the mountain gorge, smelling the bait. His rage became even greater than at the moment of the fight with the heroes. The twins saw before them a huge beast, no, the king of beasts, outwardly resembling a wolf, but with a more furious bloody look and a huge golden horn. They were wary because the aura of this monster revealed that it was the king of D-level monsters, and the heroes had lured them here into a trap. After which, the wolf furiously jumps towards Lee's squad. The positions of the pursuer and the victim suddenly changed in a mirror direction. A huge, furious creature drives the squad of twins into a dead end, blocking the only exit from this place with its massive body. After which, he immediately attacks his brothers with his sharp claws. However, with joint efforts, they manage to block this attack. The green twin feels that they cannot withstand such an onslaught for long in order to win. They need to think about a battle strategy. He orders the nearby archers to aim at the monster's eyes, as he believes that this is its weak point. However, the hail of arrows fired at the creature only bounce off the monster's thick skin, causing no damage. After which, the wolf, with a powerful blow from his golden horn, throws the twins upward, causing them to soar into the air. Upon landing, the twins are surprised by the monster's immense power, but they realize that it has blocked the only path they can take to reach the first team, so they will have to fight. The purple twin, who is also the leader of the squad, orders everyone to form a line, thus forming a powerful system designed for long-range and close-range attacks. The main character and his new friend watch the entire fight from under their blanket, lying on the mountainside. Rick notes the excellent teamwork of this squad. In an instant, they were able to completely come up with a battle tactic, which was expected from advanced-level fighters. Morty tells the protagonist that the Lee family twins are known for their tactical thinking. However, this creature is no ordinary monster, and will definitely delay them for some time. Taking an attacking stance, the ferocious beast lets out a powerful howl that echoes throughout the area. After which he attacks the squad again with his huge horn, which tries to tear the brothers' bodies into small pieces at great speed. However, they manage to block it again, using their weapons at the same time, the force of the collision turning the entire battlefield into a pile of stones. From the strong push, the twins fly away from the monster a few meters away, thereby exposing the archers to attack. Upon seeing them, the Wolf King immediately runs towards them, causing them to tremble with fear. One of the archers tries to attack the creature, but his attempts are unsuccessful and the creature attacks him with a powerful blow from its large paw. After which, he furiously devours his body, washing his mouth and mountains with the young soldier's crimson blood. Looking at the huge creature, the twins understand that it is intelligent, because it first dealt with the archers, so the purple twin suggests using a special weapon. After which, he takes out an elongated rope of golden color, similar to a whip. As the wolf tries to attack another archer, the purple twin spins the rope at a tremendous speed, creating a whirlwind that cuts through the air. After which, with a quick movement, he throws the rope towards the wild animal. The whip hits its target, wrapping itself around the Wolf King's huge paw, causing him to stop. After which, the purple twin, with a sharp, whipping motion, throws the huge creature like a pet dog. The Wolf King falls to the ground, making a deafening noise and raising a tall column of rocky dust. Looking at this, Morty is surprised that this team had such a rare, unique item like rope to hold the monsters all this time. A rope for holding monsters, made from the fusion of a D-tier beast's core and its burnt tendons. The process of making such a weapon is incredibly labor-intensive, so such a weapon is a very rare specimen. With this item, the process of holding monsters is greatly facilitated. It is only used in cases where fighters are dealing with high-ranking monsters. Seeing the perfect opportunity to attack, the twins perform a combined attack called the double snake spin, creating a devastating golden whirlwind. Looking at this, Rick realized that this attack was not inferior to a D-class skill, and it should definitely deal damage to the King of Monsters. The massive attack caused devastating damage across the entire area, and in the cloud of dust, the silhouette of a huge wolf can be seen, still lying on the ground. The wounded beast still stands on its mighty paws, covered in blood, breathing heavily and whining from severe pain. With its whole appearance, it embodies a true leader of the pack. After which, the Monster King's huge golden horn breaks away from his body, releasing colossal energy, and flies straight towards the twins. With great speed, the horn simultaneously pierces the bodies of two brothers in one trajectory, leaving them with fatal injuries. From sudden intense pain and shock, the twins fall to the ground dead, losing consciousness. Seeing this, the remaining archers immediately became wary, because their captains were mortally wounded and were aiming their weapons at the wounded creature. However, before they could take aim, one of the archers was immediately killed by a fast projectile that flew straight into his head. It was the work of the protagonist. Seeing the commotion, he decided to join the fight. At the same second, the second archer is knocked out by Morty with a powerful blow from behind his back with his shield. After which, Rick takes a strong running start, gaining significant speed for the subsequent powerful jump. Having gained the necessary speed, he jumps from the mountainside straight into the mouth of the wounded Wolf King, concentrating all the power of his blade. After which, activating the meteorite core, he attacks the monster with all his strength right in the eye, this time causing him enormous damage. The Wolf King roared as the pain surged through his entire body. Looking at the wounded wolf, Morty understands that even if the protagonist had not attacked him, he would still have died, because he disconnected his horn from his body, which is the main organ. The heroes suddenly heard a rustling sound behind them. Looking back, they saw that the twins were still alive. However, before they could pull off another trick, powerful projectiles pierced their bodies, leaving a fatal wound on their bodies. Lying on the ground and writhing in pain, the brothers call the heroes weaklings. If they had known this would happen, they would have used all their strength at the very beginning. Rick thanks them for giving him such a wonderful gift, in the form of a half-dead monster, and also a D-rank capture chain, while on the verge of death. Morty adds that he would like to see Gray's face now, when he finds out that the great twin brothers lost, giving all the points they earned to a weak fat guy. The twins' faces are filled with fierce rage. However, they cannot even rise from the ground. With their last breath, they make a promise to the heroes that, even as ghosts, they will take revenge on them. After which, the couple finally dies. Having finished their dialogue, the heroes think to examine the prey. However, suddenly they hear the noise of stones coming from under the paw of the monster. The dying Wolf King clings to his life, and gathering all his strength, tries to escape from the heroes. Seeing this, Rick shouts at the fat man to keep up, because if they lose the wolf, they will lose a huge amount of money and useful equipment to boot. Meanwhile, the wounded beast runs towards a mysterious dark cave located at the very end of the mountain gorge. Continuing to chase the dying Wolf King, the heroes realize that he is leading them straight to his lair. Not a single soul could be seen in the depths of the tunnel. Only pitch darkness washed over its expanses. But the wounded beast does not have time to run back to its cave and lets out a piercing death howl that resounds throughout the area, after which it falls to the ground like a dead weight, showing no signs of life. A notification appeared in the protagonist's War God system that he had defeated a D-level royal monster, for which he received additional skill points. The heroes approach the huge, dead carcass of the mutilated creature, and cannot believe that they managed to defeat it. Morty is overjoyed like a child because they hit the jackpot by defeating the D-rank Monster King. Rick begins to examine the monster's corpse. In addition to valuable, expensive resources, they also manage to get hold of a D-rank chain of shackles. Morty asks the protagonist to be careful when examining the monster, especially with the beast's cores, because he wants to give them to his father as a sign of respect. Each of the materials obtained from the Wolf King's corpse is worth more than $1 million. The fur of the Wolf King will serve as an ideal decoration for the walls of wealthy meteorite families, because it is a very rare and valuable prey. The Wolf King's horn is ideal for making a powerful D-rank meteorite weapon, even though it doesn't have a core. The material itself is worth at least $10 million. Rick realizes that in one moment he earned more than $10 million, and even a binding chain as a gift. Now he will definitely be able to deny himself nothing. Moreover, Morty counted all the points scored by the twins' team, and there were no less than 320 of them. Now Rick will not only take first place in the operation, but will also break last year's record. Reveling in their victory, the heroes high-five each other as a sign of mutual respect and excellent teamwork. Peering into the darkness of the tunnel, Morty suggests that the protagonist go inside. Perhaps there are some valuable things left there. Rick places the fat man on his back and goes inside the Wolf King's lair. The heroes move forward through the cave. Only pitch darkness and complete silence pursue them, foreshadowing something unexpected. Having reached the center of the cave, the heroes see before them a bloody battlefield, strewn with the corpses of many monsters. Looking at the corpses of the animals, Rick realizes that the battle here has been going on for more than 1 year, after which Morty added that this battle is the reason for the rapid mutation of the Wolf King. Looking around, the fat man notices that despite the fact that the corpses have decayed, they can still yield materials worth 300 points. As Rick continues to search the monster's lair, he is drawn to a strong aura emanating from the top of the cliff. Looking up, the protagonist notices something like plant roots hanging from the top of the mountain. Looking around the mountain, the heroes notice multiple traces of the wolf's claws on it, apparently. What was on its top was of great interest to the leader of the pack. Realizing that with his injury he will not be able to climb the rocks, Morty suggests that the protagonist explore the summit on his own. Rick agrees with the fat man, then twists his dagger onto his new rope, thus creating something like a climbing rope. Climbing over the rocks, the main character slowly gets closer and closer to the top of the cliff. Finally, he manages to climb to the top of the mountain. Getting used to the darkness, the bright light blinded Rick's eyes. He sees before him a huge tree, the roots of which cover the entire ground, and the branches are filled with numerous turquoise leaves sparkling with bright colors. Looking at it, Rick realizes that this large tree is a mutated plant. The main character wanted to come closer and take a closer look at this amazing phenomenon, when suddenly, the tree trunk begins to be surrounded by many monster tails. Looking up, Rick sees that the tree is guarded by a squad of eagle-eyed foxes, D-level monsters ready to tear apart anyone who comes near the tree. Seeing how many high-level monsters are guarding this tree, Rick realizes that it was the one that caused the conflict between the monsters below. After which, he also notices that closer to the crown of the tree it expands in one of the places, forming an alien artifact. At the top of the tree he notices a creature with an aura that is many times greater than that of the D-level Monster King. The main character understands that until he reaches the level of strength of a commander, he will definitely not be able to cope with such a powerful monster. Therefore, he makes the only correct decision to retreat. Meanwhile, the action moves to the military camp of the Ghost Rain Mountain. The fighters who took part in the military operation are gradually gathering here, because the 72-hour countdown has ended, and the operation is officially over. It is time to take stock. So far, of all the fighters present, only one was able to score more than 500 points, while occupying the first line of the list. The action moves to the main headquarters of the organizers of this military operation. It seemed that nothing had changed inside him. Hughes was still smoking another cigarette, and Old Man Vaughn was watching the arriving fighters, waiting to hear the name of the winner. Using his cane as a support, one says with a mysterious look that this year the most worthy warrior will win, because the opponents were very strong. Looking at him, Brooke once again notices what a cunning fox this old grandfather from the Lee family is. Meanwhile, more and more fighters begin to arrive at the camp, gradually changing the list of leaders. One of these fighters was Ron. In his city, he is a member of the armed forces, and also an advanced level fighter, despite his young age. Following him, Gray from the Lee clan, who is also an advanced meteorite fighter and one of the contenders for victory in the operation, also returned to the military camp base. Looking at them, the crowd begins to whisper among themselves that one of them will definitely take first place, because they simply have no rivals here. However, our heroes also return to the base, eating a ruddy piece of wolf meat. Morty says that he lost a little weight during the operation, and hopes that the military base will feed them well. Participants in the operation go through one by one in order to exchange body parts of monsters for points. Looking at the number of people, the heroes understand that if they had gone a little further, they would not have made it in time for the points earned to be counted. Luckily, Rick had crafted a structure using 2 swords and a recently acquired rope, allowing them to quickly get to the right place. Looking at the people in line, Morty introduces the main contenders for victory in this operation to the protagonist. The first person he pointed at was Ron, a young man of 25 with brown hair, a genius from the military squad, and also an advanced meteorite fighter. He mainly practices teamwork and joint attacks, and he is also a renowned strategist, so all the military's hopes are pinned on him. Ron approaches the administrator to count his points, while the crowd around him chants his name. It is clear that the people like this man. At this point, Gray's assistant informs him that the twins still haven't returned, which makes Gray very angry, because without their points, he might not be able to overtake Ron in points. After the points are counted, Ron scores 746 points. which is a fairly rare high result. However, he did not surpass the record of 817 points. Looking at him, Gray thinks that he expected nothing less from his greatest rival, because he is a genius of a new generation of military men. However, even without the points earned by the twins, he is still able to take first place in this operation. After which, Gray approaches the administrator and throws his arsenal on the table, telling him to count his points as quickly as possible because he is in a hurry to leave. Opening the backpack with Gray's trophies, the administrators froze in surprise because there was a lot of loot. After the points are counted, Gray moves Ron to the next line, taking first place. Now the crowd is sure that Gray will become the new genius of Chin City. Gray turns to Ron in a mocking voice, telling him that he is a great guy, but he will be the first in this joint operation. After which, he shouts out to the crowd, telling everyone that if anyone hasn't been counted yet, they should do so quickly, because he wants to take a hot bath and throw a feast in honor of his victory. Watching Gray's performance, his face seems familiar to the protagonist. He recalls how, as children, Gray and his henchmen would beat up other children for looking at him askance. And after that, Vaughn constantly apologized to Chris for his son's behavior, promising that it would not happen again. After which, Rick smiles, expecting to see Gray's face after the points they earned are counted. Morty walks confidently up to the scoring counter and dumps several huge bags in there. When the workers opened them, they were horrified by what they saw, because they had never seen such a huge amount of loot before. Looking at them, Morty asks if everything is okay with his materials collected from the monsters. The crowd around started to discuss the epic appearance of the mercenary president's son. They were glad that this game took such an interesting turn. Looking at Morty, Gray is surprised that he is still alive, the thought creeping into his head that the twins did not return because of him. Morty turned towards Gray and asked with confidence in his voice if he was disappointed to see him here, to which he replied that there was no need for him to rejoice at his death or life, because even if he had come, he certainly would not have scored more points than him, because he was wounded. To which Morty replied that he shouldn't get too excited ahead of time, since his points hadn't been counted yet. After which, he turned to the administrators with a request that they quickly count his materials. After counting, it turned out that thanks to the collected materials of the monsters, Morty managed to earn 835 points, and deservedly took first place. The crowd of fighters was amazed by this result, because this is a new record in the entire history of the operation, and Morty himself can rightfully be called a genius. Morty mockingly walks past Gray, then asks him how it feels to be lower on the list than the weak fat guy. Ron is glad that the first place was not taken by the conceited Gray, so he heartily congratulates Morty on his well-deserved victory, adding that he did not expect such an outstanding result from him. Gray is furious about what happened. He tells Morty that even though he won this operation, he now needs to be more careful and look back more often. To which Morty replied that he did not win this operation because his partner would score the most points. He then kicks Rick in the side to get him to hurry up to the scoring stand and show everyone who the real winner is. Gray and Ron see the main character for the first time, so they are surprised that someone other than the three of them is able to score a large number of points. However, Rick's face seems familiar to Gray. Finally, the main character approaches the counter, after which he places all the materials earned from the monsters on it, asking to quickly count them. After the counting is complete, the administrator announces that Rick has scored 810 points. Gray, with a haughty look and a smirk in his voice, tells Morty that although this is a good result, it is still not first place, and certainly not a new record. Approaching the main character, Morty tells him to finally stop hiding his main treasure. After which, Rick takes out of his pocket the fang of that very king of D-level monsters, from which colossal energy still radiates, and asks to evaluate it too. Morty adds that the admins better appreciate this artifact, since it was obtained from the king of monsters, and not from ordinary D-rank creatures. Gray's face twisted in anger. He tells Morty to stop talking nonsense because the D-rank Monster King is too much for fighters like them. Upon hearing this news, the entire crowd once again burst into loud conversations and arguments about who would ultimately take first place. The administrators granted Morty's request and began evaluating the wolf's fang using a special computer, which showed that this fang really belonged to the D-level Monster King, no doubt about it. Gray's face changed. He didn't understand how the fat shorty and his friend managed to get such a valuable reward. Ron is also surprised by this news. Looking at Rick, he realizes that he is not even 20 years old. He wonders if such geniuses even exist. After analyzing the loot, Rick asks the administrator how many points this fang is worth, to which he simply threw up his hands and said in a frightened voice that he had to report this to his superiors, since such materials had never existed before. The D-rank Monster King's tooth has never appeared in a joint operation before. Gray is outraged by this development of events. He believes that this cannot be true, because how could such a young fighter defeat such a strong monster? After which, Gray remembers how the other day, the twins gave him information about a similar creature. This thought makes him furious. Now he is 100% sure that these brats killed the Lee family twins and took all the points they earned for themselves. Realizing this, Gray tries to raise a fuss around, pointing his finger at the heroes, calling them charlatans who got their loot dishonestly. After which, he escalates the situation more and more, ordering the fighters around to seize them, because they are swindlers. But the heroes did not move from their place, and their gaze showed clear self-confidence. Moreover, Rick is happy with this development of events, because if Gray deigns to attack him, he will kill him in that very second, putting an end to the Lee family's debt to his father. Looking at Rick, Gray feels a terrifying aura emanating from his body. This aura somehow reminds him of the master that his family obeyed. Anticipating the coming fight, Rick uses just one finger to pull the edge of his blade out of its sheath. Suddenly, a powerful aura is released, brightening the entire surrounding area and possessing enormous destructive power, knocking everyone nearby off their feet. This aura belonged to a powerful blade that dug its sharp end into the ground, shattering it into small pieces. Looking at this massive weapon, Rick tries to understand who has such a powerful force. He realizes that it is no less than the level of a military leader. After which, the organizers of this event appear on the battlefield, led by the chief instructor of the military base, Brook. He pulls his blade back into its sheath and looks sharply at the instigators of this brawl, Old Vaughn and Hughes standing behind him. Looking at the warlord, Rick realizes that he has terrifying strength, because just one throw of his weapon was enough for him to retreat. In the crowd, he also notices Old Man Vaughn and immediately remembers all the past sins of this ungrateful old bastard. Old Man Vaughn also notices Rick. Unlike Gray, he immediately realized whose son he is, which left him somewhat confused. A barrier of fighters with shields formed around the instigators of the fight. At this time, Brook explains that fights are prohibited on the territory of the military base, and the army has the right to shoot anyone guilty. However, Gray does not back down. He tells Brook that our heroes cheated, and he demands that the military investigate their case of killing the king of monsters. Brook agrees with Gray. He also cannot understand how ordinary mid-level fighters were able to deal with such a powerful creature. Morty covers the protagonist's back, not understanding why Brook took the Lee family's side, since they all hate each other. Gray is pleased with this turn of events, wanting to wipe the fat brat's nose and take what he believes is a well-deserved victory in this operation. Brook says that in order to verify the data on cheating, he will need to check everyone here, and if someone actually broke the rules, they will undoubtedly find them. Rick agrees to the test, telling the warlord that he is ready for any questions he may have, and is also ready to confirm all of his actions. Gray realizes that if Brook starts digging deeper, he will find out about the existence of his second team, and then he himself will be called a fraud. Realizing this, the cunning old man Vaughn tells Brook that there is no need for an investigation, because it was simply Gray's youthful arrogance that played out, and Rick's victory in the operation is undeniable. Hughes adds that he will not participate in the investigation, but if the military requests it, he will not object, because it is their territory. After weighing both pieces of advice, Brook decides to introduce a new standard for killing a D-rank monster king. Coming closer to the main character, he says that from now on, such material is worth 500 points, which means Rick's unconditional victory in the operation. The crowd roared in amazement. Such points had never been seen in an operation. Moreover, people are sure that no one will be able to beat such a high bar even in the future. Brook pats the protagonist on the shoulder in a friendly manner, congratulating him on his victory in the operation, and also adds that he has a very bright future if he continues to work in this spirit. Rick only smiles a little, telling the warlord that he cheated a little in the fight with the monster in a one-on-one battle. He would have definitely lost. Brook extends his hand to the protagonist, inviting him to join the military, adding that if he agrees, he will guarantee him the rank of colonel and a place in an elite squad. A place in the elite military unit is given to only 1 in 100 of the entire population of China. Such an opportunity comes very rarely. But at this point, Hughes intervenes in the matter. Smoking his cigarette, he suggests to Brook not to rush the horses, because Rick still belongs to the mercenary fighters. He calls the main character a genius, and says that the Mercenary Association won't just give up on such an excellent fighter. Looking at the many words of praise directed towards Rick, Old Man Vaughn seemed to feel like he was in his father's shadow again. After which, he also joins in congratulating the winner, telling Hughes that the mercenaries were very lucky to get such a valuable fighter. And as an apology for their son, his family will hold a celebratory dinner in honor of the end of the military operation. and all those who participated in it will be invited to it. After this, he asks permission to leave, taking with him all the remnants of his squad. Gray complains to the old man that the heroes killed the twins. Taking their points for themselves, they can't let them get away with it, because he should have been the winner. To which the enraged old man replies that he should shut up, because even with 3 groups they couldn't kill the fat man, and they also lost the operation. After which, he thinks that Rick is really Chris's son, and he should not let him return alive from their territory. Ron also joined in congratulating the main character. It turned out that he is a very friendly guy, after which Morty suggests going to a military base to finally receive his awards. Rick is happy that he won, because now he will be able to legally be on the military base, which will allow him to find the treasured safe. Finally, the heroes arrive at the Ghost Rain military base, which seemed even more enormous up close, and its defenses were absolutely impregnable. Selected fighters are delivered to the base by special transport designed to move around this territory. Despite the exciting moment of the awards ceremony, Morty sleeps soundly, which surprises the other people in the car with him. Rick realizes that the defensive power of this territory is even greater than he imagined while observing it through binoculars. It's good that he didn't dare to sneak in here earlier, because it would have been certain death. Finally, the heroes are dropped off from a special car and taken to the entrance to the main building. After exiting the transport, the heroes see a large crowd of people standing in line to receive their rewards for the operation. Ron explains that the line is so long this year because the first 100 fighters are all entitled to valuable awards. Morty also added that in addition to the awards given by the military, the fighters also have the right to keep all the materials they earn, which they can then sell and earn a lot of money. At this time, an officer approaches the heroes and shows them the way to the room where the top 10 fighters are gathered, adding that Commander Brooke is already waiting for them. Entering the room, the officer bows his head before the military leader, while Brooke calmly looks out the panoramic window, admiring the view of the fabulous mountain. The heroes greet Chief Instructor Brooke, saying that they are glad to be here. The military leader orders his subordinate to bring out special awards intended for the best fighters. Handing out a special box to each person, Brooke explains that it contains identification for military base employees, as well as a check for a substantial amount of money. Upon opening his reward, Rick first notices the pass, wondering if it will be enough to get into the secret part of the base. But before he had time to consider his options, he was deafened by the joyful cry of Morty, who was able to earn as much as 3 million for the operation. Ron also checked his awards. For 4th place, he was awarded 2 million. He is happy with this money, because that is exactly what he needed for a new meteorite weapon. Having learned their fee for the operation, the curious friends looked at the main character's receipt. After which, Morty's face changed from envy, because Rick was paid a whole 8 million for the operation, and he still had other valuable rewards. Looking at them, Brooke says that for a man who set a new record and also defeated the King of Monsters, such a large sum is not a pity. Moreover, if Rick agrees to join the military, he will double this amount. Morty looks at Brooke with a distrustful look, condemning him for trying to lure Rick to his side, even though he is a member of a mercenary squad. But the protagonist declines the military leader's offer, telling him that he is still happy with his position in the mercenary association. Hearing this, Morty reminds Brooke not to forget about the main reward for 1st place, namely the alien artifact. Brooke calls Morty a very petty person, and then with a calm face, takes out another box intended for the winner. He hands it to Rick, telling him that this is the very same treasured alien artifact. Upon opening the box, the protagonist feels a powerful aura emanating from this item. The stone itself, located inside, was incredibly beautiful. It shone with many different colors and also had a perfect round shape. The aura from this artifact illuminated the entire room in which the heroes were located with golden flame. Brooke explained to Rick that each alien artifact had its own individual effect, so he should accept it while they watched it change. In case something goes wrong, there will be medical workers in the room who will immediately provide emergency assistance. Rick is somewhat confused by the fact that the alien artifact could be a toxic product, to which Brooke replies that it was found not long ago, so it is difficult to say whether it contains any poison. But their conversation is interrupted by a girl in a white coat, who assures the protagonist that the artifact is harmless to health, because they have thoroughly checked it. Rick trusts the medical worker's words, and then brings the stone to his mouth, and swallows it with a characteristic sound. Putting his hand to his stomach, Rick realizes that he doesn't feel any changes after taking the alien artifact. Drooling, Morty tries to find out from the main character what this rare gift from God tastes like, whether it tastes more like meat or like sweets or candies. Brooke interrupts the ever-hungry Morty by saying that it is a unique item and not a source of nutrition. Morty rubs his head and replies that he's tried some of these fruits before, but they were low-level and didn't have much flavor. Rick tells the arrogant fat man that he just swallowed it and didn't even try to taste it. After which, he finally notices the changes in his power, opening the system to the god of war. Thanks to the alien artifact, he receives an additional 20 points of strength, as well as an increase in the speed of his regeneration by 10%. The researcher is surprised by the results obtained, because other fighters who took fruits with a similar structure received a maximum of 13 points. And this man, despite his young age, managed to get the most out of the fruit, absorbing all of its energy completely. All fighters after reaching the highest tier need to constantly fight monsters to increase their stats, so the alien artifact is of particular value to those who are on the verge of leveling up. Looking at the observers, Rick realizes that they only noticed the increase in his power level, but did not see that the speed of his regeneration also increased. But he decided to remain silent about it. After finishing collecting information about this artifact, Chief Inspector Brooke invites the heroes to go further into the restricted area to choose a skill as an additional reward. Rick is happy with this turn of events, because he wants to become even stronger in order to finally learn the whole truth about his father. The Ghost Rain Mountain military base was truly enormous in size, with many different special departments. Brooke takes our heroes to one of these departments. All the doors to it are carefully guarded by many elite fighters and soldiers. Walking through the corridors of this building, the heroes notice many doors, each of which has its own serial number. Rick realizes that the restricted area is divided into sections that are numbered in order, and the safe his father spoke of is located at the very back of the building. After which, he remembers what Chris whispered to him at their last meeting. He said that the safe is behind the door number 9963. The heroes enter Department 72-3. Access here is carried out exclusively by the retina scanner of the senior instructor. Entering the room, the heroes see in front of them a huge supercomputer with many different panels on it. Brooke explains to them that the device is designed to store a huge number of different abilities. After which, he offers Morty and Ron to choose one D-level ability from the list provided, since they also made it into the top 10. Morty is happy about this news, because with this new ability, he will be able to easily compete with Gray. Since the War Department is a government agency, many rare abilities are stored here, and those provided to them are the best of the D-class. Brooke explains to the heroes that they have the opportunity to gain one of the abilities of fencing, sword techniques, or sword control. From the list of proposed abilities, Morty chooses the Wavebreaker technique, justifying this by the fact that it goes well with his inhuman strength. Ron acquires for himself the sword technique that he had long dreamed of, but could not save up the necessary money. The military made an exception for Rick, because he was able to break the old record, as well as defeat the strongest monster, so he can choose absolutely any D-level ability. Looking at this, the other heroes feel like they've been shortchanged. Looking at the supercomputer, Rick realizes that the number of abilities in it is simply colossal, and choosing one of them is not an easy task. Looking at some of the abilities, Rick realizes that such skills are worth at least 10 million on the market. Scrolling through the many panels of the supercomputer, he sees familiar skills such as Jim's Wind Axe Crusher, as well as improved versions of them. After understanding how the device works, Rick finally finds a sword ability that suits him, called the Sparkling Shadow Sword. Pointing to it, Rick says that he has made his choice and wants this ability in his arsenal. Ron tells the protagonist that this ability is considered the best in D-level, but it is incredibly difficult to master, so it is better to choose something simpler. However, Rick does not want to choose another one, because thanks to the system of the God of War, he can easily master it. Brooke explains to the protagonist that this ability is in the sole possession of the War Department, so he is forbidden to pass it on to anyone else. After which, he tells Ron to escort the new guests back to the guest room. Looking at the heroes leaving, Brooke begins to have doubts about Rick. He believes that this guy should be closely monitored. The heroes again walk through the corridors of the building, passing various numbered doors. After going part of the way, Rick asks Ron if he will be able to get into the restricted area when he becomes a security advisor. To which he replies that even when he becomes an instructor, in order to enter rooms with numbers higher than 80, he needs to submit a special application. However, if you reach the level of general, the application procedure is significantly simplified, and entry is open to almost all doors of the military base. This news makes Morty happy because he wants to get to the famous military training base, intended only for elite fighters. Rick was even more pleased with the news, because now he knew how he could get into room 99-63. Meanwhile, the action moves to the main building of the Chin City Mercenary Association. Standing on stage, Hughes, along with the heroes, congratulates all the mercenaries on the end of the military operation, saying that this time everyone did a great job. Turning to the heroes, Hughes tells them that they were the ones who made the biggest contribution, and he is very proud of his son and his new friend. As a reward for winning the operation, Hughes hands Rick an envelope containing a huge amount of money. Upon opening it, Rick realizes that he has just received 12 million, which is even more than what the military paid him. Rick is happy about this, because with this money, he will be able to afford a carefree life for the entire duration of his stay in Chin City. Morty interrupts their conversation, saying that he is already very hungry, and it is time for them to taste the meat of the D-rank Monster King. Rick kindly declines dinner, telling them that he wants to stop by the training grounds. Looking at them, the hero is glad that he has such friends. Running out of the building, Rick didn't even notice Kat standing next to him. Looking at Rick running away, Kat is offended at him because he didn't even say hello to her, although she cared about him so much. After some time, the cooks finally prepared the most delicious meat of the King of Monsters. While sitting at dinner, Morty tells his father the whole truth about how the military operation actually went, including the hunt for his head. Hearing this, Hughes angrily slams his fist on the table, saying how dare they raise their hand against his only son. Morty tells him that if it weren't for Rick, he definitely wouldn't be here, so Hughes has to restore his reputation in town. But Hughes doesn't need to be told, because his cold gaze already shows that he won't spare the bastard of the cunning old man Vaughn. At this time, the main character comes to the training ground to test his new ability. Looking at his blade, the hero thinks that even without the new ability, he feels a great surge of strength thanks to the alien artifact. Upon opening the God of War system, he realizes that he has 33 unspent stat points, which he decides to spend on activating the ability. After which he weighs all the pros and cons, and still clicks on the activation checkbox. After reading the ability's description, Rick learns that it slightly increases the user's strength and agility, as well as masking the sound of air cutting and a 5% chance of a double attack. Looking at the training ground, Rick decides to test his new ability in action. He delivers multiple attacks on the punching bag with sweeping, rapid strikes. During the attacks, the protagonist notices that the strength has increased by about 20%, although the ability has only been studied at a basic level, and the sound of the carving has been significantly reduced, which will be very useful in the fight against some opponents who rely on air vibrations. After 20 attacks on the punching bag, the main character's double lightning strike is triggered. He realizes that the ability description was not a lie, and the chance is really 5%. As expected from a D-level sword skill, even at a basic level of learning, it gives its wielder a significant advantage in combat. The protagonist also notices that thanks to the alien artifact he ate, his endurance and regeneration speed have increased. After trying out his new ability, Rick decides to take a stroll through the trading stalls, hoping to exchange his collected arsenal for new abilities or inventory. Leaving the training base, he unexpectedly meets Kat and Fat Morty waiting for him at the entrance. Kat tells Rick in an indignant voice that he is just a boor, because after returning he disappeared without a trace and did not even look in to say hello. To which Rick, rubbing the back of his head, replies that he wanted to see her right now, and even prepared a small gift for the occasion. Hearing about the gift, a joyful smile appears on Kat's face. As Morty greedily devours the crispy chicken, he wonders how Rick had time to prepare a gift, since he went to the training ground immediately after returning. It turns out that while on a mission, Rick accidentally found a shiny object in one of the ponds and put it in his pocket in case it was expensive. Rick gives this stone to Kat, saying that he bought it from very rich merchants. Kat is delighted with such a wonderful gift. She hugs it to her chest, telling Rick that she has now forgiven him. Looking at their relationship, Morty envies the protagonist, thinking that he needs to learn from him how to communicate with girls. After which, Kat grabs Rick's hand, saying that it's time for them to show him what they came here for. The heroes take Rick to the most elite and safe area of Chin City, the Wu District. It is located in the center of the city, and is surrounded by a barrier that can easily protect against a small wave of monster attacks. Walking through the alleys of this area, Rick says that he has heard about it as the safest and most expensive area of the city. Morty replies that in addition to the barrier, the area's security is ensured by the fact that 70% of the apartments and houses in it are owned by fighters from the Mercenary Association. There are also elite training arenas for meteor warriors, excellent service, and a variety of entertainment. After the night of the meteorite fall, residential areas with defense capabilities became the most sought-after areas, because in these difficult times, there is nothing more precious than one's own life. Looking at the luxury development, Rick realizes that housing here will cost tens and even hundreds of millions, depending on the location and size. Thinking about this, Rick realizes that even with the huge funds he received for winning the operation, he will not be able to buy a house here. At that moment, a woman with glasses, pink hair, and a long coat walked past Rick, mysteriously looking down. Looking at her, this woman's appearance seemed suspiciously familiar to Riku, as if he had met her before. However, he did not attach much importance to this, and continued walking with his friends. After some time, the heroes approach a luxurious mansion with many rooms and amazing architecture. As they approach the house, they are met by the butler, who says that all the documents for the transfer of this housing are ready, and Rick only needs to put his signature. Pointing his finger at the mansion, Rick can't believe that this house could belong to him. To which his friends respond that the Mercenary Association generously pays its talented fighters. Now he can live in this house for free. And if he wants to continue to stay in Chin City, the housing will be completely transferred to him. Looking at this giant, Rick can't believe that this is really happening to him. After looking around the house, he realizes that the size of this mansion is about 400 square meters, and it is valued at more than 200 million. Fat Morty tells the protagonist that these are just small things, and if he continues in this spirit, his father will reward him even more generously. Looking at his new friends, Rick thanks them. He is glad that he met them. After which, Kat reminds them that in 2 days there is a festive reception at the Lee estate, at which Rick must look great, so they need to buy some new beautiful clothes. The heroes are not very happy with this news, because walking around the store with a woman is just plain hilarious. However, they still agree, after which they spend the whole day in the mall, looking for suitable outfits. Several days pass, and finally the long-awaited reception arrives in honor of the military operation at the Lee family estate. A brand new black limousine, appropriate for business class, pulls up to a luxurious, huge mansion. Our heroes emerge from this car, somewhat awkwardly. Rick looks at the estate with a confident look, anticipating the upcoming event and the celebration in honor of his undeniable victory. Entering inside, the heroes see before them a large-scale celebration and many people dressed in exquisite costumes according to the latest fashion. Looking around, Rick notes that the party is truly grand, and the Lee family spared no expense in organizing it. Kat replies that there's nothing grandiose about it. But if Gray had taken first place during the operation, then everything would have looked much more luxurious. And Morty added that the Lee family has always loved luxury and big money. 5 years ago, the Lee family was not so strong. They spent a huge amount of money to recruit people and buy weapons, which paved the way for them to gain power. Rick realizes that most likely, the old Sly One got this money thanks to his father's betrayal during the trial for the fall of the city of Donghae. At this point, Gray notices that our heroes have also decided to attend this event, and he is irritated by Rick's appearance here. After all, if it weren't for him, Gray would have taken first place, and the twins would still be alive. A man of impressive size and powerful body stands next to Gray. He asks him if Rick really killed the twins during the operation, to which Gray replies that he saw with his own eyes in his arsenal things that belonged to the Snake twins of the Lee family. This giant was Arthur from the Lee family. He looks at the main character with a fierce look, because it was he who raised and taught the twin brothers everything. So he wants to fully take revenge on him for their death. Fair fighting has never been forbidden at Meteorite Warrior parties, as long as both parties involved in the fight agree to it. There was also another contender for victory on the guest list, Ron, who came here with his friends from the military detachment. Pointing a finger at Rick, the military mocks Ron for being outclassed by some mid-level fighter. At this moment, Ron's attention is drawn to a loud noise coming from the center of the guest room. The noise was caused by the heel of the thug Arthur's perfectly patent leather shoes. Jumping down, he looks with a piercing gaze towards the heroes, not looking away for a second. When the heroes saw him, their mouths dropped open, because he was truly impressive and inhuman in size. Rick feels the strong aura coming from this fighter. He understands that Arthur from the Lee family is a very strong opponent. Morty warns the protagonist to be careful, because Arthur raised snake twins and may be aggressive towards him. Known for his terrifying size and strength, Grizzly Bear Arthur Lee is one of the strongest advanced-level fighters of this family. Seeing the heroes, Arthur approaches them, asking Rick if he is really the one who won the military operation. Coming closer to the protagonist, he says that he has heard about his exploits, after which he offers him a friendly sparring match to liven up the party. The crowd around froze in surprise, anticipating the coming fight. But this proposal did not embarrass the main character at all. On the contrary, complete and unperturbed self-confidence can be seen in his eyes. Morty pokes the protagonist in the shoulder, telling him not to fall for this trick, because Arthur is one of the strongest fighters in the Lee family. But at this point, Gray intervenes, telling the protagonist that such a strong fighter, who took first place in the operation, simply cannot refuse this offer, because people may have doubts about his leadership. To which Rick replies that he is not at all afraid of this giant, but is simply afraid of killing him, thereby insulting his great family. Gray replies that someone like him will definitely not be able to kill Arthur, so he can afford to fight with all his might, and in case of defeat, the Lee family will not take revenge on him. Hearing this, Rick accepts Gray's terms and agrees to the fight. The crowd around roared with delight, because the fight promises to be spectacular. Cracking his neck, the big man Arthur tells Rick that he will take care of his family after he dies. The time for the fight came, and the heroes stood in the arena opposite each other. Rick senses a strong aura emanating from this fighter, which is several times greater than the aura of the twins combined. Before he had time to think over the battle tactics, a loud sound of scraping patent leather shoes was heard in the hall. Rick realizes that the big guy is about to attack. Arthur performs a quick jump and then attempts to strike Rick with his massive two-handed mace, which has an E-level beast core embedded in it. The impact from it destroys all the terrain within the attack radius into pieces, causing the stone floor to shatter into small stones. However, the protagonist manages to jump back and dodge the attack, noting that the blow was much faster than he expected. Before he had time to come to his senses, Arthur flew out of the cloud of dust, pointing his huge mace in his direction. He then attacks him with his weapon's E-rank special ability, called Hurricane Double Strike. With multiple sweeping blows from his mace, Arthur tries to hit Rick's body, but Rick barely manages to parry all the attacks. After which, the main character jumps back to a safe distance to catch his breath. Arthur praises Rick for surviving his Hurricane Double Punch, but he will fight more seriously now. Watching the fight, Morty thinks that if he were in Rick's place, he would have definitely died from the barrage of such powerful blows. Kat yells at the protagonist that exchanging a few blows is enough for sparring and suggests that he give up because it is absolutely normal. But Gray tells Rick not to give up, because if he does, the Mercenary Association will lose face, because everyone considers him a genius fighter. Looking at him, Morty realizes that he planned to kill Rick during sparring. Unbuttoning the top button of his shirt, Rick proudly says that he never even thought of giving up, because his victory in the fight is inevitable. After which, with the help of the God of War system, he pumps up his maneuvering skill to the maximum. After activating the skill, Rick attacks Arthur with an incredibly high speed, barely noticeable to the human eye. The big guy is surprised by such enormous strength and speed of the main character, because he barely holds back the onslaught with the help of an elite shield. But it seems to him that even this is not enough. He was right. From the blow, his shield shatters into small pieces, and Rick's blade is aimed straight at his neck. Realizing that he is about to die, he prays to Old Man Vaughn to save him. But his plea was unsuccessful, and the blow still hit his body, causing fatal damage. The huge body falls to the ground with a crash, and Arthur himself shows no signs of life. After finishing the battle, Rick shakes his opponent's blood off his blade, after which, with a proud look, he asks forgiveness from those present for not being able to restrain himself, which led to Arthur's death. The surrounding crowd is shocked by the strength of the protagonist, because he was able to defeat such a terrifying opponent in a matter of seconds. Rick's strength surprised his friends. Kat couldn't even imagine that the main character had such enormous strength. After witnessing the fight, Morty realizes that Rick has just used his newly acquired D-level ability. Ron realized this too. His mouth hanging open in surprise, he couldn't understand how Rick had managed to master such a complex technique in just a few days. Looking at him, the heroes consider Rick a real genius. It is not surprising that the chief instructor, Brooke, became so interested in him. Arthur's death enraged Gray, and his face took on a look of despair and bewilderment. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the hall, and all conversations and arguments abruptly stopped. Old Man One came out into the hall. He was outraged that someone dared to kill a member of the Lee family while they were at their celebration. In desperation, Gray screams at his father that this man dared to kill not only Arthur, but also the Snake twins. They cannot just forgive him for this. But Old Man One had no intention of forgiving the main character, and choosing the right moment, he rushed towards Rick at breakneck speed, wanting to finish him off with one blow. The main character prepares for the approaching attack, when suddenly a man rushes in front of him, who, with the same incredible power, collides with the head of the Lee family fist to fist. The clap from their collision creates a powerful shockwave, which forces even fighters who are not within the strike radius to retreat. An incredible fight ensues between them. The speed of both fighters is beyond the human eye, and the entire battlefield turns into a pile of stones. Looking at them, Rick realizes how much terrifying power the warlords wield. It turns out that the man who protected Rick was Hughes. He attacks the old man with a powerful blow, forcing him to jump back. With a confident air, Hughes says that accidents are inevitable in sparring, especially since Arthur initiated the fight and attacked the hero first. Looking at Hughes, Old Man Vaughn realizes that now is not the time for a fight. However, seeing how quickly Rick is becoming more and more like his father, Vaughn believes that he needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. But seeing that in addition to the head of the mercenaries, there is also Senior Inspector Brooke, the head of the Lee family, he understands that he is not yet able to confront two military leaders at the same time. So he decides to retreat, but warns the protagonist that from now on he is an enemy of the Lee family. With his palm and fist crossed together, the protagonist thanks Hughes for saving him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Hughes replies that he should no longer call him president, since he saved his son from death. From now on, he can simply call him Uncle Hughes. Ron's friends gasped at the fight, Ron adding that they should now understand why he didn't take first place in the operation. After which, he thinks that he is glad that such a genius has appeared in their city, because this will be a good incentive for his personal development. The heroes leave the Lee family estate, and a luxurious limousine is already waiting for them at the entrance. Looking back, Rick realizes that with his current strength, he is not yet able to fully confront the Lee family, and he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. The whole situation was observed by the same pink-haired girl whom Rick had recently met in the elite area. When the estate began to empty of guests, Old Man Wong invited his son into his room to have a serious talk with him. Filled with rage, Gray shouts at the old man's back that this bastard dared to kill Arthur and also took the first place from him. For this they must kill him. But when the old man turned around, Gray's face changed dramatically and a grimace of horror appeared on it. With a straight face, Old Man Wong slaps his spoiled son, showing that he can't talk to him in that tone. Gray clutched his cheek, pitifully asking his father for an apology. The head of the family, with fury in his voice, tells Gray that he has invested so many resources into him, but he was never able to live up to his expectations, and if this continues, he will again be subordinate to Rick's family. Hearing this, Gray understands why the protagonist's face seems so familiar to him. He is surprised that the offspring of a traitor was able to survive. Vaughn explains to his son that the Lee family has worked long and hard to become so strong, and now that their plan is almost complete, they cannot allow Rick to interfere with them, so Gray must deal with him as soon as possible. Gray bows his head before his father, telling him to get rid of the protagonist as soon as possible, no matter what it costs him. A mysterious woman was watching the conversation between the two main people of the Lee family, hidden behind a tree. Adjusting her glasses, she is pleased with the information she has managed to gain from observing these scoundrels. A week after the incident at the party, Rick visits the training base every day, wanting to become even stronger. The training pays off, and his speed and fencing skills improve somewhat, and the new skill becomes more and more understandable. The accuracy of his strikes has increased, and he can now easily control his destructive power. However, he understands that these skills are still not enough to fight such a strong opponent as Juan. After opening the God of War system, Rick sees that his characteristics are still far from being that of a warlord. And in order to become stronger, he needs to kill as many monsters as possible to earn extra points. At this moment, Kat comes up to him. She informs the protagonist that President Hughes has agreed to join him to the team of monster hunters, whose members are waiting for him at the association's main building. After which, Rick and Kat go to the main building of the association as a mercenary. Entering the guest room, the main character sees Morty and unfamiliar fighters sitting next to him. Upon seeing the protagonist, Morty calls him over to introduce him to the people sitting next to him. Looking at them, Rick realizes that this is the team he must join. The hunting team consisted of 3 people. The huge guy with red hair is called Roger. He is the main tank of the squad, and also an advanced level fighter. The blue-eyed guy is called Adolf. He is the scout of this squad, and is also an advanced level fighter. Rick realizes that even with these 2 fighters, the squad already has a huge force. But what interests him most is the character sitting by the window. This man's name is John. He is the captain and the main attack fighter of this squad. And he is also a novice military leader and has a 2-handed sword. Looking at them, the protagonist realizes that this is the best team of monster hunters from the entire mercenary association. Sitting down at the table, Morty points to each member of the squad in turn, talking about them. He calls Adolf his older brother, and Roger even his grandfather. Upon hearing this, the fighters became somewhat angry, telling the fat man that they were still young and full of strength and energy. After which, they give the fat guy a dressing down. And looking at this, Rick understands that it won't be difficult for him to find a common language with them. John addressed Rick by name, telling him that he was there because President Hughes had ordered him to join the team. Nothing more. The place they're going to on the Ghost Mountain is teeming with high-level monsters. If he and Morty can't handle the load, he'll kick them out of the team right away. To which Rick replies that he will adapt quickly and will try not to burden the team with his weakness. While tugging at the fat man's cheeks, Roger tells the protagonist not to take things too seriously, as he and Morty only need to worry about protecting themselves. With a disgruntled face, Morty replies that they are greatly underestimating them, and that they are already prepared to fight D-level monsters. Having finished his introduction, Captain John tells the squad that it is time for them to head out to Ghost Rain Mountain for a new hunt. Rick is a little surprised by such a quick sortie. He understands that John is a real man of action. As darkness fell, a new squad set out for the Ghost Rain Mountain, using an armored jeep with bright headlights as their transport. The large size and bright headlights of this car can attract a lot of attention from many monsters that hunt in the dark. But Adolf says that this is exactly why they chose this transport, because searching for traces of monsters is a waste of time. Hearing a noise coming from behind the car, the heroes stopped. At this moment, someone attacks the squad with a multitude of fast needle-like projectiles flying straight into the jeep's body. However, Rick reacts to the attack and immediately jumps out of the cabin, after which he repels all attacks directed at them. The needles that attacked them turned out to be quite large and had a deadly sharpness, because they could even dig into rocky soil. Upon seeing them, Morty comments that the needles may belong to one of the D-level monsters that spews them out of its fur. After which, the heroes notice their pursuer. It is a D-rank monster, a hunting fox. It has high speed and mobility, and can also simultaneously release many sharp needles. Seeing the heroes exit the car, the monster let out a fierce scream, signaling the start of the fight. Hearing the roar, John tells Morty to come out and help his friend, as these monsters are the weakest they will ever face, and this battle will be a test of sorts for them. Realizing that this was an entrance test, the heroes' expressions changed somewhat, because they had no right to make a mistake. While smoking his cigarette, Roger asks the captain if it is too cruel to send two youngsters to fight a D-level monster. Adolf joins in his words, telling him that apparently the captain had no intention of accepting them into the squad, which is why he arranged this test. However, John says that if these guys can't handle such a monster, then they will only be a burden in future battles. Meanwhile, our heroes have already taken a fighting stance. They are very determined and are not in the mood to retreat. Looking at them, the hunting fox lets out a terrifying howl, indicating an imminent attack. After which, waving her special tail, she attacks the heroes with a multitude of needles, scattering them chaotically around the entire perimeter. Dodging the attacks and gradually getting closer to the monster, Morty says that he wants to deal with it himself to test his new power. Rick accepts the fat man's offer, telling him that if anything happens, he will be there and will definitely help him. Morty assumes a fighting stance, blocking the sharp spikes with his shield, after which he activates his innate skill, the Heavenly Divine Power. Upon activating this skill, a powerful aura begins to surround Morty's body, which breaks the spikes apart, forming a strong barrier around his body. After which, Morty pushes off the ground with such force that the rocks beneath him crack, and in a quick burst, he heads straight for the monster's body. Seeing this, the creature takes a defensive stance. The fox throws its tail over its head and prepares to strike the enemy. Watching the battle, Rick is surprised by the strong aura coming from Morty. He didn't expect his innate skill to be so strong. Meanwhile, the fat man finally gets to the hunting fox, attacking him with all the might of his divine power. From the strong blow, the monster flies to the side like a football, and is unable to do anything against Morty. The shockwave created by the monster's impact with the ground raised a tall column of dust, and the monster let out a loud, pitiful howl, begging for mercy. However, Morty is adamant, and tells him not to even think about running away, and immediately attacks the monster again. After finishing the fight, Morty tells the protagonist that if it weren't for the wound, he would have been in the top 10 in the military operation without his help. Rick tells him that he never doubted him, because he just has great genes, and his innate ability is simply terrifying. Rubbing the back of his head, Morty tells the protagonist that he is very flattered by him, because he is still far from him. But as thanks for the operation, he allows him to finish off the monster and keep the loot for himself. Rick swings his blade wide and finishes off the half-dead creature with a sweeping blow. Killing D-level monsters gives Rick 3 stat points, and the hero realizes that if he engages in a protracted battle, he can become quite strong. The main members of the squad watch the fight. They praise Morty, saying that his divine power is truly a very rare and unique gift. However, they still haven't seen what Rick is capable of, which could come back to haunt them during a serious fight. But Adolf assures the captain that Rick is strong enough to be in their squad, because Morty wouldn't follow him for no reason. Perhaps he will still bring them a huge surprise. The heroes examine the monster's corpse for useful and expensive items. At that moment, Rick feels the rustling sound of someone's quick movements, located behind them. Turning around, the heroes see 2 huge chameleon monsters in front of them. rushing towards them at high speed. Having noticed them, the heroes became wary, because these chameleons are considered strong D-level monsters. They are excellent at camouflage, and also have enormous speed. With cold calculation, the mutated reptiles attack the heroes with their sticky tongues, wanting to feast on their bodies. Seeing that the newcomers are being attacked by serious opponents, Roger says that they must help them, because these monsters are very insidious. Without a second's hesitation, Captain John jumps down from the tree to join the fight as quickly as possible. However, looking at the newcomers, he wonders whether it is worth helping them, because they have not yet seen Rick's strength. Seeing new enemies in front of him, Rick immediately enters the battle and, given the high speed of the monsters, immediately activates the maneuvering skill. He deftly slips past the chameleon's long tongue, getting closer and closer to his opponents. After which, Rick activates his blade's beast core, and also uses his new D-level ability, Shadow Blade. Realizing that these creatures' weakest point is their large eyes, Rick uses a Shadow Strike to attack their vulnerable spot. At the moment of impact, the Shadow Blade's hidden ability was activated, which allows it to deal double damage, so the attack seemed to slip past the eyes of both creatures. The power of the activated weapon deals stunning damage to monsters, leaving them no chance of survival. The monsters fall to the ground like dead weight, and Rick feels how with each new monster he kills he becomes stronger. His progress is obvious. It seems to him that even since the fight with Arthur, he has become much stronger, because he was able to easily defeat 2 D-rank monsters. After the battle, Morty runs up to the main character with a smile, telling him that now they have definitely passed the test and will be able to participate in cleanups on an equal basis with the rest of the squad members. Seeing how easily the protagonist defeated the D-rank monsters, Adolf and Roger are surprised by his strength, especially impressed by the protagonist's speed, which Adolf compares to the level of a general. John is also surprised by the newcomer's abilities. He realizes that he has several useful skills in combat, as well as extremely powerful weapons. Considering these facts, the captain is glad that he managed to get such a talented young man into his squad, because over time he will be able to raise him to be a very strong fighter. Adolf suggests to the captain to try Rick as the main swordsman, because it seems to him that with his abilities he should be able to handle this role. Having finished the battle and collecting useful resources, the heroes returned back to the car. Captain John apologizes to the heroes for his arrogance and prejudice towards them, and then extends his hand, offering to become members of their crew. Rick accepts his offer, shaking his hand. He says that he will try not to make them worry about him anymore. Having finished the ceremony of joining the squad, the heroes set off on their further journey. After driving some distance, Adolf sees a large crowd of monsters in front of him, after which he presses the button for emergency evacuation from the car. He jumps out of the Jeep, attracting a huge crowd of monsters to his body, wanting to tear him to pieces. Roger and Morty take on the monsters' attacks, covering the squad with their shields, while John and Rick deal with the rest of the creatures. The fight lasted for a long time, but the fighters managed to remain the winners without any problems and get rid of the whole bunch of monsters. After which, they climb up one of the watchtowers located in the area to take a little rest. The past battle took a lot of strength from the heroes, but thanks to it, Rick was able to earn a huge number of characteristic points. The heroes left Adolf as a patrolman because he is a scout. Looking at his sword, Rick realizes that if the squad continues to fight monsters so actively, he will easily be able to upgrade his skills and characteristics to the maximum available. After all, over the past days, participating in constant fights, he was able to earn about 100 points. However, he is not spending them yet, because he does not want to attract attention with his overly rapid progress. Looking at Rick, John tells him to rest a little, because if they meet stronger opponents, such as the warlord monsters, then he will not have such a chance. Rick asks the captain for more details about the monster distribution system. John explains that the Ghost Rain Mountain is divided into zones. The most dangerous zone is the black one. It is forbidden to enter. The red zone is inhabited by strong monsters that only warlord-level fighters can handle. The yellow zone is filled with mid-level and higher monsters, and the green zone is an area for joint operations where low-level monsters live. After which, he added that they were now between the red and yellow zones. So in addition to mid-level monsters, they could also encounter a creature at the level of a novice warlord. If they can defeat such a monster, then the material from it can be sold for several tens of millions, and also obtain valuable artifacts. However, Roger calms down the ardor of young Rick, because battles with such monsters are extremely difficult, and sometimes last for several days. John says that capturing such a monster is the main goal of their squad. He wants to impress the other military leaders with the success of his team. Rick wonders if he can become a military leader himself by killing such a monster, because then he will be able to further upgrade his skills. At that moment, Adolf rushes towards the watchtower, shouting to his team to prepare for battle, because a large wave of monsters is coming. Following him, a huge number of monsters, resembling wolves, begin to surround the tower, looking in their direction with a bloody, hungry gaze. These are D-level monsters, the rabid snow mastiffs, known for their absolute fearlessness, as well as their ability to gather in large packs. Looking at the fleeing Adolf, Captain John notes that he is doing an excellent job as a scout. Standing on a tower, the heroes prepare for an attack by snow mastiffs. John tells his squad to stay in formation and help each other, and to make sure none of the monsters start to mutate. Hearing this, Rick asked the captain how they should start mutating. Roger told Rick that snow mastiffs are known for their fearlessness and madness. They cannot be intimidated, and prolonged, furious fights can cause mutations in monsters. Therefore, the heroes must kill each of them, because if the mutation occurs, the fight will drag on for a long time. Having brought the entire pack of hungry dogs, Adolf jumps onto the tower to join the rest of the squad. The mad snow mastiffs continue to pursue him and also try to climb the tower. The left side of the tower is covered by Roger, fighting off the dogs with his shield, and the right side is defended by Captain John, cutting down the attacking monsters with his two-handed sword. But there is simply an incredible number of creatures here. They crawl out of every crack, attacking each of the heroes. Morty fights in a similar style to Roger, blocking the bites of rabid mastiffs with his shield, buying time for the attacking heroes. Mad mastiffs are different from other monsters. As soon as they see prey, they immediately become enraged. They are like mad dogs, whose instinct for self-preservation is turned off. Rick keeps up with the other heroes and fights the dogs just as fiercely, cutting them down one by one. The protagonist understands that the team works as a single mechanism, so they have an excellent chance of winning this battle. But if it weren't for the team, even heroes of the commander level would flee the battlefield, because there is no end to these creatures. Killing one monster after another, Rick feels his stats grow. For each kill of a snow mastiff, he gets 3 additional stat points. Adolf is mysteriously watching Rick's fight, and it's clear from his eyes that he's plotting something. Seeing Rick so caught up in fighting monsters, Adolf realizes this is his chance, and he can't miss it, so he takes out his knife. However, Adolf's plan did not come true, because at that very moment a huge, mad, hungry creature pounced on him from above. Adolf did not expect this attack. Seeing the furious monster, he was confused and could not move. Rick notices that Adolf is terrified, and if he is not helped, he is in danger of dying. Realizing this, Rick covers himself from the monsters with his hand, allowing them to bite him, and with his other hand he kills the monster that attacked Adolf, saving his life. Looking at this, Adolf understands how fast the main character's reaction is. It's good that he didn't act rashly then. Looking at the frightened Adolf, Rick tells him that he should stay close to the rest of the team. John notices how fiercely Rick fights, once again emphasizing to himself what a right decision it was to accept him into his team. The battle had been going on for more than 3 hours. More and more monster corpses were falling to the ground, painting it bloody. But their numbers did not decrease, and the heroes continued to fight them fiercely. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion that covers the entire area around the tower with bright flames, surrounding the heroes with a fiery trap. The corpses of monsters, from which it was still possible to collect an arsenal, burned to ashes in a powerful flame. Looking at the high column of fire, the heroes do not understand what is happening here and where this explosion came from. Seeing the flames, John tells the team that someone has set up an ambush for them, as explosive weapons can easily cause the monsters to mutate. It turned out that this was Gray's doing. Looking at how brightly the flames burn, he shouts that Rick has made enemies in the Lee family in vain. Now he will have to die here, and he will feed his corpse to the dogs. The heroes stood in a circle, covering each other's backs. Morty says that if they manage to escape, Gray may not ask for his mercy. At this moment, the wounded, half-dead snow mastiff begins to emit a mysterious aura that possesses enormous power. He opens his wild eyes, filled with endless rage and power. After which, the mad dog rushes towards the detachment at great speed, wanting to tear their bodies into small pieces. The furious creature heads straight for Roger's body. Due to Roger's large size, his speed is not enough to raise his shield in time. But Rick saves him from the blow. He pushes Roger and hugs him and falls to the ground with him, which helped them dodge the monster's attack. Looking at the mad creature, the heroes realize that the mad mastiff is mutating, and now its strength and speed cannot be compared to that of other monsters. The monster's mutation is like a transition in life. Its combat power is greatly enhanced. An intense combat, fatal wounds, and explosives only accelerate this process. Watching the fight, Gray tells the protagonist that the heavens themselves want him to die today. because it's not every day you see powerful monsters mutate. At this point, Captain John attacks the mutated creature with his greatsword, telling the rest of the crew to stay away. He understands that once this wolf completes its mutation, he will not be able to continue fighting it alone, so he must defeat it as soon as possible. The opponents are not inferior to each other in any way. However, in a battle where both sides have the same rank, the monster usually has the advantage. As John attacks one after another, he feels transformations in his body. Seeing the captain's strength, Roger informs him that he is going to level up and become a warlord. Rick also notices a change in John's strength, as his aura has become much more powerful, but still does not reach the level of a military leader. The only one who does not find this fact to be any joy is Adolf, who secretly watches the battle, choosing the right moment. Roger says that John is a brilliant fighter. If he had not been injured in one of the battles while protecting him, he would have been a military leader long ago. That's why, for many years, he continued to fight against strong monsters, wanting to quickly make a breakthrough. And now, finally, that moment is near. However, when John was about to move on to the next level, he receives a sneaky stab in the back. Turning around, he sees that this is the work of Adolf. He cannot believe his eyes, because he saved him from death so many times. Adolf replies that he is very sorry, because this is what the Lee family wanted, and he can blame Rick for his death, who greatly angered this powerful family. Sensing the scent of human blood, the ferocious creature attacks Captain John with a sweeping attack of its mighty paw. The blow severely wounds John, leaving deep scars on his body and causing a lot of damage. Seeing that the captain is injured, Roger covers the crew with his shield, telling Morty to quickly give John first aid. Meanwhile, Adolf runs away from the squad further and further. Seeing this, Gray jokingly tells him that he is just a heartless creature. It turned out that Adolf was a secret agent of the Lee family. They did not want to reveal his identity in advance, but a joint operation with Rick forced them to take this step. After which, Gray orders the rest of his squad to launch an aerial attack with arrows at the battle-weary heroes. The Lee family's fighters besieged the tower with a hail of arrows. The shells were so powerful that when they hit a tree, they left a deep mark on it. At that moment, one of the shells hits the target, wounding Roger in the chest area, and a strong pain suddenly pierced his body. And at the same moment, the mutating monster attacks the unwary Roger, inflicting another deep wound on him. Barely able to stay on his feet, Roger uses his last strength to cover himself with his shield, and tells the heroes to grab the captain and run away from here, to which Morty replies that they will not run away, but will break through the road from here with joint efforts. Roger tells him to shut up, because at times like this, rookies should listen to their elders, even if they manage to break away. He is still seriously injured. Barely holding back the onslaught of monsters, Roger asks the heroes to tell the captain that he has now returned the favor for his previous rescue, and they are now even. Roger realizes that he can no longer hold off the monsters, and a huge crowd of creatures led by a mutant attacks him. However, at that moment, Rick appears behind Roger and knocks him out with a powerful blow to the neck. After which, Rick uses all the stat points earned during the battle to upgrade all stats to the highest possible level. Seeing this, Morty is surprised by the next boost to the main character. Rick tells him to grab the captain and Roger and run away from here quickly, and he will catch up with them later, as soon as he sorts things out here. Morty looks at Rick with a trusting look, because Rick has never let him down before. He then grabs the wounded bodies of John and Roger, and rushes away from the tower, leaving Rick alone to face death. The horde of hungry snow mastiffs seemed to grow even more ferocious as they saw their prey flee. However, Rick does not allow any of the mad dogs to reach the heroes, fighting them ferociously, as if this is his last battle. With each monster killed, Rick feels his body fill with more and more power, and his God of War system points increase. Finding himself surrounded by creatures, the hero understands that he needs to break through them right now. After which, he activates the maneuvering skill and flies past the hungry creatures, who did not even notice his movement. However, the mutated rabid mastiff sees Rick's movements and immediately sets off in pursuit of its prey. Realizing that the speed of the mutated monster is very high, Rick decides to use the remaining stat points, pumping up his maneuvering skill to the next level. After leveling up his maneuvering ability, Rick feels a significant change in his speed. The mad creature realizes that it won't be able to keep up with the hero, so it lets out a loud roar, ordering all the other creatures in the area to chase Rick. Novice Warlord rank monsters, like bosses, have the ability to dominate weaker rank monsters. Making his way through the thorny forests, Rick realizes that finding his allies will not be easy, and monsters are watching the hero from the depths of the trees. Seeing this, Gray is happy about what is happening, because such a huge squad of monsters will definitely deal with Rick. Morty was still able to get away from the monsters, saving his two new friends in the process. However, He realizes that he has reached a dead end, and the road ahead is blocked by a huge mountain, which he is unable to climb over with 2 people on his shoulders. At this point, Roger comes to his senses. He tells Morty to grab the captain and climb the mountain, and he will catch up with them later. But at this moment, the heroes are attacked by many needles flying towards them. Roger and Morty barely have time to react and cover themselves with their shields. There were many hunting foxes sitting at the top of the trees, who would not allow the heroes to simply climb up the mountain. The only chance to get out of here is to defeat the monsters. Morty tells Roger not to worry, because he will definitely cope. After which, with complete confidence in his voice and determination in his eyes, he tells Roger to hide behind his body. Morty puts his shield forward, deflecting the needles aimed at him, trying to get as close to the foxes as possible to attack. However, he understands that he won't be able to avoid all the arrows, and most likely he won't be able to reach the monsters, so he needs to at least delay the time. But at that moment, a flash of blue light flies past Morty, which cuts through all the projectiles directed at him. After which, a blue flash flies past all the trees in the area, reaching every monster attacking the heroes. It was Rick, moving with great speed between the monsters using maneuvers, killing them one by one. Seeing this, the heroes cannot believe their eyes, because Rick has become much stronger since their last meeting. Rick looks at his opponents with confidence, a powerful blue aura surrounding his body. Snow mastiffs from the watchtower begin to gradually come running to the battle site, gathering into a large pack. Rick understands that the heroes are in this situation because of him, so he must help them get out of here alive. Having reached the place, the mad dogs attack the main character again, their eyes showing absolute madness and boundless rage. Ever since Rick reached the threshold of advanced meteorite-level agility and strength, fighting monsters of that level has become a piece of cake for him. However, the number of monsters may cause him to run out of steam, considering that the mutant monster has not yet arrived here. Seeing how easily Rick destroys monsters, Roger and Morty consider him an absolute genius. Never before have they seen fighters progress so quickly. As Rick continues to fight, he hears a loud roar coming from the forest, signaling the imminent arrival of the mutated mastiff on the battlefield. Realizing this, Rick tells the rest of the team that they need to get to the mountain while they still have the chance. With the captain on his shoulder, Rick and his crew climb up the cliff. Given their physiology, mad dogs cannot climb up the mountain, so they can only growl furiously after the heroes. After laying John on the ground, Rick realizes that his wounds are not fatal, because they were able to provide him with first aid in time. However, Rick still blames himself for what happened and vows that when he gets out of here, he will destroy the Lee family. Seeing this, Roger tells the protagonist not to torment himself, because the Mercenary Association and the Lee family have never gotten along with each other. But Morty also agrees with Rick and believes that as soon as they return to the city, they will immediately pay the Lee family a sad visit. Putting his hand on Morty's head, Roger asks Rick why he hid his true strength, since he couldn't have become that strong in a matter of hours. Morty added that he now understood how Rick was always able to defeat his opponents so skillfully, because in fact he hid his strength. In response to this, Rick only smirked, telling the heroes that he actually just had a talent for quickly learning abilities. Hearing this, the heroes froze with envy, because improving and studying talents is a much more difficult task than pumping up characteristics. In addition to physical training and weapons, the power of a meteorite fighter depends on the development of his skills. For an ordinary warrior, learning them is much more difficult than improving his physical fitness. Rubbing the back of his head, Roger says that if he had such talent and was able to use his class ability to the fullest, then the mutated mastiff's attacks would be useless against him. Hearing this, Morty laughed, because Roger once thought of Rick as a newbie, but it turns out that Rick is stronger than him. At that moment, a multicolored aura, possessing enormous power and colossal strength, began to emanate from Captain John's body. Seeing this, Roger became happy, telling the others that the captain was going to evolve to the rank of a warlord. The other heroes are also happy about this, because if this happens, they can easily take revenge on Gray. When a meteor warrior reaches the rank of warlord, his combat power will be greatly improved. In any city, warlords are always first-class warriors. When John was young, he was injured while protecting Roger during a fight with monsters, the consequences of which reduced his chances of advancing to the rank of warlord. After this, John created his own squad of monster hunters and constantly fought on the front lines to hone his skills and increase his rank. Seeing that the captain is evolving, Roger cries, because it was because of him that John was once injured, and now he will finally fulfill his desired goal. After which, he looks at Rick and tells him that he will most likely also become a military leader someday, because he has great talent. In a cozy atmosphere, Morty laughs cheerfully, saying that soon they will become an invincible team, because they will have 2 first-class fighters in their lineup. Rick asks Roger if intense battles are the only way to rank up, to which he replies that this method is the most popular and frequently used, but it is not the only one. First, he needs to understand that when people rise to the rank of warlord, it's similar to how monsters mutate. After the night of the meteorite fall, every living organism mutated, including humans. When some strong stimulus occurs, monsters mutate. The same applies to humans. This world is still changing, so there must be other ways to become a military leader. Hearing this, Rick ponders his words, and the thought comes to his mind that perhaps the God of War's system itself will give him a hint at the right time. After long battles, the heroes fell asleep and a new day arrived. But they didn't get enough sleep, because they were awakened by the rustling of wings emitted by the eagle-eyed foxes hovering above their heads. When the heroes wake up, they notice that there are a lot of flying monsters here. Roger explains to Rick that these monsters are known for their cunning and excellent intelligence, so he needs to be on guard. Without giving the heroes a chance to catch their breath, the eagle-eyed foxes immediately attack them, putting the squad in an awkward position, since it is difficult to fight flying monsters without a special arsenal. The cunning monsters split up to launch a surprise attack from 3 sides at once. Rick notices that all 3 eagle-eyed foxes are attacking his wounded comrades, and he does not have time to cover them. The heroes steadfastly withstand the blows of the flying creatures, covering themselves from the attack with their shields. But the force of the onslaught is so great that Morty starts bleeding from the mouth. Rick tries his best to get to his teammates as quickly as possible to help them. But as soon as he gets closer, the creatures immediately fly up. These bastards know to aim at wounded enemies. Roger says that flying-type monsters are much more dangerous than others, due to their huge field of vision and fast speed. Fighting them is always difficult. Morty says that the place where the battle is taking place is too spacious. They need to find some cave for further fighting. To which Roger says that the most dangerous thing about these mantras is that they attack in groups, which means there is a nest somewhere nearby, and if they try to hide somewhere in a cave, they can run into even more creatures. Rick ponders the words spoken by his comrades. He realizes that ranged weapons are needed to fight these monsters. Suddenly, the hero remembers that he has something similar in his arsenal, and he has an interesting idea. Realizing that the heroes can't do anything against them, the eagle-eyed foxes attack them again, this time flying towards Rick. Roger activates his ability to defend himself, telling the rest of the team that they need to hold out until the commander wakes up, and then it's a piece of cake. However, Rick didn't even move from his place. He carefully watched the flight of the monsters, waiting for a convenient moment to attack. After which, he quickly throws a rope at them to bind the monsters. Tied to the ends of the rope are sickle-shaped blades that Rick acquired in battle with the Lee family's twin brothers. The blow hits home and pierces the necks of 2 monsters at once, causing them to dive to the ground and roar in intense pain. Seeing this attack, Morty smiles because he knows how these blades were obtained. And Roger, once again, is surprised by the main character's ingenuity. With the creatures under control, Rick is glad to have the opportunity to use the weapon given to him by the Lee family. After which, he pulls the rope towards himself, causing the monsters to collide with each other and fall like dead weight to the ground. Having defeated 2 eagle-eyed foxes, Rick immediately attacks the third one while it is confused. Seeing Rick approaching, the last monster's eyes popped out in horror from fear of death, because to him, Rick seemed like a real butcher. Rick misses his blow, because at the last moment the monster managed to fly up. Seeing his opponent fly away, Rick realizes that these creatures really do have high maneuvering speed. Roger shouts at Rick not to let him go because somewhere nearby there is a nest of these creatures, and if he gets there, it will definitely be the end for them. Rick himself understands this, so he immediately activates his maneuvering ability to quickly catch up with the fleeing creature. The hero manages to catch up with the monster, and it is about to catch him by surprise. However, Rick understands that he shouldn't attack him ahead of time, because he is already wounded, and sooner or later he will fall to the ground from blood loss. Continuing to pursue the monster, Rick runs past a multicolored forest. This area seems familiar to the hero. Seeing that the monster has weakened and begun to move more slowly, the hero realizes that this is an excellent chance to attack, and at that moment, he throws a binding rope with sickle-shaped blades tied to it at him with all his might. The attack reaches the monster's body, piercing through its neck and dealing fatal damage. The monster's fall raised a tall column of dust, and Rick examines the corpse for useful artifacts and items for sale. Having finished his inspection, the hero sees a mysterious cave in front of him. He thinks that this could be a nest of eagle-eyed foxes. Rick decides to go in there, and hiding behind a tree, he watches what is happening inside her. He sees before him the very cave in which the D-rank Monster King's lair was, guarded by many winged monsters. Rick is not surprised that this place seemed familiar to him. Moreover, he remembers about the tree located in the center of the cave and possessing a huge aura. But now, for some reason, he doesn't feel that enormous power from him. Perhaps the warlord's monster guarding him has gone somewhere. On the crown of a tree, he notices an alien artifact glowing emerald. It seems that this tree has undergone a mutation and produced an alien artifact, which is why so many monsters were drawn here. Looking at the artifact, the hero realizes that it should be C tier. With his current strength, he is able to at least get closer to the artifact to make sure of it, and perhaps use the power of this stone. After which, he throws feathers from the monsters he has struck, in order to distract other creatures from his person. The trick worked, and the monster's attention focused on those feathers, allowing the hero to sneak past them unnoticed. Activating his Shadow Blade ability, Rick silently dispatches the two monsters, opening a path to the treetop. Looking at her, he realizes that there is an abyss between the section of rock on which he is located and the crown of the tree. However, a great idea came into his head, and he threw a rope with a sickle tied to it at the tree, after which, he uses the rope like a cable, and with the help of the second blade, slides along it, passing the abyss and ending up on the crown of a tree. The tree's crown was so huge that its size could be compared to a small city. And in the very center of this mysterious color, the desired prey shines in bright emerald colors. The beauty of the stone captivates the hero. He understands that the artifact really has enormous power and sea-level capabilities. Rick remembers the powers he gained after eating a D-level artifact, and imagines what would happen if he ate a C-level artifact. Perhaps after this, he will be able to break through to the rank of military leader. Getting closer to the stone, Rick notices a powerful monster sleeping next to the alien artifact. Looking at him, Rick realizes that this is the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, because the aura emanating from him was terrifying in its power. The protagonist scans the monster's abilities using the perception skill, and learns that the creature has the power of a general. Realizing this, Rick thinks that he has no chance of winning a fight with him, but he continues to observe the situation. Sea Level is much stronger than the mutated Mastiff. Even if Rick uses all his stat points, he will not be able to do anything against the monster. While thinking about this, Rick sees a small hare monster emerge from the treetops, attracted by the smell of the stone and trying to drag it away. But before he could reach the stone, an eagle-eyed fox flew out from around the corner and tore the rabbit to pieces with one blow of his claws. Seeing this, Rick wonders why the hare was killed by an ordinary guard and not a general. Because with his sense of smell, he definitely heard the hare. A thought occurs to the protagonist, and he activates the perception skill to confirm his theory. He understands that the entire perimeter of the tree's crown is guarded by many monsters, but their leader does not show any activity. This means that the general has not yet awakened, and the mission of these monsters is to guard the artifact until their leader opens his eyes. This arrangement pleases the main character, because he is able to cope with ordinary monsters. In order to deal with monsters as quickly and silently as possible, Rick improves his Shadow Blade ability. Upgrading a high-ranking ability costs a lot of stat points, so Rick will have to make up for it by fighting the eagle-eyed foxes. The monsters continue to sit in their old places, guarding the alien artifact from unexpected guests. At this moment, the hero simultaneously activates the maneuvering ability and the Shadow Blade, and instantly hits several monsters at once. The sound of his blows is almost silent, which gives him an advantage in combat with monsters that rely on hearing. Rick continues to destroy the creatures one after another, earning more and more stat points. Having opened the system of the God of War, he realizes that he only has 16 points left to pump up his mind and intellect to the accessible limit. Standing on the treetop and observing his stats, Rick notices that while he is on the tree, his stats increase on their own. This makes him wonder what kind of crazy effects he will get after activating the sea-level alien artifact. After killing all the monsters in the area, Rick decides to make his move before their king wakes up. He clings to one of the trees with his sickle blade, and then rushes forward towards the coveted artifact. Pleased with himself, Rick thinks that his plan was just perfect, but there is no time to waste, and he needs to leave this place as soon as possible. The king of the eagle-eyed foxes sat just as calmly, his paws folded on a tree branch. Suddenly he became very active. Looking around, he furiously screamed throughout the cave because someone stole the treasure of metamorphosis and killed his children. Unfortunately, at the moment he cannot leave this place, because he must hatch an egg, but as soon as he is free, he will definitely kill the thief. Meanwhile, Rick has already gotten out of the cave and is running away from there as fast as he can, wanting to help his friends as soon as possible. Having broken away from the cave to a safe distance, Rick decides to take a closer look at his prey. Looking at the artifact, shining with emerald colors, Rick realizes that it looks more like a stone than a fruit. and the energy in it is many times greater than any he has encountered. However, the God of War system warns the protagonist that he cannot use this artifact now, because certain conditions have not been met. Rick decides to deal with this later, because he needs to help his comrades as soon as possible. On the way there, Rick hopes that Gray is still there, because then he will be able to fully take revenge on him for all the pain he caused his friends. Meanwhile, the action moves to the squad. Roger tells Morty to be on the alert, because it's already getting dark, which means there are more monsters in the area. Morty tells Roger that he is worried that Rick has not returned yet. Maybe he needs help. To which Roger replies that Rick is not the kind of person who needs help from fighters like them. He can handle everyone himself and should appear any minute. The hero's conversation was interrupted by the loud roar of mad dogs, who with hungry fury directed their mouths towards the heroes. Morty asks how they were able to find them since the dogs are not intelligent, to which Roger replies that they have evolved again. There were a huge number of monsters. It seemed as if there was no end to them. And at the head of this whole pack, a mutated snowmastiff walked with a proud look. Roger says it's too late to run, so we need to focus on defense and hold out as long as possible. The mad dogs gradually surround the heroes, forcing them to retreat so as not to get into a hopeless situation. They cover each other's backs, as well as holding back the wave with shields and counterattacking when the opportunity arises. There are so many monsters here that even Roger's fists are used, because one shield is simply not enough. Despite the heroes' efforts, the mad dogs surround them more and more, and their attacks begin to hit the already wounded heroes, leaving injuries on their bodies. Suddenly, a flash of blue light flies past another wave of snow mastiffs. It was Rick. He finally returned to his comrades and with his whole appearance showed the monsters that now it was their turn to run away. Rick tells his crew to protect the captain and he will take care of the rest himself, since they have already done a lot. To which Morty replies that he will not run away because he alone will not be able to cope with such a huge crowd of monsters. But Roger blocks his way with his hand, telling him that they should rely on Rick. Roger believes that he has become even stronger since their last meeting. Rick thrusts his blade forward, challenging the aspiring Mastiff warlord, the monster giving Rick an aura similar to the captain's. The monster accepts the challenge to a fight, after which it lets out a powerful roar that seems about to knock down the heroes. However, Rick realizes that compared to last time, the aura of this monster feels weaker to him, because now he himself has become much stronger. Without a second's delay, the protagonist activates the ability of the Shadow Blade and attacks the squad of monsters with a frontal attack. He easily destroys several D-level monsters without them even noticing his movements. Seeing how easily Rick destroys monsters, the heroes think that he has actually been hiding his true power all this time. Meanwhile, Rick continues to rampage on the battlefield, destroying more and more monsters, and thus gaining more and more stat points. Having killed the main pack of monsters guarding the leader, the hero takes aim at the main monster to check the progress of his forces. He once again activates all of his blade's abilities to deal devastating damage to the monster. However, the monster is not sleeping and also attacks Rick at the same moment, with a sweeping blow of its powerful paw. The opponents collided with each other, and the powerful blows created a flash of blue light, the light from which reached the city itself. After receiving a strong rebuff, Rick jumps back as he realizes that the monster's punching power exceeds his 99 points. But the monster doesn't give the main character a chance to catch his breath and immediately attacks him, aiming its mouth at his body, which is about to catch Rick. To avoid the bite, Rick uses his maneuvering skill and jumps away from the monster to a safe distance, causing it to hesitate a bit. A bloody battle ensues between the mad dog and the main character. The opponents are not inferior to each other in anything, and gradually seize the initiative. Watching the fight, the heroes are once again surprised by Rick's abilities. They don't understand when he managed to become so strong. And especially if you take into account his age, this makes him an object of envy for many fighters. It is not surprising that so much attention is focused on him. At this moment, the mad mastiff attacks Rick with a powerful sweeping blow of its huge paw, forcing the protagonist to retreat. As expected, the monster is superior to the advanced level meteorite fighter in every way. However, thanks to his upgraded skills, Rick can fight on par with him. At the moment of the next attack, a plan for the further battle comes to Rick's mind. Waiting for the right moment, the hero spends the earned skills to improve the Shadow Blade skill, thereby increasing the chance of a double attack. And just as the monster reaches him, Rick dodges the attack by jumping up, then takes out a rope to bind the monsters. The rope hits its target and he manages to immobilize the creature for a while. Realizing that he won't have another chance, Rick uses his Shadow Blade skill and attacks the leader of the Snow Mastiffs with all his might. Multiple blows land on the mad dog's mouth, causing massive damage. And with the last attack, Rick attacks his eye, piercing it through and inflicting fatal damage on the monster. the hero finally managed to defeat the strong monster. The bright scarlet blood of the ferocious monster stained the entire earth, and the mad dog fell to the ground with a death rattle. Seeing this, the heroes cannot believe their eyes that Riku managed to defeat such a strong monster alone. Realizing that the rest of the creatures might go berserk after the death of their leader, the protagonist stands in front of the corpse, showing the others who is the boss. But the other wolves did not attack. Seeing that their leader was dead, they ran away with their tails between their legs. For killing a monster close to the level of a warlord, Rick gets 10 points. He understands that even with the existing characteristics, he is superior to any fighter of an advanced level, and his potential is higher than that of any warrior. Lower in rank than a military leader, which makes him a serious opponent for any fighter. Rick realizes that now it's time for him to start thinking about the rank of a military leader in order to quickly complete his mission and get into the secret room with the safe. A joyful Morty jumps on Rick, causing his wounded body to scream in pain. He tells him that he never doubted that he would be the one to defeat such a strong monster, because he is truly special. In response to this, Rick simply yanks the fat man on the cheeks, and at that moment, Roger tells him that he has truly amazing strength. Perhaps this power even surpasses the captain's power before he made a breakthrough with the possibility of becoming a military leader. After which, Roger tells him that he doesn't have to explain to him where he got such powers from, because he's sure that Hughes specifically added him to their squad, because he knew about the Lee family's plans. Morty says that it really is like his father and he could predict their next move in advance. Maybe he saw such potential in Rick. Rubbing his chin, Rick tells his friends that they have incredible intuition, but he doesn't want to talk about the God of War system yet. Instead, he turns his attention to the corpse of the mutated monster, telling the heroes that it's time to see what they've been fighting for so long. Rick's eyes lit up at the thought of how much expensive material was in the creature's corpse, and Morty's mouth began to water at the thought of how juicy the meat from this monster would be. The heroes began to gut the monster's carcass, taking all the useful artifacts for themselves. One of these are mastiff eyes, which are valued in the market at tens of millions, because they are a very exclusive product. Rick choked on what he heard, because he had pierced one of his eyes with his blade. Roger tells him that there is no need to be such a miser, because there are plenty of other valuable materials here. For example, claws, fangs, bones cost more than $1 million each, and fur costs more than $5 million, because it can be used to make armor or capes for fighters. While throwing the entire arsenal into bags, Morty remembers that they still haven't searched the corpses of regular monsters, because there are a huge number of them there. He immediately goes to do this, and suggests that the other heroes rest a little, because they were badly injured in the long battle. After which, Morty regrets his offer, because there really was a huge amount of materials, and he had to unload them all alone. However, Morty has a reason to be happy, because during the search, he found something extremely interesting. After which, he takes out 2 D-level beast cores from his pocket, which are perfectly preserved and still radiate a strong aura. The heroes are happy with such a find, because the core of the beast is an extremely rare reward. Usually only 1 piece is found for every 100 monsters, and here there are 2. Imagining how much money they will earn after selling all the goods, the heroes laugh cheerfully, despite the difficult path they had to go through. Roger is glad that everything ended well, and in the end, they managed to achieve the desired result, and even get a good arsenal. But the captain still hasn't woken up, so they can't stay here any longer, and need to return to the base as quickly as possible to put him in the clinic. Morty says that as soon as Captain John wakes up and becomes a military leader, they will definitely destroy the Lee family for such a vile act. Rick agrees with his words. He thinks to himself that he will never forgive the Lee family for what they did, and Gray will regret that he was ever born. Meanwhile, the action moves to the place where the heroes are fighting monsters on the watchtower. There, the pawns of the Lee family are trying to find the corpses of the heroes, because Mr. Gray ordered that their bodies be found alive or dead and brought to him. But Adolf has a bad feeling. He can't believe that his comrades died so easily in battle, and deep down he regrets his actions. Having reached the mountainside, the heroes see that very watchtower. Rick sees that the Lee family bastards are still patrolling the area. He is glad about this, because now he will be able to fully take revenge on them for all the hardships they had to endure. Roger tells Rick that he can do whatever he wants, while they take care of the captain. After hearing the team's approval, Rick uses his sickle to grab onto a tree on the opposite side of the mountain. Then, with a deft movement, he glides over the mountainside, quickly covering a great distance. Thanks to their stealth, the Lee family soldiers don't even suspect that an unexpected guest has appeared here, and continue to chat calmly. By activating his Shadow Blade skill, Rick silently kills them without making a single sound and takes them out in one hit. Rick realizes that with the leveling up of this skill, the chance of a double hit has increased significantly, and in combination with the perception skill, this makes him an ideal silent killer. He kills the Lee family's henchmen with incredible speed, and the rest of the squad doesn't even notice him and calmly goes about their business. But at one point, the two warriors managed to utter a few words before they died, which caused a small noise in the area. Hearing this, the rest of the squad raised the alarm, putting the squad on alert. Now Rick has stopped. He looks at the remains of the Lee family squad with bloodthirsty fury and does not even try to hide from them. He calls these people rats and also asks where their rat boss went, because he too must pay for his actions. The Lee family's pawns understand that they are dealing with a mid-level fighter, and that fighting him shouldn't be a big deal, so they are glad that he came out to them himself. After which, having surrounded him in a circle, the fighters simultaneously attack him, using their entire arsenal of attacks. But Adolf's anxiety does not go away. He understands that something is wrong here, because Rick is emitting an incredibly strong aura. His aura reminds him of a power similar to a warlord entry-level monster, which confuses Adolf. She is literally imbued with bloodthirstiness and a furious desire for death for her enemies. Looking at the main character, Adolf breaks out in a sweat because he feels a huge power from Rick, which he had not noticed before, being next to him. Adolf's ability to sense danger is much better than other people's, which is why he joined the Monster Hunter team as a scout. Adolf tries to warn his allies that attacking Rick is life-threatening and that they should retreat. However, they do not listen to the scout, after which they quickly die one after another, leaving Adolf completely alone on the battlefield. Seeing that Adolf is left alone, Rick tells him that he didn't think they would meet so quickly, but fate put everything in its place. Realizing that he cannot cope with such a force, Adolf tries to escape from the battlefield, using all his skills to maneuver. But Rick quickly catches up with him and asks where he is in such a hurry, because they haven't seen him for so long, and the team probably misses him. Hearing this, Adolf realizes that the entire team managed to survive, and Rick hid his true power from everyone. After performing a Shadow Blade attack, Rick tells Adolf that he wants to see how long he can outrun him. The blow hits the target and deals minor damage to Adolf. In response, he tells the hero not to force him, because he put his life on the line in this fight. The heroes clash, using the most powerful abilities in their arsenal and striking each other with their blades. When using the ability, Rick activates a double lightning strike, dealing heavy damage to Adolf. Crouching in extreme pain, Adolf asks the hero when he became so strong that he can calmly fight an advanced level fighter like that, to which Rick replies that he has always been stronger than him and suggests that he surrender so that he does not have to suffer anymore. Adolf tells him to shut up. He hates him for hiding his power, because if he knew, he would be a spy for the rest of his life. After which, he grabs his blade and tries to attack the main character with his last strength. Seeing this attack, Rick thinks that he will first immobilize his opponent, and then deliver him to his team so that they themselves can pass judgment on him. However, this was not destined to happen. After all, Adolf deliberately runs into Rick's blade, forcing him to pierce his heart, causing a wound incompatible with life. He says that he can't be defeated, but in the end, he would like to see his team, because dying this way is not so bad. Memories of the old days come to his mind, when he was just accepted as a scout in Captain John's squad. The moment when they got their first glory after successfully clearing the monster's lair, he admired his captain. He remembers how he earned his first money from joint assignments. Those were truly wonderful days. He would have liked to remain a scout in this squad forever, until he realized that the squad became a target for many bigger players. Initially, there were 5 people in the team, but during one of the battles they were surrounded by a huge number of monsters. Although they were able to escape then, 2 of their comrades died in that operation. After that incident, Adolf became afraid of monsters. He became addicted to gambling and got into a huge debt. When there was nowhere left to go, Lee's team found him themselves and offered him to become a spy in the Mercenary Association, but they did not promise to cover all his debts. Now he understands that everything was set up in advance, and he simply fell into a trap and had no choice left. He doesn't ask Rick to forgive him, but since he turned out to be so strong, he asks him to protect the Mercenary Association, since the Lee family is up to something. He also asks him that if he ever meets his parents and they ask how their son died, then let them think that he was killed by monsters, which made him a traitor, because this will be a strong blow to them. After this request, Adolf dies. Rick looks at this unfortunate man with sadness in his eyes, because he was never able to find the right path in his life. At this moment, the protagonist hears the sounds of a radio, from which comes the voice of the Lee family fighters, who ask for a situation report. Hearing this, Rick uses his maneuvering ability to evaluate the radio wave flow, and finds out the location of these people. The call came from Gray's squad. When the signal was cut off, They warn the young master that something must have happened. At that very moment, an aura of incredible power begins to press on them, causing their bodies to tremble. They don't see any monsters or meteor fighters nearby, but just in case they decide to leave this place. After which they jump into their armored jeep and press the gas pedal to the floor in order to quickly leave this area. Rick, who arrived at the scene, does not understand what made these fighters flee so hastily. Is a wave of monsters really about to appear now? Meanwhile, the action moves to the cave from which Rick stole the alien artifact. We are shown the egg that the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes was hatching, and it began to emit a power that terrified even the fighters who were at such a great distance. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes sees that the egg has begun to emit energy. However, he simply covers it with his wing because the time for the full awakening of this power has not yet come, and the egg still needs to be hatched. Rick doesn't understand why this feeling of being a strong monster suddenly disappeared. However, he is glad that he won't have to fight another wave of monsters. Watching the jeep leave, Rick says that Gray had better live until their next meeting, because they must definitely meet him. After which, he decides to return to the rest of the team, because it is time for them to return to the city. Several days pass, and the action moves to the house of Adolf's family. It's pouring rain outside, as if it's crying for someone, and someone is knocking on Adolf's door. Two elderly people came out into the street. They were Adolf's parents. Seeing a stranger on the doorstep, they asked him who he was looking for. The hooded man told them that their son had died heroically in a battle with monsters, defending his squad, and also handed them an arsenal worth a large sum of money. After which, the young man once again consoled the old people and went back. The action moves to the main headquarters of the Mercenary Association. There, in a special capsule for quick recovery, lies Captain John, who is about to make a breakthrough to become a military leader. Watching outside his room are Roger, President Hughes, and his assistant, who discuss how difficult it was for John to become a military leader. Hughes says the Lee family is already overstepping their bounds, and since moving to the city, they have been throwing spokes in the wheels of the Mercenary Association. The assistant explains to Hughes that the Lee family's actions are not illegal, and if war is declared against them, they will become enemies of all the meteorite families in the city. Hughes is furious about this. He believes that they simply cannot allow the Lee family to do whatever they want, because then the mercenaries will be ridiculed. To which the assistant replies that this time there are also positive aspects, because John will soon become a general. And also, the team managed to earn a very good arsenal. Hughes asks Roger if Rick really defeated the warlord's entry-level monster, and if he is embellishing his story. To which Roger replies that this is the pure truth, and he himself thought that President Hughes specially placed him in their squad, because he knew about his strength. Coughing, Hughes says that of course, he knew about the protagonist's strength and abilities. However, he thinks to himself that it doesn't seem like Rick was hiding his power. Rather, he is progressing very quickly, which is incredibly rare and genius. After which, the boss's mood changes. He says that it seems that Riku's past rewards are not enough, and he should be thanked even more generously. The assistant tells him that he is sure that Rick will also soon reach the level of a military leader, and then any meteorite family will be nothing to them. Hughes is happy with this news, because then they will definitely destroy the Lee family. These bastards will answer for all the old and new grievances. 1 week passes, and we are shown the main character, who is training hard on the training ground to better reveal all his skills. After all, in order to break through to the ranks of military leaders, he must have excellent concentration and fully reveal his potential. And at the same second, after a long concentration, Rick makes an attacking lunge towards the training dummies. He flashes between them like lightning, striking each of them multiple times. In a matter of seconds, Rick completes a full combat combo, performing a variety of offensive maneuvers. However, he still believes that his strength is not high enough to fully compete with the individuals from the Lee family. At this moment, due to the strong overexertion from the used ability of the Shadow Blade, the training wooden sword shatters into pieces. Rick analyzes his indicators in the God of War system, and realizes that he is now at a dead point, from which only a breakthrough will help to move. At that moment, he smells delicious food coming from the barbecue area on the roof of the building. After which, he immediately goes there to try this delicious dish with such an appetizing aroma. Running to the roof, he sees his friends preparing the meat of a monster warlord. Seeing the main character, Morty invites him to join the meal. On the roof, Rick notices Captain John, who has already woken up and is now in the status of a military leader. John thanks the protagonist for saving his squad in this difficult mission, because if it weren't for him, they most likely wouldn't be having lunch here now. In response to this, Rick simply rubs his cheek because he just did what he had to. While analyzing the captain's abilities, Rick notices how different his aura has become, and he wonders how big the gap is between their powers. John tells Rick that after they grab a bite to eat, they need to stop by the mall because President Hughes wanted to thank him there. This surprised Rick, because he had only recently received major awards. After some time, the heroes find themselves in that same shopping center. The heroes are sitting in a luxurious lounge. John says that the entire arsenal from the operation, except for the D-level beast cores, has been sold. After which he hands Rick a card with 70 million on it. Rick says that this is too high a sum and he cannot accept it because they got into this mess because of him. But John replies that this is not subject to questions, because it is a decree of the president. And he also takes out another card with 30 million and says that this reward is from him personally. Rick can't believe his eyes that he has become so rich in one moment. Rick's friends remind him that since he is now so rich, he should not forget to treat them to some luxurious restaurant that serves only the meat of elite monsters. Rick promises them that he will definitely fulfill their request, because he ended up here only thanks to the Mercenary Association. But John interrupts his friend's enthusiasm about the delicious dinner, telling Rick that he should spend the money wisely, because when the time comes, it may not be enough. Rick didn't quite understand John's words, so he asks again what he might not have enough of 100 million for. John replies that after their operation, the situation with the Lee family only got worse, because they lost a lot of people, so a very serious conflict is brewing. War in Qin City could break out at any moment, and Rick will be one of the main targets for the Lee family, since he is the cause of the war. Advanced meteorite fighters are the average strength of a family. Many fighters died during the operation, and families suffer losses. The Mercenary Association and the Lee family have been fighting in the shadows for a long time, and a war between them could break out at any moment. John has successfully become a military leader, and if Rick tries hard enough, he too can reach this level, and then the power of the mercenaries will be enough to subjugate any family. But Rick is in a dangerous position now. Even if you look at his weapon, you can understand that in a battle with a serious opponent, it will be of no use. Looking at his blade, Rick does not understand the insults towards his blade, because it is made from a mutated E-level core, the strongest in its style. Hearing this, John's face showed a grimace of bewilderment, because the weapons of a fighter with the rank of a military leader at least contain a D-level core. If so, Rick agrees that perhaps he should replace his weapon. John explains that an auction is about to begin, where a lot of elite equipment will be put up for sale. The auction is set to start any minute, so they need to hurry to get there. John tells Rick that he should buy himself a new weapon at the auction to quickly increase his power. After which, the heroes go up for auction. Entering the shopping mall, the heroes encounter the Lee family, with Gray in the front row. They also came here to purchase new equipment. Standing opposite each other, tension loomed between the two teams after the recent events. Looking at Rick, Gray becomes enraged that he managed to survive again. He also realizes that the multiple losses of his squad are connected precisely with Rick. Seeing the Lee family, John couldn't contain his emotions and asked Gray how this brat dared to catch his eye. Captain John's aura was so powerful that to the others present it looked like a huge, enraged fire tiger. The Lee family squad realizes that John has managed to break through to the level of a military leader, and due to the strength of his aura, they are unable to move from their place. John can barely contain himself, waiting for Lee's squad to make their move first. Gray tells his charges not to stand still, but to do something before John himself attacks them. At this point, a military patrol, which was based at the shopping center, intervened. Since this is a shopping mall, any fighting is prohibited here, and those who break the rules will face immediate death at the hands of the military. Shopping malls are restricting military action. This is agreed upon with all strong factions. Anyone who breaks the rules will be killed. Passing by Lee's squad, Rick tells Gray to wait a little, and then he will definitely get to him, and he will fully answer for all his sins. Gray laughs at Rick's words. He says that with his strength he will deal with him himself at the first opportunity. The man in the hat warns the young gentleman that the mercenaries are now stronger than ever, and they need to be careful not to ruin their plan. Gray tells him that everything is going smoothly, and the Mercenary Association cannot change anything. The masked man asks Gray who the young man was standing behind John. Gray replies that he is just a brat, and asks him what he did to attract his attention. The masked man muses that Rick is not who Gray thinks he is, as his strength is close to that of a warlord, meaning he could be a threat to their plan. Gray doesn't understand what the special envoy saw in Rick, and this irritates him greatly. After some time, John suggests that Rick cool down a little, because he still has time to take revenge on the Lee family. The most important thing now is the auction they came to. John puts a special card to the chip, and the door opens in front of them. Upon entering, the heroes see a multitude of fighters sitting in front of special devices that display the entire arsenal put up for auction. And in front of these people there are special exhibits, the prices of which start from 50 million. John explains to Rick how this thing works and how to use it. Inside it, he will find almost any sufficiently powerful weapon. Rick leafs through the auction catalog for a long time. He notices many valuable items here, but one blade in particular attracts his attention. The blade has an elegant appearance and at first glance a powerful core of the beast. As it turns out, the appearance attracted the attention of the main character, and he decides to get to know this weapon in more detail. After reading the specifications, Rick opened his mouth in amazement, because this blade has a D-level Monster King beast core built into it, and its price starts at 50 million. The squad praises Rick's choice, because the blade is truly unique. But in order to buy it, John suggests that Rick sell something from his arsenal, because there may not be enough money. Rick doesn't understand how he can't afford a blade that costs 50 million. John tells him that he is still too young and does not understand what a D-level Monster King core is, and that when the bidding starts, the price of the blade will skyrocket. With great sadness, Rick withdraws his remaining money, and now has a balance of 160 million. He hopes that this amount will be enough for him. Opening the auction schedule, the protagonist sees that the price of the blade has already risen, and now it costs 70 million. Its price continued to rise in arithmetic progression. Eventually, the price settled at 110 million, which left Rick even more dejected, as he was left with virtually no money. Rick's friends congratulate him, telling him that it was a great purchase, and that the price he paid for the blade was quite reasonable for the level of the item. However, this does not console the main character in any way, because he feels very sorry for his honestly earned money. After which, an auction worker approaches him and presents him with that very blade, congratulating him on receiving an excellent weapon. Rick opens the case of his new blade for the first time, and inside it the sword looked even better than in the picture on the screen. Taking the blade in his hands, Rick feels a significant difference from his old weapon, and he feels much more confident in his hands with it. When using the blade, the weapon increases the user's agility by 99, and its weight is reduced by half compared to the Bone Crusher. Overall, when compared to the old weapon, despite the mutated core, the new blade is superior to the old one in absolutely everything. Rick is happy with his new purchase, because now his combat capability has increased once again. Although it was a bit expensive, it was 10 million more than he expected. Roger tells Rick not to worry about the money he spent, as with his current power level, he can quickly earn the same amount again by killing strong monsters. To which Rick replies that he has saved his whole life, so spending such a huge amount at once puts a lot of pressure on him. Gray was sitting at the front of the trading room. He sees that Rick has now acquired a new blade, on which he spent a tidy sum. Realizing that Rick can wield such a powerful weapon, Gray realizes that Rick is the reason for the death of all his subordinates on Ghost Rain Mountain. This makes him furious, because if the main character is so strong, then he should be even stronger. Watching the auction, the heroes see another remarkable lot. It features an alien artifact that increases the strength of the one who swallows it, with a starting price of 15 million. Rick is surprised that such a valuable treasure was put on the market for such a small amount, considering its rarity. After all, they are almost impossible to find in shopping centers, and rare fruits are only found in the hands of influential families, since they are obtained through difficult operations. Gray is delighted with this amazing opportunity to purchase the artifact at auction, as he was unable to earn it during the joint operation. Rick analyzes the fruit using the God of War's system and notices something fishy about it. The host announces the start of the bidding, saying that the fruit greatly increases the user's strength, giving an excellent opportunity for advanced warriors to break through to the warlord. People were amazed because the item has a fairly low cost, and in return you get great upgrades. Rick argues that this fruit only gives additional strength, but does not contribute to a breakthrough in the military leaders. After all, only fighters who have reached all the characteristics to level 99 have a chance to break through to the warlord. But some fighters can't reach that level, so the fruit is an excellent chance to increase their characteristics. Looking at the lot, John says that the starting price for it is just a fiction, because in fact this item is priceless. Naturally, Gray takes part in the bidding, and he is very annoyed that someone is constantly raising the price, because it has already reached 35 million. Looking at the screen, the heroes understand that the price is growing at a rapid speed and is already equal to 55 million, which, according to the average price, is 10 million higher. Rick notices Gray sitting in front of him, who is indignant that someone is raising the price, and an idea comes to him. The heroes discuss how Gray's low power level has always been his weakness, which is why he needs this artifact to get closer to the level of a warlord. So, Rick decides to play a game with the Lee family's offspring. Gray sees that the price of the artifact has risen again, but he believes that this thing is worth fighting for. Every time Gray bids, someone outbids him, making the price of the artifact higher and higher, which enrages Gray. The price of the artifact has been set at 90 million, which is twice the market price. The crowd thinks that most likely some warrior who wants to make a breakthrough is fighting for it. However, the price has not stopped rising, and someone continues to fight Gray for the artifact, setting a price of 98 million. But Gray does not give up, and makes a bet of 100 million. But this is his last bet, because he did not take more money with him. The auctioneer starts the countdown, at the end of which Gray wins this lot. The auctioneer congratulates the Lee family on acquiring an alien artifact for a modest 100 million, sarcastically calling the purchase a very successful one. The huge amount spent on the item makes Gray sweat, as it is all the money he had for personal use. Turning around, he sees a squad of mercenary association who mockingly laugh at him, calling the Lee family the richest since they are willing to spend 100 million on a D-rank artifact. Anger penetrates Gray to the bone. He makes a promise to himself that at the right moment he will definitely kill Rick, and the power of the artifact gives him even greater strength. Rick's friends tell him that a D-level artifact grants its owner great power, so there is a possibility that Gray will be able to break through to the rank of general. Rick replies that the next time he meets him, he will be on guard. But in reality, he realizes that the artifact Gray just acquired is damaged because he evaluated it using the God of War system. The effect of such a fruit gives only 40% of its full power, which is even inferior to an E-level artifact. Rick would like to see Gray's face when he finds out that the fruit is defective, and he spent such a huge amount of money on it. As Rick continues to scroll through the list of items on the auction block, he notices another interesting thing. It's a D-level movement ability called Floating Step. The initial cost is estimated at 30 million. Rick is surprised by the high price, since D-rank abilities usually cost around 10 million. The squad tells Rick that this ability comes at a high price due to its very unusual origin. 3 years ago, one of the famous gods of war died during a large-scale battle with monsters. This skill is his unique movement skill. Rick is surprised by this answer, since such a low-level skill is not befitting of the god of war. 3 years ago, an elite warrior died in a battle with monsters. He fought the creatures for 3 days and 3 nights, and was able to fight for so long thanks to his unique movement skill. Soaring Step is a war god level ability, but due to the death of its only user, the ability was lost. This version of the skill was most likely found at the site of the death of the war god, so it does not have its full power. The starting price for a D-level skill fragment is too high, so no one will try to purchase it. By analyzing the skill using the God of War system, Rick learns that it is a C-tier ability. This makes him delighted, because for a C-level skill, such a price is very reasonable. Therefore, he places his bet on this ability. Seeing this, the heroes do not understand Rick's actions, because it seems to them that this ability is a pig in a poke, to which Rick replies that this is the ability of the God of War, and if he can't master it, then it is good for collecting. John tells the hero that their guild is full of D-rank movement skills, and does not understand why Rick spends so much money on him. Rubbing his cheek, Rick says with a smirk that he wants to try to master this skill. The heroes slap their foreheads after hearing these words, because this purchase is too reckless. After some time, the auction worker brings the hero his ability. After opening the case, the hero analyzes the skill and realizes that he can activate it. The hero is happy about this, because with a C-level movement skill, his combat effectiveness will increase significantly. When the War God's system finished analyzing the ability, it turned out that it cost 45 points to activate. Rick is outraged by this, because he thinks it's too much for a non-fulfilling skill and calls the system greedy. After which he takes a closer look at the description of this ability. It says that this skill is a War God level skill, but since it's just a fragment, Rick can activate it. But the main character decides not to spend points on this ability for now, because when he has less than 20 points on his account, he feels uncomfortable. After some time, the heroes set out on their further journey. John congratulates Rick on his new purchases, and says that now it's time to test out his new inventory. John's words interested Rick. After which, John invites the protagonist to test his new weapon in a friendly sparring match with him. The rest of the squad members are happy with this news, because the sparring between them should be simply amazing. The heroes move to the arena for the battle of fighters and stand opposite each other. The top brass of the Mercenary Association also came to watch the fight. They were interested in seeing the strength of the man who defeated the mutated snow mastiff. Pointing his blade towards the protagonist, John tells him to attack first. A terrifying fiery aura surrounds the captain's body. Although Rick had been under the pressure of the captain's aura, fighting against him was a completely different matter. The gap between them was large. However, he still attacks John, because he wants to know what the difference is between his strength and the strength of the warlord. Watching this attack, the observers note Rick's high speed, because they cannot even notice his shadow. Rick attacks John with his blade, but he deftly blocks his blow. After which, in order to increase the speed and damage of attacks, Rick uses the Shadow Blade Flash skill and quickly attacks John. A spectacular fight ensues between the heroes, and Captain John is surprised by the young genius's rapid speed. But against a warlord-level fighter, it's useless, and John easily knocks Rick back with just one swing of his blade. The force of the impact caused Rick to jump back several meters, even though it was just a normal sword swing. Friends support the main character, telling him that he is doing well, and that in a little while he will become a budding military leader. The management also highly appreciated Rick's abilities, although he did not even show the full arsenal of his abilities. Rick realizes that after switching to a new blade, the power of his blow has weakened, but the true power of this sword lies elsewhere. After which, he activates his blade's D-rank ability called Extreme Acceleration and attacks John with great speed. Seeing Rick use the skill of his new blade, John realizes he needs to be more serious. Seeing Rick rushing like the wind in front of him, John takes an attack stance and prepares a powerful blow. After which, with a sweeping blow of his two-handed sword, he creates a huge shockwave reminiscent of flame. The heroes clash with their abilities, but judging by the level of their aura, it is clear that Rick is much weaker in terms of ability. His ability develops, and the hero himself understands that with his current strength, he will not be able to get closer to the captain. The force of Captain John's blow sent Rick flying backwards, the rocks beneath his feet cracking as he landed quickly. Analyzing the fight, the God of War system again offers the protagonist to spend 45 points to learn a new sea-level ability. However, Rick decides that he cannot afford such luxury yet, because then he will be left with 0 on the balance sheet. Therefore, he decides to save the points and spend them when he reaches a higher number. After a powerful blow, John suggests Rick to end the battle here, because they have already tested his new weapon in battle, and it has shown itself to be excellent. Scratching his cheek, Rick tells the captain that he agrees to end the fight now, because John could accidentally kill him. John praises Rick, telling him that his skills are unique for a fighter his age, but the difference between advanced fighters and military leaders is too great. Rick thanks the captain for a great fight and the opportunity to try out new weapons in combat. Morty tells the protagonist that he will now have to watch these fights often, because the captain will definitely want to prepare him to become a military leader. Hughes's aide tells the president that at this rate, Rick will soon be able to become a military leader, and then they will definitely be able to bring the Lee family to their knees. Meanwhile, the action moves to one of the districts of Chin City. A couple walking through the city notices a lot of rats lurking in the corner and watching them. However, after a few seconds, their faces change, because they saw something more terrifying than just a pack of rats. Bloodthirsty monsters devour a loving couple, staining the bench where they were kissing with their blood. The action moves to the secret laboratory of the Lee family. There, among many laboratory flasks with green liquid, a mysterious hooded man informs the head of the Lee family that one of the experimental samples has escaped. However, there is nothing wrong with this, because the plan is already nearing completion, and if everything works out, the Lee family will become the main one in the whole city. The heads of the Lee family were delighted to hear this, because they would finally be able to wipe the noses of all their enemies. Suddenly, the man in the hood feels rustling sounds coming from behind them. Turning around, he creates a wave of aura with just a wave of his hand, and directs it towards the sound. However, the girl who was watching the villains managed to dodge the attack and headed towards the window to escape quickly. After which, she smashes the window to pieces and jumps out of the window of the secret laboratory. The soldiers inform the head of the family that the woman stole data from a secret experiment before escaping. Old Man Wong is incredibly angry, but the hooded man says that the thief has already been poisoned, so the soldiers just need to catch up with her to make sure the data doesn't fall into the wrong hands. The head of the Lee family sends a squad of warriors after her, ordering them to bring her back dead or alive, because this information is extremely important. The action moves to the gym, where Rick has just finished his workout. While warming up his body, he thinks that he is not sparing himself at all, because every day he fights with the captain, after which he works out in the gym. Walking down the street, he thinks about the recent cases of monsters appearing in the city. The hero hopes that they are D-level, because then he will be able to earn some stat points. Suddenly, he notices a bloody trail left by someone in one of the dark alleys. Looking around the corner, he sees a girl surrounded by many unusual and very bloodthirsty creatures. He is happy with this find, because in addition to saving the girl, he will be able to earn some points. However, what he saw next greatly surprised Rick. The cornered woman easily exterminates all the creatures herself, fiercely fighting them with only her bare fists. Looking at her, Rick realizes that this woman reminds him of someone, and he also emphasizes her high strength and speed. After the battle, the woman can barely stand on her feet. It is clear that this battle took the last drop of her remaining strength. Seeing Rick, she manages to say his name, after which her eyes begin to quickly darken. She falls to the ground from extreme weakness, and upon seeing this, Rick immediately runs to her aid. Putting her on his lap, Rick tries to bring the woman to her senses and asks her what happened to her. Barely opening her mouth, the masked woman whispers that Rick should quickly take her away from here, because it is very dangerous here. Hearing her thin voice, the protagonist's heart began to beat faster. He understands that perhaps fate itself gave him a chance to meet her. Rick holds the girl's body on his lap, wondering what the beauty's request to take her somewhere means, since their meeting was so spontaneous. Suddenly, looking at her wounds, Rick realizes that poison has entered the girl's body. The girl tells Rick that she has learned the secret of the Lee family, and that they are chasing her. So he needs to get her out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise they will be caught. Rick doesn't understand what she's saying, so he asks her to tell him everything in order. But they had little time to talk, because they began to be surrounded by huge rat monsters who wanted to eat the heroes alive. These monsters had the head of a dog and the body of a giant rat. Rick sees such a monster for the first time and has never even read about such. The creatures attack the hero, but he successfully repels their attacks and cuts down the rats one by one, holding the girl with one hand and his sword with the other. The hero realizes that these creatures are E-ranked, so they shouldn't be much of a problem for him. However, after these words, the rats suddenly began to change their fighting tactics. They start running around the heroes. Rick doesn't understand what's going on. Because such a fighting skill is not typical for monsters, it looks like someone taught them this. He decides that after the fight, he will take a couple of monsters with him to the lab for scientists to study. At the same moment, the hero hears the voices of two pursuers behind him, who say that they were lucky to find them both here. A barely alive girl, in a thin, lifeless voice, tells Rick to dodge the attack. However, Riku doesn't need to be told about this, because he himself clearly sees the attack of these bastards and easily dodges it. After which, just as quickly, he counterattacks the Lee family fighters, stabbing them in the neck area with his blade and instantly killing them. Standing over the corpses of the fallen warriors, Rick says that they came here at just the right time, because he is always happy to ruin the plans of the Lee family. Looking at this, the girl spy is surprised by the abilities of the main character, because when she last saw him, he was much weaker. Seeing the girl's face without a mask, Rick opened his mouth in surprise. He does not understand what she is doing here, because it is Suzanne. It was no wonder that when he had noticed her before, this girl's aura seemed familiar to him. Before he could ask her more details, he saw new reinforcements of the Lee family fighters pursuing the girl. It doesn't matter what happened before, because if Suzanne is now the enemy of the Lee family, then he must help her, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Arriving at the battlefield, the Lee family fighters notice the corpses of their comrades and realize that this is Rick's work. Having reached the base of the Mercenary Association, Rick quickly takes the girl to the clinic, where she is placed in a recovery capsule. Looking at her, Morty is angry that the scum from the Lee family decided to get rid of such an amazing beauty. They will definitely answer for this. The assistant reports that they have managed to establish the identity of this girl. It is Junior Lieutenant Suzanne, and he also adds that she will be able to wake up only in 72 hours. Holding the information that Suzanne stole in his hands, Hughes realizes that the problem is most likely in the contents of this object, but it cannot be opened by force, otherwise the insides can be damaged. Rick asks him what about those monsters he brought, if he managed to find out anything more about them. Hughes replies that such monsters have never inhabited this area before. This is a completely new kind of mutants that at one point completely populated the city. John wonders if these monsters could be raised and trained by someone, just like Rick said. Be that as it may, everything in this story leaves many questions for everyone in this room. The discussion is interrupted by an assistant who informs Hughes that the head of the Lee family has requested a conversation with him. Hughes chuckled, thinking that the old geezer must be very angry right now, since he had lost something very valuable to him. Opening his computer, Hughes answers a call from Old Man Vaughn, who apologizes for calling so late. Vaughn reports that their squad member Rick broke into the Lee family's estate, stole valuable material, and then fled the scene. And he asks the Mercenary Association to hand over the criminal to them so that they can fairly convict him. Hughes tells the old man that his ability to talk nonsense is at the highest level because he has no evidence of Rick's crime and cannot have any. Vaughn says that they are asking the Mercenary Association to hand Rick over to them in a good way. Otherwise, they may have problems in the city, because they are covering for a criminal, and they will find evidence of his guilt. Hughes furiously replies that he will not fall for the tricks of the Lee family brats, and if they want, then let them try to take Rick by force, then they will have a more interesting conversation. Slamming his fist on the table, Hughes was furious that the Lee family dared to start a war with the Mercenary Association. The assistant tells Hughes that he has fallen into the cunning old man's trap, and now he knows for sure that the secret data is with them. Vaughn calls the hooded man Lord, and says that the data is indeed in the hands of the Mercenary Association. The hooded man replies that the data is probably in the password box, so they have 3 more days until Suzanne wakes up. Vaughn says that since this is how it turned out, they need to finish what they started as soon as possible, and at the same time, deal with annoying Rick. Smiling, the hooded man is surprised that Rick actually shows up with Chris's son, and he reasons that their family is definitely unlucky. The action moves to Suzanne's room, where Rick asks the doctor to speed up the process of her recovery, because the information she has is very valuable. The entire Mercenary Association is interested in what Suzanne stole that made the Lee family act so quickly. Suddenly, a loud red siren sounded throughout the city. Old Man Vaughn's face appeared on all the city's monitors, and the warriors were surprised by such an emergency alarm, which only happens when dangerous monsters attack. The head of the Lee family said that a man from the Mercenary Association killed his family members and stole valuable treasures, so he was a dangerous criminal. The person who catches this fugitive will be personally given a 10 billion bounty by the Lee family. This message was heard on all the main streets of the country, and was heard by almost the entire combat-ready population. No matter who brings Rick's head, Old Man Wong will use the Chin City Family Alliance as a guarantor to fulfill his obligations. The news of the 10 billion reward shocked a large number of fighters, because this is simply an incredibly huge amount of money. Upon hearing about such a reward, many of them immediately turned against the main character, hoping to instantly become very rich. The news was discussed by absolutely everyone, even the military of the Mountains of Ghostly Rain. Ron tells General Brooke that such news could plunge the city into chaos, and perhaps they should intervene in this matter, as the situation could lead to large-scale bloodshed, to which Brooke replies that he should lock down the base and not allow any of the military to escape from it. Otherwise, they will want to try their luck in catching Rick. Looking at the raging city, Ron hopes that Rick will manage to survive, because he is a good guy and does not deserve such a bad reputation. The news of Rick's capture enrages the mercenary president, who furiously slams his fist on the table, saying that Old Man Vaughn has simply gone crazy. At this moment, a call came into his phone from the president of the Chin City Meteorite Family Union. Distrustfully, Hughes answers the phone and begins a conversation with the man in a respectful tone. The president of the Meteorite families informs Hughes that according to the old rules, warlord-level fighters are not to participate in this brawl. He had already discussed everything at headquarters with all the influential families of the Meteorite, and they all agreed to this condition, after which the conversation ended. Hughes once again slams his fist on the table because he is absolutely powerless in this situation and cannot help Rick in any way. At that moment, his son Morty runs into his office and informs him that Rick has left the building. Hughes no longer understands what is happening here and why Rick voluntarily refused to protect the mercenaries, but John told him that it seemed that not all the fighters in the Mercenary Association wished Rick well, and many had turned against him after hearing the high price on his head. Rick was worried that staying here could lead to internal conflict, so he left the place himself. Hughes orders the squad to inform the doctors to quickly revive Lieutenant Suzanne, and also to assemble an elite squad of fighters to fight the Lee family. With their heads bowed down, the soldiers went to carry out his order. The pouring rain plays into the hands of the main character, because it helps him move silently across the rooftops of the city. But he makes a promise to himself that anyone who wants to make money off of him is his enemy, and the price his enemies will pay for his head will be their lives. At this moment, one of the Lee family's squads was able to find the main character and quickly attacked him with the entire squad. However, Rick activates a flash of the Shadow Blade and instantly destroys this small squad, leaving them no chance. Looking at this, the rest of the squad members were stunned, because they did not expect to see such enormous power. Rick warns them that if they don't want to die here, then they should run away from here as soon as possible, because he is not as weak as they thought. However, these bastards had no intention of running away, but were merely delaying time to create a barrier from which Rick would not be able to escape. Grinning, the fighters already feel the weight of money in their pockets, which they will receive after killing the main character. Rick was naive to give these scumbags a chance to escape, but he won't waste such opportunities again. Since they dared to attack him, let them try to earn this money. Maybe luck will smile on them. After which, he activates the Shadow Blade skill and makes a swift attack towards the barrier and the fighters inside it. With just one blow, he manages to destroy this huge barrier, causing its fragments to scatter throughout the area. The fighters are horrified by the strength of the main character, and this time they ask him for mercy, saying that they did not know that he had such strength. But Rick didn't give them a second chance and cold-bloodedly destroys all the fighters. For killing each of them, he gets 1 point in the characteristic system, after which he continued on his way, hoping to find a more secluded place. In the rain, on the roof of the Lee family headquarters, Gray stands with his new elite squad of Lee family fighters. He is informed over the radio that the main target has just destroyed over 30 advanced meteor warriors and is now moving east. Gray tells them to shut up, as these fighters were just trash who only raised the protagonist's morale. But still, Rick really turned out to be stronger than Gray expected. However, he had already come up with a plan for this case, and tonight he would make Rick pay for all the mockery in his direction and finally finish him off. The Lee family is constantly informed of Rick's whereabouts, and his every move is tracked by a separate squad. Every step on the water and splash of drops is listened to by special scouts. The action moves to a room where the elite of the city of Chin is meeting. They discuss the situation in the city and possible ways to resolve the conflict. The president of the Meteorite family states that despite the complexity of the situation, the Union of Families decided not to interfere in this situation, to which his subordinates respond that if nothing is done, a civil war will begin in the city, since there are already many losses. Even though he feels sorry for such a young fighter, he can't stop the Lee family from achieving their goal, and they can only watch from here. Running along one of the alleys, Rick stumbles upon another squad of fighters. Having seen the main target, the fighters immediately begin to attack the main character as a crowd, hoping to hit the jackpot. However, for Rick, these fighters are like ants, and they can't keep him here. Moreover, for each fighter he kills, he receives 1 point in the God of War system, which can allow him to activate some of the abilities. Luckily, the effect of the D-rank fruit received as a reward for the operation gives him a passive recovery effect. Thanks to this effect, Rick can fight for a long time with fighters of a similar level, which cannot be said about fighters stronger than an advanced level. Before he could think about it, he saw an attack of 2 pink boomerangs flying towards him. Rick deftly tilts his body back, thereby dodging the enemy's dangerous attack. However, as is typical of all boomerangs, they immediately return back, putting the protagonist in an awkward position for dodging. Rick uses the Willow Flash skill to get out of this position and dodge the attack. Jumping back, the main character realizes that such an attack is practically at the level of a general, and the fighter using it is approximately equal to him in strength. He sees in front of him the already familiar Gray, who with a grin on his face asks if Rick expected to see him here. Rick replies that he didn't expect to see such trash here, especially accompanied by his friends, behind whose skirts he constantly hides. Gray is furious at Rick's words and tells him that he will now show him why he shouldn't speak so rudely to members of the Lee family. 2 of Gray's squad, advanced warriors of the Lee family close to the level of a general, tell the young master that he should not get his hands dirty and that they will handle everything themselves. Gray tells them to be careful with his body, because before he dies, he wants to properly mock him, after which he will finish him off himself. Gray's mad dogs immediately attack the protagonist with a combination attack, attacking him from close and long range. To block attacks, Rick uses Shadow Blade Flash, the most powerful ability in his arsenal. The attack is parried, but the shockwave forces the protagonist to retreat back. He understands that it will be very difficult to fight with 2 such warriors. The Lee family fighters are surprised that Rick was able to repel their attack. They realize that he could become a big problem for the Lee family in the future. The weaker fighters begin to whisper behind the young master's back that it is now clear why the other squads were unable to cope with Rick. Enraged, Gray orders them to shut up, as he is already tired of everyone constantly admiring the main character. He thinks to himself, why Rick is so strong? Where does he get so much energy from? Can he be stronger than Gray himself? No, he adds. If Rick dies now, then Gray will be the strongest, after which he orders the squad to shoot the main character. Gray's squad attacks the hero with another combined attack, only this time they also use crossbows. Rick realizes that now is the time to retreat, because Gray is only dreaming about how to use another rat trick. Gray orders his squad to pursue Rick, and under no circumstances let him escape from here. He must die this night. At this moment, a farewell surprise from the main character in the form of an explosive grenade flies into the squad. It immediately explodes, giving Rick some time to escape the battlefield. Making his way to a nearby warehouse, Rick sits down to rest for a bit to recuperate from the long battles. During this time, the main character has already killed more than 50 people. He never thought that his hands would be stained with blood. But now he has enough points to activate the hovering step. Gray's squad manages to find the main character's location. Realizing that with his current strength, he is unable to fight the elite squad, Rick activates his hover step ability. The sensations from this ability are indescribable. It seems to the main character that his legs are about to break from the excess of strength. His legs are filled with power, as if a heavy hammer is now recreating them. He feels that he has become much faster. After reading the ability description, Rick realizes that his speed has increased by 50%, which is a very high result for a C-tier ability. Perhaps the increase is so huge because this skill was originally a God of War level skill that only one fighter possessed. However, the ability has a downside. Every minute it consumes 1% of the user's stamina, meaning the time of use is limited. At that moment, the wall behind which Rick was hiding shatters into a pile of stones, and Gray's voice is heard from behind it. Looking at the hero with a mocking look, the elite fighters, Gray, call Rick a whining dog who was driven into a corner, but now he has nowhere to run. After which, fighters with crossbows come here, showing the main character that he has nowhere to run. However, they do not realize that they are actually the ones who have fallen into a trap, as some changes have occurred since the last battle. Previously, he would not have been able to defeat the entire squad at once, but with his current strength, the roles of victim and hunter have changed. After which, Rick activates his new ability. His body begins to ooze a yellow aura. Without giving time to attack, Gray's elite fighters immediately strike at the main character, but he passes through it, and the silhouette of his body evaporates before our eyes. The fighters don't understand how Rick could just disappear from their view. It scares them because they just saw him in front of them, but in 1 second he disappeared like a vengeful ghost. At the same moment, Rick uses his Shadow Blade to deliver a powerful attack to the fighters, hitting each of his opponents in the shoulder area. The Lee family fighters jump back, trying to figure out how Rick got behind them and when he became so fast. The armor on the fighters matches that of the warlords, so Rick's blow does not cause serious damage to them. But Rick assures them that the armor will not save them from the next attack, because he is going to become even stronger. The fighters reason that even if they continue to fight him, trying not to kill him, they will not be able to defeat him, so they need to solve the problem radically. After which, they attack the protagonist with their strongest joint ability, wanting to finally end the battle. Rick realizes that his strength is still not enough to simultaneously block and seriously counterattack his opponents. Therefore, he uses the points he earned to upgrade his Shadow Blade ability to a higher level. The strike from the elite fighters of the Lee family creates an aura of a ferocious bear and rushes towards Rick, but he only stands still. After which, he says that it is their time to die, and activates the enhanced ability of the Shadow Blade, releasing a colossal aura. Rick's attack leaves the fighters with no chance of survival, and he instantly kills them with one blow. Seeing their leaders lose, the rest of the squad is horrified, as this simply couldn't happen, as they are some of the strongest fighters in the Lee family. Rick instantly appears before the remaining squad, telling them that without these two fighters, they are just useless trash. After which, he kills one of the fighters, while the rest, in rage, try to attack him. But after the kill, Rick instantly disappears from their sight, his speed beyond the average fighter's eye. Those below the warlord are now weaker than an ant for Rick, and for such weak fighters, he only needs a light touch of his blade. Looking at the column of dust coming from the building, Gray doesn't understand why an entire squad has been fighting Rick for so long, and still hasn't brought him his body. Suddenly he hears the voice of the protagonist behind him, asking him who he expected to see here. Rick was also looking for him, because it was time for him to answer for all the pain he caused to the Mercenary Association and his friends. Gray asks him what he did to his squad and how he managed to survive, because there were elite fighters there. Rick tells him that he can go into the building himself and check what happened to them. Maybe he will be able to find someone else alive. And at that very second, he appears in front of Gray and says that the time has come for him to answer for everything. Gray froze in place from wild horror. After which, being in a desperate situation, he panics and tries to attack the main character, gathering all his strength. In response to this, Rick deflects his attack with his Shadow Blade ability. Helpless, Gray is sent flying by the mere impact, unable to understand why Rick is so strong and why he has never achieved anything in life. Ambushes, betrayals, sneak attacks are all that Gray is capable of. Rick calls him trash and is going to finish him off with one blow. Hearing this, Gray bowed his head to Rick, calling him Lord. He says that if he spares him, he will tell him about all the plans of the Lee family. When Rick heard a member of the Lee family call him Lord, memories from his childhood came to his mind. He recalls that when he was a child, not only Old Man Wong was always near his father, but also another person whose face he cannot remember. He was also one of the people Chris saved during the battle with monsters, and often called Rick a young master who had great prospects for the future. But when Rick tries to remember his face, no images come to mind. The next thing he remembers is his father's trial, where Old Man Vaughn, Gray, and the silhouette of a third unknown man can be seen. Who he is and how he is related to the Lee family, and his father is a question Rick would like to know the answer to. Therefore, he understands that Gray's death needs to be postponed a little in order to properly question him about everything. With his blade pressed to Gray's throat, Rick orders him to tell him everything about who orchestrated the incident with his father. At this moment, Rick's words are interrupted by the ringing of the phone in Gray's pocket. On the other side was Old Man Vaughn, asking Gray why he was taking so long to return. He should have brought Rick's body to them by now. But Rick picked up the phone and told Old Man Vaughn that if he wanted his head, he should come here himself and try to take it. Vaughn calls Rick a bastard and asks him what he did to his son and why his phone is in his hands. Rick holds the device to Gray's ear, and Gray pitifully asks his father to help him and do whatever Rick tells him, because then he will spare him. Taking the devices into his hands again, Rick tells the old man that if he tells him about the organizer of the incident with his father, then he will let Gray go home. The word organizer caused a fit of horror in Vaughn, because his name cannot be spoken out loud, much less told about it to other people. At this point, we are shown another mysterious character, from whom a dark aura emanates. He, with a grin on his face, presses some button, which causes the device to activate, breaking the glass at lightning speed and flying towards Gray. The device hits its target, hitting Gray right in the neck and causing his entire body to shake as horrific pain spreads throughout his body. Toxic spots begin to appear on his body, and the veins on his face bulge from overexertion. His pupils roll back, and his gaze more closely resembles that of a rabid animal. Rick didn't immediately notice the change in Gray, because he was distracted by the sound of the glass breaking, from which the device flew out. But Gray immediately gets up and with furious mad eyes tries to attack the main character. However, Rick manages to react to the attack and immobilizes him by piercing his hand with his blade, forcing him to let go of his weapon. After being injured, Gray's appearance immediately began to change. The toxins from the device began to devour his body alive, bringing him ever closer to death. In his death rattle, he curses Rick and asks his father to avenge his death, after which he falls down, lifeless. Seeing Gray dead, Rick realizes that he did not deliver the fatal attack, so it was most likely the device with the poison that got into Gray's body. Therefore, he immediately jumps to the place where the shot came from, hoping to meet the culprit there. Still holding the phone in his hands, Vaughn says that he will tell Rick everything if he spares his son, because that is the only thing he has. However, on the other side, he does not hear any words, after which, someone finally picked up the device and told the old man that young Master Gray was dead, and Rick had mercilessly killed him. Upon hearing this, Old Man Wong grips the telephone receiver so tightly that it shatters into pieces. His rage knows no bounds. He hates Rick and promises him that he will kill him. He doesn't care about the agreement of the meteorite families or the non-interference of the warlords. He will take revenge on him for his son. Who cares what the other families agreed on? Rick killed his son, and now he's going to tear him to pieces. After which, he flies out of the Lee family building, heading in search of the main character. A silhouette of a man in a cloak appears in front of the man who killed Gray, standing behind Vaughn, telling him to run away from Rick and not let him reveal his identity. The second man replied that he was worried that after their plan was completed, the higher-ups would value the Lee family more, but thanks to Rick, that problem was solved. Rick tries to keep up with the mysterious man. His speed alone is very high, and even with the hover step activated, he can barely keep up with him. This man is an elite meteorite warlord. That's all the information that is known about him so far. When Rick almost catches up with him, he suddenly disappears from his sight, as if he had evaporated before his eyes. Rick realizes that he can no longer continue chasing him, because the time he can use the hover step is limited, and he is already at his limit. At this moment, a signal fire appears over Rick's location, showing the fighters his location, who immediately head there. Rick is attacked from all sides by many different squads from the Lee family and other meteorite families, but this does not frighten the main character. He tells everyone that if they still haven't figured out the difference between them, they will die until they stop hunting him. Over the course of a long, grueling battle, Rick leaves behind a mountain of corpses of fallen fighters. Drenched in the blood of fallen warriors, Rick earns a huge number of points from their deaths, which has already exceeded 100. One of the warriors, with his last breath, says that someone will still be able to defeat Rick, because his strength will soon run out, and 10 billion is worth trying his chance. These words made Rick think for a second. However, he replies that after the meteorite fell to Earth, a single rule was established here that only the strongest survives. He still has many unfulfilled tasks and promises, so anyone who dares to harm him or his friends will be defeated by him in battle. This night will go down in history as one of the bloodiest in the entire history of this city. Even puppies hide behind walls when they see a fierce warrior like Rick. He quickly moves between opponents based on body heat and pulse, so he automatically moved to this dog. Looking at her, Rick realizes what a monster he has become, that even the puppies are afraid of his presence. However, he did not want this. After this, Rick again feels the presence of a mysterious hooded man behind his back. Turning around, he sets off headlong in pursuit of him, saying that now he will definitely not be able to escape from him. The speed difference between the fighters has narrowed after Rick learned his new movement ability, but he still can't catch up to the hooded man. Therefore, he decides that the only way to get closer is to increase the skill of this ability to a higher level. He uses the points he earned during the long battle and upgrades the ability, which allows him to get closer to the mysterious enemy. However, Rick's speed is not enough, after which he literally disappears from the protagonist's hands, leaving behind only a green shadow. Rick is upset by this. He thinks that he wasted all his points to upgrade the ability to perfection. Then he would have had enough speed to catch him. Before he could think about it, the light from the signal flare flared up again above him, showing his location. This noise and light was noticed by all the fighters in the area, and most importantly by Old Man Vaughn, who asks Rick to wait a little longer, and then he will avenge his son. The action moves to the main headquarters of the Mercenary Association. President Hughes is informed that Gray Lee is dead, Rick killed him, and now Old Man Vaughn is going to take revenge on him and has already gone after his head. Morty asks his father to come up with something quickly, because if Old Man Lee finds Rick, then the main character will definitely not be able to survive, because the difference in their strength is huge. The rest of the squad simply crossed their fists and palms together, and said that they all suddenly had urgent matters and needed to go somewhere. After this, the action moves to the military base of the Ghost Rain Mountain. Commander Brooke also sends several strong fighters from his base to quickly find Rick and help him in the battle against the Lee family. Ron asks the commander for permission to join the squad, and the commander-in-chief grants his request. The Meteorite family's headquarters are concerned about the current situation. Old Man Vaughn has broken the agreement and is planning to kill Rick, and if the Army and the Mercenary Association decide to team up against the Meteorite families, it will put them in an awkward position. To which the head replies that they will no longer be able to change anything, and the only thing left for them to do is wait, because the death of this young man is already inevitable. At this moment, Old Man Wong finally finds the main character and attacks him with great speed, wanting to cut off his head. As he attacks, he furiously screams at him that he will destroy Rick and make him suffer the same way his son suffered. To which Rick replies that the Lee family has no honor, since the old man broke all the promises between the families in Chin City since he came here. He then uses a floating step and dodges the old man's attack, causing him to hit the ground. Seeing Old Man Lee here, many spectators begin to gather on the rooftops to watch this spectacular fight. After getting up from the strong blow, the old man tells the protagonist that he was unlucky enough to anger the Lee family so much, and now only death awaits him. Rick replies that these are just the words of a frail old man, after which he takes out his blade and gets into a fighting stance. The old man doesn't give Rick time to prepare and immediately attacks him, aiming a fiery fist at him. He uses the D-level magma cannon fist skill and sends a huge punch towards Rick. Rick tries to dodge and block the attack at the same time, but its force is so great that the slightest touch causes Rick to jump back several meters, destroying everything behind him. Blood begins to ooze from the limb in which the hero held his blade, and Rick realizes that the old man's strength and speed are much greater than he thought. Rick doesn't understand why he couldn't dodge the attack, because his speed, combined with his blade and abilities, are at an incredibly high level. The old man really does seem to him like a terrifying monster who is capable of defeating him with one blow. Wiping the blood off his cheek, Rick remembers that he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Looking at Rick, the old man is surprised that he was able to take a hit from the magma cannon and stay alive. No wonder he managed to defeat Gray in battle. However, after the next attack, he will be finished, and he will fully answer for Gray's death and go straight to hell with him. Rick replies that the old man talks too much, and if he wants his head, he should attack him right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Vaughn was right in his face, preparing to deliver a stunning attack. Rick notices the attack and manages to use his hover step ability to dodge it a second before the attack and end up in another place. The magma cannon causes incredible destruction, turning the entire battlefield within the attack radius into a mush of stones and sand. Looking at this attack, viewers believe that Rick most likely died from it, since this skill has reached D-rank perfection. However, stronger warriors notice that the main character is still alive. Moreover, his speed has become even higher during the battle. Rick levels up his hover step ability again and uses it to get behind the old man, preparing to deliver a deadly attack. He activates the beast core of his blade to increase the speed and strength of his strike for a maximum attack on the old man. However, the old man of the Lee family sees everything perfectly, and a second before the strike, he simply moves his head back a little, thereby dodging the attack. The old man calls the protagonist an idiot for thinking he can defeat the warlord with speed alone. After which, he deals multiple crushing blows to the main character, each of which reaches its target and causes significant damage to the hero. These blows are much stronger than they were before. The main character understands that all this time the old man was hiding his true strength from everyone. Seeing that Rick is already running out of strength, the old man tries to land a finishing attack on him to end the fight. At the moment of the attack, Rick once again uses a floating step and dodges the blow. He understands that he is not able to defeat the old man now, so he decides to retreat for a while until he becomes stronger. After which, he uses a floating step and runs away from the battlefield at full speed. Fortunately, the ability has already been studied to an almost perfect level. If Rick didn't have such speed, he would have died from the old man long ago. As soon as he thought about this, the protagonist hears rustling movements behind his back. Vaughn is not going to let the hero go just like that, and in a split second he closes the distance, directing his fierce gaze towards the main character. Rick doesn't understand how this is possible, since he uses a C-class movement skill that is almost at the maximum level. This old man has incredible strength and speed. Most likely he is at the peak of the first stage of the warlord level. This fact horrifies Rick, because in this situation he will not be able to escape or fight him. From these thoughts, the protagonist's forehead began to sweat. The old man enjoys looking at the protagonist's desperate face. He tells him that it has finally dawned on him that the difference between them is simply enormous. After which he adds that he will play cat and mouse with him as much as he wants, but in the end, he will kill him and revenge for his son will be accomplished. He attacks the main character over and over again. The hero manages to dodge some attacks, some hit the target and cause damage to him. The War God system noted the owner's critical condition. If he continued like this, he would no longer be able to use the hover step and would die. As he continues to run, the old man shouts after him that Rick is just a small rat and that he will gladly continue chasing him because he's interested in how much longer he can hold out. Seeing Rick at his wit's end and about to fall to the floor, the other fighters decide that this is their chance to kill him and earn 10 billion. Even if the hero is wounded and exhausted, there must be some reward for killing him, so they decide to attack him. After which they appear in front of the fleeing Rick and block his path with their bodies, preparing to launch a joint attack. Seeing this, Old Man 1 tells them to bring Rick as much suffering as possible, after which he will finish him off himself. Looking at them, Vaughn calls them pathetic beggars, because money made the whole city go crazy and run after one fighter. Seeing weak fighters in front of him, Rick calls their appearance very timely, because he just lacked a few points to upgrade his abilities. After which, he activates the Shadow Blade and its attacks, like tongues, stealthily and silently approach the necks of his opponents, and instantly deals them fatal damage, causing the entire squad to fall to the ground like dead weight. For killing the fighters, Rick gets the missing points to improve the level of the hovering step to perfect, after which he stands in front of the old man, showing him that he is ready to fight. The hooded man notices that Rick's speed has increased again, and suspicions about him begin to creep into his head. Rick only pretended that he was going to attack, but at the first convenient moment he immediately tried to escape from the scene of the fight. Catching up with him, the old man tells him that he can run as much as he wants, but in the end, he will still reach him and take his revenge. He then concentrates his strength in his legs to make a powerful dash and catch up with the main character. However, this is not enough to catch up with him. The old man does not understand why Rick has become even faster again, because earlier with the help of this technique, he caught up with him. The ultimate level floating step ability grants the user a 200% speed boost, helping Riku break away from the old man. The old man's technique is also D-level, and is also at a perfect level, so he cannot explain how Rick can break away from him. In addition, the old man is at the level of a military leader, which means his characteristics are much higher. After thinking about this, he understands that Rick is a real genius, and he needs to be gotten rid of immediately. Otherwise, there may be problems in the future. He concentrates maximum strength in his legs, and makes a powerful dash with a furious cry, but still does not manage to catch up with the main character. Finally, Rick was able to get a safe distance away from the old man, and was able to regain some of his strength. He drinks a healing potion, which helps him restore his health faster. Thanks to the passive recovery effect, the hero's health regenerates faster than that of an ordinary person. Rick feels his strength and stamina refilled, and he is now ready to continue the fight. He didn't have to wait long. As soon as he thought about it, someone immediately attacked him, destroying the rocky wall into small pieces with one blow. Holding the flask of the potion in his teeth, Rick does not understand who attacked him, because the aura emanating from this person does not resemble the aura of Old Man Vaughn. Rick uses his perception skill to assess the situation and identify the attacker. Looking at him, Rick recognizes the man who attacked him, but the hood and mask still cover his face. It was another mysterious hooded fighter. Looking at Rick, he says that he really became even faster than before. However, speed alone is not enough, and he attacks the protagonist, telling him that he is ordered to eliminate the obstacle, because he may become a problem in the future. As Rick dodges the man's multiple attacks one after another, he realizes that he is another Tier 1 warlord, and that the battle with him will not be easy. Hiding behind a wall, Rick discusses why the man who killed Gray so easily ran away from him if he had so much power. Rick comes to the conclusion that all this was done in order to shift the blame for Gray's death onto him, and to unleash a war between the main organizations of the city. He understands that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible, because if the two commanders catch up with him, it will be certain death. However, before he had time to think about it, a metal spike with a steel chain attached to it flew towards him at great speed. The spike flies around the main character and creates a powerful whirlwind. This ability is called a spiral cage. She prevents Rick from leaving the cell's area of effect, and the protagonist is trapped by the hooded man. Having trapped Rick, the hooded man releases a flare to attract as many fighters as possible. The light from the flare is noticed by the old man of the Lee family, who immediately goes to the location of the signal. The old man instantly appears on the pain field, looking at the spiral grid. He understands that this technique belongs to his master. Rick is confused. Now his affairs have become much worse than they were before. After all, fighting with two commanders at the same time, in a limited area, while being an advanced level fighter yourself, is certain death. At this moment, an idea comes to Rick's mind. He remembers the sea-level alien artifact he stole from the cave, and realizes that this is the only chance to fix the situation. A C-class treasure truly has a terrifying power, and it is unknown what changes it can bring to the user's body. Looking out the window, the head of the meteorite families understands that this is the end for Rick. No matter how talented he is, he regrets that such a fighter was not in any of the meteorite families. Not only the enemies, but also the allies came running to the sound of the signal flare Captain John and the team were about to arrive. The plane with the elite army fighters, and Ron will also be there soon, and are ready to defend Rick to the last. Upon seeing allies approaching, the hooded man whistles into a special device that causes an annoying sound throughout the area. From this sound, mutant rats began to run to the battlefield, and with all their ferocity, they began to attack the main character's allies. The Mercenary Association squad is forcibly fighting their way through the horde of creatures. But there are an incredibly large number of them here, which takes them a lot of time. After punching Rick in the face, the old man tells him to run. He wants to see how fast he can run. Before falling, the main character reads the description of the fruit, which says that for a fighter of his level, using this item is prohibited, because with a 70% probability the hero can die. Rick crashes into a nearby rock at a tremendous speed, after which he almost loses consciousness and is at the limit of his capabilities. With a furious cry, Old Man Wong rushes towards the protagonist, wanting to finish him off with one powerful blow. Rick understands that if the old man gets hit, he will most likely die, so he has no other choice and will have to take a risk and absorb the artifact. After which, he begins to greedily devour it, absorbing the alien artifact entirely without leaving a single piece. After absorbing the artifact, Rick feels a surge of intense pain that spreads throughout his body, and it seems to him that his muscles are about to burst. After which, a colossal flow of energy begins to ooze from all the holes of the main character, which is accompanied by a loud scream. Vaughn finally lands his blow, a powerful attack that hits Riku right in the stomach, causing him to stop screaming. The force of the blow sends Rick flying a great distance, but the old man doesn't even think about giving him a break. He immediately catches up with him and begins to beat him mercilessly. Delivering precise blows one after another, the main character does not have the strength to dodge the blows. Now he looks like a punching bag, flying in all directions from Old Man Vaughn's constant attacks. Watching this beating, the protagonist's friends try to help Rick, but they are unable to pass through the barrier. Watching the battle unfold, the man in the iron mask concludes that the young talent Rick has come to an end, and nothing can save him. One of the Lee family continues to beat him up and prepares a powerful magma strike to put an end to this battle. However, at this moment Rick opens his eyes. A new strength and self-confidence can be seen in his gaze. After opening his eyes, the hero begins to be surrounded by a very strong blue aura, which makes the old man step back. The old man doesn't understand how Riku managed to reflect the magma cannon, because for a warrior of his level it is impossible. The effect of the eaten fruit worked. The hero made it to the warlord stage, plus all his characteristics increased by 20 points. Rick feels an incredible strength running from his head to his fingertips. He feels more powerful than ever. Looking at him, The old man says that he doesn't care what happened to his body. Now Rick will learn the difference between their strength. After which, he makes a powerful dash and rushes towards Rick, wanting to deliver a powerful blow. In response to the old man's magma cannon, Rick uses his Shadow Blade skill to deflect his attack. Jumping back, the old man is again surprised by the protagonist's abilities, as he managed to repel his attack twice. Rick looks at Vaughn with a confident look. He understands that with his new strength, he is able to fight him almost on equal terms. The old man does not understand what happened to Rick. This makes him furious, because he has once again become stronger than before his eyes. Performing a graceful dash towards Vaughn, Rick attempts to strike him with a Shadow Blade, telling him to try and block it. The blow comes at great speed, and the old man understands that he will not have time to dodge this attack. And so it happened. The blow hits the target straight and inflicts a superficial wound on the old man in the shoulder area. Jumping back, Vaughn realizes that this is a completely different person and that he needs to be more serious in the battle. Rick currently has the strength of a primary stage warlord, which is only slightly less than the old man himself. Looking at him with a confident look, Rick tells the old man to attack so that now he will know the difference between their powers. Vona is angered by the impudent boy's tone, and he succumbs to Rick's provocation, after which he attacks him. As he approaches attack range, he concentrates energy in his body, preparing to launch a powerful attack. After which, he forms a powerful flow of magmatic aura in the area of his fists and furiously attacks the main character. In response to this, Rick uses his strongest ability to attack again and counterattacks the old man. A bloody fight ensues between them. The heroes take turns inflicting wounds on each other, washing the battlefield with their blood. The aura created in the barrier has colossal power. It is felt by every person in the area of this city. Beams of this aura, as well as the blood of the heroes who are fiercely fighting among themselves, burst out from the barrier. Eventually, the strength of these two fighters causes the barrier to collapse, raising a huge pillar of dust in the area. Looking at this, the man in the mask realizes that Rick's power has increased again, and he is now a real threat. Seeing that the barrier has fallen, Rick's friends rush to help the main character, hoping that he managed to survive. But they don't yet know that Rick not only managed to survive, but also broke through to the level of a military leader, becoming the youngest military leader in Chinese history. When the dust settles, the heroes see that Rick is safe and sound. Moreover, John immediately understands that Rick has risen to the rank of military leader, and he is once again amazed by the genius of this man. Looking at Rick, Old Man 1 feels more and more of his father's strength in him, and he realizes that the protagonist is becoming a real problem. If you don't defeat him now, it might be too late later. So he attacks the hero again, but this time a little differently. Now he inflicts a multitude of chaotic blows on the hero, which are inferior in strength to the magma cannon, but significantly surpass it in speed and quantity. Rick can hardly notice such a huge number of blows, and the old man gradually begins to drive him into a corner. However, an idea comes to Rick's mind. He realizes that with the increase in level to the warlord, all of his basic innate abilities should have been strengthened. And so it happened. He uses the ability of perception, and understands that it has increased several times. Now the view from it is much larger. The moment the old man attacks him, Rick realizes that he is now able to see his attacks. The old man does not know that the hero has activated this ability, so he continues to stick to the previous battle tactics, and tries to make another attack. However, Rick now easily dodges the blow and immediately counterattacks. The blow hits right on target, and again wounds in the same place as the previous attack. Although the blow did not cause serious damage, the old man was still very surprised, because he did not even notice where the attack came from. The situation has changed in the opposite direction, and now Rick is number one in their battle and begins to push back the old man. Not wanting to give in to the young impudent fellow, Vaughn tries to attack the protagonist again with multiple blows from the magma cannon. All the warriors in the area do not dare to interfere in this battle, because they are afraid that if they get into the radius of one of the attacks, it will be instant death. Even the onlookers watching the fight are amazed at the mighty strength of the fighters. Now they understand why they are willing to pay so generously for Rick's head. Meanwhile, in the main room of the Mercenary Association, Kat prays for Rick to survive. President Hughes is informed that Rick has managed to break through to the rank of military leader, and is now fighting on equal terms with the head of the Lee family. The news of the main character's breakthrough has reached the military base, and Commander-in-Chief Brooke is also happy about such good news. When this is reported to the head of the meteorite families, the situation is a little different. After all, this man had placed his bet on the Lee family, and did not want to interfere with the capture of the main character. However, now everything has changed dramatically, and Rick may become the man who will make everyone doubt the power of the meteorite families. They must prevent Rick from winning, because they simply cannot afford to lose face in front of ordinary people. It is unknown if there is any connection between him and the masked man. But after these words, the masked man decides to act. He plans his attack to strike at the most opportune moment. After blocking another blow from Rick's blade, the old man decides to use a sneak attack, and a sharp blade grows from his glove. And when he is about to counterattack, it turns out that this blade is used for long-range attacks. However, the main character's perception ability works properly. He notices the old man's sneak attack and manages to dodge it by tilting his body back a little. After which, the old man immediately prepares to launch another attack on the somewhat distracted Rick. At the same time, the main character is attacked by a mysterious man in a mask, who stabs him in the back. However, Rick sees all these attacks and uses a floating step to dodge the masked man's attack, leaving only his shadow. The man in the mask is surprised by the hero's enormous speed, because he expected to hit the target with his spear. Rick jumps back and notices his attacker, now preparing to fight him. However, Old Man 1 has not gone anywhere, and appearing behind the protagonist, he shouts to him that his main enemy is him. Rick tells him that he never let his guard down, because he can clearly see his vile attack. He doesn't even need to use any unique dodging techniques because he has completely read the old man's movements. Rick uses multiple attacks from his shadow blade, forcing the old man to block. But the main character doesn't need a blade to destroy the vile old man, because it's a shame to dirty a good weapon on him, and he's going to defeat him with his bare fists. After which, he delivers a crushing blow to the old man's face, which is accompanied by the characteristic sound of a jaw crunching. From the powerful blow, the old man dives down with stunning speed and smashes a pile of stones with his back. Gritting his teeth in pain and rage, the head of the Lee family somehow manages to get up on one knee after this blow. Looking at Rick, he now sees in him not a young warrior, but his father, Commander-in-Chief Chris. This sight frightens him, because he possessed a power that the old man could not achieve even in his entire long life. Rick believes that one blow to the old man is not enough, and he plans to kill him with his bare fists. Drops of blood fly all over the battlefield as Rick's friends watch. After dealing the old man many powerful blows, Rick is interrupted when the old man asks him to stop beating him. Bowing his head before him, he calls Rick young commander and asks him for mercy. He promises him that if he spares him, he will never try to harm him again, and will tell him everything he wants to know. Hearing this, Rick immediately asks him the only question that interests him, who was behind his father's betrayal. This question caused panic in the old man, because he understood that answering this question meant certain death. Suddenly, rat monsters with explosive collars appear on the battlefield. As they get closer to the heroes, the detonators on the collars are triggered, causing a large explosion that covers the entire battlefield with flames. Taking advantage of the moment, the masked man grabs the old man by the collar and carries him away from Rick. Looking at the fleeing villains, the protagonist realizes that he has no more strength left to catch them, and if he uses the hover step one more time, he will not be able to continue the battle. So, he can only watch as his long-awaited goal eludes him once again. The memory of this night will forever remain in the hearts of people, and will go down in history as the Chin City Massacre. Also, this day will be remembered by many as the formation of the youngest general in the history of China. Looking at his hand, with which Rick took hundreds of lives, he still cannot believe that he managed to survive in this situation. He looks up and sees that the onlookers are still standing on the rooftops watching him. Feeling the gaze of the fierce warrior, the spectators immediately became wary, because after what they saw, they had no desire to fight him. Rick tells them to come to him and try to get their reward, to which they replied that they were just onlookers and had nothing against the young gentleman, after which they quickly left the place. When the dust from the battle settles, the friends can finally get closer to Rick. Rick is glad to see them all here, because in these long few days they are the first people who do not want to kill him. Morty jumps on the main character and hugs him tightly. He is happy that Rick managed to survive, and even become a military leader. Looking at his friends, Rick realizes that he has found himself excellent allies. However, Fat Morty hugs him so hard that Rick almost passes out. He asks his friend to get off him. Seeing this, the rest of the squad laughs cheerfully, saying that it's time for them to return to base, because President Hughes is already waiting for them. Ron also tells Rick that Instructor Brooke is also waiting for him at the military base, and wants to tell him something important. Rick is happy with this news, because becoming a military leader gives him access to secret materials of the military base. Looking at his comrades, Ron realizes how far ahead Rick is. Only 6 months have passed since the joint military operation, and Rick has already reached the level of a military leader. The memory of this day will forever remain in the hearts of the people of China, and very soon, Rick will become the most talked about person. At this point, Ron received a call from Instructor Brooke, who informed him that rumors about this incident could not be allowed to spread. Ron tells him that it's not fair. Did Instructor Brook really make a contract with the Chin City government? To which Brook replies that he would never do such a thing, and he will have a different conversation with the city's commanders. After finishing the conversation, Ron realizes that the instructor has some special attitude towards Rick, as if the two of them are connected by something. All major forces in the city have been notified that the reward has been revoked, and it seems that everyone has come to a tacit agreement not to talk about today's incident. That rainy night when one man carved his name into the stone of history will not be forgotten for many years to come. A reward of 10 billion that ended in the bloodshed of countless warriors and the rise of a man dubbed China's youngest warlord. The heroes return to the Mercenary Association building, where they are met by President Hughes and his assistant. Looking at the main character, they discuss that they could never have imagined that they would have such a young military leader in their organization. Hughes is pleased with this turn of events, because friendship with such a strong warrior will benefit his son. Meanwhile, the heroes decided to test Rick's new powers in another sparring match with the captain. As usual, the entire squad watches the sparring, and they notice how much Rick has progressed during this time. Captain John also notices this, because he can hardly keep up with Rick's movements now. With the current strength of the protagonist, he is far superior to any first-level commander, as he has very high speed. John attacks the hero, telling him that his mind should not wander to the clouds during the fight, and asks to show him his full power. However, Rick dodges the blow in a split second and ends up behind the captain. Their blades cross each other, producing a loud sound and releasing a large amount of aura. The observers opened their mouths in surprise, because they saw that Rick was now pressing the captain. Moreover, Rick was able to master the ability that he had recently acquired at an auction in the form of a regular fragment. Rick feels that even though he has maxed out his glide step, the ability can still be improved. Captain John gives up, telling Rick that he is tired of running after him, and that his heart is about to jump out of his chest. Rick, on the other hand, doesn't feel any fatigue. Leading thanks to his breakthrough to the rank of warlord, his passive regeneration has accelerated. Watching this fight, the squad laughs merrily, telling the protagonist that he shouldn't have let the captain go so easily. In response to this, John replies that he can't keep up with Rick's movements, but these three are a completely different story. Rick thanks everyone for the sparring and says he needs to leave to visit a military base. On the way there, he looks into Suzanne's room. The doctor informs Rick that she has about 12 hours left before she wakes up. Rick is a little upset by this situation, because he wants to quickly find out the information that this woman has. Meanwhile, an armored jeep arrives for the hero, which is supposed to take him to a military base. After which, Rick sets off on a journey, hoping to finally find out what lies in the mysterious safe. Upon reaching the military base, Rick notices that the security is now much stronger than the last time he was there. As he exits the jeep, he is met by Instructor Brook, who offers him his congratulations on becoming a military leader. He also asks for forgiveness for not being able to help him in time during the hunt for his head. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he says that Rick is a true warrior who will go down in history and become world famous in the future. Looking at this, Ron suddenly wonders if Rick could be a long-lost relative of Instructor Brook. However, Brook knows whose son Rick is, and looking at him, he strongly reminds him of his father. Scratching his cheek in embarrassment, Rick still asks the instructor why he wanted to see him at the military base. Instead of long conversations, Instructor Brook decides to immediately show the reason why he came here and asks him to follow him. The heroes walk along the corridors of the Forbidden Zone. Rick is glad of this opportunity, because he does not need excuses to get here. He understands that there are many checkpoints in the restricted area. It's good that, following the instructor, he can carefully think through how to get into that very room. By activating the perception skill, Rick realizes that even with his current strength, if he manages to get into the Forbidden Room, the instructor will still find out about it. By analyzing his abilities, Rick learns that he is a Tier 2 warlord. He couldn't detect it before, and it was only after becoming a military leader that Rick felt how much power Instructor Brook had. Finally, the heroes reach their destination, and what they saw there greatly surprised the main character. A luxurious garden opened up before them, surrounded by a powerful protective aura from outsiders. In the back of the room, Rick notices the very safe his father told him about. He immediately takes notice of it and thinks about a plan on how he will hack it later. Having passed deeper into the room through the protective aura, the heroes enjoy the view that opens up. Ron tells Rick that such a place is not meant for him yet, so he will train elsewhere and leave the hero here alone. Admiring the stunning tree, Rick thinks how wonderful this place is. Something you can only see on the night of a meteor shower. He feels a feeling similar to the one he had when he was on the treetop from which he stole the C-rank artifact. Sitting down, he realizes that while he is here, his stats are starting to increase. just like last time. Rick realizes that this place is the same, and that staying here for a long time will greatly improve his overall performance. Every 10 to 15 minutes, the hero receives one characteristic point, which is added to a random attribute. Staying here longer and longer, the hero feels that he is becoming a little stronger than before. He understands that it's all about this mysterious tree. The source of these alien artifacts comes from different plants, so the stat points will be added randomly. This scenario greatly extends the time the hero spends here, since pumping up all the attributes at the same time is a very long task. But the hero is happy with this opportunity, because now he can only get stronger by defeating strong monsters, and extra stat points certainly won't hurt him. So he decides to just sit and wait until his stat points reach the required level to become a mid-level general. The hero thinks that in this way he will be able to reach the next level only after several months, but there is no other way. While analyzing the God of War system, Rick notices that he can now upgrade his floating step ability to B rank. However, such an improvement requires a whole 100 distribution points, which Rick does not yet have. Meanwhile, the action moves to Hughes's office, who asks his assistant if he has found the location of Old Man Vaughn. The assistant replies that the president need not worry about him, because the best intelligence officers of the Mercenary Association are looking for him. Lately, what is happening in the city has been troubling the president. He is very worried about two mysterious people in cloaks, as well as a sudden attack of monsters. To which the assistant replies that they have enough fighters to handle everything except an attack by a huge wave of monsters, so he doesn't have to worry. At this moment, Hughes receives a call on his phone from the scouts, who report that they have discovered something shocking. Hughes asked them in an interested voice if they had found the location of Wong from the Lee family. The scouts replied that they had found something more interesting and had already sent a photo of this device to his phone. After looking at the photo, Hughes realizes that it is a monster trap that should not be in the city. This is a special device with a built-in core for monsters, used to lure them. During a monster uprising, it is used to drive them to one place. Hughes knows things will get heated if people find out there's monster bait in town. At this moment, a voice from the device reports that another trap has been found, only this time in the eastern part of the city. Hughes realizes that things are worse than he expected, and they urgently need to come up with some kind of countermeasures. At this moment, Kat bursts into the president's office and reports to him that Lieutenant Suzanne has woken up. They immediately go to her room, where Suzanne shows them the materials she managed to collect while spying on the Lee family. The guy in the armor is the hooded man's bodyguard. They are both warlord-level fighters, and the Lee family are just pawns in their plan. It seems that they deliberately set up traps within the city limits to create a wave of monsters and distract all the fighters from their main goal. Looking at the rainy weather with lightning, there was a moment of silence in the ward, indicating an imminent bloodbath. Hughes orders his assistant to notify the entire Mercenary Association of the approaching battle and take all precautions. Looking at her visitors, Suzanne asks them where her savior has disappeared to. Hearing about Rick, John suddenly realizes that if traps are set in the city, then most likely the main target of these people will be the military base. The action moves to a military base, where your patrolmen are discussing how bad the weather is today. They would like to drink something hot and quickly turn in their shift. The second patrolman replies that after his shift, he would like to go to a bar and drink a whole sea of cold beer there. While talking among themselves, the patrolmen don't even notice the bloodthirsty rat monsters behind their backs, who are about to devour them. They sink their sharp fangs into their bodies, but the patrolmen still press the red button and report a wave of advancing monsters. An alarm siren sounded throughout the military base, signaling an attack by a wave of monsters. A quick response to the attack is made, and the fighters quickly begin to guard the military base. Looking at the Ghost Rain Mountain, they see a huge number of strange creatures there that do not look like the monsters from the mountain. The leader of this crowd is Old Man Wong, who sits atop a huge C-tier monster and is surrounded by a huge number of D-tier rat monsters. His face no longer resembles a human one. Now he looks more like a monster than a human. A horde of monsters has appeared in the area. All these creatures came from the Mountain of Ghostly Rain and are heading in a huge crowd towards the military base. Standing by the helicopter, President Hughes orders his subordinates to inform every resident of the city about the monster invasion. He adds that it is necessary to gather all the fighters and prepare for battle. The battle promises to be difficult. The fighters from the Mercenary Association bow their heads and begin to carry out this order. Captain John is worried about Rick, because he will be the first to take the brunt of the monster wave. He hopes that he will have enough strength to withstand the onslaught of the creatures. Standing on the roof, Suzanne wishes Rick good luck and hopes that he will definitely survive this difficult fight. Meanwhile, the main character continues to meditate in the garden, improving all his characteristics with each passing minute. Rick realizes that if he can stay in the alien artifact garden any longer, he will break through to the second stage of the warlord very quickly. Suddenly, he hears the sounds of an alarm siren, indicating an attack of monsters. Ron immediately runs up to him and tells him that the military base has been attacked and they need to leave this place as soon as possible. Many fighters are sent to help in the battle with monsters. One of them tells the heroes that the base is surrounded by a horde of monsters, and rumors are circulating that they were lured here by the missing old man Vaughn. What they heard left the heroes dumbfounded. They did not understand how he managed to bring monsters here. The main character is going to sort this issue out himself and sets off after the others. On the way there, he realizes that he must take advantage of the confusion and break into the safe, and then go to help the others. He makes his way to the cells and enters the password to the safe that his father told him. Finally, he opens it, expecting to see something there that will justify his father in the eyes of all the people of China. However, the safe turned out to be empty. Rick does not understand how this can be, because his father never lied to him. At this moment, behind him, he notices the presence of Lieutenant Suzanne. In his confused state, Rick seems glad that she woke up, but the fact that she saw him here does not make him happy. Suzanne replies that they don't have time for useless conversations and asks the hero where the Garden of Alien Artifacts is. Rick is surprised by this question, because the Garden of Alien Artifacts is a secret place of a military base, which only a few dozen people know about. Suzanne orders Rick to take her there, because the Garden of Alien Artifacts is the main reason for the monsters attacking the military base. Rick tells her that she and her stupid boss took his father away from him, so he won't show her the way to the Garden of Alien Artifacts. Suzanne replies that a child like him cannot see the whole picture, because with this action, they saved his father from danger. Rick doesn't understand what these words could mean, but for some reason they make him trust them. After which, he notices a small lizard-like monster that makes its way here through the ventilation shaft. Within a few minutes, the entire room was filled with D-rank gecko monsters. Seeing the huge number of monsters, Suzanne tells Rick to run and she will hold them off here. But at the first attempt to attack them, she receives a powerful rebuff, and she flies back, straight into the arms of the protagonist, who protects her from colliding with the wall. Holding her by the waist, Rick tells Suzanne to leave these monsters to him. After which, he begins to destroy the creatures one by one. Looking at this, Suzanne is surprised by the strength of the main character. After finishing the battle, Suzanne asks the protagonist if he trusts her now. Rick replies that he still has doubts, but is now ready to show her the Garden of Alien Artifacts. On the way there, Suzanne tells Rick that the Lee family was preparing the monsters for this attack, and their main target is this garden. There are people who will do anything for personal gain, and this is not the first time this has happened. Reaching the Garden of Alien Artifacts, Rick places his palm on the scanning sensor. Opening the door, the heroes see in front of them a terrifying number of gecko monsters who are trying to break through the protective barrier. There are at least 100 monsters here, and there are more and more of them every minute. Ron is in charge of the garden's defense, ordering the soldiers to hold their formation and not allow anyone to get inside. The heroes fight fiercely against the monsters, trying to hold back their tide. However, there are simply an incredibly huge number of monsters here, and Ron understands that it is becoming very difficult to continue to hold the defense. It's time for them to do their duty to their country, and Ron orders them to continue to hold the line, even at the cost of their own lives. At this moment, a C-class gecko monster appears on the battlefield, causing the heroes to become stupefied. Ron understands that most likely none of the squad will survive the battle with this huge monster. Despair can be read on the fighters' faces. Suddenly, a quick flash of blue light flies past him. It was Rick. Using the ability of the Shadow Blade, he rushes into battle, dealing a strong attack to the C-class monster. With just one blow, the mighty gecko monster dies. Rick stands in front of the squad and blocks the monster's path with his body. He immediately takes on the role of leader and distributes responsibilities among the fighters. After which, he attacks the horde of monsters with a frontal attack, as if he has no sense of fear at all. Looking at him, Suzanne realizes that Rick has just given her an order, even though she is a person from the army, and he is not. But for some reason she wants to carry out this order. His self-confidence simply knows no bounds. The hero rushes towards the monsters and cuts them down one after another, without a drop of regret or fear. The other fighters are surprised by the main character's abilities, because he chops up monsters like vegetables, leaving them no chance of survival. Ron also calmed down a little, because with such a powerful ally, they would definitely be able to hold the defense and the losses in the squad would be minimal. Suzanne asks Ron how the protagonist managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. Perhaps he dated someone suspicious during that time. To which Ron replied that he wouldn't have enough time in 1 hour to tell the whole story about Rick. But she should know that he managed to defeat Old Man Vaughn. Suzanne is surprised by this answer because the old man from the Lee family is one of the strongest aspiring military leaders in the city. Seeing how fiercely Rick fights, Suzanne compares him to Chris, adding that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. With his current strength, fighting against D-rank monsters is not particularly difficult for Rick, and he spends a minimum of his strength on the battle. The only thing that bothers him now is the constant use of the hover step, which costs his stamina points. But the number of monsters is not decreasing. Moreover, several more sea-level creatures have appeared, which cause even more problems. Two of the monsters try to attack Rick again by surprise, but he notices their movements perfectly well with the help of the perception skill. However, he notices that these are unusual monsters because they smell different. Attached to the belt of these small reptilian monsters are some kind of metal devices, which have a dial and a detonator. As soon as the monsters begin to move, the detonator is triggered and a powerful explosion occurs, which destroys most of the room. When the dust from the explosion settles, it is clear that the blast caused massive damage, and it was only a few monsters. All the soldiers begin to notice the bombs attached to the monsters' bodies and focus their attention on these creatures, because they need to be defeated first. Monsters sacrifice themselves as if someone nearby controls them, because no living creature would go to such a stupid death, be it a monster or a human. Ron compares this night to the night of the meteorite fall, according to rumors. That time too, someone controlled a large crowd of monsters that acted to please the user. A huge number of creatures look at the main character, led by one of the 3 remaining C-class monsters. But Rick is not afraid of the presence of explosives. In the same second, he disappears from the sight of the creatures, leaving behind only a small cloud of dust. After which, he immediately attacks the strongest monster with a shadow blade, cutting its flesh into 2 parts with 1 blow. The rest of the monsters are in no hurry to attack because despite the lack of pronounced intelligence, they still have a sense of self-preservation. Looking at them, Rick analyzes the situation, because among all this bunch of creatures there should be 2 more C-class monsters that pose the greatest threat. He remembers that when he came here he definitely saw everyone, but now for some reason he can't see them. Perhaps these monsters can hide their aura. Suddenly, he notices them. The monsters have turned away from their entire group and are about to flee from the battlefield. Rick is surprised by this behavior of the creatures, because he has never encountered anything like this before. The main character tries to catch up with them, but at that moment, he notices a powerful green axe flying towards him. Rick blocks the axe attack with his sword, and notes that this attack was at least a warlord rank, as he felt the blow even through the block. Jumping back a few meters from the shockwave, Rick sees 3 powerful warriors in front of him, walking towards him. 3 masked warriors appeared on the battlefield, each of them emitting an aura no less than the level of a general, and each wielding a different weapon, creating an excellent balance in the team. Upon seeing them, the soldiers at the military base opened their mouths in surprise, as they didn't expect the Lee family to have so many strong fighters. Rick realizes that the attack of the man with the axe was at the level of a military leader, which means that each of these 3 is no weaker than Old Man Lee. He needs to be careful with these fighters, because any mistake on his part could lead to tragedy. Another fighter joins the fight. His weapon is a flute, with which he controls the monsters. He says that there is no reason to delay the battle for long, and it must be finished as soon as possible. He then uses his flute, causing the monsters to furiously attack the heroes in full force. Seeing this, Rick realizes that things are bad, because he cannot fight the warlords and protect his friends at the same time. At this moment, a fighter with an axe immediately attacks him, telling him to be less distracted by strangers, because his enemy is in front of him. First of all, let him help himself. With these words, the masked man attacks the hero with his massive axe. However, Rick activates his hover step and dodges the attack, because his friends' lives are more important, and he needs to help them first. Thanks to the ability of the hovering step, the hero is able to break away even from such a powerful warrior, who is at the same level of strength. But at that moment, he hears the voice of another masked enemy appearing behind him. His voice seems familiar to Rick. This warrior attacks the main character and the blow hits the target and deals damage to Rick. The main character's blood scatters across the battlefield, but the blade took most of the damage. So the damage from this attack was not fatal, but left only a small scratch. However, the force with which the attack was delivered created pressure that caused bleeding from the protagonist's mouth. Rick can barely withstand a single blow, even though he is a mid-level military leader. The man who just delivered this attack removes his mask and shows his face. He asks the protagonist what his name is, because he looks like the man who killed Jack from the Moo family. This man has similar traits to Hank, the same character who, at the beginning of the protagonist's journey, betrayed their squad and staged a sneak attack. Looking at him, he doesn't understand what a person like Hank could be doing in such a place. After which, he begins to look more closely at his facial features and analyzes his abilities using the perception skill. Memories of old events begin to surface in his head, and he remembers what a greedy man Hank was. However, he never had such enormous power. Most likely, he is the brother of that bastard, and the father of Jack, whom Rick killed. The man replies that Rick is a quick thinker, and that he really is not who he first thought he was. His name is Henry. He, like Hank, Rose, Jack, belongs to one of the strongest families of the Mu meteorite, and is a mid-level military leader. Rick tells him that he and his brother are very similar, and both are just incredible scoundrels who can't achieve anything on their own. These words enrage Henry. He asks Rick if he killed his son Jack, or if it was his girlfriend Rose. To which Rick replies that Rose had nothing to do with it. It was he who killed him. With just one blow, he cut his throat, although he begged for mercy, kneeling. These words made Henry even more angry. Now he is ready to tear the little brat to pieces and tells him that he will not let him leave here alive. While fighting off the monsters, Ron overhears Rick and Henry talking and is surprised that Rick knows these scoundrels. Seeing the master from the Mu family here, Suzanne realizes that things are bad, because not only the Lai family is involved in this operation, but also much more powerful organizations. A teammate tells Henry that the boy is simply wasting time by chatting with him, so this battle needs to be ended quickly. Meanwhile, Ron tells Rick that holding back the tide of monsters is no longer possible and they need to retreat. At the same moment, Henry attacks the protagonist with a menacing look, wanting to end the battle with one powerful blow. The second member of the team joins the attack, using his flute to direct even more monsters towards the heroes. Rick repels Henry's attack, while Ron shouts to the protagonist that the squad is no longer capable of fighting and that something needs to be done. Rick sees that Ron is fighting with all his might against a huge number of monsters, so he comes up with an escape plan. He takes out of his pocket something like a small hand bomb with greenish contents. He then throws it on the floor. The explosion from this bomb creates a thick fog of poisonous green liquid that spreads throughout the entire area of the room. Rick himself at this moment puts a gas mask on his face and shouts to all his comrades to do the same. Ron orders the entire squad to put on gas masks and retreat. They need to get into the garden of alien artifacts and hide from the enemy there. Shielding himself from the poisonous gas with his elbow, Henry shouts after the protagonist that he is just a cowardly clown who uses cheap tricks to escape. Suzanne also covers her airways with her elbow, but already feels weak because she does not have a gas mask to protect herself from the toxins. But at that moment, Rick appears in front of her, hands her a gas mask, and pulls her by the hand to quickly hide in the garden of alien artifacts. At this point, Suzanne feels embarrassed by Rick's touches. Now he seems more and more masculine to her. Although with difficulty, the squad still manages to break through the garden barrier, and they finally get inside. They are safe for a while. If Instructor Brooke hadn't organized the defensive measures in such a way, then most likely they all would have died in this battle. The defense of the treasure garden is the strongest in the entire Ghost Rain military base, as this place is a huge source of power. However, this function can only be used in emergency cases, because the creator of this barrier died, and in that case it will be impossible to restore it. Looking at the main character, Suzanne admires his leadership and human qualities. She calls him a worthy son of his father. Meanwhile, a squad of mysterious masked men approach the barrier and assess its defensive capabilities. Looking at the heroes through the barrier, Henry tells them that this pathetic barrier will not stop him, and sooner or later he will get to them. He then delivers a powerful blow with his axe to the barrier, hoping that it will collapse under the weight of his power. However, in response, he receives a strong shock of electricity. The defensive power of this barrier can withstand a blow from a medium-level military leader. This barrier can only be broken if multiple third-tier warlords attack simultaneously. Otherwise, attempts to break through are doomed to failure. The heroes decide to wait here until Instructor Brooke deals with the enemies outside and comes here to save them. Henry replies that they are relying in vain on their beloved instructor, because there are fighters waiting for him outside who are no less strong than him. To which Ron replies that his comrades simply don't have a chance, because not only does one instructor have the strength of a mid-level military leader, and besides, the military base itself can hold back the influx of monsters for several days. Henry is surprised by this answer, because he thought that there was only one mid-level military leader on the military base right now, and that was Brooke. During its existence, the military base was subjected to several influxes of monsters and survived, and today it can be called impregnable. Instructor Brooke knew something was wrong, so he took extra precautions to defend the military base just in case. He invited here his old comrade from service, the commander of a special forces unit of the Ministry of War named Zack. Zack calls his friend a liar, because when he invited him here, he did not tell him that he would have to risk his life here, In response to this, Brook replies that the plans have changed dramatically. The warriors outside admire the strategic abilities of Instructor Brook, who had prepared for their attack in advance. Brook replies that they don't seem to understand that they are dealing with the War Department, the most powerful structure in the city, and he will not let them just leave this place. The masked man replies that although Brook is a smart guy, he and his comrade were unlucky enough to be caught in their organization's plan because they have no chance of survival. To which they respond that if they are so strong, then let them try to take their lives, so they will check which of them will emerge victorious today. At this moment, suddenly, Old Man Wong appears on the battlefield riding a huge rat, who orders his rodents to gnaw at everything alive here. Instructor Brook notices an old man who suddenly appears, although he does not immediately recognize him, because his aura has changed significantly. The masked man says that they might not be able to handle the two warlords on their own, but with reinforcements, they can easily defeat them. Sitting astride a rabid rat, Vaughn greets his old friend Brook and tells him that he is now going to be fed to his new friend. Looking at his old friend, the instructor cannot believe his eyes, because the old man's appearance has changed significantly. After which, the old man attacks the instructor with an inhuman scream, wanting to finish him off. But the military leaders do not stand still and immediately react to this attack and take up fighting stances. This is not the first battle in which the comrades fight shoulder to shoulder, so their combat combinations are well honed. They attack the old man with a combination attack. And just as Instructor Brook attacks the old man himself, his friend strikes the monster's legs. Having lost its support, the monster falls to the ground, throwing the old man off its back. Looking at him, Instructor Brook asks how he turned into such a monster, although his strength does not seem to have increased. But the old man is still able to fight. It seems the joint attack of the two commanders did not bring the desired result. Looking at them, the old man licks the wound he received from Brook with his long tongue. After which, the wound heals instantly and not even a small scar remains in its place. The heroes are surprised by such strong regeneration, because even high-level monsters cannot heal so quickly. After the transformation, the old man's hidden powers were much more extraordinary than he could have imagined. The result exceeded all expectations. Looking at the instructor, the old man says that thanks to his heightened senses, he can smell fear from them. But he shouldn't worry. It will all be over very soon, and he and his friend will become food for his rats. Brook knows things are bad. Fighting two warlords is one thing. But with Old Man 1 also appearing on the battlefield, the outcome of the battle could be disastrous. He asks his friend for forgiveness for getting him into such trouble. He promises him that if they manage to survive, then he will pay. The friend tells the instructor not to talk nonsense, because if necessary, he will gladly give his life to protect the base. The instructor never doubted him, so now they are ready to fight to the death, and Brook attacks his opponents again. They rush towards Old Man 1 and try to attack him again with a combination attack. However, the old man uses some strange new ability, after which many echolocation signals begin to come from his mouth. These signals penetrate through every crack in the room and are heard throughout the entire base. With their help, the old man controls a horde of hungry rats, who, upon hearing the signal, rush at a furious pace to the call of the owner. The old man orders his rats to run into the Forbidden Zone and get to the alien treasure garden, where they can gain even greater power. The instructor understands that if the villains manage to get into the garden, it will be impossible to stop them, so it is necessary to sort this out as quickly as possible. At this point, the heroes in the garden begin to notice that the protective barrier is weakening with each passing minute. Seeing the commotion in the squad, Henry tells Rick that what he is about to hear from him will leave his entire squad in shock. He informs the protagonist that there are 4 mid-level military leaders involved in this operation, 3 of whom are currently fighting Instructor Brook. What they heard further drove the soldiers standing behind the barrier into despair. Moreover, the situation in the city itself is now much more dangerous, and the main focus of the monsters fell on it. Hearing this, the main character understands that he is not the only one fighting now, but the whole city has suffered from these villains. The valiant heroes defend the city at the cost of their lives, fighting off a huge wave of monsters with all their might. However, the scale of this attack is enormous. Monsters attack civilians and destroy residential buildings. Chaos reigns in the city. With the combined efforts of fighters from all organizations, an attempt is made to repel the wave, but the monsters become more and more numerous. The heroes sacrifice their lives to protect civilians, pull them out from under the rubble, and do everything possible to protect the city. All of them are now ready to give their lives to protect the city. Henry tells the squad that once the base is captured and the power is cut off, they will all become a flock of lambs for slaughter. But they still have a chance to save themselves. If they turn off this barrier now, then perhaps it will allow someone to survive. After hearing this, the soldiers began to whisper among themselves, as their situation was getting worse with each passing minute. The heroes are also surprised by this information. Looking at Rick, Ron asks what they will do now. Several powerful organizations are involved in the riots in the city. The grown monsters will become the common enemy of all mankind, and they will get away with it. Ron asks Suzanne if the meteorite families aren't China's protectors, so why would they participate in such operations? To which Suzanne replies that they do all this for their own benefit and the well-being of their families. Unfortunately, this is not the first time something like this has happened in Chinese history. At this point, Rick announces that he has a plan. He tells his friends about his idea, who call the main character simply crazy. Rick replies that no matter how crazy his plan is, the main thing is to prevent these creatures from achieving what they want. The heroes agree with Rick's proposal and are ready to support him in this idea. After which, Rick comes closer to the garden with artifacts and asks Henry that this is their main goal. Seeing this, Henry asks the protagonist what he is planning. Let him stand still and not move, and then he will spare him. Rick replies that he will see everything for himself now. After which he picks one of the fruits from the tree. Rick shatters the stone into pieces, releasing the energy contained within it. Holding it in his palm, the hero realizes that these are D-class fruits that cannot harm him. After which he devours it with gusto in front of Henry, with the aim of making him even more angry. Chewing the fruit thoroughly, the hero tells him that he will not leave such valuable treasures to someone like them. Henry is furious at what he saw and tells Rick that if he dares to pick another piece of fruit, he will turn the hero into mincemeat. Rick feels that the artifact he ate gives him a tenfold bonus to his agility. Last time, after consuming a D-level artifact, he didn't feel any taste, but this one has a slight fruity aroma. The God of War's system informs the protagonist that for repeated consumption of the same fruit, he will receive half as many characteristics. Rick immediately checks this. The second fruit gives him only half of the previous intake, and he begins to consume the third. The third fruit gives the hero 3 characteristic points. After each use, the fruit's effectiveness is significantly reduced. The other soldiers look at Rick with open eyes, because he just ate 3 D-rank fruits without permission. Henry is even more indignant, unable to do anything and forced to just watch as Rick devours the fruit. He tells the protagonist to stop, because if he continues, he will die from too much fruit. But this doesn't stop Rick. He takes another fruit in his hand and teases Henry with it. After which, he greedily absorbs it. The effect of the fruit is set at a minimum, and brings the hero only 1 point of characteristics. Rick asks the rest of the squad why they don't join the meal, since it's better to eat the fruit themselves than leave it to these bastards. The soldiers support the main character's idea, and begin to greedily devour the alien artifacts one after another. Ron warns the soldiers that if their level is below advanced fighter, they should not consume D-rank fruits, as their bodies may not be able to withstand them. The soldiers enjoy the taste of these divine fruits and eat them to their heart's content. At this time, Rick also does not stop in absorbing them, and also throws some fruits to Suzanne. She is close to a general rank, and perhaps by eating enough fruit she can break through to the rank of a warlord. Then they will have a better chance in battle. Suzanne agrees with Rick's arguments, because if she breaks through to the rank of military leader, the combat power of their squad will increase significantly. Despite the fact that there are countless treasures here, they no longer have much effect on the main character. Henry calls the squad vile wretches, and adds that such weaklings have no right to squander the treasures of this garden in such vain. To which Rick replies that all Henry can do now is whine furiously, because he doesn't have enough strength to get here. After ingesting large quantities of alien artifacts, some soldiers begin to experience stomach pains because the treasure cannot be fully digested. There are a lot of such soldiers, apparently. Excessive greed and the desire to become stronger in the shortest possible time played a bad joke on them. They line up in a column to go to the toilet, because holding back the urge becomes unbearable. Although there is no toilet as such here. Other fighters, on the contrary, experience a level increase and even a transition to the next stage of strength, which greatly improves their skills. Looking at this, Rick understands that after taking a large amount of treasure, the body undergoes detoxification, but for some reason, it does not affect him. Most likely, it's all about the God of War's system, which transforms any alien artifact into a 100% benefit, leaving no residue. Rick tries to humor Suzanne by telling her that if she needs to step away too, he'll be happy to cover for her. These words caused confusion in Suzanne. She answers the main character that she is fine with the digestibility of treasures, unlike these weaklings. Rick is happy to hear this, because it means that Suzanne will be able to break through to the rank of military leader. She replies that she feels her body is overflowing with strength. Apparently she just needs to take a few more fruits, and the transition to a new level will occur. Rick presents her with these treasures, telling her that there are plenty of artifacts here, so she can eat everything her tummy can carry. Many fighters improve their skills, rise in rank, and become much stronger than before. Others do not feel any effect and have stopped eating fruits, because they only make their health worse. Rick approaches them and tells them not to despair, and to try to consume the fruits again and again until they achieve results. To which he receives the answer that everything depends on digestibility, and that they have it at a low level, so there is no point in it. The same cannot be said for Rick, who can eat these fruits like seeds. Perhaps if he continues to eat them, he will rise to the rank of a mid-level military leader. Looking at the alien artifacts, Rick thinks about these words, after which he begins to greedily devour them, leaving behind only shells and dust, absorbing one fruit after another. What's happening behind the barrier enrages Henry, as it completely ruins their original plan, and he vows that when he gets to them, the first thing he'll do is cut off Rick's head. To which Rick shows him his middle finger and says that when he breaks through here, then we'll talk. But for now, he's just a whining dog on a chain. Another fighter also supported Rick and told Henry that if they wanted treasure, they should look for it in the toilet after him. Overall, the situation in the squad has calmed down somewhat, since Henry can't get to them, and they themselves are becoming stronger with every second. After eating another piece of fruit, Rick notices that the attributes have stopped increasing. He has reached his limit, and all the characteristics have stopped at 300. At the same time, Suzanne feels that strength is beginning to overflow her body, after which she successfully breaks through to the rank of military leader. Now their squad has one more strong fighter. This greatly inspired the soldiers of the squad. If Ron also becomes a military leader, then they will not need a barrier at all, because they will be able to deal with their enemies on their own. As Henry's squad watches the events unfold, they realize that these impudent men have spent almost all of the treasure, which puts their plan at a standstill. Seeing that Suzanne has increased her power, Rick realizes that even if the barrier falls, they will have a chance to win the battle with Henry. As soon as he thought about it, the protective properties of the barrier began to weaken. After which, the heroes feel a strong vibration, as if many small stones had simultaneously crashed into the barrier. It was Old Man 1. He attacked the barrier from above with his entire squad of rat monsters and ordered them to gnaw out all living things. Upon seeing him, Henry yells at Vaughn to turn off the power first, so that his squad can finally engage in battle. The heroes also notice an old man from the Lee family who has brought a huge bunch of monsters with him, and they realize that the odds are not on their side again. While riding his massive C-class rat monster, Old Man Vaughn spots Rick behind the barrier, which enrages him. Looking at him, the heroes are surprised by his appearance because the last time they saw him in his normal human form, and now he himself looks more like a monster. Suzanne says that he most likely injected himself with monster serum, which significantly increased his strength, and now he is not inferior in strength to a mid-level military leader. Rick realizes that things are bad. They still had a chance against Henry alone, but fighting two mid-level commanders at once will be problematic. Henry orders the old man to destroy the barrier as quickly as possible before the soldiers eat all the fruit in the garden. The old man tells Henry that it doesn't matter at all that the soldiers ate all the fruit, because there is still essence left in their bodies, and his rats devoured them all with great appetite, after which they all rush towards the barrier. The heroes understand that everything will continue like this, and very soon the old man will break through the barrier. We need to think of something urgently. We can't just stand there meekly and wait for death. Suddenly, the base's defense system reports that the power plant is damaged and the garden's self-destruction program has been activated. All the heroes need to leave the treasure garden immediately through the emergency exit, and they are trying to find it. One of the fighters managed to do this, and he calls all the other soldiers here. However, the emergency exit is tightly sealed and no one has the strength to open this door. Ron also tried to do this, after which he reports that only Instructor Brooke can open this door. The soldiers begin to panic, because if they don't leave this place quickly, the self-destruct system will bury them alive here. Rick tells Suzanne that after her breakthrough to the Warlord stage, her strength has increased several times. Perhaps if they join forces, they will be able to open the door. Suzanne agrees to his proposal, since they have no other option at the moment. Moving closer to the door, Rick concentrates all his strength in himself, preparing to perform a powerful blow. However, there was no need for a strike, and after absorbing the protagonist's aura, the door opens. The heroes stand in bewilderment as to why the sensor worked on Rick, and whether Instructor Brooke really set it up that way. However, Rick replies that Brooke never told him about this, and if he knew there was an emergency exit, he would have left through it a long time ago. Under the onslaught of a wave of monsters, the garden's self-destruct system is activated, and the countdown begins. And just at that moment, The huge paw of the ferocious monster that Old Man 1 is riding on creates a breach in the barrier. The weaker fighters are the first to run to the exit. Ron is in charge of the entire evacuation process. The emergency exit itself is a long slide with a steep descent and turns, so it should quickly deliver the fighters to the other side. Due to the constant sharp turns, Ron feels like he is starting to feel seasick, because the fruit in his stomach has not yet been digested. Finally, the old man manages to completely destroy the barrier and break inside. However, there was not a single person left inside. Moreover, the countdown of the garden's self-destruction system had ended. A loud explosion thundered, which smashed the entire room into small stones and tore out the tree with the treasures to the very roots. All the fighters from this detachment managed to evacuate successfully. They find themselves not far from the base, in a mountain forest, one of the safest places. Suzanne says that they have finally managed to break away from their enemies and are completely safe at the moment. Rick is glad to hear this, after which he turns towards Ron and asks him how far they are from the base. But Ron is unable to answer his question. The long journey on steep hills has made him seasick, and all the undigested fruit has come out. After seeing this, the soldiers make fun of him, saying that after this, his brilliant image of a strong warrior crumbled before their eyes. Ron replies that he has had a motion sickness since birth, so all maneuvering skills are acquired with great difficulty. Rick repeats his question and asks Ron where the military base is. Ron somehow manages to get to his feet, and with a half-drunk gait, he tries to show the main character the way. However, he immediately comes to his senses when he sees what awaits them ahead. An incredibly huge wave of monsters is directed from the Ghost Rain Mountain towards the military base. The soldiers don't understand what caused the monsters to pour out of the Ghost Rain Mountain and straight into the city and the military base. The soldiers are informed by radio that all roads near the base are blocked by monsters, and the city is constantly being attacked by new waves, so there is no need to expect reinforcements. After that, the main points of concentration of monsters were displayed to them on the radio so that they would not stumble upon them. Hearing this, Ron becomes furious, because the bastards from the Lee family are going beyond all limits. They can't let this go unpunished. If things continue like this, the city will suffer the same fate as Donghae. The name of the city of Donghae brings back unpleasant memories for Rick, as it was because of the fall of this city that his father was put behind bars. The heroes see a multitude of monsters heading towards the city, many of which reach sea level and even higher. Seeing such strong monsters, Ron says that the city will not be able to withstand a wave of such strong monsters. If this huge crowd breaks into the city, it will be a disaster, like in a nightmare. Moreover, the situation of the military base is extremely dangerous. If things continue like this, it will be the end. This disaster promises to be the worst in the city's history. In the face of such a danger, people are weak. The city does not have enough people and military leaders to withstand such an onslaught. They can only be saved by the appearance of a hero with the power of the god of war. Rick ponders what they can do in this situation, wondering what his father would do. His father had the nickname, the god of monster slaying, and his brilliant tactics had repeatedly led to great results. Throughout his childhood, he told Rick that no matter how strong monsters are, their main disadvantage is the lack of developed intelligence, which is why they can be controlled. Remembering the words spoken by his father, an idea arises in the protagonist's head. He tells his friends about his plan, who in their usual manner call him crazy. But Rick tells them that no matter how crazy this plan is, the main thing is that they will be able to save many lives of the city's residents. Ron agrees with Rick and is ready to carry out his plan. After which, he turns to face his soldiers and tells them the essence of their new plan. He says that he believes in each of them, and only together will they be able to hold back the city's defense. Each warrior must give it his all. After which, the heroes go to the military base warehouse, located next to them. As they walk along it, they equip themselves with a variety of useful things that they will need to carry out their plan. Ron says he never thought he'd use these things in peacetime against a man-made monster influx. After which, he says goodbye to the main character, wishing him good luck and to definitely return back alive. Rick also wishes them luck, because not only he plays a key role in this plan, but also ordinary soldiers. Turning around, the hero sees that not everyone has left him, but Suzanne has stayed with him. She tells the protagonist that she owes him a lot, which is why she stayed with him. A little embarrassed, she says that thanks to him, she rose to the rank of military leader and is ready to fight to the death if necessary. Rick is glad to hear such words from his new friend. He tells her that it is time for them to act. After which, they get into a military jeep and set off on their journey. Meanwhile, monsters have already begun to accumulate in the city, and they are destroying everything in their path. Suzanne took the wheel of the car while Rick installed a special device on the trailer. Finally, he finishes with the installation. After which, with a deft movement, he returns to the car body. Rick complains to Suzanne that installing such a thing was very difficult, because he is a mercenary, not an engineer, and has never encountered such a thing. To which Suzanne replies that it's time for him to stop whining and feeling sorry for himself. After installing this device, the place where it is installed begins to emit echolocation waves. It turned out that all this time Rick had been installing a special device called a monster collector. Hearing the sounds of this device, the monsters begin to run furiously towards this sound. This was the main character's plan with the help of these devices. He wants to set one flock of monsters against another. Seeing that the device is working successfully, the heroes understand that the first part of the plan went well. But it's too early to rejoice. Complete success is still far away, because packs of monsters alone are not enough. In the past, when people did something like this, it only caused a stir, but nothing major happened. Rick says that in order to complete the plan, the B-tier monster king must enter the battle to turn the tide of the battle. Suzanne looks at the protagonist with surprised eyes, because the B-level monster king is an extremely rare specimen for this area. But Rick replies that he knows where to find one, after which he tells her about the place from which he received the C-level artifact. Last time he was just lucky enough to get through this monster unnoticed, but he is sure that this creature is exactly what they need. Realizing that most of the plan has been successfully completed, the heroes move away from the monster's bait. Suzanne asks the main character where they need to go next. It seems he is the most handsome taxi driver in the world. Meanwhile, the monsters begin to slowly gather around the bait device. Rick tells Suzanne that now it's time to bring that powerful being here. Even though the level of this monster is incredibly high, the hero believes in himself and thinks that they will definitely succeed. Suzanne looks at the protagonist with a distrustful look. He seems somewhat narcissistic to her. Rick shows Suzanne the way to that very cave, after which they look inside. At the entrance, they notice several not particularly dangerous eagle-eyed foxes, but there is no B-level monster in sight yet. Rick tells his new girlfriend to stay outside while he goes inside alone because he fears for her safety, to which she replies that he should be careful and return from the cave alive. Once inside, Rick notices that the tree has completely dried out since his last visit, apparently due to him taking the artifact that was keeping it alive. He remembers that the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes was in hibernation last time, so he shouldn't know that it was Rick who stole the treasure from his cave. But despite this, extra precaution never hurts, and Rick constantly uses a hover step to move around the cave. In one corner of the cave, he notices a place with a suspiciously strong aura hidden deep in the roots. From deep within the roots, a fierce pair of blue eyes looks at him, emitting a terrifying aura. This aura belongs to the B-tier monster king. He feels that Rick is smelling the treasure he has been guarding so carefully. This fact enrages the monster, and he rushes in pursuit of the main character. His speed is simply amazing, because he manages to catch up with the main character, with the fully studied ability of the hovering step. Rick somehow dodges his attacks, using his full arsenal of abilities. He understands that he can't count on winning this battle, so he needs to bring the monster out. The monster calls Rick a thief because he stole the item for rebirth from him and continues to pursue him. He quickly closes the distance between them and gets closer and closer to the main character. Rick concentrates all his energy into his legs to perform a powerful dash and break away from the monsters pursuing him. He understands that after raising his agility level above 300 points, moving has become much easier and it takes less energy. At this moment, the monster attacks the protagonist with a ranged attack. It concentrates a huge flow of aura in its mouth and then releases it. Luckily, the speed of the hover step allows the protagonist to dodge. Now he is strong enough to choose between injury and death. He decides to hide behind one of the roots of a huge tree to wait a little and regain his strength. However, the monster senses the location of the protagonist and immediately attacks that location. Rick understands that he most likely won't be able to hide from this creature if this continues. He will be surrounded and killed. He wonders if the monster can sense the alien artifact inside his body, which is why he can find its location so quickly. Realizing that he can no longer play tag with the monsters, Rick tells Suzanne over the radio to turn on the monster collector as soon as possible. Suzanne tells him that if something happened to him, she is ready to go to his aid, to which Rick replies that she should not dare come here. After which, Suzanne activates the monster collector and waves begin to penetrate into this cave. The waves reach their target and begin to gradually affect all the monsters inside the cave. Seeing this, Rick realizes that their plan most likely worked, because the monsters stopped chasing him. Given some time, Rick begins to plan an escape, using his favorite technique and spraying striped skunk reagent around himself. All the monsters in the cave feel this unbearable sound of the monster collector. After which, everyone, including the king of the monsters, goes to the source of this sound. The second part of Rick's plan is nearing success. Looking at the king of the monsters and feeling his terrifying aura, Rick realizes that this creature is much more oppressive than the average military leader. After the monsters leave the cave, Rick tells Suzanne to move away from the monster trap and that he will return to her soon. Suddenly, in the depths of the roots, from where the king of monsters attacked him, the hero notices a strange bluish aura. He decides to get closer to this place and check what is there. As Rick makes his way through the roots of a mighty tree, he sees the vibrant colors that this mysterious object emits. This thing gives the main character a strange feeling, and he wants to find out what is there as soon as possible. The aura of this object reminds him of the aura of eagle-eyed foxes, but it gives off a kind of homely warmth, and it seems completely non-hostile. Finally reaching this place, Rick finally sees in front of him the object from which this aura emanated. It turned out to be some kind of egg, covered with a shell of different colors. It seemed to have grown into this tree and looked incredibly beautiful. Coming closer to the egg, the hero realizes that it was the cause of the anxious feelings that washed over him upon entering the cave. At that moment, Rick feels a ringing sound coming from his walkie-talkie, which is in his pants pocket. Rick tells Suzanne that the danger has passed and that he will return to her very soon after completing all his business. After thinking the situation over carefully, Rick decides to take the egg with him, because it could be worth a lot of money. He puts it in a transport bag and heads out of this cave. At the entrance to the cave, Suzanne was waiting for him. She asked the hero in an indignant voice why he had not returned for so long, because she was worried about him. But when the hero comes closer to her, Suzanne immediately loses interest in communicating with Rick, because he strongly smells of skunk reagent. For people, the skunk reagent is even more lethal if you use it on yourself. It is better not to approach people, and on women, it generally acts like poison. Rick tries to explain the situation that led to him using the reagent, but Suzanne tells him that she understands, but he shouldn't approach her. Reaching her military jeep, Suzanne tells Rick that his smell is still lingering, so he'll ride in the back. Unfortunately, Rick fails to convince Suzanne otherwise, and he has to ride in the back of the truck all alone. Left alone with his thoughts, the hero thinks about who this egg might belong to, because it doesn't look like eagle-eyed foxes. In any case, he decides that he will deal with this issue a little later, when everything calms down and he returns to the city. Meanwhile, the action moves to the battle zone between fighters and monsters near the military base building. Everyone fighting is now giving it their all. Even the squad leaders and instructor Brooke are using their strongest techniques to hold back this wave. Zack keeps up with his comrade and also actively fights monsters. This deadly duo has already laid waste to hundreds of monsters. They fight them fiercely and try to cover each other's rear. Brooke tells Zack that there are more and more monsters, and if they want to survive here, they need to break through the encirclement and get to the man with the flute. Watching the commanders desperately fight the creatures, Henry notes the excellent physical training of these fighters. However, the number of monsters here does not decrease. Despite their titanic efforts, the man with the flute lures more and more creatures here. Moreover, Old Man Wong appeared on the battlefield, bringing with him a pack of his hungry rats. Monsters begin to surround the heroes. There are so many of them that it all creates a picture of complete hopelessness. Looking at the bastards who committed this massacre, Brooke says that these crimes will never be forgiven, and they will be punished for everything. Hearing these words, Henry smiled a little, because in such a desperate situation, Brooke was trying to intimidate him. He answers him that none of them will suffer any punishment, and in the new world they will be the main source of law. Since they don't give up, we'll have to finish them all off, because they don't need any extra witnesses. Suddenly, from the side of the ghostly rain mountain, another huge wave of monsters begins to run, in the depths of which Ron's team can be seen. Ron shouts to his comrades to retreat to the restricted area of the base and tighten the front line. Meanwhile, the monsters that appeared after Ron begin to attack the monsters that were already here. Everyone here doesn't understand where they came from, because now these monsters should have stormed the city. Moreover, the monsters attack them too, so they have to fight off the creatures, which spoils their plans. Henry is angry. He doesn't understand why these monsters are here. He thinks that one of his own is to blame, because he doesn't stick to the general plan. But the man in the hood replies that this cannot be, because everyone followed the plan strictly. He realizes that someone most likely used the monster collector and redirected these creatures in another direction. At this time, Ron runs up to the commanders and tells them to quickly evacuate through the secret passage. Commander Brooke orders his squad to retreat immediately and cover the backs of their comrades so that no one gets hurt. The soldiers rush headlong towards the exit, because they finally have a chance for salvation. They make their way through the exit one after another, maintaining formation and covering each other's rear. Finally, the squad manages to evacuate and save most of its forces, after which Commander Brooke asks for a situation report. Ron tells the commander about Rick's plan and how they managed to bring so many monsters here, in response to which Brooke shakes his hand and calls him a great soldier. Ron replies that the whole idea was Rick's, and in this regard, he is just a simple soldier, and nothing more. In response to this, Brooke places his hand on Ron's shoulder and says that such a brilliant success cannot be attributed to one person, so they all worked hard. A memory of his old friend Chris appears before the instructor's face, and he says to himself that he raised an excellent son. Zach asks with an interested voice what kind of genius came up with this plan. He would like to talk to him and offer him a job in his squad. Meanwhile, the main character realizes that his plan has been successfully completed, and now it's time to deal with Henry and his people. Henry and his squad are trying to hold back the flood of monsters that is pouring in on them. They understand that they need to get out of here. Watching them, Rick looks at them as helpless lambs, because they did not suspect that they themselves would become prey. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Suzanne sets up a long-range rifle, which is of little use against monsters, but is still deadly for humans. Looking at this, Rick once again emphasizes to himself the uniqueness of this woman, who can fight both in close and long-range combat. However, he tells her not to use this weapon yet, as there is no need for it now. Suzanne is surprised by this and asks Rick why he forbade her to use the rifle, to which Rick replies that the main combat-ready unit is about to arrive, and there is no point in them getting involved in the battle. He didn't lie. Squads of eagle-eyed foxes begin to appear on the battlefield, and in front of all the squads their leader flies, the king of B-level monsters, in whose eyes pure hatred can be read. Finally, Henry's squad manages to break through the monsters surrounding them, and they gradually break away from them. The hooded man says that they need to find a place to hide, wait until the monsters take over the base, and then continue with their plan. Henry agrees with this idea. The only thing that worries him is the life of the instructor. He believes that he cannot be left alive, because he has seen a lot. But Old Man Vaughn is more interested in Rick, because he too can bring a lot of trouble to their squad. He has already felt this on his own skin. Suddenly, the old man's attention is drawn to something more interesting than revenge. The entire squad of traitors notice this creature. Looking at it, they do not understand what is happening. These creatures must live deep within the Ghost Rain Mountains, so they don't understand what brought them here. Not even a couple of minutes passed before the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes attacked the squad with a powerful volley of his energy, which destroyed the mountain into small fragments. At the last moment, they managed to jump back, thereby dodging this powerful attack. Looking at the monster, Henry realizes that this is most likely their leader, and he is the king of the B-level monsters. The frightened squad member does not believe Henry's words, because it seems to him that such strong monsters have never lived on the Ghost Rain Mountain. The king of the monsters is not going to give the humans any time to breathe and attacks them again, this time with his razor-sharp feathers. This time the attack hits home and wounds some of Henry's men. Having felt the force of this monster's blow, the hooded man finally agrees with Henry that this creature is the king of B-level monsters. Moreover, due to the fact that he can fly, fighting him becomes a special problem, because the speed of his maneuvers and the force of his blow are much stronger than those of earthly monsters. The creature attacks the squad again with a stream of energy. Henry puts up his shield to parry the attack and orders the squad to defend themselves at all costs. Even though the attack is very powerful, Henry's shield is strong enough to withstand its power. He tells the squad that if they continue to just stand there, nothing will work out for them, so they need to attack him with the entire squad. The soldiers heard Henry's order and begin to attack the monster from all sides, using a full arsenal of different attacks. Looking at this, Rick says that this fight was a gift to Henry's squad by fate. Let them experience the fear that an ordinary person feels in front of the monsters they lured into the city. After which, Rick decides to get a little closer to the battlefield. He orders Suzanne to stay put and shoot from the rifle if necessary. The hero understands that Henry's squad is full of commander-level fighters, and it is unlikely that one B-level monster king will be able to stop him. And so it happened. As soon as the detachment began to attack synchronously, the course of the battle changed significantly. Using the monster tamer's flute, one of the party members causes the monster king to fall asleep, while other team members can attack him without hindrance, as he is in deep hibernation. The squad's fighters realize that this is their best chance to defeat him, while the sound of the flute holds back his powers. However, the effect of this ability is not infinite, so you need to constantly play on it and spend your strength to hold such a strong monster. Henry praises the fighter with the flute. He calls him a real genius of taming, and upon fulfilling the plan promises him a large share of the total reward. The man with the flute replies that he is now using his strongest technique, so the squad must finish off the leader with one blow. The king of monsters cannot resist the sounds of the flute, and from his lips one can hear words about how he hates vile people. The man with the flute concentrates all his attention on the monster, and already imagines how his position in the family will change after such a triumphant victory. However, his dreams were not destined to come true, because at that very moment, he received a powerful projectile from a rifle in the stomach. The man with the flute doesn't even have time to turn around to see the shooter, before he gets a second bullet right in the temple. Henry and the man in the cloak try to help their comrade, but it is too late, because the wounds received from the shells are fatal. Rick tells Suzanne over the radio that she is a master marksman, and both hits were brilliant, to which Suzanne replies that it was a mere trifle. Seeing the man with the flute die makes Henry's heart beat faster from adrenaline. After all the gecko monsters that this man controlled now do not obey him. The hunter and the prey have changed places. The course of the battle has completely changed, and now Henry's squad is in an unenviable position, because they have to fight an incredible number of monsters. Moreover, there are disagreements in the squad between the man in the cloak and Henry, because they were unable to protect their main trump card, the man who controls the monsters. Henry tells him that now is not the time to quarrel, because they need to unite all their forces in order to break out of the encirclement. At this time, the B-level Monster King does not stop making constant attacks on the squad, because the sounds of the flute made him very angry. As Henry prepares to take another attack from the monster, he turns around and realizes that something is wrong. His mid-level warlord's senses are excellent, as he was able to simultaneously follow the monster's movements and block Suzanne's shot. However, due to the fact that he blocked the shot with his shield, he is forced to take the monster's blow with his body, as he was unable to parry it in time. Seeing Henry fend off her attack, Suzanne is surprised by his level of power, to which Rick replies that she should not underestimate the strength of this man, because he is a mid-level military leader. All his senses are much sharper than those of an ordinary fighter. Meanwhile, a squad of traitors notices the main character hiding near the battlefield. Old Man Vaughn's sense of smell helped him track him down. He can smell his victim from a distance of several dozen meters. But Rick is not upset that he was exposed. He sarcastically shows the villains 2 fingers in greeting, and says that he already missed them. At the same time, the squad continues to be attacked by the King of Monsters, which prevents them from pursuing the main character. However, upon seeing Rick and hearing his nasal voice, Old Man Vaughn becomes enraged. He realizes that everything that's happening here now is Rick's doing, so he wants to tear him apart. The old man orders all his rats to follow the protagonist's trail, and with a furious cry, he rushes towards Rick. However, the main character's speed is enough to keep his distance, during which he manages to mock the old man, and remembers the death of his son. Old Man Wong tells him to stop running and fight like a man, unless he is a coward like his father. Henry shouts after the old man not to stray far from the squad, because this cunning Rick wants to disperse their forces so that the monster can destroy them one by one. Everything happens just like that. With the old man gone, fighting the monster became much more difficult than before. However, the old man does not listen to Henry and continues to pursue the protagonist in order to take revenge for his son. He tells Rick that this time he won't be able to escape and he will go straight to hell. But Rick no longer tries to run away. Stopping, he tells the old man that his current appearance suits him much better than his human form. The old man doesn't even listen to the main character, but just continues to rush forward on his huge rat monster and tries to attack Rick. But Rick doesn't back down and immediately counterattacks the old man, activating his blade skill and D-level maneuvering skill. However, with this attack, Rick only blocked the old man's blow and did not pay attention to the monster that Vaughn was sitting on. The hero paid for his inattention and received a powerful sweeping blow with a paw right in the stomach, which left a small injury on his body. Sitting proudly on his monster, the old man asks Rick if he expected that an ordinary old man would become so much stronger than him in just a couple of days. To which Rick replies that his so-called power is a result of turning into a monster, and without it, he is nothing. The old man answers the impudent young man that he understands nothing about this life, in which power means everything and it does not matter how it is obtained. His idiot father couldn't adapt to the circumstances, so he ended up in this situation. If only he had done one thing back then. The sentence ends there. Rick asks the old man what his father should have done and who he displeased. However, the old man tells him that he will never tell him this secret. But it doesn't matter, because he will die soon anyway, in ignorance. After which, having concentrated all his strength, the old man rushes towards the main character, wanting to perform the finishing attack. Rick hoped that he could get the old man to talk and finally find out what happened to his father many years ago after that battle. But he has no other choice. He will have to give it his all and defeat this monster in the flesh. For his attack, Rick activates 2 ultimate level abilities at once, Floating Step and Shadow Blade. These abilities complement each other perfectly. He flies through the old man like lightning and attacks him with a powerful blow, piercing his body through and through, and causing the old man to fall to the floor. The old man does not understand how this is possible, and where the hero got so much strength from. He believed that they were now at completely different levels. However, Rick says that the power he wielded was acquired through vile means, and Rick would never lose to a monster like him. Coming closer to him, Rick says that his father never treated the old man badly, so he can at least somehow justify himself and tell him the truth. To which the old man replies that he does not want to know the truth about this. When he becomes stronger, then these influential people themselves will find him, and then he will find out everything. With this phrase, the old man's life ends, and the fact that he said that there were several people who framed his father leaves Rick even more perplexed. The creature, driven wild by the death of its owner, tries to avenge the old man and attacks the main character from behind. However, Rick sees this attack clearly and cuts off the monster's head with one well-aimed powerful blow of his blade. After a protracted battle, Suzanne approaches him and asks the protagonist if everything is okay and if he needs any help. To which Rick only looks away and replies that he is fine. Suzanne asks him where he gets his strength from, since he only recently became a warlord, and was already able to defeat a mid-level warlord. To which Rick replied that he is now much faster than many of these warlords, so he has an advantage over them. After which, he adds that now it is time to deal with a much more dangerous opponent, namely Henry from the Mu family. Finally, the story of the traitor old man won from the Lee family ended, and he finally and irrevocably dies. Having lost their master, the rat monsters have gone completely crazy because no one controls them anymore. They began to attack everyone indiscriminately, including their creators, which creates even more problems for the traitorous squad. The hooded man reports that Rick was able to defeat the old man, so their pet rats went wild, which horrified Henry, because the old man was very strong. The hooded man says that they should not continue fighting the monsters, but rather break through and escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. A squad from a military base watches the battle, and Zack notices that the rats are starting to attack their own masters. The heroes are somewhat confused because this turn of events has surprised them greatly. They understand that now all the cards are against the traitors, so this is a great chance to finish them off. They cannot be allowed to escape. Zack agrees with this. He says that it is their time to be in the attacking role. The soldiers get on special ATVs that they borrowed from the military base's warehouse and set off in pursuit of the traitors. Brooke gives a motivational speech. He shouts to his soldiers that now it's time to take back their military base. The soldiers are sent on a full-scale counter-offensive against the enemy. Now, in addition to the monsters, the criminal squad also attacks many soldiers of the military base, using attacks of varying ranges. Henry manages to block these attacks. However, he understands that if things continue like this, they will not last long. But he is not going to give up. After all, he is a mid-level military leader, so he is capable of taking the lives of hundreds of soldiers with him to the grave. Zack also grabbed something very interesting from the military base, a unique high-class crossbow that shoots very powerful projectiles. Brooke tells Zack to be careful with this weapon and that he should not lose the arrow from it under any circumstances, because it is worth a lot of money. But Zack has already managed to fire the shot, and now asks his friend to help him find the arrow, or he will be left without his annual salary. The men in cloaks understand that their plan has completely failed, and they need to retreat as quickly as possible. In order to retreat, one of them uses explosives and throws them behind his path, which also blocks the path of his allies. Many soldiers from the first and second squads die from the powerful explosion of this explosive. Looking at this, Brooke calls him a bastard, because he sacrificed the lives of dozens of his people to save his own pathetic skin. The fire somewhat blocked the hero's view, so Brooke orders everyone to follow the king of the monsters, as he is pursuing the traitors. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers quickly mount their vehicles and set off in pursuit. The powerful explosion attracted the attention of not only those who were nearby, but also the main character, who was evacuating the wounded. Even Henry was hurt by the explosion, calling the hooded man a fucking brat who betrayed them all at the last moment and ran away. However, he blames the main character more than anyone else, because it was because of him that all of his squad's plans went awry. Before the old man could remember the main character, he immediately appeared right before his eyes. Henry looks at him with a fierce gaze, because he considers him the main problem and the reason for the failure of their brilliant operation. Rick tells Henry that he will not let him escape from here, because he brought a lot of trouble to this land and harmed his good comrades. To which Henry replies that he has nowhere else to run, so he is ready to fight him, since such a great chance to take revenge has appeared. Rick gets into a fighting stance and asks the old man how much strength he has left after the long battle and that powerful explosion. But without waiting for an answer from him, he immediately attacks, wanting to catch him by surprise and end the battle with one quick blow. The old man seemed to expect this, and a mysterious grin appeared on his face. He jumps back and throws several shells with powerful explosives towards the protagonist, while calling Rick a naive fool. Looking at the powerful explosion, Henry says that Rick is too young and too brave, because it is obvious that he would not fight him in such a state, so he had to resort to a trick. However, when the flames disappeared, a look of great surprise appeared on Henry's face. After all, the main character's body was not within the radius of his projectiles. Henry is confused. He doesn't understand where he went. Focusing his attention on the explosion, the old man does not notice how he receives a blow to the leg, which was dealt to him by the hero from under the rubble. Realizing that Rick is somewhere nearby, Henry tries to jump back to dodge his next attack. Rick jumps out from the rubble after the explosion and asks the old man how he could believe that he would not be able to dodge some pathetic trick. He tells the old man that he can't even imagine how dishonest his accomplices are, since they could leave such a vile old man alone. Due to the injury he received, it is becoming increasingly difficult for Henry to stand on his feet with each passing minute, since he has already spent more than 1 hour in battle. Rick mocks the old man and tells him that it seems like pulling dirty tricks out of one's own helplessness runs in their family. He tells Henry that he knew from the start that he would resort to this meanness, so he thought out his plan of action in advance. At the moment when the old man stood still and rejoiced that he had managed to defeat Rick, the main character made an interesting move. The resulting explosion created a gap leading to a secret tunnel, in which the main character hid and then suddenly attacked. Hearing this, Henry realizes how strong and insightful his opponent is, and the battle will not be easy. Rick points his blade forward and tells the old man that it's time to end this. Down on one knee due to severe pain and exhaustion, Henry asks the protagonist to wait, because he has something to offer him. He invites him to join his family, because he has excellent qualities and is suitable for this role, especially since he is friends with his niece Rosa. Hearing about Rose, Rick was overcome with the warm feelings he had for her, and he thought about his proposal for a second. Henry continues to convince the protagonist. He says that if he remains a mercenary, and, moreover, the son of a traitor, then a girl like Rose will never be allowed to communicate with such a person. However, Rick remembers the pain his brother Hank caused them back then, and then asks Henry who he thinks he is by making such an offer. The Moo family, she and he are on opposite sides of the barricades and do not intersect with each other in any way, and he and his brother are ordinary traitors. So, even if the old man doesn't try to buy more time, Rick will still finish him off in this battle. Henry realized how perceptive Rick was, but this time allowed him to recover a little. And now, he is able to fight back against the main character, even though he is wounded. But he will never allow such a brat to defeat him. Henry tries to attack the protagonist with his blade, but he instantly disappears from his sight and appears behind him. Rick tells him that all he needs to fight such a decrepit old man is speed, so he won't lose. With that said, Rick immediately attacks Henry with a powerful Shadow Blade attack, sending multiple Shadow double strikes towards him. Henry tells the protagonist that even though he is faster than him, he will not be able to break through his shield. The old man's defensive aura is truly amazing, and he manages to block most of the attacks aimed at him. Rick understands that he cannot let his guard down, because even though Henry is wounded, he is still a mid-level military leader. Even compared to the mutated Vaughn, this warrior is far superior to him in everything. However, time and long battles will do their job. And so it happened. The old man's defense gives way, and the main character manages to break through his shield. However, his blade gets stuck in this shield. Taking advantage of the moment, Henry tries to launch another surprise attack on the protagonist and directs many arrows in his direction. He tells Rick that he is still a stupid kid for thinking that he can drag out the fight and thereby win. However, these were not all the trump cards that the main character still used, and he takes out a rope for tying up monsters and hooks it around the old man's leg. Henry notices that his leg can't move and realizes that it's the rope. At the same moment, the hero pulls the rope, pulling the old man closer to him and activates the beast's core, preparing to perform a powerful attack. He attacks the old man with the most powerful attack in his arsenal and inflicts a deep wound on his torso. Moreover, one of his allies' arrows, which is poisoned, flies into his body. Old man Henry falls to the ground, the force of his massive torso causing the earth to shake. Finally, using his entire arsenal of techniques and a few tricky tricks, the main character manages to defeat Old Man Henry. From the arrow he received, Henry begins to quickly lose consciousness. He asks the protagonist to help him, and says that the antidote is in his pocket. However, Rick replies that he will never help such vile people like him, because his squad brought a lot of suffering to this city. Henry replies that his family will not spare the protagonist, because he does not understand what powerful people he has gotten involved with. To which Rick replies that every enemy of his said something similar before they died. So can't they say something good or just repent? But Rick did not hear the answer to his question, because Old Man Henry suddenly died from the effects of the poison. At this moment, the main character's attention is drawn to the sounds emitted above him. Looking up, he sees two mysterious fighters fighting the B-tier Monster King and gives him a powerful rebuff. The enraged creature tells its opponents that they are worthy opponents and attacks them with a powerful stream of blue aura from its mouth. However, for fighters of this level, it is not difficult to block even such a strong attack. Looking at them, Rick reasons that, judging by the fact that they are hovering in the air, their rank is equal to that of a high-ranking military leader. When the attributes reach 700 points, the fighter surpasses the limit of his body's capabilities and becomes a top-level warlord. At this level of power, fighters have abilities beyond the human body, one of which is levitation. Often, such people are considered superhumans, because there are very few fighters of this level, and many talented warriors will not be able to reach it in their entire lives. Realizing this, Rick says that since a top-level warlord came to their aid, the B-level Monster King no longer poses much of a threat. However, the monster is not going to give up so easily, and continues to attack the fighters with a variety of its abilities. But thanks to his ability to fly in the air, fighters manage to easily dodge all of his ranged attacks. However, the levitation ability is not infinite, and fighters have to land on nearby trees to replenish their stamina. Seeing this, Rick realizes that these people are not top-level military leaders, although each of them is very close to a breakthrough. One of the fighters suggests to the other to carry out a joint attack, and finally finish off this creature. After which, standing in convenient positions, they throw their weapons, imbued with their aura, towards the monster. The attack hits the target exactly, namely the wings of the King of Monsters, which deals him huge damage and makes him roar in pain. The King of Monsters has enough intelligence to realize that he is no match for these two fighters, so he quickly leaves the battlefield. All observers are very happy about this. Moreover, now both allies and enemies watch the progress of this battle together. But after the creature flies away, the instructor's attention immediately turns to the traitors they have cornered, and he tells them to surrender. To which he receives the answer that such a pathetic person as he has no authority to give them orders, because they are the masters of their squad. But behind them appears the silhouette of one of the fighters who fought the King of the Monsters, and he offers the hooded man to surrender in a good way. Otherwise, he will force him. The mysterious people sense that this fighter has a terrifying power that they cannot control, but they cannot reveal his plans. The second man who fought the monster addressed the first one by name and offered him to let these people go. It turned out that he was on the same team with them, to which he replies that they committed a large-scale crime and must be punished accordingly. After which, he attacks the traitor with his weapon, activating one of his class abilities. However, the strength of these fighters is approximately equal, and the mysterious man manages to deftly block his attack. He tells him that if they continue to fight pointlessly, then during the battle he too may get injured, and then it will be problematic to normalize the situation in the city. The mysterious man says that this is a state of emergency, so he better take care of the city's residents. Inspector Brooke shouts that this is all the fault of these people. They cannot be left unpunished. The mysterious man replies that they did not come up with this plan, but were only executing it, and if they let them go, he promises that they will immediately leave the city. To which he replies that these traitors should get out, and if they ever see them in the city, then let them be sure that they will immediately end up behind bars. After which, the mysterious squad flees from the battlefield. Everyone watches their escape, especially Rick, who tries to remember their facial features despite the darkness of the night. Running past the main character, the mysterious man casts his enigmatic gaze at him, in which pure hatred towards him can be read. Just one look from this man makes Riku feel uneasy, because he feels that this fighter is emitting colossal power. Suzanne tells him to be careful, because he most likely got involved with some serious organization that will sooner or later want to get rid of him. Therefore, he should stay close to strong people like Commander-in-Chief Ding to avoid getting into a hopeless situation. Rick replies that he understands this, and now he needs to become even stronger as quickly as possible. The man who fought the B-tier monster asks the protagonist to come closer to him. Hearing these words, Rick comes closer to him and feels from him the same power that he felt in the gaze of that mysterious man. It turned out that the man fighting the monster was the Commander-in-Chief of the Chin City Military Forces, General Ding, and he was looking closely at Rick's face, as if trying to compare him to someone. After which, he orders the entire detachment to get on their vehicles and head to the city for reinforcements as quickly as possible. Rick understands that the situation in the city is currently tense, but he is even more interested in how things are going with his friends from the Mercenary Association. He tries to find out information through his radio, but in response he hears that the connection with his friend's squad has been lost and cannot be restored. The car with the heroes heads towards the city in order to have time to help the residents and their comrades in the fight against the monsters. Meanwhile, Rick still hasn't received an answer about the whereabouts of his comrades, so he asks Suzanne to drive faster. To which Suzanne replies that Commander John is a strong fighter, one of the strongest in the Mercenary Association, and he will definitely not let his squad be harmed. And if they start to hurry and drive faster, they can get into confusion because the number of monsters in the city is very large. There really were a lot of monsters in the city. They continue to attack people and destroy everything that catches their eye. Rick realizes that the city's defenses are too weak to withstand such a powerful influx of monsters. The current state of the city greatly depresses the protagonist. He understands that it is necessary to urgently come up with something, otherwise the city will fall. The monsters destroy many residential buildings, even those located in supposedly safe areas. The defenses of these structures simply cannot withstand the onslaught of such enormous power that these creatures possess. The soldiers and mercenaries who defend these structures are now on the front lines, and additional means of communication are now in dire need. All that is left for ordinary people to do now is to sit quietly and wait for help from one of the very strong fighters. However, Kat is not going to give up. She shows by her example that you should not give up, and you need to fight to the end. In this troubled time for them, they cannot swear if they have the strength for useless conversations. It is better to spend it on fighting monsters. Morty marvels at the wisdom and strength of this fragile girl, telling her that she is the true pride of the Mercenary Association. To which Kat replies that during a monster attack, you need to constantly keep yourself in hand. Otherwise, you risk losing your mind. It's not just for nothing that Kat is trying her best here, because in addition to other people, she also has her little sister to protect. She constantly reassures her and says that everything will be fine with them, because help should arrive here any minute. The younger sister trusts Kat and continues to humbly wait for help. At this moment, one of the encircles of this area is broken through by a huge crowd of monsters, among which are high-level monsters. Seeing this, the heroes who were guarding the buildings from the inside understand that they cannot be allowed closer to residential areas. Otherwise, the worst-case scenario could happen. John orders Roger to cover the men and retreat through the emergency exit, while he himself stays here and takes the brunt of this wave of monsters. However, Roger refuses to follow his order and says that if they are destined to die fighting monsters, it will be a good death. Gathering all their strength, the heroes form a semicircle, forming a wall that protects civilians from the monsters. As soon as the creatures begin to attack, the residents of this area immediately rush to flee, because they believe that 3 mercenaries are not able to hold back such a wave. And so it happens, from the side that Morty was supposed to cover, monsters begin to break through, one of which directed its mouth towards Kat. However, the creature does not have time to reach the sisters, because at that very moment the monster receives 3 powerful shots from a crossbow straight into the neck. Seeing this, Kat is very surprised that reinforcements from the Mercenary Association have finally arrived. Looking at these arrows and how quickly they killed a strong monster, Morty realizes that the Association simply does not have such a weapon. The shots were so powerful that they pinned the monster's head to the stone wall. Kat asks Morty if this isn't help from the Association, then who came to their aid? To which Morty replies that such a weapon can only be used by the Ministry of Defense, and to get hold of it, you need to be at the level of a military leader. The other heroes are also glad that someone finally came to their aid, because now it will be easier to contain the monsters. As expected, the one who killed this monster with a crossbow was Rick, who took this weapon with him from the ammunition depot. Suzanne tells the protagonist that he surprised her once again, because not every entry-level commander can handle this crossbow, and he hit the target right in the head with accurate shots the first time. To which Rick replies that as a child he often went hunting with his father, so shooting a crossbow comes easy to him, after which he invites her to go help her friends. Suzanne agrees with the protagonist, and they jump off the roof of one of the buildings to quickly come to the aid of their comrades. They rush forward, ignoring the crowds of monsters, for which one strong blow from the main character is enough. Approaching his squad, Rick tells Commander John that he has arrived and is ready to defend the city with them. Commander John and Roger are very happy to see the main character here. They ask him if he shot from this powerful crossbow. The other members of the squad are also surprised to see Rick here, since quite a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. But they are unable to learn more about his adventure, because monsters continue to attack the city, and it is necessary to contain their influx. Rick understands that the influx of monsters has just begun, but the city is already almost destroyed. It is necessary to evacuate people to a safe place as quickly as possible. Bright flames from multiple explosions and destruction shine throughout the city, and ordinary residents flee and try to get away from the fighting. But the city finally has a chance to be liberated, because at the entrance to the city, there is already a huge amount of military equipment to clear out the monsters. The appearance of the army in the city forced people to flee towards the military columns, because they thought that it was safest there. Some people finally have a signal on their phones and are able to send an emergency signal to rescuers. Rescuers are trying to quickly evacuate all people from whom they receive emergency calls and messages. For this, they use special helicopters, because when monsters attack, the safest transport is air. Special fighters fly up to the people in military airplanes and then carry them to the helicopter. Other soldiers went to reinforce the mercenaries and entered into battle with the monsters. One of these evacuation helicopters arrives at the place that Rick and his squad are now defending. Kat's little sister can finally be saved. She is glad that her older sister did not deceive her when she promised that help would arrive soon. Kat asks the rescuers to get her sister on board quickly, because a child has no place on the battlefield. After which she goes to her squad to help them in the battle. Morty is glad that help arrived to them, because he thought that he would become food for these creatures. John is surprised that the War Department was sent to help them. He expected to see reinforcements from the Mercenary Association here. At this moment, a man with the rank of colonel appears behind the main character, who salutes Rick and says that his order has been successfully carried out. Rick thanks this man for such prompt work because they saved dozens of lives, to which the colonel replies that the only real hero here is Rick, because he almost single-handedly thwarted all the plans of the villains who caused this disaster. Seeing the lieutenant colonel salute the main character, the squad is very surprised, because Rick is not even an officer of the military ministry. Moreover, the colonel reports to Rick that Commander Dean ordered to tell Rick that he wants to talk to him after the monsters from the city retreat. Hearing this name, Commander John thought a little, because Dean's name is familiar to him. This man is the strongest fighter in the city. All members of the squad begin to stare at the main character, wanting to hear the story of how he met the commander. Morty is delighted with the main character. He grabs him by the leg and asks to take him to talk to Dean, because he always dreamed of seeing him. To which Rick replies that if the fat man doesn't let him go now, he'll have to go to the commander without one leg. The influx of monsters was successfully repelled, but the city suffered huge losses and large-scale destruction. Although Rick understands that all the monsters in the city have been defeated, he is worried that attacks could be repeated on other cities, and then they will suffer the same fate. To which John replies that this is the new reality after the meteorite falls. All people must always be on guard and take care of their safety. At this moment, due to severe fatigue, the main character begins to feel dizzy and he begins to fall to the ground. His body is picked up by his girlfriends, who lay his head on Kat's legs. Rick tells them that he is very tired, so he is no longer able to stand on his feet. After which he feels that he is no longer able to keep his eyelids open, so he closes his eyes. A few days later, the action moves to the main character's mansion. Rick lies in his bed, in which he has slept for several days, because during the long battles he has lost a huge amount of vital energy. When he opens his eyes, he can't remember how he got to his home. The last thing he remembers is falling. But despite the weakness in his body, Rick still notices that he is not alone in the house now and tells this man to show himself. At the door, he saw Suzanne. He was surprised to see her here and asked her how she ended up at his house. A little embarrassed, Suzanne tells the protagonist that he needs to tidy himself up first before asking questions. Hearing this, Rick decides to look under the blanket and realizes that he is completely naked. He asks Suzanne how this happened and where his clothes went. But Suzanne just slams the door and tells him that he must get dressed first, and then they can talk. After some time, Rick finds his clothes and sits down at the table to enjoy the dinner that Suzanne has prepared for him. While eating, he watches a report on the latest news in the city, according to the TV station whose reporter was on the front lines. Most of the monsters in the city have been driven out. Rick praises Suzanne for her special talent in cooking, thanks to which he quickly regains strength after a long 3-day sleep. Suzanne replies that the entire squad was scared for him. Apparently, the large consumption of alien fruits and the long battle had left him very tired. After opening the God of War system, Rick realizes that his stats have increased significantly, which must be due to all the alien fruits being fully digested. As Rick continues to watch the report, he hears the anchor say that the list of victims includes all of Lee's family members, after which he offers his condolences. Rick doesn't understand why some of the main culprits of all the troubles are being mourned by the entire country on live television. Suzanne tells him that it's not just the Lee family that is to blame for what happened. The monsters in the Twilight Mountains were forced to rebel, and the order came from the capital of China. Hearing this, Rick realizes what serious people he has gotten involved with, and most likely, they are the ones to blame for the fact that his father was unfairly accused. All the TV channels in the city are broadcasting only news about the monster attacks and the many people who have gone missing. Rick doesn't understand why Commander Dean and President Hughes can't speak out, because they know the whole truth about who was behind the monster attack on the city. Suzanne tells Rick that if they insist on their point of view, they will be in trouble and will suffer the same fate as his father. Hearing this, Rick realizes that this is most likely true, since he was clearly blamed for the actions of completely different people. Suzanne tells the protagonist that very influential people are to blame for his father's arrest, so the commander only secretly protects him by placing him in an air prison. Rick thanks Suzanne because things turned out to be completely different from what he initially thought, and in fact, his father still has loyal allies. Suzanne says she told him this so that the hero would worry less about his father, but at the same time understand what influential people are his enemies. In response to this, Rick promises that he will be more careful, and also adds that he will become so strong that these people will be afraid to harm the people dear to him. Looking at Rick, Suzanne is somehow sure that he will succeed, after which she says that it is time for her to go, and also adds that the thing she found in his bag is in the next room. Perhaps it is dear to him. For some reason, Rick didn't immediately understand what they were talking about, but when he entered the room, Rick realized what Suzanne was talking about. This was the egg he had stolen from the cave with the alien artifact. Coming closer to it, Rick taps on the egg. He realizes that eagle-eyed foxes do not hatch from eggs, so who could it belong to? At this point, the eggshell begins to crack. Rick doesn't understand what to do in this situation. And what if a little monster hatches out of there now? What should he do then? He even gets the idea to give the egg to Morty so that he can make an excellent omelet out of this monster. He will be very happy with such a gift. However, what hatched from this egg was not a monster, but just an ordinary cute puppy who was sleeping soundly. But Rick still doesn't trust his eyes. Even if it's a regular puppy, he's still going to take it to Morty. At this moment, the creature wakes up and looks with sleepy eyes at its new owner. The two's gazes met, and now Rick wasn't sure if this creature was worth feeding to the fat man. He decides to take the newborn puppy to the Mercenary Association's laboratory and study it. Approaching the doctor, Rick tells her that this monster is very weak. Perhaps he is sick with something, and asks the doctor to examine the body of this creature. In response to this, the doctor made a face of displeasure. She told Rick that this was a very ordinary puppy that had become very weak, and Rick was a very useless owner. Rick tries to ask the girl again if this creature is definitely not a monster. The girl shows the protagonist the analyses of this creature and says that if he had brought it here a little later, it would no longer have been possible to save it. Looking at the test results, Rick realizes that this is indeed a normal puppy. However, this creature hatched from an egg, and for the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, this creature was very valuable. Rick explains to the doctor that he is not actually the owner of the pet, but simply picked it up from the side of the road. The doctor replies that someone must have lost their pet during the monster invasion, and Rick has a very kind heart. After talking to the doctor, Rick doesn't quite understand how this creature could be an ordinary puppy, so he decides to observe it for now and keep it for himself. At this moment, the main character's phone rang, from which Kat's voice could be heard. Rick answers the phone, but just as he is about to tell where he is interrupted. Kat bursts into the doctor's office and immediately runs towards the puppy, saying that he is just incredibly cute. Rick tells the girl that he found this puppy on the road, and decided to keep the association building for a while. Kat feels very sorry for this poor creature. She tells the main character that she can take him to her place and take good care of him, and also asks what the name of his pet is. With an awkward smile, Rick replies that the collar had the name Haydn written on it, which means gray egg in Chinese. The heroes say that his previous owner had a terrible taste in nicknames, and such a name is very uncharacteristic for a pet. Rick just rubs his cheek awkwardly with his finger and says that he can't do anything about it, because the pet has already become attached to this nickname. From that moment on, the team had a new friend, a cute puppy named Haydn. But Rick still has the feeling that this puppy is not as simple as he seems at first glance. He understands that it is better to keep an eye on him, and tells his friends that since the puppy's condition is stable, he would like to take him for himself. After which, they all go out into the street together, where the rest of the squad and a yellow car parked by the road were waiting for them. Rick asks the commander why they were trying so hard to find him, to which John replies that Commander Dean ordered him to be brought to him. Rick is confused. He does not understand why such an important person as the commander-in-chief of the military department needed him. The heroes arrive at the main military headquarters of Chin City. At the entrance to the military headquarters, they meet their old friend, Instructor Brooke, who got it pretty bad for this battle with the monsters. The heroes look at the instructor with some pity, because apparently, he was seriously wounded, and now he will have to gain strength for a long time. However, Brooke replies that it's nothing serious. All his injuries are mere trifles, and he will recover soon. At that very moment, Zack sneaks up behind him. He grabs Brooke by the shoulders and tells him that if nothing serious happened to him, then why is he screaming in pain? Looking at these two, the heroes notice that this couple are real best friends and will always come to each other's aid. At this moment, a man with the shoulder straps of a lieutenant colonel approaches the main character and says that the commander-in-chief would like to speak with him personally, alone. Morty was upset by this statement because he had dreamed of talking and meeting the strongest man in the city since he was a child. His friends support him, saying that someday he will become so strong that Dean will invite him to his place. A year ago, he became a mid-level military leader, and now he is almost a top-level military leader. Even President Hughes and Instructor Brooke cannot cope with such a force. It was precisely because Ding took command of the military department that it could control other forces, since Qin was superior to other cities in strength. It's quite unusual for the commander to invite Rick. However, the protagonist made a great contribution during the monster influx. At this point, Instructor Brooke approaches John and tells him that he shouldn't worry, because Dean has his own reasons for meeting Rick. Finally, the lieutenant colonel takes the protagonist to Commander Dean's office. Seeing Rick, Dean says that he is glad to see him because he has been waiting for him in this office for a long time. Rick tries to find out from the commander-in-chief why he called him for an official visit, what he did to deserve such an honor. To which Dean replied that Rick didn't deserve such an honor. It was just that someone from above put pressure on him and ordered him to eliminate him. Hearing such an answer, Rick immediately became wary. He does not yet understand what situation he is in and how he should react to such words. He asks the commander-in-chief if he is really in cahoots with these traitors from the capital who are guilty of the destruction of the city. But Dean isn't going to answer that question, because he's not used to talking to the dead, which Rick will soon become. However, the main character, although weaker than Dean, is still able to parry his attack. The blow he received sent Rick flying backwards. The force of the attack was very strong, even though Dean didn't use any ability. Rick realizes that he can't handle such power, so the only way to survive is to run away. However, Dean foresaw this as well, so when Rick tries to escape through the window, he appears in front of him and points his gun at him. After which, he will activate his class skill by a few % to deal an attack with more damage than the previous one. Rick is thrown back and smashes his back into the wall. Standing over him, Dean says that even though he is very talented, he has no other choice. Gathering his strength, Rick rises from his knees and grabs his sword and holds it out in front of him, saying that he never thought the commander-in-chief could be connected to these villains. Dean tells him that he is still small and stupid and cannot see the whole picture. What is evil and what is good is decided by those who hold the power. The one who is left alive laughs, and therefore what he does is considered true. With these words, Dean attacks the protagonist again. This time, Rick uses his hover step ability to dodge. The commander-in-chief's power terrifies Rick. He understands that he won't be able to fight against him for long, and he hasn't even shown his strength yet. Using the hover step takes a lot of strength and stamina. If this continues, the hero will have no chance of survival. Looking at him, Dean thinks that the boy in such a situation still has not lost hope and is looking for a way out. In this, he and his father are similar. Since that's the case, Dean wants to test how far the protagonist is willing to go to save himself. At the moment when Rick repels another attack directed at him and turns on the system of the God of War, hoping to see some improvements there. The system announced that the hero was in a critical situation, so he could upgrade his hover step skill to the next level for 50 points. After upgrading the ability, Rick realizes that it did not become B class, but remained C class, because it turned out that it was previously called C-. With the new skill upgrade, his speed increased by another 50%. However, it now consumes 2% of his stamina per second. But the main character has enough time for his plan. Seeing a ventilation hatch on the ceiling of the room, Rick activates his hover step ability and jumps off the ground with all his might to instantly get through the hatch. Looking at this, Dean is surprised by Rick's speed. He considers him a truly talented fighter, because he did not immediately reveal all his cards to him. Finally, the hero manages to break away from the commander-in-chief a little, and he feels a slight relief as he climbs into the ventilation shaft. However, he didn't have to rejoice for long, because Dean had thought of everything down to the smallest detail, and even the passage in the ventilation shaft was blocked by a laser trap. Meanwhile, the protagonist's stamina is already running out. His energy is being spent at an incredible speed. This time he really found himself in an unenviable situation. Looking up, Dean comments on how cleverly Rick chose the moment to escape, after which he says that this boy lived up to his expectations. Rick realizes that he needs to focus, and he will definitely cope and get out of here, and then he will be able to tell everyone that Dean is actually a traitor. At that moment, he hears Dean's voice telling him that he has passed the test, and can now go back down. Rick was very surprised by these words, because he does not understand what this test means. But before he had time to weigh the pros and cons, the ventilation hatch broke off and some force pulled him back into the room. With a loud crash, the hero falls to the ground, making a loud sound of bones crunching. Rick tells Dean that he didn't expect even the ventilation room to be trapped, to which Dean replies that his office is the safest place in the city. After which, he points the protagonist to a table with medicines and offers him to treat his wounds after the ordeal. Dean sees that Rick is still wary, but he tells him that he has nothing to worry about anymore. To prove that he is not lying, Dean throws the protagonist an envelope with some contents that will prove that he is a friend. Having unpacked the envelope, the main character is very surprised by what he saw there. The envelope contained an old photograph of his father's military team, featuring Commander Dean, Instructor Brooke, and his father. And between them stood the only woman from their squad, who was the mother of the main character seeing her. Rick's eyes filled with tears. In addition, the envelope also contained a letter from his father, which he wrote when the accident happened to him. The letter was written in Chris's handwriting that if his son ever found Dean, he should test his powers, and if he did not live up to his expectations, he should not be allowed to get involved in the matter. After seeing this photo and reading the letter, Rick finally regained his trust in the Commander-in-Chief. However, Dean tells him that his wounds need to be treated first before they can continue talking, unless he wants to bleed to death. Rick starts bandaging and taking special medications. Only now he began to feel severe pain from the blows inflicted on him. Dean laughs at him because just now Rick was so brave, and now he's writhing in pain from a couple of scratches. To which Rick replies that it's normal when people say it hurts, because he himself never felt the force of his blow. Dean replies that he only fulfilled part of the agreement with his father. He asks the hero if he wants to know what his relationship is with him. To which Rick replies that he didn't know that they were all friends before, so he would be very interested to hear such a story. Dean tells Rick that the entire squad were college buddies, and his mother created the security systems for the military base and his personal office. Rick now understands why the emergency exit in the alien artifact garden opened when he activated it. Dean says his mother was a real genius in this regard. If it weren't for his father, she would have taken the highest degree at a research institute. She was a great person. If she hadn't had to go to Donghae, perhaps the whole world would be safe now. Dean tells the protagonist that he is very similar to his mother, and since he made a promise to his father, he will fulfill it. But before that, the hero must learn the terrible truth. He says that the enemies that the protagonist will have to face will not only be mid-level military leaders, but some of them will be high-level military leaders. And even the gods of war, who are fighters who have reached the peak of their strength. Dean asks the hero if he is ready to face such opponents, and put his life on the scale. Without hesitating for a second, the hero replies that he has never been afraid of death, and now he is ready to do anything to find out the whole truth. Dean tells him that this answer is worthy of a true warrior, and now he has finally passed the test. Rick was surprised by this because it seems to him that Dean is an overly distrustful person. To which Dean replies that this property helps him find real allies, especially since his father did not want to involve him in this matter at all. But since this has already happened, Dean will give Rick what he came to this city for, after which he takes out the contents of the secret safe. Rick is surprised when he sees it, because when he opened the safe at the military base, it was empty. Dean assures the protagonist that this is exactly the thing that his father hid at the Ghost Rain Mountain military base. Rick is very happy with this find, because he was very disappointed when he saw that when he opened the safe, he found nothing there. Dean explains that when his father was hiding this thing, he was followed, and they wanted to steal it. But he was at the base at that moment, and prevented the villains from doing this. After which, he adds that now this thing is his. However, he should not place great hopes on it, because it is just a clue and nothing more. Upon opening the box, Rick sees what appears to be a small mirror and a mysterious sealed scroll. Hoping to find out what his father wanted to convey to him, the protagonist unrolls the scroll. It talked about the city of Donghae. In that very city, which has now become the largest lair of monsters in China, monsters of any level, even A-class, now live there. After the influx of monsters, Donghae City became the largest monster lair in the country. For high-ranking officials, the fact that the city's impregnable front was reduced to rubble is a huge shame. What happened had a profound impact on people. The evidence was overwhelming, which is why Rick's father was punished so harshly. At first, given all his merits and regalia, he should not have been punished so severely. However, the consequences of the influx turned out to be too great. The Donghae lair is a harsh place even for a warlord. But even in such a situation, his father managed to leave evidence proving his innocence. Dean replies that it is a dangerous place for all people, but at the same time, it is a safe place to store evidence. because no one will get to it. Besides, the place where they are kept was built by Rick's mother, and the key to it is in this box. This key is this mirror. Now it's clear why Dean had to test the protagonist, because it would take a lot of strength to penetrate Donghei's lair. But Rick already understands this, and he is ready to do whatever is required to clear his father's name. Dean says that since he has decided to do this, he will support him with all his might. His location will be hidden on the map, and he can also use any arsenal of the military base. Rick thanks Commander Dean for everything he has done for him. Dean tells him that his politeness is too much, because he is only helping the son of his old good friend. Hearing this, Rick smiled, because he was glad that his father still had such loyal comrades. As Rick starts to leave, Instructor Brooke appears behind Dean, telling him that this guy is truly amazing. However, the commander got carried away when he tested his strength, and under such conditions, he might not have been able to cope with the pressure. Dean replies that he couldn't do otherwise, because he is going to such a harsh place, and he personally doesn't want Laura's son to die there in search of the secret. To which Brooke replies that her son has the right to know why his father was convicted, and they, his bosom friends from university, should have helped him with this. Unfortunately, a lot has changed since graduation. It was a long time ago, and university time can never be returned. Dean says that if Laura were alive, she would be happy to see how strong her son has grown, because this guy is far superior to his peers. Rick spent the entire week after his conversation with the commander, meditating and preparing for his imminent departure to Tonhei. He understands that before setting off on such a difficult journey, he needs to prepare properly for it. During his preparation, the hero managed to increase his attributes somewhat. It seems that these fruits were fully absorbed, so he feels that he has become a little stronger. However, even with such power, he must be careful, because he is going to an incredibly dangerous place. But he has no other choice. He understands that he will be leaving the city for at least a month, so he warned his friends from the association in advance that he wants to be alone for now to learn the skills he has acquired. The heroes were of course outraged by this, but they accepted his decision with understanding, and no one objected to his desire to become stronger, for which he was immensely grateful to them. Just as Rick was about to leave, he felt someone touch his leg. Looking down, he sees Hayden, a puppy he tamed by stealing an egg from the alien artifact cave. In fact, he temporarily left the puppy at a military base to be looked after, but he still managed to escape somehow. During this time, Rick and Hayden became very attached to each other. Hayden was with him everywhere. He sat with him in the toilet, by the way. After overeating alien fruits, Rick spent a lot of time there. Despite his dislike of water procedures, Hayden took a bath with the main character. In general, the puppy performed all the functions typical of animals of his kind, simply following his owner everywhere. However, Rick realizes that Hayden is not just an ordinary puppy. He is unique and one of a kind. After patting him goodbye, Rick tells him that he can't go with him because he's going to a very dangerous place full of monsters. However, Hayden seemed to understand the protagonist's words, and in response to this, he barked at him, which looked like he was ready for such a journey. Eventually, Rick decides to take him with him, since he would still be worried if he left him alone in this city. In gratitude for this, the puppy licks the protagonist with his rough tongue, which makes Rick laugh. However, there is no time to play with the puppy, because he needs to leave the city before dawn, so that no one accidentally sees him. To quickly move around the city, Rick uses the hover step ability to get to the point where the transport is located faster. Finally, he finds the place, where a luxurious high-speed motorcycle, kindly provided to him by the War Ministry, awaits him. The motorcycle was really very fast. With its help, the hero will get to Donghei much faster than he expected. Finally, the hero leaves the city and sets off on his new journey to the most dangerous place in China, the city of Tonhei. Finally, the hero arrives in the city of Tonhei, the most dangerous place in China. Donghei City is divided into 5 zones. These are the East, South, Central, West, North. The outer zones are inhabited by A-level monsters, and the central zone is inhabited by S-level monsters, which are akin to the god of war and strength. Rick is now on the edge of the Western Zone, a dangerous place full of maddening miasma. A top-class fighter would hardly be able to cope here. Due to the huge number of monsters here, the city is constantly undergoing significant changes. Therefore, due to the constant destruction of the city, for 3 days Rick was unable to get inside. There is absolutely no point in relying on the map his father left him now. The only thing it's really useful for now is that it has red dots indicating the locations of A-tier monsters. Without a precise route, blindly entering the territory of such monsters is akin to suicide. Plus, the concentration of toxic fumes released by monsters is constantly increasing, which forces the hero to constantly move. At this moment, it is daytime in this city, but due to the huge amount of evaporation, Sunlight does not reach here. Only after being in the city for 3 days, Rick realized that it was not only monsters that he should be afraid of, but also other things along with the appearance of monsters in the city. Miasmas and animal poison that were dangerous to people also appeared. Over the past years, it has continued to spread across the territory, which has attracted more monsters to the city. Because of this, many analysts believe that with such a rate of development, the city of Donghae will become the most dangerous place not only in China, but also in the entire continent. Rick learned from the War Department that there is a special organization of monster hunters living here, so he intends to find them. At this moment, something attracts his pet's attention, and Rick stops for a while. Hayden points his finger at one of the places, as if telling the hero that there is something there. Rick trusts his pet's instincts, so he immediately goes there to investigate. Over the past 3 days, Hayden's senses have become much more acute, and he is able to pick up the slightest sounds. On the way to the city, he often saved Rick from sudden attacks by monsters. His pet sensed danger, and the approach of monsters long before they arrived. Therefore, Hayden turned out to be a very valuable companion on the road, and Rick did not regret that he decided to take him with him. Having reached the place, the hero sees the reason for his pet's concerns. There he sees a blue-haired girl surrounded by several massive fighters. They tell her to give back their things, or they will kill her. But the girl stands her ground. She tells them that these things belong to her, and they will go towards paying for the services. Hearing these words, the fighters decide to teach this impudent girl a lesson, and one of them swings his palm. However, at this moment, Rick appears in front of the girl and blocks the fighter's attack. From the shockwave, the fighters standing behind the attacker are thrown back several meters and fall to the ground. Rick asks these scoundrels if they are not ashamed to attack such a crowd on a defenseless child. But they didn't even explain the reason for their attack, and decided to simply kill the main character. However, they certainly didn't manage to do this, because Rick greatly surpasses them in all characteristics. Having dealt with his opponents, Rick rubs his fists and asks the girl if everything is okay. However, he receives an answer in a rather rude tone. With a displeased face, she replies that she is not a baby at all and can stand up for herself. Rick doesn't understand why she has such a reaction and gratitude for saving him, so he accidentally calls her a girl again, to which she again replies that she only looks like that, but in reality, she is an adult. Having recovered from the strong blow, some of the fighters manage to get up, and they ask Rick who he is and why he is protecting the thief. Rick asks her why they call her a thief and what she stole from them, to which the girl replies that she is a member of the Dark Star Squad, where she acts as a guide, and she only took payment for her services. Hearing this, Rick is surprised, because he wanted to establish connections with the fighters from this squad for his own purposes. The girl tells the hero that he doesn't have to pretend. She understands that he saved her only because he needs something from the organization. Although this is of course not the case, Rick decides not to waste the opportunity, and tells her that he does have some questions for her leader. At this moment, Hayden begins to bark loudly, which means an approaching threat. The main character also felt it. Looking up, he sees a multitude of blinding projectiles aimed straight at them. These were huge explosive shells that have enormous explosive power and are very valuable weapons that cost a lot of money. The shells hit the target directly. The entire surrounding area is destroyed, and a powerful explosion occurs. On the roof of one of the buildings, we are shown mysterious people who attacked the heroes. One of them gives information to someone on the phone. The archer told the woman that the target had been destroyed, and the mission had been successfully completed, for which the woman praised her. This woman is one of the important members of the Mu meteorite family. She tells the girl she was talking to that she needed to answer an urgent call. The girl she is talking to is none other than Rose, who has become even more beautiful than before in the last few years. Rose asks if the people she sent were able to find the villains who caused the influx of monsters into Chin City, to which the woman replies that when the squad arrived, Henry from the Mu family was already dead, and the rest of the squad members could not be found. Looking down, Rose asks her if these traitors will go unpunished this time too. The woman tells Rose that the power of the part of the family behind this attack is comparable to the power of the main part of the family. They will only be able to get evidence if the elders take up the case. At this moment, Rose receives an urgent call on her phone. After listening to the call, Rose tells the woman that she now has new things to do, and she is entrusting the search for Henry's squad to her. Looking at her back, the woman thinks that she will not see any information about these people, because she cannot protect herself. Now Rose is the same puppet in the hands of more important people, and soon everything in this family will change dramatically. The man who called Rose reports to her that they found Rick in the city of Donghae, and they say that he went there completely alone. Reading the report, Rose realizes that Rick came to this dangerous place to find evidence of his father's innocence. She understands that the hero's death really does not frighten her, since he set out on such a difficult journey completely alone. Remembering the past events with him, Rose remembers how heroically Rick fought for her life, and tender feelings awaken in her. She realizes that it's her time to protect Rick, so she puts on her gear and prepares the car for departure. A woman watches her from the window, and with a malicious laugh says that this fool Rose doesn't yet know that her friend is dead, and that she will join him very soon. At this time, the squad that attacked the main character continues to search for his body, stretching the debris after a powerful explosion. At this moment, their attention is drawn to a powerful aura that emanates from near their location. It's all about some unknown crater that has started emitting a huge stream of toxic venom that can drive anyone within its radius crazy. Realizing this, the leader of the squad that attacked the main character says that it is not safe here now, and the search must be stopped. Considering that Rick was attacked with special projectiles to fight the warrior commanders, there was no way he could survive, so the squad begins to flee from the battlefield. At this moment, a grate is knocked out in one of the city's underground passages. It was Rick with his new friend. With the help of her guide skills, she was able to quickly find a safe path and take shelter in it from the explosion. The girl introduced herself. Her name is Catherine, and she is a guide from the Dark Star Squad. She is unhappy with Rick constantly calling her baby or girl, so she asks him to always call her by her first name. At this moment, the heroes feel an ominous energy emanating from the city center, and understand that it is time for them to leave here. But Catherine first wants to take her things from here, so she shows Rick where they are. Rick asks her why she is taking some backpacks with her. Does she really want to steal something from other people again? To which Catherine replies that she would not steal even if she were starving, and that here is a fair payment for her work as a guide. The heroes need to hurry as quickly as possible, because the miasma is already starting to make its way here through the cracks in the stones. A little more, and the entire underground will be filled with it. Catherine tells Rick that those 3 bastards hired her to get to a dangerous ravine in the city, but when it came to payment, they refused to pay. To which Rick replies that the girl is lying. This greatly angers Catherine, and she is ready to take the protagonist to the building of the Dark Star Squad so that he can verify this himself. This is what Rick wanted. He took advantage of the fact that Catherine was still a child and played on her feelings to get closer to the Dark Star. Catherine takes the protagonist to the secret association of the city of Donghae, the Dark Star. The building of their squad looks very expensive. It does not even look like it is in the very epicenter of the accumulation of monsters. The building is made of special materials that do not allow miasma to pass through, and is also equipped with the most modern security system. Looking at this, Rick realizes that this organization is not as simple as he imagined. Entering the room, Catherine immediately runs to hug a beautiful woman with snow-white hair, and tells her everything that happened to her on the road. The woman calms the little conductor and tells her to cry less, and she will help her restore justice. Looking at this woman, Rick realizes that she is most likely the head of the Dark Star. The girl's attention switches to the main character. A woman with white hair thanks Rick for saving Catherine, who in turn says that Rick is an adventurer from a southern city. Rick is surprised by what he just heard. He asks Catherine how she knew that he came here from the southern city. The white-haired woman's name is Crystal. She tells Rick that their organization is the largest in the Donghae territory, with plenty of scouts all over the city. She would be a bad leader if she didn't notice such a strong fighter in the area. In addition, she knows for what purpose the main character came here, and the Dark Star can help with solving his problems. Hearing this, Rick immediately asks about the price of the question. Crystal replies that if Rick had approached her a little earlier, it would have cost a lot of money. But now, there is no need to pay anything. Rick is surprised. He understands that if they don't need money, then they will need some kind of service from him. Crystal turns to the window, stroking the glass with her gentle hand. She asks Rick if he knows where the miasma comes from, to which Rick replies that he doesn't know, because he's never encountered anything like this before. Crystal says that the source of the miasma is in the western part of the city. There is a crater from which they come out. They call this place the Gorge of Monsters. In the lair of the city of Donghae, miasma periodically erupts from the gorges for an unknown reason. Their density has increased significantly in recent times, as has the strength of the monsters that inhabit them. It's hard to imagine how strong the A-tier monsters in these zones are, which were already quite powerful without any buffs. B-level monsters are capable of destroying a city, and for humans they are a nightmare in reality. But compared to A-level monsters, even the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes is just a chick. Only a top-ranked warlord could compete with the A-class monsters that caused Donghae City to fall so quickly. And if A-level monsters continue to become stronger, they will become a problem even for God of War level fighters. Even in the days Rick had spent in this city, he had sensed changes in the strength of these monsters' auras, and today there should be another miasma release. Rick asks Crystal why she is telling him this. Does she really want to offer him something? Crystal replies that Rick is very smart. Each miasma eruption lasts more than a month, and if the monsters are allowed to go mad, they will destroy everything around them. Since the base of the Dark Star is located in the western part, then first of all, destruction cannot be allowed here. The Dark Star Squad has been operating in Donghae City for a long time, and they have found a way to control the miasma. They invented a special device for dispersing miasmas. If it is installed correctly, then everything should work out. The red marks on the map indicate the places where the devices need to be placed. Due to the need to activate multiple devices at the same time, the Dark Star Squad is short of assistance. Since Rick's main goal is to penetrate the western region, their paths coincide. Dark Star is willing to provide him with a guide. However, he will have to protect one of the devices so that it can be activated. Also, the Dark Star can guarantee that he will keep Rick's location a secret. He doesn't have to worry about that. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the hero decides to accept Crystal's offer, and they shake hands to sign the agreement. After which, Rick and his new guide leave the Dark Star building. While sipping her coffee, Crystal asks someone how he rates an adventurer from a southern city. A mysterious image of a man appears before her, who says that this guy is very interesting, and he will be able to take the right place. Crystal asks him again what place he is talking about, but the image immediately disappears, adding that Rick is an excellent candidate. At this point, Rick's new squad set out to carry out their mission, and in addition to their guide Catherine, they were joined by a girl named Jessie. While reviewing his squad, Rick doubts his reliability. Jessie is the person responsible for activating the device, but whether she can be trusted or not, Rick has not yet figured out. In addition, he also does not understand Catherine's abilities, whether she is really an elite conductor of the Dark Star or just a front man. However, Rick believes that there is no need to think too much about it, because the main thing is to quickly get to the necessary place, and then his task will be completed. Continuing on their way, the heroes run into their first trouble, because they came up against a dead end in the form of a wide river. This river has been preventing Rick from getting further for the last 3 days, because it is impossible to jump over it, and it itself emits a large amount of miasma. Plus, it's just teeming with a lot of C-class monsters, poisonous mutated eels. Now, such monsters do not cause much discomfort to Rick. However, the fact that they live in the river and there are a lot of them can lead to big problems. So, Rick decides to take advantage of Catherine's skills and asks her how to get there in order to check if she really is a guide. To which Catherine replies that she would like to stay here a little longer to catch some of these poisonous eels. Jessie tells Catherine that she is too petty, and they don't have enough time to waste on her stupid money-making schemes. Catherine replies that the skins of these monsters are worth a lot of money on the black market, but in order to earn it, you first need to get out of here alive. Looking at Catherine, Rick is once again surprised at how such a little girl can be so concerned about money. Catherine uses her guide skill, her eyes glow blue, and she tries to find a way to get across this river. After which, her energy changes greatly, and she begins to quickly run in one direction, telling the heroes to follow her. After running a short distance, she points the heroes to a sewer hatch through which they must get to the other bank. Catherine's abilities did not fail, and the heroes actually managed to get across. Rick notes to himself that she really knows her business. Jessie tells Rick not to relax, because their only task is to get to the place where the device is activated. So if something happens, he must protect everyone. At that very moment, Rick says he felt something moving nearby. However, Jessie didn't hear anything, so she asks the main character again. Maybe he imagined it, because there's no one around. At this moment, not far from them, there is an explosion that is heard throughout the area. Jessie is surprised by the hearing of the protagonist. She did not know that he is also a military leader. Turning towards Jessie, Rick tells her that something strange is going on here. Jessie asks him what exactly he is talking about, since Donghae City is full of various monster hunting squads. To which Rick replies that from the aura, it doesn't quite look like a fight between a monster and a meteor fighter, but more like two strong monsters fighting each other. After which, we are shown a mysterious man standing on the side of a mountain and watching the battle, ordering the monsters to destroy each other. During the long battle and constant explosions, monsters begin to mutate and increase their power level. Monsters fight each other with great fury and savagery. Everyone in China knows that brutal combat and massive explosions are the catalyst for upgrading a monster's strength. While in miasma, they mutate even faster, which can lead to them mutating unpredictably, which will make them even more terrifying, turning them into a new kind of monster. Like this one, a mutated B-level specimen, a clawwing. The hooded man who staged this battle is pleased with the results obtained because, as expected, monsters in miasma mutate faster. There are also ordinary fighters standing next to him, looking for easy money. They came here to earn as many mutated meteorite cores as possible. The money they earn from selling these precious stones must be divided equally with the organizer of the monster fight, which is good for the man in the hood, because if something happens, he can successfully shift all the blame onto these fighters. And the main purpose of these mutations for him is not money, but the fulfillment of an order to eliminate their main target. Meanwhile, the heroes come closer to the epicenter of the battle to see who started this crazy fight. Rick is surprised that someone is hunting monsters during the miasma, because fighting monsters in such a state means certain death. To which Jesse replies that monster hunting is common in the area, and many people will do anything for a small chance to get rich quick. Catherine added that if she were stronger, she would have gone with the monster hunter squad without hesitation, because it was the fastest way to wealth. In response to this, Jesse kicks her in the forehead and tells her that if she ever goes there, she will break her legs. A quarrel broke out between the girls, which made a lot of noise. This noise attracted the attention of one of the monsters that was nearby, and it was going to attack the heroes. With a swift blow of his mighty paw, he smashes the entire area around the heroes into pieces, raising a high cloud of dust. The heroes manage to dodge the attack, and now they are forced to engage in battle, because it is not so easy to escape from here. The heroes see such a monster for the first time, which is not surprising, because it is a mutant of several individuals at once and has enormous strength. Seeing that the heroes are still alive, the monster immediately attacks them again. The speed of its attack is so high that its body is barely noticeable. However, Jesse is also a warlord-level fighter, and uses his greatsword to fend off the monster's attack. At the moment of collision, Jesse realizes that her blade is barely enough to hold back the onslaught of the monster. Realizing that if they linger here, they will not have time to complete their mission, Jesse says that he will stay here, and the heroes must go on their way, to which Rick replies that she shouldn't talk nonsense, because protecting this squad is his job. He says that he is used to fighting alone, so the others should stand behind him, and he will handle everything himself. After which, he activates several of his abilities at once and rushes towards the ferocious monster. A spectacular battle ensues between them, which Catherine and Jesse watch with delight, surprised by Rick's great strength. The opponents take turns in the battle. No one wants to give in, and the monster becomes stronger with each passing minute. Besides, now the heroes have been noticed by several more monsters. Rick understands that if help arrives, they will definitely not get out of this battle alive. Therefore, he activates the ability of the hover step and activates the beast core of his blade. From using these abilities, Rick becomes like lightning and attacks the monster. With great difficulty, he manages to break through the defense of the ferocious monster, and he cuts off the creature's head with his sharp blade. Seeing this, his new allies understand why Crystal sent him to protect them, as he was able to decapitate a B-level monster. However, they had little time to admire his powers, because they were immediately attacked by another similar monster. Jesse realizes that they cannot win this battle, so she grabs the girl in her arms and asks her to show them the way to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. However, these mutated monsters have incredible speed, which allows them to quickly close in on even a fighter like Jesse. At this moment, the main character appears behind the girls. He always comes to the rescue at the right moment. He grabs Jesse by the waist and tells them to fasten their seatbelts because they are about to reach speeds they have never felt before. After which, Rick uses all his skills to maneuver and combine them. With their help, the main character manages to break away from the monsters. The speed of the main character is so great that in a split second, he breaks away from the B-class monsters by a huge distance. When the heroes manage to reach a safe distance, Rick decided to ask Jesse more about the mutation of monsters. He says that the speed of their mutation is most likely influenced by miasmas, which have been becoming more and more numerous lately. Jesse replies that miasma does increase the chance of mutation, but she has never seen monsters like these before. Rick realizes that if these mutations continue, it could affect his goal, as getting there will be much more difficult. He understands that in order to reduce the likelihood of mutations, it is necessary to first install devices to disperse miasmas. Finally, the heroes reach their goal and see in front of them the place where they need to install the mechanism for dispersal. The hero understands that this place was not on his father's map, but he remembers how he walked here with his mother as a child. There used to be a park in the western suburbs here. He asks Jesse if the dispersal device is really here, as the place is too obvious. Jesse replies that they are where they need to be, before reaching into her pocket for a special key. After getting it, Rick realizes that the key that Jesse is going to install is the same as the one his father left for him in the safe. Rick asks Jesse to tell him more about the thing she just got out. Jessie is surprised that such a strong fighter as Rick sees this thing for the first time. She decides to show him how it works. To do this, Jessie activates the item and points it at one of the statues standing next to them. After which, a secret passage opens in front of them, leading straight to the device. After seeing the item in action, Rick remembers how he often played hide-and-seek with his mother in this park as a child. His mother always told him that if he could find her and win at the park, she would buy him everything he wanted. However, Rick was never able to find her, and now he understands why. It turns out that his mother hid in secret rooms like these, which could mean that she was the one who invented them. Jessie tells Rick that when she first saw that there could be a device for dispersing miasma in the middle of the ruins, she was also shocked, but now it is a common thing for them. After which they go down, and Rick asks why the Dark Star installed the device in such a place, because if it is found, there could be problems. To which Jessie replies that the Dark Star has nothing to do with these devices. It was discovered by accident during the exploration of this place. It is believed that this place was built before the monsters invaded Donghae City. Dark Star experts speculate that there was a research institute here that specialized in monsters. Unfortunately, after the influx of creatures, little managed to survive, but they still managed to find a very valuable find. This discovery was nothing other than a miasma disperser, a huge structure that occupies an entire cave in volume. Rick wonders why his mother always suggested playing hide-and-seek in this particular place. Maybe she always came here. Moving closer to the device, Jessie begins to activate the mechanism. She directs the light from the mirror, with the help of which she opened a secret door, onto one of the device's sensors. After which, the device began to make noise and activated. Jessie says that this device has not only an amazing appearance, but also properties. Rick thinks that if his mother really did invent this device, he might find some useful clues in it. After some time of activation, the device finally started. All over the territory of the former park, unusual purple sprouts began to appear, breaking through the solid asphalt. These sprouts secrete a special substance, and it turns out that the real function of this device is not to disperse miasmas, but to cleanse them. The device itself has a special sensor that shows the level of air pollution by miasmas. Of course, this won't be done quickly, so the heroes will have to stay here for a while. At this time, Jessie decides to bandage her wounds, which she received during the fight with the B-level monsters. Rick asks her when she managed to get them, to which Jessie replies that not everyone is lucky enough to be as strong as he is, and if she had that kind of strength, she would have completed this task alone. After which, she asks the protagonist to turn away, because she is going to treat the wounds on her back. This embarrassed the protagonist a little, and made his cheeks turn pink with shame, because he didn't want to spy on Jessie. Seeing Rick's cute blush, Jessie calls him a funny guy. At this moment, from the gorge where the main flow of miasma originated, the voice of a powerful being came forth, who felt that the miasma was being purified. After which, small snake monsters begin to emerge from its tentacles, which are used for reconnaissance functions. The creature orders these monsters to find the source of the miasma purification and destroy it as soon as possible. Looking at the cleaning scale, Jessie says the full process will take at least 3 days. Catherine admires this device. She says that whoever came up with this device is an incredible engineering genius. It's a pity that according to the Dark Star, this man died during the monster influx. If he were alive, they could have dealt with the situation in the city faster. But Rick realizes that his mother did not die in this disaster but even earlier, which makes him sad when he remembers this. However, he did not have to grieve for long, because an alarm siren sounded in the secret room, indicating that someone had entered the territory. The snake monsters had already made their way into the park, and thanks to their searching skills, they quickly found the source of the miasma purification and began to devour them. Watching them through the outside cameras, the heroes are surprised how the monsters managed to find this place so quickly. If this continues, their attempts to dispel the miasma will be in vain. The monsters must be stopped as soon as possible. Rick tells Jessie that she can't go fight now because she was badly injured in the previous battle. He tells her that he has to handle everything himself. Now it is a matter of his honor, because the monsters are destroying what his mother worked so hard for. Because the snakes quickly devour the roots, the miasma begins to spread again. Rick realizes that if this continues, the monsters will break through the door and get inside, and they can't be allowed to do that. Jessie tells Rick through a secret earpiece to be careful, as she has never seen such monsters before. To which Rick replies that she can rest assured, because he knows what a sense of proportion is. After which, he asks to open her secret door to the room and enters through the passage. As Rick runs through the ravine of the secret room, he feels a strange aura begin to emanate from him. Looking down at his clothes, Rick realizes that this mysterious light is reflected from his mirror, which he received from his father's secret message. The light from the mirror is reflected on one of the walls of the gorge. Rick decides to deal with this issue later, because first he needs to defeat the snake that is trying to break inside. After many small snakes devoured the miasma purification sprouts, their size increased significantly. Upon reaching the courtyard, Rick instantly activates his Shadow Blade ability and attacks the monsters. The sharpness of his blade is enough to instantly strike several creatures at once, cutting them into pieces. Rick is surprised that he was able to defeat these monsters so easily because they seemed much stronger to him. While examining the snake corpses, Rick notices that these monsters have no eyes and that they have a strange aura. This fact puzzles the hero, because it means that they got here without sight, relying only on the aura of the dispersal device. As the Dark Star Squad members watch the battle, they comment that they have never encountered monsters like these before. Rick reports to them that although the monsters are indeed unusual, they do not possess any special strength. But Jessie tells Rick to be careful, because she still has a bad feeling about this. It feels like someone is constantly watching them. Meanwhile, Rick destroys the snakes one by one, leaving fewer and fewer individuals in the park. Seeing the monsters becoming Menji, Jessie's anxiety faded into the background and she calmed down a little. However, at this moment, Catherine notices that something is wrong here. After all, the monsters that Rick had just cut left and right did not die, but began to unite into something greater. She yells at Rick to be careful because a giant snake has appeared behind him and is about to bite him. If it weren't for Catherine, the hero wouldn't have even noticed this creature. But with her help, Rick managed to dodge the snake's bite. Rick realizes that all the snakes are part of one big monster, and he decides to try out his new Shadow Blade-based technique on it for a massive attack. The spiral shape of the move creates a storm of energy that attacks all targets at once. However, attacking the monster with this ability was unsuccessful, and the hero felt as if the monster had no body. After his blow, the creature simply disintegrated again into many small snakes, which immediately, like a transformer, reformed the body of a huge snake, from which a strange aura emanated. The girls from the Dark Star Squad see such a phenomenon for the first time, because it seemed to them that the monster died from the blow. After all, Rick didn't just attack him with a strong attack, he decapitated the monster, which should have sent him to the grave. Jessie tells the protagonist that it is better to retreat now, because this monster is too strange. But the hero won't be able to leave so easily, because at that very moment, the monster attacks the hero with a stream of aura emitted from its mouth. The monster's aura envelops the protagonist's body from all sides, thereby trapping him. Rick is surprised by this maneuver, as if the monster is deliberately preventing him from escaping. Since he has no other choice, he will have to fight this monster, after which Rick activates the beast's core and destroys the shackles created by the monster. Having escaped from them, the hero immediately rushes towards the fierce mouth of the monster, trying to quickly attack it. During the battle, the hero realizes that this creature is stronger than ordinary B-level monsters. However, he has something to fight for, because in addition to protecting this park, he notices a core that is sealed inside the monster's body. To defeat the monsters, Rick activates all the skills available to him and begins to attack him from all sides in turn, inflicting more and more wounds on him. Watching the battle, the girls note Rick's special talent, which is capable of fighting a B-level monster on equal terms. Jessie notes the protagonist's special endurance. He breathes slowly, which means he's not tired yet. Catherine asks her if Rick can defeat this terrible monster, to which she replies that this is not yet known, since she is seeing such a creature for the first time, and anything can be expected from it. Meanwhile, Rick continues to attack the snake, cutting off small pieces of its slippery body. However, these blows do not cause any damage to the monster, because it immediately regenerates parts of its body. This leaves the hero in a stupor, because he does not understand how to fight such an invulnerable monster. No matter how much they beat him and cut off parts of his body, they immediately grow back, and it seems he only gets stronger. After stopping for a while, the snake asks the protagonist if he is the source of the miasma purifier. The fact that the monster could talk surprised Rick greatly, because he did not know that monsters were capable of such advanced intelligence. The fact that his intelligence is developed to the point where he can communicate means that this monster is an A-level one. Due to the miasma purification device currently being inactive, a miasma vortex begins to form in the city. Looking at the ferocious monster, Rick understands that the battle will be very difficult because he is A-level. FD-level monsters correspond to the fighter categories. Their abilities are designed only for killing. C-level monsters have the beginnings of intelligence. B-tier monsters are equal in strength to a mid-tier warlord, can think, rely on logic, and use some human phrases, such as the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes. A-tier monsters are as strong as top-tier warlords. Their intelligence is almost at the level of humans, and they can use human speech. Rick realizes that even if he leveled up now, he could fight a B-class monster, but an A-class monster is completely out of his league. There is always an eye of the observer behind this monster, which allows the hero to wonder whether this monster is real. However, when the snake attacks Rick with its mouth, the hero realizes that this creature is quite material. Moreover, during the battle, his strength had increased significantly, and now it had suddenly increased again. Jesse realizes that at this rate Rick could die and he needs help, and she's going to join the fight. Catherine tells her that she will go with her, because she also wants to be useful. To which Jesse replies that she is too weak to fight this monster. In battle, she will only be a burden. To which Catherine says that she doesn't want to listen to anything from someone who is wounded himself, because she once saved her. Now it's her turn to help. In response, Jesse simply places his hand on Catherine's head and promises that they will return with Rick alive. These words made Catherine cry. She says that adults always say that. Her father once promised her the same thing. At this moment, the girls notice that the snakes began to penetrate into the secret room. Jesse tries to protect both the device and Catherine, but the monsters keep coming. She doesn't understand how the creatures managed to get in here, because the walls of this building are completely hermetic. If this continues, they won't be able to protect the device from the snakes, and they need Rick to do that. They give him an alarming message through his earpiece, telling him that things are going badly. He must return quickly, because monsters have infiltrated the research institute and intend to destroy the miasma disperser. But the snake tells the main character not to even dream of going to help them, and then immediately attacks him. The creature seems to see through Rick's plans and understands that he cannot stay here for long. Rick understands that now is the most crucial moment of the entire battle, so he needs to use everything he has in his arsenal. The hero fully concentrates, after which he simultaneously activates the Beast Core, Shadow Blade skill, and Floating Step ability. Like a flash of lightning, the hero rushes through the vile body of the monster and cuts its neck with a powerful blow. This time, after a powerful blow, the monster stopped regenerating. Rick realizes that this monster is just an illusion. If it were a real A-level, he would not be able to defeat it. However, the battle is not over yet, as he sees parts of the monster's body, like resin, penetrating through the cracks of the building. They form dense black clusters. These shapeless elements can penetrate anywhere. Rick realizes that he needs to act quickly, otherwise he may not make it in time, and the monsters will destroy the device. At this point, Hedon begins to whine a little, as if warning the protagonist about something. Rick tells his pet that if he is hungry, now is not the time, and he will feed him later. Hedon was indeed hungry, and his eyes lit up a bright green. From the small snakes that have penetrated the lair, a large monster begins to form, from which terrifying energy emanates. Without a second's delay, the monster immediately attacks the girls with its huge tail, wanting to destroy them with one blow. Jessie blocks his blow, but she understands that the force of this blow is very great and she has no chance of winning this battle. Throwing his opponents back, the snake turns his attention towards the device and realizes that it is the source of purification. After which he immediately rushes towards it to destroy it and fulfill the order of the one who sent him here. However, his plans were not destined to come true, because at that moment Rick appears and kicks the vile snake in the head with a powerful blow of his foot. This appearance was very epic, and the girls are glad that the hero finally came to their aid. Rick apologizes to them for his delay and asks them to stand behind him, claiming that he will deal with this monster himself. However, the monster does not seem weaker than before. Moreover, it has completely regenerated again, and Rick does not understand how to defeat it. But no matter how many times it takes to kill him, Rick will continue his attempts, because he simply has to protect everyone. And also, this place was built by his mother, so he simply cannot lose here. With these words, Rick flies to the mouth of the ferocious monster. But slipping past its fanged mouth, the hero steams the monster's belly, thereby revealing the stone inside it. At this moment, strange waves of green light begin to emanate from Rick's pet. These waves begin to cover the monster's body from all sides, but they have the greatest effect on the core of the beast. The force of these waves, directed by Hedon, causes the core of the beast inside the monster to break into small pieces. After the core is destroyed, the monster's body begins to disappear, as if it were some kind of hologram or something like that. Finally, the hero managed to defeat this monster, for killing which the God of War system rewarded him with 3 characteristic points. The reason this monster had such a low reward was because, as Rick had expected, the monster was just a duplicate of an A-tier monster. After the battle, the girls run up to Rick and tell him that he is a real strongman, because he was able to defeat such a monster. But the thought that it was just a double of an A-level monster haunts Rick because the original should be much stronger. Moreover, the hero cannot shake the feeling that it was not he who killed this snake, but that it died before the blow of his blade. At this moment, a strange silhouette appears over the monster's corpse, asking who was able to defeat his double. After which, the snake's skin, which turned into liquid after death, begins to ignite. The heroes begin to feel a strange sense of unease, a feeling that something huge is approaching them. A huge eye appears behind Rick, as if looking into his soul, and the creature asks if he killed his double. Even though this creature is not here, its aura alone activates an alarm siren on the device. After which, the mirror lying in the protagonist's pocket begins to glow blue. The light coming from the mirror is redirected to the device, which in turn begins to illuminate the entire room with this light, in particular, the corpse of the monster. As Rick suspected, the mirror left to him by his mother is the key to controlling the lab. Jessie doesn't understand what's happening. It seemed to her that they would die under the yoke of a powerful monster. However, the danger immediately passed. Also, after the emergency siren, the miasma level began to decrease at a much faster rate. The device began to work at full capacity, and for a time provided the heroes with safety in this cave. After this, Rick turns to the girls to ask if they were seriously injured during the fight with the monster. Catherine is glad that everyone survived this battle, and in tears she hugs the protagonist. In response to this, Rick says that there is still animal poison on his clothes, and he is also afraid that in addition to the poison, he will be covered in Catherine's snot. Catherine replies that she is not afraid of the monster's poison, because when she hugs him, she feels calmer. But, unexpectedly for everyone, Catherine begins to shake, as if poison had actually entered her body. But Jessie calms the hero, telling him that it is not poison, but in fact, Catherine suffers from a chronic illness. After which, Jessie put the baby to rest so that she could recover more quickly. Judging by the speed of the device, the level of air pollution by miasma should return to normal in a couple of days. Rick asks Jessie if the Dark Stars had such a device all this time, then why can't they clear out all the areas? Jessie replies that she used to ask herself that question, but after this battle, she may have found the answer. There is a level A monster in the Western Gorge, and in order to get to the dispersal device, they will need to fight it, but they don't have such strong fighters in their ranks yet. At this point, the wounds that the monster left on Jessie's body begin to hurt. Jessie realizes that in order for the pain to subside, the wounds need to be treated. For this, she kindly asks Rick for help. Rick looks at Jessie's naked body with an embarrassed look. He can't believe his ears that such a beautiful girl is asking him to help her. Jessie tells him not to just stand there and stare, but to just do what she asked him to do. After exposing her body, she sees that Rick is very shy. She tells him that you can't tell that he is so shy. Rick replies that he is not at all timid and has bandaged many such wounds before. It's just that now is not the best time. After which, Jessie tells Rick to hurry up, because if Catherine finds her here like this, she will have another seizure. Rick moves closer to Jessie and begins to slowly treat her wounds, in the process asking what illness Catherine suffers from. Jessie replies that she once saved her from Donghae Cave. It was after the monster influx ended. The girl's body was found under a pile of rocks after the monster went on a rampage in the area. After what the girl saw during the influx of monsters, she developed post-traumatic disorder, and doctors' prognosis was disappointing. The leader of the Dark Star Squad took her in. She said that her parents were missing, and now she needed a large sum of money to go and look for them. From then on, Catherine cared about only three things: mom, dad, and money, and every night she said it out loud. Post-traumatic stress disorder is not uncommon after such tragedies. These people suffer more than the dead, because they have to live with the memories of what happened. Hearing this, Rick thought that he himself had suffered from this to some extent, because he was simply obsessed with the idea of clearing his father's name from lies. But he still has to do it because he made a promise to himself. But unfortunately, his strength is not yet enough to get to the place indicated on the map. Rick thought hard about Jessie's words, so while bandaging her, he accidentally touches a part of her body, which she didn't like at all. Rick quickly removes his hands from her body and says that it all happened by accident, to which Jessie replies with an embarrassed look that she has never met such funny guys as him. After a few days, the spread of miasma completely stopped in the area, making it a great time to hunt monsters. Mysterious people in cloaks also set out to hunt, surprised by the miasma's rapid disappearance. According to their data, they had to act for about half a month, and now they need to adjust their plan to the new conditions. After which, one of the mysterious people takes out a flute and says that all this will not greatly affect the final result. After all, there is already a huge bunch of monsters right here who will dance to his tune. Meanwhile, Rose's squad, formed for reconnaissance in the city of Donghae, is about to arrive at the scene. By this point, the dispersal of miasma in the city was almost completely complete. Now the heroes can get out to hurry back to their base and get the rewards they deserve. Carrying Catherine in his arms, Rick thinks that when all the fuss around them dies down, he will definitely return to this place to look for useful clues in the lab. At this point, Rick's intuition or innate sense of perception alerts him to a threat, even though the other heroes don't see anyone nearby. Rick says that it seems like his nerves are really frayed. In response to this, Jessie says that when they return, she will treat him to some good alcohol. However, Rick's sense of anxiety did not fail him, because in fact, an A-level monster was on the hunt for him. Meanwhile, the jeep in which Rosa and her squad are riding has already entered the city, and they are inspecting the streets. But they didn't have to wait long for hospitality, as a volley of hand grenades immediately flew towards their car. The grenades were the same as the ones the fighters used against Rick, capable of destroying any entry-level warlord with their explosive power. However, Rose and her squad managed to get out of this mess unscathed. By the way, each member of this group is a commander of the initial category. The leader of this squad, as expected, is Rosa, who has changed a lot in recent years and has become more mature and feminine. After leaving the area surrounded by fire, Rose's squad sees people in front of them who belong to her meteorite family. Their leader is Kevin. He belongs to the Mu family and is a mid-level military leader. One of Rose's subordinates approaches him and tells him that he has no right to attack those who are above him in rank. It is against the rules of the family. To which Kevin replies that he doesn't give a damn about her and the entire obedient family. There are no rules here, and only certain death awaits them. After which, he uses a C-class ability called Fire Fist and attacks the party with a massive blow. The three members of the squad barely managed to contain the force of this attack. Kevin turned out to be much stronger than the information in the reports. The force of this blow caused the three initial-level warlords to jump back, even though Kevin had not yet used his strong abilities. Rose tells him that the Mu family is currently having problems with talented fighters, and if he surrenders now, she will forgive him and accept him into her squad. To which Kevin replies that Rose is very naive if she thinks that she can behave like this just because she is the eldest daughter in the family. He says again that he will never obey anyone in this place, and when he grabs her, he will have a lot of fun with her and find out what is so special about the daughter of the head of the Mu family. Rose's ward expresses her dissatisfaction with the words addressed to Her Majesty. She tells Kevin that someone like him has no right to speak to her so obscenely. To which Kevin repeats that she should finally shut up, and prepares to deliver another crushing blow, only this time with both hands. This situation puts Rose's squad in a dead end, because the power of this attack could be enough to kill a low-level warlord. Rose realizes that she can't win this fight without help, so she looks up, because she brought someone else with her. The mysterious man standing on the tree immediately understands his mistress's hint. This man uses an attack that is many times stronger than Kevin's attack, and directs it towards him so that he will never be rude to his mistress again. Kevin is in a very awkward position to dodge, as he didn't expect the attack to come from above. He understands that he won't be able to dodge. His only option is to take the blow himself. However, he greatly overestimated the capabilities of his body, and after receiving the blow, he quickly falls to the ground. The momentum and force of the blow did their job. Kevin dives down at great speed and breaks through a concrete slab with his head, knocking himself out. But he still finds the strength to get back on his feet. But now he has less desire to fight, because he understands that before him is a military leader of the highest degree. Rose says that Kevin is too naive to think that she only took this small detachment with her, and that it was all just bait for him. Kevin is furious at this turn of events, as he didn't expect that such a noble girl as Rose could pull such a trick. But he is not one of those who are used to leaving the battlefield with nothing. So he takes out a grenade and wants to take all the fighters with him to the grave. However, before he could move a finger, his hand was severed from his body in a matter of seconds. Bob, the name of the man Rose took with her, says his dirty tricks won't work on a man like him. Rose thanks Bob for saving her squad. If it weren't for him, they would have found themselves in a very difficult situation. To which Bob replies that it's all thanks to her plan, and also adds that her abilities at that age are much higher than his or her father's. Rose says that after her failure in the past, she has learned her lesson well and is now well prepared, because every failure makes a person stronger. It's just a pity that in the 2 days she's been here, she still hasn't seen Rick. But she knows that he's fine, because he can stand up for himself. After which, Rose asks Bob if he is sure that Kevin is the head of this squad that works from the shadow of the Mu family, to which Bob replies that he cannot yet say for sure who their leader is, but Kevin was strong enough. Rose tells him that it is most likely not a matter of power. The situation in the city of Donghae is being controlled by some very smart, and at the same time cunning and insidious person. However, the heroes cannot understand who in their family would do such a thing. At this point, with a great sense of energy, Bob says that there is a source of strange energy next to them. After which he added that most likely, this energy belongs to a powerful creature, similar to an A-level monster. Soon, the rest of Rose's squad begins to sense this aura. Bob tells them that they must not linger here, and that they must escort Mrs. Rose back immediately, after which they use their jeep and head back home, because they do not yet have information about the other wards of the traitor squad. Standing in one of the ruined buildings, they are secretly watched by a mysterious hooded man. He is glad that Rose brought a top-notch military leader with her, and also showed his powers by taking the bait in the form of Kevin. He understands that old Bob is unlikely to leave here until he resolves all the issues here and now. It's time for the main villain to take the stage. All these days he has been hiding in the shadows, but now he is ready to reveal to this city a whole horde of monsters under his control. On the way back, Rose's squad notices that an alarm siren has gone off on their transport, indicating an approaching squad of monsters. The driver of the jeep quickly turns to the side, because a whole squad of mutated monsters appears in front of them. The heroes have to leave their armored jeep because they are completely surrounded by monsters from all sides. Rose realizes that as soon as Bob left, they were immediately attacked. This was not an accident, but someone's plan. She understands that the real leader of the Mu family traders from Tanhi City has most likely decided to appear. Meanwhile, one of Rose's charges attacks the monster and engages in a fight with it. However, even though she is a basic level warlord, she can't do anything to this ferocious creature and is sent flying back several meters from its blow. The number of monsters on the battlefield is increasing. In addition to the fact that these monsters are very strong, they are also able to fly, which makes it very difficult to fight them. Not far from them appeared the organizer of this event, who controls these monsters with the help of his demonic flute. The echo of the wave is noticed by all the fighters present, and they understand that this man is their main enemy. The hooded man greets them and tells Rose that their roles in this game have now been reversed, and that he will now be the one hunting them. Looking at him, the heroes reflect on the fact that they have never heard of such a level of masters in their family's ranks before. The hooded man doesn't give them time to rest and sets one of his strongest monsters, obtained as a result of the symbiosis of several individuals, on them. A girl from Rose's squad tells everyone to take their mistress away from the battlefield, and she will try to detain these creatures here. However, her friend says that she doesn't need to risk her life, because he brought with him a specially developed new drug to repel monsters, which should temporarily hold them back. The hero sprays the drug around the area, surrounding all the monsters with a fog of foul gas. Taking advantage of the monsters' confusion, the heroes try to escape from the battlefield, because they understand that they cannot win this fight. However, they have nowhere else to run, because they see how their transport is surrounded by monsters and is about to be destroyed. Rose understands that since this has happened, she will have to sacrifice the jeep, after which she presses the button and blows it up. This should delay the monsters for a short time. And so it turned out that, apart from human flesh, the only thing that attracts the creature's greatest attention is the bright flame. However, if these monsters had no leader, they might have managed to escape, but in this situation, everything turned out completely differently. Rose is not surprised that the monsters were not stopped by the flames, but in such a case, she prepared an additional option for insurance. She didn't want to use this until the very end, because it was unknown how that woman would react to her request. The action moves to the gathering place of the Dark Star squad members. Admiring the beauty of the local nature, Crystal says that the experimental squad successfully completed its mission, because the level of miasma in the air has significantly decreased. The silhouette of the man standing next to her responded with only a long groan. Crystal asks him if there was something he wanted to tell her, but he couldn't say it. In response to this, the silhouette of a man tells her that most likely everything will not end so easily, after which he disappears from this room. Crystal follows him with her gaze. During this time, she has already become quite tired of him, and she wanted to spend time with herself. However, her beloved's silence is interrupted by a telephone ringing, which is used only for emergency calls. Looking at her phone screen, Crystal sees that this emergency call came from Rose. Crystal smiles, because the fact that the princess from the Mu family herself called her is a great rarity, and for the help she provided, she can ask for a large reward. After listening to Rose, Crystal immediately calls one of the squads that we already know. She congratulates them on the successful completion of the mission, and says that another task has appeared for them. Jesse replies that this is completely arbitrary, because they just finished a difficult mission and have not yet had time to heal their wounds. At this point, Rick tries to awkwardly peek at Jesse's phone, wondering what made her so angry. Carrying Catherine in his arms, Rick decides to ask her directly who just called her, and why she was so upset after that conversation. Crystal tells Jesse that the pay for this mission will be much more generous than the previous one. and that refusal will be considered treason to the organization. Jesse eventually agrees to the mission, but asks Crystal for full treatment for Catherine after they return to base. Jesse tells Rick that she just spoke to Crystal, and she offered them a new mission, after which she asks him if he will help her. She tells him about the conditions of the task and what valuable reward they can receive upon successful completion. Looking at the pictures that Crystal sent them, the heroes see that they will have to fight the same monsters that blocked their path on the way to the disperser. They understand that the creatures have begun to spread quickly throughout the city, which could become a big problem in the future. After thinking for a bit, Rick agrees to this adventure, because last time he also wanted to deal with the scoundrel who was behind all this. Meanwhile, the monsters continue to pursue Rose's squad. With each passing minute there are more and more of them, which puts the heroes in a dead end. Having reached the passage to the highway, their only escape route is blocked by a man in a hood. He tells Rose that she is a great runner, but there is no way further, and they will all die here. However, at this moment, he senses that there are other opponents nearby, and also that something large is flying towards him. At that very moment, a multitude of huge arrows, which are used specifically to kill high-level monsters, fly onto the battlefield at a stunning speed. Rose realizes that this is reinforcements from the Dark Star squad, and says that, as always, they arrived at the most opportune moment. Firing this type of weapon takes a lot of strength and energy from the user, so after one attempt, Jessie's strength is already exhausted, and she tells Rick that he will load the next one. Rick tells her that he is not used to fighting from a distance, because his main weapon is his blade. After which, he jumps off the roof and rushes straight into the battlefield, telling his new friends to stay here, and he will deal with everything himself. It was time to settle the score with the bastard who had secretly tried to kill him at the very beginning of his journey to Donghae City. The villain understands that he will not have another chance to get rid of Rose, so he must first deal with her help. To do this, he uses a flute to control the monsters and directs all nearby creatures towards Rick. However, Rick realizes that it is easier to kill the manager than to fight a huge pack of monsters, so he uses the Shadow Blade and quickly attacks him. However, the villain is not so easy to get, and he manages to dodge Rick's attack. After which, he says that the flute is not his only weapon, because he is also a master of magic. Using his Beast Core dagger, he activates a C-class skill called Frost Blossom and freezes everything around him. Frost Blossom is one of the techniques that is secretly passed down in the Mew family, which means that this person has a direct relationship with it. The technology used created a cold atmosphere all around, and small particles of ice settled on the clothes of all the heroes. However, Rick is not afraid of this block of ice, and slowing his heartbeat and breathing, he makes a rapid exit towards the villain. Watching them fight, memories of her last meeting with the protagonist come to Rose's mind, and she realizes that he has become much stronger over the past time. He is perhaps the strongest young fighter in all of China right now. A fierce battle ensues between the fighters, where no one wants to give in to the other. The villain asks Rick how he managed to escape the explosion that his charges caused for him, after which he adds that this time he will not be able to leave here alive. Rick understands that his opponent is a mid-level military leader, and that fighting against such a strong and cunning enemy will not be easy. With 45 points left to distribute, he understands that his only chance is to invest everything into agility and try to win it with speed. Taking advantage of the moment, the villain sends a squad of B-level monsters towards the protagonist. Rick understands that these monsters are strong, but he also understands that this is a great opportunity to earn extra points to enhance his agility. After which, he activates all sorts of skills for maneuvering and quickly deals with his opponents. However, the hooded man does not stop, and continues to send more and more creatures towards the hero, wanting to destroy him. Rick confidently fights the mutants, but they begin to surround him. The situation becomes much more complicated than the hero imagined. The girls from the Dark Star squad inform Rick through his earpiece that his opponent is too strong, and it's time for him to retreat. However, Rick has no right to run away from the battlefield, because it is already a matter of his honor, because now he is protecting Rose. Looking at the protagonist's stubbornness, the villain smiles, asking him what he will do if he doubles the number of monsters. After which, he directs almost the entire supply of his creatures in his direction, telling him that his life will now end. Seeing that Rick is in danger, Rose tries to help him. However, her subordinates do not let her pass, because her life is now the most important thing that needs to be saved. At the same time as the monsters, the villain attacks himself, using the ability of Frost Bloom to slow down the hero's movement speed. During the battle with monsters, Rick managed to earn 71 stat points. He realizes that now is the time to invest in their agility, after which this indicator rises to the level of a mid-level military leader. Using the ability of the Shadow Blade and the Floating Step, Rick further increases the speed of his movements, so that even the bloom of frost does not hinder his movement. Seeing that the hero had become much faster, the villain became somewhat wary because now he practically doesn't notice him. The hero appears out of nowhere in front of him and attacks, but the villain's reaction is enough to deflect Rick's blade. But the villain didn't know that Rick's ability had a chance to deal double damage, so the attack still hit its target and left a mark on his hand. He understands that he is not capable of fighting at such speed, so he needs to retreat and regroup for now. But Rick has no intention of letting the villain go. He grips his blade tightly with both hands and prepares to deliver the final attack. After which, the blade reaches its victim in the blink of an eye, and in the reflection of the steel of the blade one can see the sad look of his opponent. With his strike, Rick cuts his opponent from the hip to the crown, putting an end to this battle. The villain's lifeless body falls to the ground, the body still emitting a cold aura, covering the ground with white frost. The monsters have broken free from the power of the hooded man, but they are still monsters who can only think of destruction. But without the support of the demonic flute, the monsters lost their enormous power, and now, to Rick, they are no stronger than ordinary C-rank monsters. Rick manages to defeat the entire horde of monsters without any difficulty, and now, standing over their corpses, he can confidently say that the battle is over. Seeing how easily Rick was able to overcome all the obstacles, Rose's squad notes his incredible talent and perseverance. After which, his new friends from the Dark Star squad immediately run up to the hero. Catherine, in her usual manner, hugs the protagonist, telling him that she is very glad to meet such a wonderful friend. Rhoda watches over all these favors. Feeling her gaze on him, Rick waves his hand at her, but she immediately turns away, saying that it looks like she was worried about him for nothing, because he can stand up for himself. But suddenly Rick feels like it's still not safe here. After all, very soon, a monster should appear here that poses a danger much greater than the traitors of the Mu family. In the place where the heroes are, for some unknown reason, the level of miasma begins to increase again. Even monsters notice this change in the air, and also the trembling of the terrifying aura in the air. Even such terrible creatures as they have a heightened instinct for self-preservation, and they begin to flee from the battlefield. Looking at this, the heroes do not understand what could have scared the monster so much. Are they really so afraid of the main character's strength? Rick feels that even his pet Haydn is starting to get very agitated, something he has never noticed before. Finally, the hero realized why the monsters had started to flee the battlefield so quickly, and what could have alarmed his pet so much. He understands that the very same monster from the gorge, an A-level creature, is about to appear on the battlefield. As soon as the hero thought about this, the ground began to shake under his feet from the vibration of the huge creature moving across it. Before them he appeared, a huge and powerful A-level monster, a black snake, his presence alone filling the air with the putrid smell of death. Upon seeing him, the heroes at first cannot believe that such a powerful monster could exist on the outskirts of the city. However, when his mouth is directed at them, there is no doubt that they are facing one of the strongest monsters in this city. The creature attacks the heroes with an abundance of tentacles of various shapes and utters only one phrase, which sounds like "kill the pest." Rick realizes that fighting this creature is a lost cause, so he grabs his friends and rushes away from this monster. The rest of Rose's squad also managed to survive this attack, and they try to escape from the snake as far as possible. The creature has enormous destructive power. Just one touch with the ground turns the entire battlefield into complete ruins. Rick notices that the monster for some reason focuses its attention exclusively on him, possibly because he killed his double. If this is really the case and the monster only wants Rick, he decides to do everything away from strangers. He takes the girls to a safe place and tells them not to follow him under any circumstances, because the monster only wants him. Looking at this, Rose and Jesse both tell him to be careful, because they want to see him healthy after this battle. The fact that they said the same thing created an awkward pause between the girls. Rick tries to lead the monster away from his allies. After pumping up his agility, he hopes that he will be able to keep his distance from the monster. An A-level monster is capable of destroying an entire city in 2 hours, let alone a fighter at the level of a primary category warlord. Continuing to run, Rick suddenly stops and realizes that he cannot move his legs, and the snake's mouth is getting closer and closer. The thing is that small tentacles surrounded the protagonist's legs and injected them with poison that blocks muscle impulses. Rick understands that now only a miracle can help him. Miracles did not have to wait long, because the hero always has his faithful assistant at hand, who, with the help of his abilities, dispels the monster's attack. Now the hero can move again and tries to jump away from the monster to break the distance again. However, the monster does not want to let him go. He continues to utter one word, calling Rick a pest and attacking him with his vile tentacles. The girls are worried about the main character, They see that the snake is dominating him and leading him into a hopeless situation. However, Rick informs them over the earpiece that he is fine, he does not need help now, and they should remain where they are. At this moment, the hero sees in front of him the silhouette of a man surrounded by a strong blue aura. It was Bob. He had been tracking this monster for a long time since the beginning of this journey, and now he could finally fight it. He attacks it with a massive attack, the light from which spreads throughout the area, replacing the monster's dark aura with a much more friendly one. After seeing his strength, Rick realizes that this man is a top-level military leader. Bob tells Rose that he lost them when they started running from the hooded man. But luckily, he is here now and won't let any of them die. Looking at him, the girls from the squad are surprised that Crystal asked to come to Rose's aid, because she always had such a strong fighter as Bob in reserve. However, it is not possible to kill the monster with such an attack, because it is much more powerful than Bob imagined, and a fierce fight ensues between them. A fight between two creatures of this level causes massive damage to an entire area, with many high-rise buildings turning into piles of rubble. And if this continues, if one of them does not win, it could lead to the destruction of an entire block, because the scale of their attacks is enormous. Analyzing their fight, Rick realizes that they are fighting at about the same level. However, the monster has clear advantages. He understands that a single top-level warlord cannot stand against this snake, since it has the skill of infinite regeneration. Old Bob already understood this himself, because he had already dealt him more than one strong attack, which hit the target right on target. But the monster immediately recovered. The action moves to the Dark Star base, where Crystal continues to only look out the window, noticing that something strange is happening in one of the areas. After which, she contacts one of her special agents and asks him to come there and find out if the squad she sent is capable of handling the task. The fighter tells her that there is currently a large-scale dredge going on there with an A-level monster, and he will gladly fulfill his duty as a meteorite fighter and fight it. As time goes by, and with each new injury inflicted, the monster grows more and more new tentacles. Old Bob is no longer able to fight, his energy is almost running out, and most importantly, he has no idea how to defeat this monster. However, at that moment, Bob feels a flash of light behind him that flashes through him like lightning. The monster also notices her and says that another strong fighter has come here to sacrifice his body to him. Even the girls from the Dark Star do not understand who has appeared on the battlefield, because they have never seen such a fighter in their squad before. A fighter wearing a hat appeared in front of them, holding a sword in each hand and possessing an aura of immense strength, similar to a top-level military leader. The man tells Bob that he is a member of the Dark Star rescue team, and that he came here to help the old man in this difficult battle with the monster. Hearing this, Bob is surprised that this mysterious organization has such strong fighters. Rick is also surprised that another top-class military leader appeared on the battlefield. But what interests him most is his movement skill, because he is sure that he only saw the ability of the hovering step. Two top-level military leaders have united. Now the damn monster will definitely not leave here alive. But the monster is not afraid of the fact that there are such strong fighters in front of him. He only wants destruction and attacks them with a huge number of parts of his body. The man in the hat suggests that Bob join forces, otherwise they will not emerge victorious in this fight. They cover each other's backs and fight off the monster's multiple attacks without even activating any unique abilities. The aura from their battle takes the breath away even for entry-level commanders, as its concentration in the air becomes very high. Rick understands that it is better not to interfere in a fight between such strong fighters now. However, he still doubts that they will be able to win. After all, this damn monster still hasn't shown its true power, which Riku knows about after fighting its copy. The new allies begin to slowly take over the initiative in this fight and use various abilities that damage the monster and cut off parts of its body. But the monster has no intention of retreating. His battle tactics are banally simple. He simply rushes ahead and tries to feast on the bodies of these warriors. Having inflicted several serious injuries on him, the fighters realize that the monster has not weakened at all, although it looks practically defeated. But Rick realizes that this is his secret ability, the ability to endlessly regenerate. He decides to join them and tells them to be careful with their attacks, because he can regrow any part of his body. But the fighters do not listen to what the main character tells them, and continue to attack the monster with multiple blows to different parts of his body. They shred the monster like cabbage, after which its tentacles fly around the area. As Rick said, multiple attacks on this creature is a completely bad idea, because the monster has not only fully recovered, but has also become much stronger. In place of the recently severed limb, a new and much stronger one grows, which almost injures Bob. But the man in the hat arrives in time. They understand that each of its tentacles is like a separate living creature, and they have no ideas yet on how to resist such a creature. After a few seconds, the monster was completely revived to its original appearance, as if it had not fought at all. The heroes understand that this creature is not only strong, but also has good intelligence, because it deliberately exposed its tentacles to their attacks. Not only did he completely restore them, but he also managed to strengthen some of them, creating stronger scales and sharper fangs. The black snake's gaze became even more bloodthirsty. He looked piercingly at Rick and said that now the number of pests on his land has increased. In response to this, Rick points his finger towards the generals and tells the monster that he has nothing to do with it, and that his only pests here are those generals. Unfortunately, these words had no effect on the monster, and next to him, from a puddle of liquid matter, a new creature began to form. Now 2 black snakes appeared on the battlefield. However, their size and strength were somewhat reduced compared to the original. Rick realizes that the monster split into 2 solely because of him, since he was originally the main pest and the main target of the monster. Fighting this monster is a very bad idea, so Rick can only run away from it, relying on the strength of the generals. He tries to attract the body of the second snake towards the general in order to fight against the 2 monsters at the same time, with joint efforts. Fortunately, Rick's speed, combined with his hover step ability, allows him to break away from his pursuer and keep a safe distance from him. However, Rick didn't expect that the monster was capable of using ranged attacks, spitting its poisonous saliva, which puts Rick in an awkward position. But at this moment, Rick's pet comes to his aid, using its ability to block the long-range attack. Rick thanks him for saving him, and once again says that it was not in vain that he agreed, and took Hayden with him on this journey. The snake does not stop. It continues to repeat the same phrase, and tries to catch up with and destroy the pest. However, Rick has already managed to reach his allies, and now he feels safer than before. The man in the hat notices the protagonist's legs, which are emitting an aura from the ability of the soaring step, and is surprised that someone else uses it. However, he decides to ask the hero about this later, because now is the time to put an end to this monster. The heroes attack the monster again with multiple attacks. They use their entire arsenal of abilities to inflict at least some damage on this creature. However, all this turns out to be useless, because the monster, as before, continues to regenerate quickly. But the strength of the fighters is already starting to run out. Moreover, looking at old Bob, the man in the hat understands that he is at the limit of his capabilities and is fighting solely on willpower. While thinking about his battle plan, Rick remembers something and realizes that this is his only chance to defeat this monster. However, to do this he will need Hayden's ability, and his entire plan will be built solely on this power. Rick tells Hayden that at the first opportunity, they should attack the monster, where he will play the main role in the attack. And then such a moment came. In the heat of battle with the generals, the monster exposed his chest, and Rick immediately attacks him, activating all his abilities, simultaneously with the action of Hayden's echo. Looking at this, old Bob does not understand what this young man is doing. Did he really decide to die just like that? However, he didn't know that Rick always thinks ahead, and from Hayden's ability, the core in the monster's body begins to crack. And Rick himself at this moment inflicts a deep wound on the monster's body, causing him the first truly noticeable damage. Seeing this, the generals understand that they cannot rest now and need to help the young man finish the battle. They combine their blades and concentrate the maximum amount of their energy into them, preparing to deliver a deadly attack to the monster. After which, they rush through the monster's body, from the tail to its vile mouth, and completely cover its body with their aura. A bright light formed around, which blinded the entire city with its radiance and dispersed the darkness in this place, and the damned snake finally went to hell.